Chapter 1. Adventures. All events in this book take place in a parallel world, not the real world. Please do not take it too seriously. Manager Han, off work? Yes, off work. Then take care. Okay. After pressing his fingerprint on the time clock at the receiving area of the supermarket's back door, the machine displayed the off-work time. Han Xiaofan greeted a few colleagues and left the receiving area through the back door. The back door led to a large parking lot, which served not only as a parking area for delivery vehicles to the supermarket, but also for over 300 employees and more than 1,000 staff from various counters. The parking lot was filled with various vehicles, including quite a number of electric bikes. As an ordinary supervisor at the supermarket, having only worked for 2 years and with little savings, Han Xiaofan naturally could not afford a car as mode of transportation was. An electric bike. Riding his beloved little sheep, Han Xiaofan greeted the security guard watching over the vehicles in the parking lot and left. Since it was located in the suburbs of Shenzhen, the rent was not as exorbitant as in the city center. He rented a small room with a combined toilet and bathroom for 1,200 yuan a month, which was considered quite good, although this was also due to the age of the building. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so cheap. After closing the door and turning on his computer, while waiting for it to boot up, Han Xiaofan began to cook. Indeed, he cooked for himself for the sake of his health. He only needed a rice cooker to prepare rice, while vegetables were usually steamed. Once he set up the rice cooker and plugged it in, Han Xiaofan sat at his computer desk and took out a small stone from his pocket, which looked like an ordinary stone on the outside. How can it look like just an ordinary stone? Should I try the blood test like in novels? Without hesitation, Han Xiaofan, an ordinary-looking orphan with deceased parents and no relatives, had always felt a deep inner resentment towards his mundane life. In this era, lacking any capital, he could only remain an ordinary person if he didn't have any adventures. He might spend his life finding an ordinary woman to marry, raise children, and eventually watch his children marry and have children, living a life of mediocrity. With a small knife, he made a small cut on his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the stone. Han Xiaofan felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Fortunately, the stone did not disappoint him. The blood quickly disappeared from the stone's surface as it was absorbed. It didn't take long, just a few seconds before the stone erupted with a burst of light, and with a whoosh, it shot towards his forehead. He couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the stone. Just as he felt he might lose consciousness, everything went black, and he knew nothing more. Achio. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Han Xiaofan woke up, he sneezed twice and found himself lying on the floor. He touched his forehead and found no wounds. He realized that everything that had happened in his dream was real, not just a fantasy. However, just thinking about the impending apocalypse in 5 days made him feel a wave of helplessness. Indeed, that stone was Han Xiaofan's adventure. Its origins were untraceable. It was a crystal containing an intelligent life form. According to the novel's terminology, it could be called a spirit. However, it didn't know the stone's origins. It only recognized Han Xiaofan as its master, meaning he would be its owner from now on. The crystal itself acted as a sort of external system, but for some unknown reason, many of its functions were lost. Currently, it only had a dungeon function, which would provide significant security for Han Xiaofan amidst the approaching apocalypse. Of course, this crystal had another important function. It could continuously enhance its master's physical abilities over time. Upon learning about this function, Han Xiaofan felt a great deal of anxiety about the impending apocalypse. After all, according to Xiaoji, the name Han Xiaofan had given to the intelligent life within the crystal, the impending apocalypse on Blue Star was not as simple as a bioweapon crisis. If Han Xiaofan did not prepare adequately, he could very well lose his life in the early stages of the apocalypse. Moreover, even if he revealed this information to the government, it would be impossible for them to unite with other countries to take action. Even if he informed them, they wouldn't have enough time to prepare. Han Xiaofan was not a selfish person, but he was not naive either. He understood that if he told the government about the apocalypse, the most likely outcome would be him being sent to a mental hospital as a patient. If he ended up in a mental hospital until the apocalypse, he might regret it immensely, possibly dying there. With only 5 days left, he needed to make some preparations. Just 5 days. If only he had more time, he could prepare better, Han Xiaofan thought regretfully. However, compared to everyone else in the world, he was much luckier. After all, he knew when the apocalypse would arrive, and he had the help of the crystal. If he couldn't survive the apocalypse well under these conditions, he might as well hang himself. Han Xiaofan encouraged himself. Getting up from the floor, Han Xiaofan sat back at his computer desk, opened a web browser, and searched for what preparations should be made for the apocalypse. Soon, the search engine displayed a plethora of links. Chapter 2. Resignation. Throughout the night, Han Xiaofan barely ate as he browsed various survival websites and forums about the apocalypse. Eventually, he joined a group called Always Prepared for the Apocalypse. Although the group was small, with only dozens of members, every member was an expert in survival strategies. He learned a lot about what preparations were necessary for the apocalypse. Despite having Xiaoji, the intelligent life form in his mind, for some reason, Xiaoji's intelligence was equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child, appearing rather dull. There were many areas where Xiaoji could not assist Han Xiaofan, likely due to the damage to the crystal. Fortunately, besides the built-in dungeon system, the crystal also had an almost limitless storage space, capable of holding enough supplies to fill the entire city of Shenzhen. It is worth noting that Shenzhen is a super first-tier megacity in Huaihua. With a population of over 20 million, the amount of supplies in the city is unimaginable if it were solely for Han Xiaofan. He could use them for a lifetime. With the storage space, many of Han Xiaofan's plans for preparing for the apocalypse could be executed otherwise. He wouldn't even know how to gather supplies. To prepare adequately for the impending apocalypse, Han Xiaofan spent a long time surfing the internet, and by dawn, he had finalized a detailed plan for various preparations in his notebook. Among all the supplies, especially food, was of utmost importance. Although the dungeon had a farming function, waiting for crops to mature still required time, so it was better to start collecting a large amount of food before the apocalypse. There are still supplies to prepare for extreme cold weather and medications needed when falling ill. According to Xiaoji's explanation, Han Xiaofan knows that although his physical quality can improve over time, the recovery of crystals requires a certain energy, which can only be obtained from mutated creatures after the apocalypse, meaning he needs to hunt these mutated beings. Indeed, based on the information revealed by Xiaoji, the apocalypse facing Blue Star is not solely due to global extreme cold weather, but also an ancient virus exposed from Antarctica. This virus is highly infectious and can infect all living organisms worldwide, including not just animals, but also plants, leaving no organism untouched. The damage this ancient virus brings to Blue Star will be much greater than that caused by extreme cold weather. According to Xiaoji's speculation, at that time, at least over 6 billion of the global population of 7 billion will be infected, and within a short period, become mutated. Humans, not to mention other animals and plants. Fortunately, more than 1 billion humans are immune to this ancient virus otherwise. Han Xiaofan would be worried that he might end up being the only one left. Even if he were to survive, it wouldn't mean much, as being the only human left would be incredibly lonely, and he doesn't want to face the apocalyptic world alone, just trying to survive on his own. There are 5 days left until the apocalypse strikes. Han Xiaofan initially planned to reveal this news online, but he knows that such matters would not be taken seriously. Furthermore, if he were to disclose this information, he could very well be arrested for spreading rumors, a high possibility indeed. Han Xiaofan has never been a saint. He does not possess the noble notion of sacrificing himself for others. He can only think of revealing this information online on the evening of the 5th day, and how many people believe it is beyond his control. Regardless, it will surely attract some attention. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of this ancient virus, Han Xiaofan would have found a way to disclose the apocalypse information online without exposing his true identity. However, with the ancient virus in play, even if the government were to act with full force now, they wouldn't be able to implement various response measures in just 5 days, and the government might not even believe such an absurd claim. Having filled half a notebook, Han Xiaofan sighed in relief. He took a shower in the bathroom, then turned off his computer, switched off the lights, and went to bed. Starting tomorrow, he would be busy. The next day, Han Xiaofan ate a cup of instant noodles and then rode his little sheep a term for his vehicle. He first needed to quit his job at the supermarket since there were only 5 days left, and he couldn't afford to waste time working. Arriving at the supermarket office, he found a manager, Ma Yong. Han Xiaofan told him that he needed to resign due to an emergency at home. Since Han Xiaofan usually didn't know how to flatter others, and Ma Yong didn't particularly like him, Ma Yong initially pretended to persuade him to stay. However, upon realizing Han Xiaofan's strong intention to resign, he quickly agreed and stated that his salary for this month would be transferred to his account the next day. After signing the resignation letter with HR, Han Xiaofan quickly packed his belongings from his desk and said goodbye to a few colleagues he had a good relationship with before. Leaving the office as he passed by the supermarket checkout, Han Xiaofan saw the enchanting figure who lingered in his heart, a stunning beauty with curves, dressed in the ordinary supermarket uniform, which somehow showcased an alternative beauty of a uniform. Coupled with her gorgeous face, which bore a gentle smile while serving customers, it was clear just from observing the 10 checkout lanes that 9 of them had few customers. While almost all the men were lined up there, highlighting her beauty, this stunning beauty was named Lu Xianhong, a sophomore at a prestigious university, also working part-time at the supermarket. Since she started working there, the supermarket's business had improved significantly, as many men would come to shop just to catch a glimpse of her. Among them were many rich second-generation individuals who tended to buy more, as the longer they spent at the checkout, the more time they could talk to Lu Xianhong. Logically, a beauty like her should not be working at a supermarket, especially as a cashier. Although it was a part-time job, given Lu Xianhong's status as a student at a well-known university and her stunning looks, she could easily find a better part-time job. However, Han Xiaofan had no idea why Lu Xianhong chose to work part-time at the supermarket. Although he was a supervisor there, he didn't interact much with her. With his ordinary looks and orphan background, they were from 2 different worlds. That he had heard that she was also an orphan with no relatives. But Han Xiaofan knew that in this world, looks are very important. With her breathtaking beauty, she would likely have significant advantages in whatever she did after graduation, with the highest possibility being that she would marry a rich second generation and become a wealthy lady. Han Xiaofan did not say goodbye to her. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary co-workers at the supermarket, and they only exchanged nods when they met. He didn't want to make things awkward, as for reminding her that the apocalypse would occur in 5 days and advising her to prepare for it. Han Xiaofan wasn't foolish. He knew that if he were to warn her, she would most likely look at him as if he were insane. Chapter 3. Cashing in. After leaving the supermarket, Han Xiaofan arrived at a real estate agency not far from there. He told the agent about his requirements. He needed to rent a villa located on a mountain or at the hillside for a week, as well as a warehouse with an area of no less than 1,000 square meters, also for a week. Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's requests, the agent quickly found a suitable villa and warehouse. Han Xiaofan followed the agent to view the villa, which was situated on a mountaintop near the first industrial zone of Long District. It was a villa area with over 100 villas, making it a favorite among the middle class, with almost all residents belonging to that demographic. The villa provided by the agent was a 3-story Western-style villa, neither too big nor too small, with a total area of over 600 square meters. There was a small courtyard in front and a small garden in the back. The interior decoration was also quite nice, but since the owner had been abroad for a long time, they entrusted the agent to lease it out for rent, leaving the duration of the rental up to the agency's discretion. Naturally, for someone like Han Xiaofan, who only wanted to rent for a week, the price was much higher than for long-term rentals. However, Han Xiaofan didn't mind. In just a week, money would hold little value, especially with the impending apocalypse. Money would feel as useless as toilet paper. I'm very satisfied with this villa. Let's go with this one. All right, as long as you're happy, sir. Shall we go check out the warehouse now? Of course. Let's get it sorted out quickly. Han Xiaofan didn't want to waste time. He needed to finalize the rental of both the villa and the warehouse. The villa was not for living in. He needed an entrance to an underground city, and such a mountain was the best location for it. The villa could serve as the entrance to the underground city. As for the warehouse, it was meant to be a cover. After all, Han Xiaofan needed to purchase a large amount of supplies, and he didn't want outsiders to know about his scientifically improbable storage space. If it weren't for the overly advanced surveillance system in Huagua, he would have considered stealing from major supermarkets or directly from logistics companies. Originally, Han Xiaofan thought the warehouse would be located within the industrial zone. If that were the case, transporting goods over the next few days would be a bit troublesome, as entering the industrial zone required passing through the main gate. With so many trucks coming and going daily, he might attract the attention of the industrial zone's management committee, which would be a hassle for him. Fortunately, the warehouse was just adjacent to the industrial zone, sitting outside of it. The entire industrial zone had a large number of factories, with operations running 24 hours a day, and a significant residential area. It was called an industrial zone but its size and population were comparable to that of a town. And its management committee effectively functioned as a town-level administrative unit. The warehouse itself was nothing special. It was surrounded by a 2-meter-high wall, and inside was just a warehouse. Han Xiaofan didn't need to hire a security guard. After all, this warehouse was merely a disguise, and the supplies coming into the warehouse would soon be stored in his storage space. This warehouse is good. I'm very satisfied. Hearing Han Xiaofan make a quick decision pleased the young agent, who smiled happily. He loved having straightforward customers like this. After dropping off his suitcase in the master bedroom on the second floor, Han Xiaofan began using his phone to borrow money from various lending platforms. In this mobile internet era, it was incredibly convenient to borrow money without leaving home. As long as one wasn't a person of bad credit or a criminal, and had some creditworthiness, they could borrow money from any lending platform. Of course, many of these platforms weren't particularly reputable, but Han Xiaofan didn't care. After all, in 5 days, it would all be over, and no lending platform would come looking for repayment. Han Xiaofan wasn't too worried. After the apocalypse began, the city would be filled with a vast amount of abandoned supplies. He could easily go out to collect materials. He just needed to pay attention to his safety. Clenching his fist tightly and feeling the strength in his body, Han Xiaofan believed what Xiao Ji had said. Over time, his physical abilities would gradually improve, and he would eventually be able to obtain crystal cores from mutated creatures. As the crystal in his mind slowly restored itself, his physical condition would become stronger, and the rate of improvement would accelerate, akin to having a cheat code. This was his greatest asset for surviving in the apocalypse. Mutated creatures and humans evolved at a rate far inferior to Han Xiaofan's. The crystal he was merging with was far more mysterious than he realized, though he didn't know it yet. For the next hour, Han Xiaofan was busy buying supplies online, various foods, warm clothing, seeds, bottled water, etc., spending all the money he had just borrowed, over 7 million. As one of the few super first-tier cities in the country, Xin City had a comprehensive range of goods available, and he could buy directly from suppliers at discounted prices. Moreover, Long District was also under the jurisdiction of Xin City, so deliveries could reach the warehouse by tomorrow, and all 7 million worth of goods could be delivered within 2 days. After placing his orders, Han Xiaofan checked the news on his phone and found reports about the sun's sunspot flares being very active, a rare occurrence. The news reminded the public to be cautious about communication issues, as it might cause communication short circuits. However, experts assured the public not to worry, as such activity happened every few years, though this time the scale was larger than usual. Only Han Xiaofan felt a jolt of alarm. He knew this was a sign of the apocalypse. Over the next 5 days, he would see news of various natural disasters worldwide. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, massive icebergs melting in Antarctica, etc. By the 5th day, nearly all of Blue Planet's active volcanoes would erupt, officially marking the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 4. Decision. Han Xiaofan hadn't been in contact with his middle school and high school classmates for many years. Even friends he had been close to had drifted apart over time, let alone his college classmates and roommates. If one was struggling, they would quickly lose touch with others. A reflection of a sense of inferiority that Han Xiaofan clearly understood. However, he didn't want to change. He was fine with things as they were. Knowing that the world would enter the apocalypse in 5 days, Han Xiaofan felt a mix of panic and a certain sense of relief, realizing he wouldn't have to pretend to be friendly with others anymore. Okay, Han Xiaofan admitted he had a bit of social anxiety. During holidays, he would stay alone in his rented room, playing computer games, watching movies, anime, and novels, enjoying his freedom without wanting to interact with others. But no matter how socially anxious he was, Han Xiaofan didn't want to be the last person alive on Blue Planet. That kind of life would be too dull. He also didn't want humanity to face complete extinction, even if his body evolved to live for 1,000 years. It would all be in vain if he ended up dying from loneliness. After thinking for a long time in his bedroom, Han Xiaofan finally made up his mind. He would issue a warning about the apocalypse online, alerting countries around the world, especially the Chinese government, to pay attention to the signs occurring in the coming days. If the authorities could prepare in advance, at least they could save more citizens. Of course, for his own safety, Han Xiaofan needed to conceal his identity. He never underestimated the intelligence capabilities of a great nation. If he casually posted a warning about the apocalypse online, it wouldn't take long for him to be discovered by the authorities, facing charges of spreading rumors and false information. If he ended up in a detention center, it would be disastrous, especially with the apocalypse looming in 5 days. He might not even be able to escape, leaving him with no way out. Although Han Xiaofan did not want all of humanity on Blue Star to perish, leaving only himself, it was absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice himself for the Blue Star world and humanity. He wasn't great enough to that extent. He was just a selfish person, and his own life was the most important. Only to the extent that his life could be maximally guaranteed would he consider finding ways to help the Blue Star world and humanity. In the future, when he owned his own underground city, Han Xiaofan did not plan to save just anyone into the underground city. He would select suitable individuals for the development of the underground city based on certain criteria. These suitable individuals were his targets for rescue. While he could not care much about the lives and deaths of others, originally, the underground city inside the crystal could materialize and be placed directly underground in the villa. However, when Han Xiaofan learned from Xiao Ji that if he could collect building materials, the materialized underground city would not only become larger in scale, but also have more complete functions. Moreover, this was the only opportunity. In the future, if he wanted to expand the underground city, it would require more than just building materials. Knowing this situation, Han Xiaofan seriously considered it, but ultimately decided not to use the money borrowed from online lending platforms to purchase building materials. He decided to spend one day on the 5th day to collect building materials from various construction sites. After all, by the 5th day, the entire Blue Star world would fall into chaos, and not many people would care about those large construction sites. Even if the bosses realized that the construction materials had disappeared, they would not have time to catch him, even if they called the police. This was Han Xiaofan's plan. As noon approached, Han Xiaofan did not want to cook in the villa. Although the villa had a kitchen with complete utensils and cookware, he was not in the mood to cook. In the afternoon, he still needed to take care of something, to buy an anonymous phone card at a remote mobile phone store and expose the impending apocalypse of Blue Star Online. No matter what, he still could not ignore the suffering of others. As for how many people and countries would be affected by his warning, that was beyond his control. This villa area was not very upscale and did not rank high in the entire Deep City. After all, it was built for the middle class in Deep City. Looking at the flamboyantly dressed beauties on the road, Han Xiaofan began to doubt whether this villa area was a place where wealthy people specifically bought homes for their mistresses. A villa costing over 10 million was not cheap, but for the rich, it was just pocket change. Deep City may not lack anything, but it certainly had a lot of wealthy people, and the number of local wealthy individuals was astonishing. It was not surprising that someone dressed scruffily on the street could have assets worth over 100 million. This was a very magical city. Han Xiaofan swiped his short-term access card at the gate security and passed through smoothly. He found a restaurant with decent foot traffic in a nearby village in the industrial area and casually ordered a set meal. While waiting for his food, Han Xiaofan took out his phone to browse the news. He wanted to see what opinions netizens had about the abnormal solar phenomenon and whether anyone had noticed something unusual. However, the results disappointed Han Xiaofan. No one had noticed what the abnormal solar phenomenon meant. Nevertheless, he could not be sure whether the 5 major nations of Blue Star had already realized that the solar anomaly would have a significant impact on Blue Star. Regarding this, Han Xiaofan felt that even if the 5 major nations did not notice that this solar anomaly was completely different from previous ones, they would still continue to monitor the sun. After all, the 5 major nations had strong military and technological capabilities and naturally had specialized emergency departments to pay attention to such situations. Before long, the food was ready. Han Xiaofan finished his meal as quickly as possible, paid the bill, and left the restaurant. After walking for about 10 minutes, he arrived at a remote alley where there was a mobile phone repair shop. Although it was called a repair shop, they also sold phones. As for the source of these phones, Han Xiaofan did not care. He just wanted to buy an anonymous phone card and a smartphone that could access the internet. Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's request, the owner of the repair shop did not ask anything. Everyone who came to buy phones from his shop understood the unspoken rules. Even if Han Xiaofan used the phone purchased here to do something illegal, it would be impossible to trace it back to him, as many things could not be tracked. After getting the anonymous phone card and a new smartphone, which cost a little over 1,000 yuan, Han Xiaofan left the mobile phone repair shop and went directly to the warehouse. Goods would be delivered throughout the afternoon, and he needed to be on site to receive them and store all the items in his storage space. Han Xiaofan had already experimented and found that only by personally touching the items could he store them in the storage space. This was a bit troublesome, but Xiao Ji also told him that in the future, as the crystal recovered, he would be able to store items without having to touch them. But it would take time. Chapter 5. News. Lu Sanshi, a true local of Deep City, owned several rental buildings and could be considered a wealthy landlord. Although he was a wealthy landlord and did not need to work, Lu Sanshi still felt that he was not very happy. He always had the feeling that the world on Blue Star would eventually face an apocalypse, and that time was fast approaching. Indeed, Lu Sanshi was an apocalyptic fantasist and a survival enthusiast. To ensure he could survive in a post-apocalyptic world, he had been training his outdoor survival skills since graduating from university and had participated in many extreme sports to hone his survival abilities. To prepare for the apocalypse, Lu Sanshi spent a large amount of money to transform his villa into an apocalyptic survival base and collected a vast amount of supplies to deal with the impending disaster. He had become somewhat of a mental case in the eyes of others due to his preparations for the apocalypse. Of course, Lu Sanshi had never cared about other people's opinions as long as his family supported him. He firmly believed that the apocalypse would come soon, and those who laughed at him would be the ones regretting it. That day, Lu Sanshi was surfing the internet as usual when he came across news about the abnormal solar phenomenon. A serious expression immediately appeared on his face. Although many experts online dismissed it as a normal solar phenomenon, he still felt a sense of unease deep down. He wanted to find some different comments online, but to his disappointment, no one had noticed anything unusual. Eventually, Lu Sanshi opened the group he had established and wanted to ask the other survival enthusiasts in the group for their thoughts. However, although everyone in the group was a survival enthusiast, not many agreed with his view that the solar anomaly would lead to significant problems for Blue Star. Nevertheless, while they did not fully agree with his perspective, they did agree that it was wise to make some preparations, as they were all survival enthusiasts who had long been prepared for the apocalypse. Whether it was a survival base or supplies, they were all well prepared. Even if the apocalypse came, they would be among the best equipped survivors. After surfing the internet for over an hour, Lu Sanshi felt a bit hungry, so he went to get something to eat. After finishing his meal, he opened his phone again to check the chat among group members. Soon, Lu Sanshi noticed that there were many new messages in the group. He carefully reviewed them and found that a new member who had recently joined their apocalypse survival group had shared something interesting, a relatively small document titled Apocalypse Handbook. The group members all expressed their opinions. Chopping Zombies. Group leader, take a look at this document. It predicts that 5 days from now will be the end of the world. It's really terrifying. I am a legend of the apocalypse. Ha ha. Our new group member is really talented, being able to predict the end of the world. He shouldn't be in our survival group. He should find a profit group to hang out with. Beautiful woman walking in the apocalypse. Everyone should seriously read this document. I don't know why, but I feel a bit uneasy. What it says seems true. Today, the sun has shown abnormal phenomena, and starting tomorrow, Blue Star will experience many natural disasters one after another. If it's true, everyone should take it seriously. Strong man killing through the apocalypse. The beautiful woman is right. Everyone should pay attention. Although I hope what this document says isn't true, we should still make some preparations. Seeing everyone's comments in the group, Lu Sanshi was curious about what this new member had posted that sparked such a discussion. Driven by curiosity, he directly downloaded it to his phone's memory card for safekeeping. Upon opening the document, Lu Sanshi initially read it out of curiosity, but soon his expression turned serious. The content was too frightening. Although he felt uneasy when he saw the news about the sun's abnormalities, thinking it would negatively impact Blue Star, he wasn't entirely sure it would lead to the end of the world. But this document was different. It predicted that in 5 days, the entire Blue Star world would enter the apocalypse. In just 5 days, Blue Star would be beset by various natural disasters, and on the 6th day, it would enter the apocalypse era. The document detailed this apocalypse era as if the author had experienced it firsthand. On the 6th day, Blue Star would enter a new ice age. Ancient viruses would erupt, infecting all living beings on Blue Star, both plants and animals. If they couldn't withstand the ancient virus, they would directly become mutated creatures. Humans, as animals, would naturally be infected too, but most humans wouldn't be able to endure the infection from the ancient virus, resulting in a loss of 90% of the over 7 billion human population. This was terrifying. The most frightening part was that the mutated creatures were highly aggressive, posing the greatest disaster for the surviving humans. In just a few days, Blue Star would enter the apocalypse, and all national systems would be destroyed. Even those who survived would have to fend for themselves. And in the future, all humans on Blue Star would huddle together for warmth, forming independent bases, making it very difficult for anyone to survive alone. Although the document mentioned that there was a crystal core among the mutated creatures that could help humans evolve, Liu Sanshur was still terrified. If such an apocalypse were to occur, he couldn't guarantee that his family would survive intact. Was what this document said true? If the predictions came true in the coming days, should he report it to the authorities? Liu Sanshur was conflicted. In the end, he decided not to report it. He also informed others in the group of his decision and warned them not to spread the information in the document. Everyone could judge for themselves whether to prepare, as they would know the truth in 5 days. "Boss, open the door. Your goods have arrived." Hearing the driver's voice outside the door, Han Xiaofan knew that the goods he ordered would soon arrive. As he walked outside, he shouted, "Wait a minute, I'm coming." Chapter 6. Chaos. Although the Apocalypse survival group established by Liu Sanshur didn't have many members, it included talents from various professions. One of them was a group member with the username I and the Legend of the Apocalypse, whose real name was Su Yunjian from Xinjiang province, and he had over 1.4 million followers. A few years ago, Su Yunjian quit his job to become a host, and he was quite different from typical hosts. He was a cyclist who traveled across the entire Huagua, China, a rarity, especially during the winter when temperatures drop to -20 or 30 degrees in the north. Without certain professional knowledge and unwavering perseverance, it would be impossible to continue. Although he earned some money over the years, Su Yunjian didn't use it to buy a house or invest. Instead, he invested all his money into building an underground base on his family's land. Indeed, Su Yunjian not only portrayed himself as an apocalypse survival enthusiast online, but was also always prepared for the apocalypse in reality. The underground base was the best shelter he built for himself and his family to survive safely during the apocalypse. When the document appeared in the Apocalypse Survival Group, Su Yunjian clicked to read it. After seeing the predicted future apocalypse scenarios, he began to feel uneasy. No one knew that Su Yunjian had a special ability. His sixth sense was very strong, much stronger than those veteran mercenaries who had long been in war-torn areas. This was the main reason he could easily cycle and camp in the northern winter. Whenever there was danger, his sixth sense would alert him. When the news of the sun's abnormality appeared, Su Yunjian's sixth sense was frantically warning him that great terror was about to descend. Now that this document predicting the apocalypse had emerged in the group, he was the most convinced that it was true, while others might still doubt. He had no doubts at all. Without hesitation, Su Yunjian left most of his belongings behind. He took his important items in a backpack, caught a taxi, and headed to the nearest city, where he had already booked a high-speed train ticket to travel down to Xinjiang province. After just an hour of waiting, Su Yunjian boarded the high-speed train to his hometown, Xinjiang province. On the train, he took out his phone, his expression showing a bit of hesitation. He was contemplating whether to live stream and inform his more than 1 million followers that the world would enter the apocalypse in a few days. Su Yunjian knew that the authorities would severely punish anyone spreading rumors like this. If he live streamed about the impending apocalypse, the stream could be shut down quickly, and he might even be taken away and locked up, leaving him no chance to regret when the apocalypse arrived. Sigh. Maybe I shouldn't live stream. But if I remain indifferent and do nothing, I might regret it for the rest of my life. In the end, Su Yunjian decided to post something on the back end of his account, scheduling the post for noon on the 5th day. By then, even if the platform discovered the post, it would be too late for them to delete it or come after him. Although humans could evolve, both the speed and the number of their evolution were far inferior to that of mutated creatures. In Su Yunjian's view, the survivors would not only face the extreme cold of the Ice Age, but also the threat of mutated creatures. He genuinely worried about whether humanity could continue. After all, The ancient virus would first eliminate the weak, sick, and elderly, and many humans would succumb to the infection. Su Yunjian was concerned about his elders, unsure if they could withstand the threat of the ancient virus in this apocalypse. However, Su Yunjian also knew that worrying would be of no use. He could only take preventive measures and isolate his family to prevent them from becoming infected and attacked by mutated humans. He ordered a lot of supplies online, nearly exhausting all his savings, and like Han Xiaofan, he exploited various lending platforms to borrow several million, quickly using up the borrowed money. Finally, Su Yunjian called his father, asking him to receive supplies and store them properly in the underground base, especially to avoid attracting the attention of outsiders. Although his father found this special request strange, he knew his son was very opinionated and had been preparing for the apocalypse in various ways. His father had become accustomed to Su Yunjian's odd requests, so he readily agreed. Han Xiaofan, of course, had no idea how much of a stir his doomsday manual would cause in the survival group. Over the next 2 days, he focused on the frequent natural disasters occurring worldwide and the unrest in various countries. Some sensitive netizens had already begun hoarding supplies, as it had been less than 2 years since the last pandemic disaster, and many people still vividly remembered it. The beautiful country, known for its freedom and democracy, was experiencing daily gunfights, and $0 shopping events were in full swing, creating a lively atmosphere. Han Xiaofan wasn't too concerned about the lives of foreigners. He was mainly focused on the situation in his own country. When he noticed that most netizens were hoarding supplies, he felt much more relaxed. While this wouldn't guarantee their survival against the ancient virus in the first wave of apocalyptic threats, having supplies would allow those who survive to endure longer. What pleased Han Xiaofan the most was that he saw online news stating that all cities with subways had suspended subway operations. When he saw this news, he knew the authorities were taking action. They had also noticed the abnormal frequency of natural disasters and were preparing for potential emergencies. Otherwise, the citizens of Huagua would suffer tremendously. However, there wasn't too much the authorities could do for the vast rural areas and farmers, as it was unrealistic to relocate the entire country's 900 million farmers to cities without confirmation of a looming disaster. Han Xiaofan was curious whether the authorities had noticed the doomsday manual he posted online. If they had, it would be best for them to take measures based on the manual to minimize losses. However, he knew he couldn't inquire about this, especially not online, as he believed officials were monitoring the situation, and they would certainly want to find him, the instigator. While keeping an eye on the latest news online, he stored all the supplies delivered to the warehouse into his storage space. He knew that his warehouse, which only allowed supplies to enter but not leave, would attract attention. But he didn't care. Even if someone noticed something unusual, the warehouse would be useless after 5 days. He just didn't know if anyone would come to the warehouse looking for supplies, but he would have to disappoint them as there wouldn't be any supplies left. Chapter 7. Weapons. On the third morning, Han Xiaofan got up early. His energy had been increasing day by day over the past 3 days, and his physical fitness was becoming stronger. He didn't test how much stronger he had become, but he could easily lift the large bed in his room, and with all his strength, he could create a strong punch that generated wind and sound. He knew he was completely different now, and his speed of becoming stronger would only accelerate in the future, far surpassing those evolved humans. They weren't even on the same starting line. The crystal in his mind was his greatest trump card, and Han Xiaofan wouldn't tell anyone about it, not even if he had a wife and children in the future. After all, if a secret has a second person knowing it, it's no longer a secret. He intended to take this secret with him to the grave, but perhaps he could live a long life or even achieve immortality. Leaving the villa and stepping outside, Han Xiaofan browsed the news online. Natural disasters on Blue Star were becoming more frequent. He heard that large amounts of ice in Antarctica were melting rapidly, and the largest volcano in the beautiful country was on the brink of eruption. Even the dullest person could sense that Blue Star was in serious trouble. Han Xiaofan saw many people on the streets buying up goods, especially food and water, with shopping plazas packed as if it were the new year. Han Xiaofan didn't join the frenzy. He was out to visit the only blacksmith shop in the Long District to order a tang knife. The owner of the blacksmith shop was his fellow townsman, and they were from the same county. He had a good relationship with the owner's son, Lu Ming. which gave him confidence to custom order a sharp tang knife. As for acquiring heated weapons in a gun-restricted country like Huagua, that was unrealistic. Han Xiaofan didn't have the channels to do so, and even if he did, he wouldn't take the risk. The more chaotic the situation became, the more forcefully the authorities would crack down. Just the increased patrols on the streets indicated that the authorities were trying to prevent major social chaos. He should have reached Lu Men's blacksmith shop quickly, but several streets were blocked. Han Xiaofan recalled that the only important subway station was on those streets, leading him to suspect that the authorities were taking the doomsday manual he posted online seriously. Better to believe it exists than to doubt it. The authorities surely had many experts and scholars making predictions based on the increasingly frequent natural disasters on Blue Star. Han Xiaofan believed they would prepare accordingly. After all, everything in Huagua was people-oriented, and the upper echelons wouldn't neglect preventive measures. If a doomsday event did occur, it would be too late for the country to react. Moreover, many things written in Han Xiaofan's doomsday manual were terrifying. The country likely hoped it was all false, that peace would prevail, and that it was just a rumor spread by an unidentified individual online. However, if it were true, starting preparations now would at least preserve some resources. The country seemed to have prepared for the worst, activating many doomsday-level bases built during the Cold War to prepare for a nuclear apocalypse, especially in the Northwest. Apart from the upper management, no one knew how many such doomsday-level bases existed. Han Xiaofan wasn't foolish. If he stood out, he estimated his fate would be tragic. The best outcome would be house arrest, and if doomsday truly arrived, he would lose his freedom for life. He might even be dissected due to the crystal in his mind and his abnormal physical condition. He never doubted the darkness of human nature, especially during doomsday, when people would fight for themselves and seek power. After walking for half an hour, Han Xiaofan arrived at a village in the Long District. Although it was called a village, it was actually part of the urban area since the entire Shenzhen city had no rural areas. It was a fully urbanized megacity. However, for Lu Men, it was crucial not to lose the family trade passed down for thousands of years. He couldn't let the blacksmithing skills inherited from his ancestors be lost. Otherwise, even in death, he would have no face to meet his ancestors. As a result, Lu Men endured a lot of hardship. After graduating from middle school with poor grades, he didn't continue his studies and went directly to learn blacksmithing from his father in Mei City. Although the Lu family's blacksmith shop had machines, Lu Men still insisted that his son Lu Men learn the traditional skills passed down from their ancestors. Fortunately, Lu Men has a simple and honest personality, is able to endure hardships, and has some talent for blacksmithing. He can be considered as someone who surpasses his predecessor. Moreover, in modern society, many wealthy individuals or film crews pursue realistic effects, and some weapons need to be specially customized. Lu Men's hand-forged iron skills naturally come in handy, and he earns much more each year from his hand-forged work than from the shop. Han Xiaofan is looking for Lu Men because he knows that Uncle Lu and is somewhat timid. If he knew Han Xiaofan wanted to forge a sharpened tang knife, he would definitely not agree and might even call the police. "Brother Han, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Lu Men, seeing Han Xiaofan come into his shop, had a look of confusion on his face. After all, Han Xiaofan usually came to drink with him at night or would call him. It was rare for him to come in person. Han Xiaofan noticed that Uncle Lu was also working in the shop. He first greeted Uncle Lu with a smile, then waved for Lu Men to come out and said, "I came here to find you for something. Come with me for a moment." "Okay." Although still somewhat puzzled, Lu Men smiled and readily agreed. Han Xiaofan led Lu Men to a small alley not far from the blacksmith shop and directly told Lu Men that he wanted to forge a sharpened tang knife. Hearing Han Xiaofan's request, Lu Men's face showed concern. "Brother Han, is something wrong?" "It's nothing." Han Xiaofan smiled and shook his head, but his expression quickly returned to calm. After thinking for a moment, he felt it was necessary to remind Lu Men. After all, in the Dragon District, Lu Men was the only person he could call friend. His face became serious as he said, "You should be aware of the chaos happening worldwide these days." Lu Men nodded, knowing about the natural disasters occurring in Blue Star and that many countries were almost plunged into internal turmoil. However, he didn't understand why Han Xiaofan brought this up. "That's good. I think we should prepare for the worst. The reason I'm asking you to forge a tang knife is for self-defense. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad. Han Xiaofan's expression appeared sincere. Of course, after the apocalypse arrives, no one will care what he does with this knife. All right, I understand. Brother Han, come pick up the knife tonight. A customer originally ordered a knife, but it wasn't sharpened. It can be done in the afternoon. You can come by at 6. Thank you, I'll come by at 6. Lu Ming agreed, and Han Xiaofan felt much more relaxed. With the tang knife, he would have the ability to protect himself. Of course, he believed that in 5 days, his physical abilities would become formidable, not inferior to those of special forces, but having a weapon would further enhance his physical advantages. Chapter 8. Full outbreak at 6 o'clock in the evening. Han Xiaofan went back to Lu Ming's place and received the sharpened tang knife, made from a special alloy, costing a total of 20,000 yuan, which was considered a friendship price. Otherwise, it would have been 5,000 yuan cheaper. The two didn't say much. Han Xiaofan reminded Lu Ming again to keep an eye on information online and to be cautious about the outbreak of a pandemic. Han Xiaofan couldn't directly reveal to Lu Ming that the ancient virus had spread to the entire Blue Star world with a melting of the Antarctic ice, infecting all species. He could only suggest indirectly to Lu Ming. As for whether Lu Ming understood his hint, Han Xiaofan couldn't worry too much about it. At most, if he had time in 5 days, he could come back to check on Lu Ming's family. If they survived, he could invite them to join his underground city. Of course, Han Xiaofan didn't accept just anyone. He knew Lu Ming's family well and understood that they were honest and trustworthy, not deceitful types. Such people were the best candidates for subordinates. Indeed, Han Xiaofan never believed that he could survive well in the apocalypse world by going solo. One person could not carry on human civilization. He needed capable subordinates without ambition. Not to mention, after the underground city materialized, Xiao Ji could split off a clone as the intelligent management center of the underground city. With Xiao Ji's clone present, there was no need to worry about troublemakers causing chaos in the underground city. As Han Xiaofan walked to a secluded area, he noticed no one around and no surveillance cameras. He immediately stored the tang knife, wrapped in cotton cloth, into his storage space. Given the current domestic situation, carrying a tang knife on the street could lead to arrest if discovered by security personnel, which would be a huge problem. Walking down the street, he encountered a white-collar worker in a suit whose face was pale, eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and coughing incessantly as if trying to cough out a lung, with saliva involuntarily dripping from the corner of his mouth. Han Xiaofan's heart tightened. He knew what this phenomenon meant. He noticed that about half of the pedestrians on the street exhibited similar symptoms, though some were milder. Originally, Han Xiaofan thought that those infected with the ancient virus would have an outbreak on the 5th day, but seeing the current situation, it might erupt today. At that point, the entire Blue Star world would definitely descend into chaos, but very few official governments would clearly recognize the terrifying nature of this phenomenon. Of course, the Chinese government might make the right judgment, but facing billions of infected individuals, no high-ranking official would decisively make tough choices. It was impossible. Han Xiaofan initially planned to collect construction materials from various sites in the Dragon District on the 5th day, but given the current situation, he felt it was better to move it up. Without hesitation, Han Xiaofan walked into a crowded supermarket, not to shop but to head to the restroom. He entered a stall, took out a hooded outfit from his storage space, changed into it, and put on a mask so it would be difficult for anyone to recognize him. After leaving the supermarket and stepping outside, Han Xiaofan called a taxi and gave the driver a destination, instructing him to drive in that direction. Within half an hour, he arrived at his destination. After paying the fare, the taxi quickly drove off, and he walked for another 10 minutes to reach the largest construction site in the Dragon District. This site was developed by the largest real estate company in China, BUN, and was a large new residential area. Han Xiaofan didn't act immediately. He planned to wait until midnight when the night security guards would be asleep before taking action. He first circled the entire construction site, noting the locations of surveillance cameras to avoid being captured on tape. Even if he were caught on camera, he wasn't worried about revealing his true identity. After all, security personnel would need time to investigate, and he didn't believe his identity could be uncovered in 2 or 3 days. As for 3 days later, He was confident that no security personnel would have time to investigate the mysterious disappearance of construction materials at the site. Just as Han Xiaofan arrived at the BUN construction site, the first hospital in the Dragon District was bustling, with thousands of patients crowding the entrance, and many more patients arriving continuously. The entire hospital was as noisy as a market. Not only the first hospital in the Dragon District was experiencing this situation, but hospitals across China and around the world were filled with patients. An Lihong, the deputy chief surgeon at the first hospital in the Dragon District, was a Ritterni who graduated with a doctorate from a prestigious medical university in the United States. She was a woman more beautiful than a movie star, with a cold and icy demeanor, and she was also the best surgeon in surgical techniques at the first hospital in the Dragon District. A stunning beauty has caused a stir at the first hospital of Long District, attracting the pursuit of the privileged sons and daughters of the entire region. It's no surprise that her admirers could line up from Long District to Fu District, with so many cough patients appearing in the hospital, and Li Hong, as the deputy chief surgeon, naturally had to be present. Even though it was her day off, she hurriedly rushed from her rented accommodation to the hospital. When she saw that the patients had already blocked the entrance of the hospital, her heart tightened. This scene was even more terrifying than the pandemic a few years ago. However, there was no time for Li Hong to think too much. As soon as she entered the hospital, she was called to a meeting by her superior, the chief surgeon. She had to suppress her anxious desire to participate in saving patients to attend the meeting. Fortunately, the hospital leadership also recognized the urgency of the situation. There was no time to waste. They informed all attendees about the notice issued by the Shenzhen Emergency Response Center, making everyone aware that this outbreak was not simple. The notice also warned about some important matters that needed attention when treating patients. The meeting soon concluded. As Li Hong walked toward her office while looking at the official notice in her hand, she felt a lot of confusion about some of the precautions listed. These precautions seemed to treat patients as if they were zombies. As for escaping the hospital, Li Hong never even considered it. As a doctor, she had to do her job well. Unless ordered by superiors to evacuate the hospital, she would definitely remain on duty. Chapter 9. Harvest. Han Xiaofan casually found a convenience store not far from the BUN construction site. He bought a few things in the store. Although it was just a small convenience store, it was packed with customers, almost emptying the entire store of its items. He squeezed in with difficulty to buy a few bags of snacks and 2 bottles of beer. After paying, as he came out of the store, he couldn't help but laugh at the owner who had been smiling so broadly while collecting payment. The owner's current happiness would soon turn into regret. However, seeing the owner's bloodshot eyes and persistent cough, Han Xiaofan knew that the owner had no chance to regret. Sitting on a bench outside the convenience store, Han Xiaofan munched on snacks while scrolling through his phone. He found that hospitals in various countries across the Blue Star world were overwhelmed with patients. The symptoms of the patients were similar to those from the global pandemic a few years ago, but this time it was much more terrifying. Not only were the number of infections reaching billions, but the speed of transmission was so fast that the officials of various countries had no time to react. All the hospitals were overwhelmed with severe patients. China was no exception. In such a massive outbreak, military forces from various regions had already entered the cities to maintain order, and important places in each city were on guard to prevent greater chaos. After all, during such times, many sinister elements would emerge, and the authorities would naturally take strong measures. However, finding a new place to establish an underground city was not easy. Han Xiaofan had no confidence in finding a suitable location for the underground city in a short time. After finishing his snacks, he quickly left the convenience store and went to observe the outskirts of the BUN construction site. He noticed that several night guards were staying inside makeshift houses, with no one patrolling or guarding the construction materials. This situation was quite normal, as there usually wouldn't be any unexpected incidents at night, especially now that all the hospitals in Long District were filled with patients, and people were dying every minute. It was already commendable that these night guards could stay on duty. They might have been keeping up with the news or contacting their families, and they might not show up for work tomorrow. Anyone with sense would know that something big was about to happen. Although the Chinese government had deployed military forces to enter the cities, it didn't mean that there were no infected individuals among the soldiers. Many soldiers had also become patients, with numerous severe cases. Although there hadn't been any reports of soldiers dying within just a few hours, It was obvious that the number was not small. Han Xiaofan came to a dark area without streetlight coverage near a barbed wire fence. He took out a pair of pliers from his storage space and cut a hole in the fence, big enough for a person to crawl through. Crawling through the hole, Han Xiaofan moved quickly. Normally, with his original physical condition, he wouldn't have been able to move so nimbly. But his current physical abilities were much stronger than just a few days ago, with significant improvements in both strength and speed. He collected all the construction materials he could see on the site into his storage space. If he didn't have to physically touch them to collect them, his speed might have been even faster. However, even having to touch the materials to collect them, Han Xiaofan's pace was not slow. He gathered construction materials worth billions at the BUN site, feeling grateful for the company for developing such a large construction site. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to collect materials. Han Xiaofan was aware that the first death from the disease had likely occurred nearly 3 hours ago, and the resurrection of the dead would definitely lead to a massive outbreak. Even with military control, it couldn't stop the tide of those who had mutated. There were hundreds of thousands of infected individuals in Long District alone, although only a few hundred or a few thousand might die from the disease. As long as those mutated beings bit the survivors, those survivors would immediately turn into mutated beings, leading to a geometric increase in numbers. No military force could eliminate such mutated beings, let alone the few thousand troops stationed in Long District, which wouldn't even be able to withstand a wave of mutated beings. Xiaoji, didn't you say that the apocalypse wouldn't arrive until 5 days later? That's right. Han Xiaofan treated the small intelligent life inside the crystal as a sentient being. After all, treating Xiaoji as a spirit of a magical artifact from a fantasy novel didn't seem scientific. Although obtaining and merging with the crystal itself wasn't very scientific, he still felt that Xiaoji was more likely to be an intelligent life form. That's right, Master. The Blue Star world will only fully enter the apocalypse 5 days later. Right now, it's just the first wave of the apocalypse. Humanity cannot solve this ancient virus. It is the self-evolution of Blue Star. The self-evolution of Blue Star? Han Xiaofan's face showed some confusion. Did that mean the self-evolution of Blue Star aimed to eliminate humans? He directly asked Xiaoji in his mind. Xiaoji, what exactly do you mean? I'm sorry, Master. I don't know either. Hearing Xiaoji say this, Han Xiaofan's expression immediately darkened. However, he didn't blame Xiaoji, as he knew the crystal itself was damaged, and Xiaoji must also be damaged. To fully restore the crystal, the cores of mutated beings would be needed. Now, he found himself somewhat looking forward to the appearance of those mutated beings. Along the way, Han Xiaofan also noticed that many stray cats and dogs were exhibiting symptoms similar to those of humans. He knew that these animals had also been infected and might soon turn into mutated animals. However, whether the plants infected with the ancient virus had shown any abnormal conditions was beyond Han Xiaofan's knowledge. He couldn't possibly stop to check the plants on both sides of the street. That would be foolish behavior. The road was littered with many car accidents, with the sound of ambulances blaring and police sirens wailing. Passers-by hurried home, each face filled with anxiety and impatience. Chapter 10. Manifestation. Xiaoji manifest the underground city. Received. Beginning manifestation of the underground city. Completion in 10 minutes. The countdown began. 10 minutes. Previously, Han Xiaofan felt that 10 minutes passed quickly, but for the first time, he felt that 10 minutes could drag on so slowly. He could only stay in the living room, sitting on the sofa, taking out his phone to scroll through the news. However, all the news online was filled with various desperate messages. All the countries on Blue Star had completely fallen into chaos. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, gunfire echoed from a distance. Han Xiaofan stood up and walked to the window. He lifted a corner of the curtain he had drawn and looked outside. He saw flames shooting into the sky, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. The commotion from afar seemed to have spread to the villa area, which also began to come alive. A woman suddenly ran out from somewhere, frantically screaming for help. Help! There are monsters! Someone save me! But Han Xiaofan quickly saw a dozen or so dark figures on all fours sprinting toward the running woman. In an instant, the woman could only let out a scream before falling silent. She was killed by those mutated beings who immediately started feeding on her. Even though it was too dark to see how the mutants were feeding, Han Xiaofan could imagine the scene was undoubtedly horrific. There were certainly survivors in the other villas. He didn't believe that all the residents of the 100 villas had perished. Many people likely thought they were safe hiding inside their homes, or they hoped the military would come to rescue them. However, Han Xiaofan knew these people would soon be filled with despair. In a couple of days, the temperature across Blue Star would plummet into extreme cold, and the entire planet would enter a new ice age. Moreover, those mutated creatures would grow stronger over time. Unlike the zombies in movies, these mutated beings wouldn't just bite humans to infect them. They treated survivors solely as food. Of course, the mutants wouldn't coexist peacefully with other mutated animals. Different mutated species would also kill each other. Only members of the same species would not turn on one another. For example, mutated humans would band together to hunt living beings. It could be said that mutated humans had become a different species altogether. If survivors hoped that these mutated humans would starve or freeze to death due to the extreme cold, they would be sorely disappointed. This was because all mutated beings would evolve, and they did so at a much faster rate than living humans. It was akin to the Cambrian explosion of life hundreds of millions of years ago, where only humans were left behind. Most importantly, mutated beings could reproduce like normal organisms. Indeed, their numbers wouldn't decrease with death and could even increase. After learning this from Xiao Ji, Han Xiaofan genuinely felt little confidence in the future of humanity. Fortunately, he still had the crystal as an external aid. Even if he couldn't restore human civilization in his lifetime, it was still possible to ensure a certain number of humans survived. The commotion outside grew louder, with the screams of humans before death, explosions, and various sounds merging together, creating a violent cacophony. Regarding everything outside, Han Xiaofan merely watched coldly. Although his physical fitness had improved significantly, observing the movements and speed of the mutants, he estimated he could take down about 5 with his tang knife. However, beyond that, he would be in great danger. He had no desire to be a hero. After working for 2 years, any sharp edges had long been smoothed out. Master, the underground city has been materialized. Han Xiaofan suddenly felt as if his brain had been stuffed with a lot of information, giving him a sense of impending explosion. But fortunately, that feeling quickly vanished. This was Xiao Ji directly transmitting all the information about the underground city into his mind. Han Xiaofan didn't expect that such a transmission would be so painful. If there were similar occurrences in the future, he might prepare better before undergoing such transmissions, like lying in bed while receiving information would be preferable. Master, in the future, once you break through the first-tier gene lock, it won't be so painful. Xiao Ji seemed to understand that her master was suffering, so she comforted him in his mind. First-tier gene lock? This isn't a science fiction novel, Han Xiaofan thought, feeling a bit confused. He immediately posed a series of questions. Xiao Ji, what is a gene lock? Are there different tiers of gene locks? How do you break through a gene lock? Can only humans break through gene locks, or can all mutated beings do so? Master, it's not that Xiao Ji doesn't want to tell you, but telling you too much now will only cause you distress. Moreover, Xiao Ji doesn't remember much of the information and can only rely on you to collect more mutated creature cores in the future to speed up the recovery of the crystal. However, Xiao Ji can tell you that only those who break through the gene lock are true evolvers. You are just at the beginning. After hearing Xiao Ji's words, Han Xiaofan said nothing more and kept it in his heart. The most important thing now was to explore his future base, the underground city. The underground city appeared beneath the entire villa area, with a total of 4 entrances and exits. The villa Han Xiaofan rented had one of these entrances. He went to the bathroom next to the kitchen. Walking into the bathroom, it looked just as it had when he first rented it, with items arranged in the same manner. As soon as the sound faded, a passage opened up in the wall, and inside was an elevator. This amazed Han Xiaofan, as he hadn't felt any abnormal changes in the villa during the 10 minutes he had been there. He didn't expect an elevator to appear directly. He certainly didn't think this was the work of the villa's owner. It could only be said that the technology of the crystal was far more advanced than he had imagined. Han Xiaofan didn't dwell on it, stepping into the elevator, which closed automatically, and the outside transformed back into a wall, concealing the elevator from view. The elevator had only 3 number buttons. From the transmitted information, Han Xiaofan already knew that the underground city currently had 3 floors. In the future, as he collected more building materials, the number of floors could continue to increase. Chapter 11. Underground City Base Ding. The elevator door opened, and Han Xiaofan stepped out. The first thing he saw was a passage, which he knew was the first line of defense for the underground city. If enemies managed to enter here, even if they found the entrance, they would have to face an impenetrable defense mechanism. Han Xiaofan walked through this unremarkable passage, which was about 20 meters long. It didn't seem long, but it was essentially a death corridor. No matter how many people came, it would never be enough. The dismembered bodies could fall through switches on the ground into the space below without blocking the passage. So, if enemies thought they could paralyze this laser corridor through human lives, they were sorely mistaken. After passing through the laser corridor, there was a large door. A fingerprint scanner was required to enter, which Han Xiaofan naturally could use. Once the door opened, it revealed a relatively large space, with bright lights at the top illuminating the area as if it were daytime. The space was circular, with a tree in the center wrapped in light strips. This tree was surrounded by a circular fence, with stone benches for people to sit on. Several passages connected to this space, each marked with signs indicating accommodation area, leisure area, commercial area, factory area, etc. Han Xiaofan glanced over all the areas on the first floor. Due to time constraints, he didn't examine them too closely. After all, the entire underground city belonged to him, and he would have plenty of time in the future to explore it slowly. The area of the first floor is about 10,000 square meters, equivalent to 2 football fields, which would be considered a decent size, especially with so many functional areas. However, the underground city can currently accommodate a maximum of 1,000 survivors. While it's possible to have more, it would lead to a decline in the quality of life for the survivors or issues with resource supply. Nevertheless, Han Xiaofan estimates that it will be impossible to recruit 1,000 people in the short term. Although there is a wristband that can control the behavior of survivors entering the underground city, it cannot control their thoughts. He also does not want to recruit any foolish individuals. Only those survivors who align with his tastes or have a good moral compass are his targets. However, as time goes on, Han Xiaofan believes that many people, having experienced unimaginable hardships during the apocalypse, will become corrupted. It will be quite difficult to find 1,000 survivors who still retain their kindness and friendliness from before the end of the world. Han Xiaofan is not too anxious about this. With the underground city as a base, he is not worried about not having anyone to join. After briefly looking around various areas of the first floor, Han Xiaofan took the elevator down to the second floor. In fact, there are stairs connecting each floor, and there are 5 elevators in total, including 2 freight elevators. There are also 5 staircases, which means the configuration is quite good. Upon arriving at the second floor, as Han Xiaofan stepped out of the elevator, he noticed a significant difference from the first floor. The first thing he saw was a relatively large square with an area of 300 square meters. Han Xiaofan knew exactly what this square was for. It could serve as a parking lot, and also has a large passage leading outside, through which cars or resources brought in from outside can be transported. Han Xiaofan did not intend to tell anyone about his storage space. He knew that in this apocalyptic world, if any faction learned that he had storage space, he would never have peace. All factions would come after him. Anyone with sense knows how valuable storage space is to a faction in the apocalypse. The second floor has only 3 areas. The first is a planting area where crops can be grown. The second is a breeding area for raising poultry. And the third is an agricultural processing center for processing the outputs from the planting and breeding areas. After examining the 3 areas on the second floor, Han Xiaofan took the elevator to the most important third floor of the underground city. The third floor contains a large warehouse, and he released most of the supplies from his storage space. It is much simpler to take things out of the storage space than to put them in. As long as he imagines the supplies filling the shelves in his mind, they will automatically fill up without any excess or shortage, almost as if the storage space has intelligence and can calculate the volume of the supplies. Of course, Han Xiaofan left some supplies in the storage space. After all, he could not stay in the underground city forever. He needs survivors, needs crystal cores to accelerate the recovery of crystals, and needs crystal cores to become stronger. Although he could still become stronger over time, without crystal cores, he could not just relax. As long as he keeps getting stronger, he believes the apocalyptic world will not truly be an apocalypse for him. Half of the area on the third floor is a warehouse, while the other half is separated and can only be accessed through a laser passage. Moreover, anyone who approaches this laser passage without Han Xiaofan's permission or authorization will meet their doom. Another large door blocks the way, and Han Xiaofan pressed the panel on the wall. Soon, the door opened, and he entered, with the door closing behind him. The space behind the door resembles a hall, akin to the front desk of a five-star hotel. Inside, there are several sets of sofas, a service desk, and a bar. Near the service desk is another passage, which Han Xiaofan knows leads to the most important core area of the underground city, the Intelligent Control Center. The entire lighting, energy, and network center of the underground city are controlled by the Intelligent Control Center, where Xiaoji's avatar is also located. There is also a space that serves as Han Xiaofan's residence, a luxurious house with an area of 3,000 square meters. Rather than calling it a house, it is more like a luxurious villa estate. This villa estate is far superior to the most luxurious and expensive ones in Deep City. Han Xiaofan was almost dazzled, but considering the size of the villa estate, if not for the many things being managed by Xiaoji's intelligent avatar, the number of service personnel required would be in the hundreds. After casually touring his future residence, Han Xiaofan arrived at the most important area of the underground city, the Intelligent Control Center. Chapter 12. Control Center. The Intelligent Control Center was not as sci-fi as Han Xiaofan had imagined. It resembled the launch control center of space agency he had seen on TV, but it was much simpler than that, with fewer monitors and a smaller area. The most eye-catching feature of the entire Intelligent Control Center is the large display screen on the wall, along with a row of 10 computers and several chairs. There is also a conference room and a bedroom, totaling about 200 square meters. The bedroom contains an escape passage for Han Xiaofan, the master of the underground city, to use in case of an emergency. However, this opportunity is unlikely to arise, with the defenses of the underground city and the wristband as an advantage. If they could be breached by an enemy, he would rather commit suicide than be laughed at by the world. Moreover, Han Xiaofan does not believe that with the crystal, which serves as a cheat, he could become stronger every day. In such a situation, he would undoubtedly be the strongest human in the world. Even those mutated creatures should not be able to compare to him. Of course, Han Xiaofan also knows he cannot relax. If he chooses to do so, he will definitely be surpassed by other humans or mutated creatures in the future. Xiaoji! Han Xiaofan shouted into the air while sitting in a chair in front of a large display screen. Soon, the screen revealed an image of a very comical panda, somewhat resembling the main character from Kung Fu Panda, who winked at Han Xiaofan and said, "Master, Xiaoji is here." Seeing the panda on the display screen, Han Xiaofan showed a speechless expression, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. He said, "Xiaoji, why do you look like that?" "Oh." In response to his master's question, Xiaoji just shook its head and then smiled, saying, "Isn't the master fond of pandas? This image of Xiaoji is the most in line with your taste. All right, let's leave it at that." Han Xiaofan did not want to argue with Xiaoji. After all, he viewed Xiaoji as an intelligent life form, not a human, and he did not want to waste time. After a long day of running around, he felt a bit fatigued and wanted to quickly understand the situation in the Intelligent Control Center before heading to his villa to grab a late-night snack and then go to sleep. "Xiaoji, please explain the specifics of this Intelligent Control Center." "Okay, Master. The Intelligent Control Center is fully controlled by my avatar. The firewall of this control center is hundreds of years ahead of this era, and no hacker can infiltrate the core of this Intelligent Control Center, so you don't need to worry about that. The energy center of the underground city is also located here. The Master doesn't need to know what this energy center is specifically built from. Anyway, it can provide energy supply for 500 years. Moreover, as the Master acquires more crystal cores, even if the underground city expands to accommodate tens of millions of people, the Master need not worry about energy issues. Master, due to the manifestation of the underground city in this villa area, The Intelligent Control Center has actually taken control of all the cameras in the entire villa area and has hacked into the entire Tianyin system of Deep City through the villa area's monitoring system. As long as Deep City does not experience a power outage, you can see any place with a camera in Deep City from here. Hearing Xiao Zhi's words, Han Xiaofan's mouth dropped open. He never expected Xiao Zhi could hack into the Tianyin network system of Deep City. Although Deep City is currently in chaos due to the mutant issue, he does not believe that the Tianyin Control Center lacks experts. The most important thing is that with this, Han Xiaofan can wear his highest authority wristband and receive real-time information from the Intelligent Control Center, allowing him to avoid many dangers. Although he feels very powerful now, Han Xiaofan was just an ordinary person before. He has not experienced brutal battles. Only after undergoing more battles can he convert his combat power into actual fighting ability. Xiao Zhi, open the monitoring of Deep City Center. Okay, master. Soon, dozens of small windows appeared densely on the display screen. Han Xiaofan carefully observed these small windows and found that none of them were calm. There were bloody scenes, riots, corpses everywhere, and images of mutants feeding, etc. These made him feel a bit nauseous, but he forced himself to watch closely, as this would be something he must get used to in the future. If he couldn't adapt, then his future would only lead to death. In some scenes, he could still see the Chinese military fighting against the mutants, but things did not look optimistic. Han Xiaofan saw that those mutants were very fast, not at all like the slow zombies in movies. This was still without much evolution. From Xiao Zhi, he learned that mutant creatures would also become stronger over time, and they could enhance themselves by hunting and devouring each other's crystal cores. Some individual mutant creatures could evolve much faster than others. Ding ding ding. Han Xiaofan heard a series of SMS notification sound from his phone. He opened it to find that most were official evacuation notices. The entire Deep City official had already entered the subway, encouraging unmutated survivors to seek refuge at the designated subway stations. Why would the officials provide specific subway stations instead of allowing survivors to escape to nearby ones? This is because many subway stations in Deep City have been sealed off with concrete and rebar by the authorities, leaving only a few entrances and exits to prevent millions of mutants and countless mutated animals like cats, dogs, and rats from attacking the subway stations. It can be said that this infection with the ancient virus, now referred to as a virus by the World Health Organization, is not the zombie virus from movies, but a virus that catalyzes the accelerated evolution of all biological entities on Blue Star, also known as the evolution virus. Thus, the irrational, bloodthirsty mutant creatures are merely failures of evolution due to their inability to withstand the catalyzing power of the virus. Of course, the officials online have not yet provided details about the specific functions of this virus. However, the officials have suffered heavy losses, as this virus specifically targets the weak, old, sick, and disabled among humans, making them the majority of the mutants. This has caused significant losses for the upper echelons of the officials. Fortunately, the Chinese military is still very capable and has quickly established bases in subway stations, underground parking lots, or remote areas with fewer populations under central orders. Han Xiaofan is not worried about the destruction of China. It is known that many underground bases were built in the western part of China last century. As long as those bases exist, China will not perish. However, the loss of population will undoubtedly be terrifying, and this is the same worldwide. He did not stay too long in the Intelligent Control Center, as Han Xiaofan had to go out tomorrow to collect supplies. While there are not too many small teams, or extreme cold weather has not yet arrived, he needs to take the opportunity to gather more supplies. So he will have the resources to recruit survivors in the future. Otherwise, the few million supplies will not last long. Chapter 13. Call for help. Ding ding ding. Han Xiaofan was awakened by the SMS notification sound from his phone. He had to get up from bed, quickly wash up, and take out a few packages of pre-packaged bread from his storage space. While eating the bread, he browsed the SMS and group messages on his phone. Many of the texts were various official announcements regarding mutants and different mutated creatures, as well as some basic survival skills. The officials especially reminded survivors to take advantage of the current internet access to download the Doomsday Manual. Han Xiaofan certainly knows about the Doomsday Manual, as it is something he published. It seems the officials have fully trusted the Doomsday Manual, which means that in the future, at least more citizens can survive and take fewer detours. While Han Xiaofan was sleeping, the world's largest volcano erupted, along with many other volcanoes, causing significant losses in the beautiful country, and even more catastrophic losses in the book country, which is essentially equivalent to a national annihilation. China, on the other hand, is relatively better off. Although cities of all sizes are basically out of control, the officials and military are still continuously rescuing survivors and some important figures, especially the rescue activities for scientists, which have not ceased. The officials remind the public to stay hidden at home and to be cautious not to make too much noise, as mutants and various mutated beasts have very sensitive hearing, especially at night. Furthermore, due to the numerous volcanic eruptions on Blue Star, the entire planet will enter extreme cold weather over the next 2 days, and this extreme cold weather will last for hundreds of years, with Blue Star essentially entering an ice age. The officials remind the public to pay attention to warmth, in addition to being cautious of mutated creatures. Of course, the officials hope that if citizens have the means, they can go to the nearest shelters themselves. Relying on official rescue teams may mean that survivors wait for the rescue teams and might freeze to death in the extreme cold. However, the officials also have no choice, as just dealing with the mutants in each city is already a significant challenge for the military. Let alone the military also has to undertake the tasks of rescuing survivors and relocating important supplies. It can be said that the entire surviving official organization is already operating at full capacity, but the time left for them is limited, at most 2 days, and the entire Blue Star will completely enter the Doomsday era. Opening the WeChat messages, Han Xiaofan discovered that someone in the work group from which he had not yet exited had sent out a distress message. It turned out that more than a dozen supermarket staff were trapped inside the supermarket and could not escape. They had been sending distress messages in the group, including one from the beautiful Lu Xianhong, whom he secretly admired. Han Xiaofan's heart stirred. He knew this was a good opportunity, a chance to win the heart of the beautiful Lu. However, he couldn't be too hasty. The survivors in the supermarket have not yet fully entered despair. Even if he rescues Lu Xianhong, she might not be grateful. She might even ask him to take them to the official shelter. Although he knows his thoughts are selfish, Han Xiaofan does not feel ashamed. The future Doomsday era will bring even more desperate and brutal scenes. Such matters are merely child's play. There are still messages from Lu Meng on WeChat. The other party's family has not encountered any mutants, but they are trapped in the blacksmith shop. Fortunately, he believed Han Xiaofan's reminder and bought a large amount of food and water, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. However, Lu Meng is worried about the extreme cold weather. His parents are older and may not be able to withstand such frigid conditions. Han Xiaofan did not expect Lu Meng to send such a message, which is essentially a plea for help. He frowned slightly, feeling that Lu Meng must have thought of his reminder, and thus felt he should have been prepared, making it not surprising that he asked for help. However, Han Xiaofan did not want to rescue Lu Meng's family so early. After all, his primary goal was to gather supplies. He wanted to collect as many resources as possible while there were not too many small teams around, which was the best option. In a 5-story building facing the street, the first floor is a shop named Lu's Blacksmith Shop, the only blacksmith shop in Long District and even in the entire Deep City. Lu Meng's family lives on the 2nd floor. This building is not owned by the Lu family. They just rent the 1st floor for the shop and live on the 2nd floor, while the 3rd to 5th floors are rented out to other tenants by the landlord. Lu Meng's parents suggested escaping to an official shelter with the other tenants, but Lu Meng recalled Han Xiaofan's warning and downloaded the Apocalypse manual online. According to the manual, he knew that mutants were not the slow-moving kind like zombies. Given the number of mutants outside, there was no way they could escape to the official shelter. Indeed, the tenants on the 3rd to 5th floors had not gotten 10 meters before being swarmed by mutants. Lu Meng's family watched helplessly as over a dozen people were devoured by the mutants, leaving only bones behind, and they were all disgusted and terrified. When Lu Meng spoke, his parents immediately showed expressions of surprise. But Lu Meng's father still had some doubts and directly asked, "Is it true? Will he really come to save us? Does he have the ability to save us?" Lu Meng's father did not doubt Han Xiaofan. He just thought of him as an ordinary person working as a supervisor in a supermarket and still from the same hometown. How could such an ordinary person have the ability to save their family? They had seen online that the military was at a disadvantage against numerous mutants and mutated beasts, and the military had many firearms. Although there were losses due to the virus, most of the military structure had been preserved. Dad, you don't have to worry. Brother Xiaofan is not an ordinary person. He said he would definitely come to save us, and he has the ability to do so, although Lu Meng had no evidence. His intuition told him it was right to trust Han Xiaofan. Going to the official subway shelter was too risky. The nearest shelter was 10 kilometers away, which usually took only 10 minutes to reach, but in this period, it might not even be possible to arrive in half a day, especially without encountering large groups of mutants and mutated beasts outside. The Apocalypse manual described that mutated creatures feared sunlight and fire. But Lu Meng knew that walking in such a city meant those mutants and mutated beasts were hiding in the shadows, making it easy to fall into their traps. Moreover, mutated creatures could overcome their fear of sunlight and fire when faced with food. Looking out through a corner of the curtain, as Lu Meng saw the overcast sky, his unease grew. He knew that extreme cold weather was approaching. The polar night was also coming soon, and today might be the last time humanity saw the sun. Mom, Dad, little sister, hurry and put on your cold weather gear. The temperature will drop soon, possibly to minus 30 degrees. Hearing Lu Meng's suggestion, his family did not object. They knew that their only support now was Lu Meng, and listening to him was the right choice. Chapter 14. First battle. Bang, 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 bang. If someone had told Han Xiaofan a few days ago that he could hit a sandbag like this, he would have said the person was crazy. But now, he was trying exercises he had never dared to attempt before. His physical fitness was improving daily, and he had fully adapted to it. However, he still did not have a specific impression of how strong his physical fitness was. So, before he set off to leave the underground city for the surface to gather supplies, Han Xiaofan went to the gym in a manner to work out and see where his limits were, to see how strong he really was. After testing several projects, Han Xiaofan found that his physical fitness was indeed powerful. If only considering physical fitness, he might be the strongest human in the world. Of course, this was in the past. In the future, as humanity entered the apocalyptic era and evolved, there might be even stronger humans. However, he was not worried about being surpassed by others because his speed of becoming stronger far exceeded that of anyone else. He believed that even those mutated beasts with evolutionary advantages could not compare to him. Han Xiaofan took out the Tang knife, crafted by Lu Meng. He learned to practice with the knife according to a martial arts enthusiast video on his phone. Of course, he couldn't learn too much in a short time, but understanding the basic knife techniques was enough. An hour later, Han Xiaofan carried a backpack, held the Tang knife in his left hand, wore a wristband on his right hand, and had a Bluetooth earpiece. The Bluetooth was naturally connected to his AI clone, which could notify him in real time based on the surveillance camera's views. This way, he essentially had a radar that could scan the surrounding situation. But this radar needed cameras to function. Walking out the front gate of the villa, Han Xiaofan walked out boldly. The commotion he created quickly attracted the attention of a dozen mutants. They ran like mad dogs, starting on two legs, but quickly transitioning to all fours, running like wild beasts. Their faces twisted in madness, their eyes turned blood red, and they showed no signs of rationality, only bloodlust and a desire to kill. Han Xiaofan's enhanced physical fitness was comprehensive. His eyesight had improved, allowing him to clearly see the eyes of the mutants charging at him from 50 meters away. Faced with a dozen mutants, Han Xiaofan did not panic at all. He knew this was the slaughter he would inevitably face and was very confident in his abilities. With his current strength, as long as he was not surrounded by hundreds or thousands of mutants, he could handle it completely. Whoosh! With one slash, he severed the head of the nearest mutant, avoiding the splatter of black blood. Han Xiaofan chose to take the initiative, slashing again and again, the cold light of the blade flashing continuously. He never knew he could cut off a dozen heads without blinking, although they were no longer human. They had been humans just a few days ago. In less than 30 seconds, Han Xiaofan sheathed his knife, appearing very calm. feeling as if he had just killed a dozen chickens. Indeed, he felt very calm inside. When did he develop such good psychological quality? Han Xiaofan was a bit puzzled because he used to feel uncomfortable watching bloody scenes in horror movies, yet he was now so calm. It didn't seem normal. So, he silently thought, "Little Xi, Master, is something wrong?" "No, I wanted to ask you, do you think this is normal?" "Master, Little Xi doesn't quite understand your meaning. It's just that I chopped off so many mutant heads, yet I feel no waves in my heart. Is this mental state normal?" "Master, Little Xi doesn't understand human psychology very well, but Little Xi thinks your state is the most suitable for the apocalyptic era." "All right, no more talking." Han Xiaofan didn't ask much from Xiao Ji, but he still had some guesses. He knew that after merging with that crystal, not only had his physical fitness improved, but his mental state must have undergone significant changes as well. However, since these changes occurred over time, he didn't feel much of a difference. Xiao Ji was right. In this apocalyptic era, such changes were only beneficial, allowing him to adapt to this new world better and faster. Taking a dagger from his backpack, Han Xiaofan squatted beside a corpse of a mutated human. The appearance of the mutated human had changed significantly from that of an ordinary human. Not only was it covered in thick hair, its face had devolved to resemble that of a gorilla, looking quite repulsive. He used the dagger to cut open the mutated human's chest and slice into its heart. From the heart, he extracted a glass-like object, which was the crystal core within the mutated organism, a valuable item that could enhance human physical abilities and would become a crucial strategic resource for humanity in the future. The Doomsday Handbook that Han Xiaofan sent out also contained descriptions of the crystal core, but he didn't know how many people had seen it or how many would believe it. As soon as he stepped out of the villa, Han Xiaofan sensed that someone in the third villa diagonally opposite was watching him. His physical fitness had greatly improved, and his sixth sense had become quite sharp. This ability was incredibly useful in the apocalypse, at least allowing him to avoid ambushes from enemies. If he continued to grow stronger, he might truly reach a state of martial arts where he could remain undetected and avoid danger. Since the gaze watching him held no malice and the person didn't come out, Han Xiaofan decided not to confront them. He had many tasks to complete today, starting with cleaning out all the mutated humans and beasts in the entire villa area. As for the survivors, if they saw that he had cleaned out the villa area, the smart ones would naturally avoid provoking him, while he didn't care about the reactions of the foolish ones. In any case, he planned to gather supplies after the cleanup to stockpile more resources, which would help him recruit survivors faster. With Xiao Ji's reminders via Bluetooth, Han Xiaofan proceeded with the cleanup of the villa area smoothly. Although the mutated humans and beasts were faster than ordinary people, he faced little difficulty in dealing with them given his strength. 2 hours later, he had cleaned out the entire villa area and paid no attention to the survivors. He shut the main gate of the villa area and rode an electric bike away. "Jian, go outside and see if those monsters have been killed by that person." A middle-aged fat man spoke to a tall, sturdy young man who looked like he had been in the military. This fat man, named Zhang Anjian, was a notable figure in the Long District, the head of Anjian Construction Company, and a billionaire. He had been visiting his mistress last night when the outbreak of mutated creatures occurred, leaving him with a look of terror that indicated he had been frightened all night. In the living room, there was also a beautiful woman, Zhang Anjian's mistress, named Zheng Kairi, who was shivering on the sofa. Upon hearing her wealthy benefactor tell Jian to go outside, she immediately screamed, "No, Jian, don't go out." Slap! Zhang Anjian slapped Zheng Kairi's face, causing it to swell up like a bun. With a predatory look on his face, he said, "Shut up. You don't have a say here." After warning his mistress, Zhang Anjian turned to Jian with a friendly demeanor, as if he hadn't just lost his temper. He smiled and said, "Xiao Jian, be careful outside. Watch your safety. If that young man has killed the monsters out there, then call out the other survivors from the villas. We need to discuss what to do next." Jian, who had just become Zhang Anjian's driver and bodyguard, glanced at him calmly, replied with a simple okay, and then turned to leave with a baseball bat in hand. After Jian walked out and closed the door, Zhang Anjian's smile vanished, his expression darkening as he seemed to ponder something. Chapter 15. The Great Cold Wave, with Xiao Ji's avatar monitoring the villa area from the underground city's intelligent control center. Han Xiaofan quickly learned about the movements of the survivors in the villa area. However, he wasn't surprised, as humans in such situations tend to band together for warmth. It's very difficult to survive alone in this apocalyptic era. Han Xiaofan arrived at a small supermarket not far from the villa area. There were only a few mutated humans inside, just a dozen or so, which he easily cleared out. As for the crystal cores, Han Xiaofan didn't bother digging for them. The crystal he had merged with could now absorb the crystal cores of dead mutated beasts directly, without needing to dig them out, as long as he was within 10 meters. This made things much more convenient for him. In the future, the farther the cores were from their original state, the longer the absorption distance would become, though they still needed the mutated organisms to be dead for the crystal to absorb them. Although he didn't understand why the crystal couldn't absorb living mutated organisms, otherwise, he wouldn't have to fear thousands of them. He realized he would still need to kill the mutated beings himself. It seemed the heavens didn't want him to have it too easy. After collecting all the items from the small supermarket into his storage space, only about 10 minutes had passed. When Han Xiaofan stepped out of the supermarket, he saw the sky turning gray, with sunlight barely penetrating. The mutated humans and animals, which feared ultraviolet rays from the sun, began to stir. Indeed, both mutated humans and animals detested ultraviolet rays. Although UV rays couldn't cause them much harm, they could make them uncomfortable and cause the viruses within their bodies to become dormant and less active. This crucial piece of information was emphasized in the Doomsday Handbook, and Han Xiaofan believed it could save many survivors from perishing. However, Han Xiaofan also knew that by tomorrow at the latest, the entire blue star would plunge into a doomsday era of extreme cold and perpetual night. At that point, extreme cold would become the second major threat to humanity. Aside from the viruses, many elderly and children who survived the viral onslaught might not withstand the harsh cold. Han Xiaofan learned from Xiao Ji that temperatures of -50 to 60 degrees Celsius would become commonplace, with lows reaching 70 to 80 degrees. At that time, unless one was an evolved human, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to survive on the surface, especially with the numerous mutated humans and animals lurking around. Han Xiaofan had asked Xiao Ji whether the extreme cold would cause many mutated humans and animals to die, as well as whether the plants on Blue Star would perish. In this way, the original dominant humans of Blue Star have fallen into a backward and eliminated position in this apocalypse era. Han Xiaofan sometimes wonders if the rapid development of human industrial civilization has caused too much damage to Blue Star, which is why Blue Star released ancient viruses and various natural disasters, aiming to eliminate humans, who are like a virus on Blue Star. This is Blue Star's self-virus elimination mechanism. The several mass extinctions over billions of years have been due to this situation, as Blue Star's self-cleaning ability comes into play. Although this speculation is terrifying, and there is no evidence to prove that Blue Star is a conscious life form, Han Xiaofan can only put aside his thoughts. He continues to ride his electric vehicle along the street, collecting all useful supplies from shops or other vendors into his storage space. Of course, the most important targets are the large stores. As for why he doesn't go to the market to collect supplies, Han Xiaofan is not foolish. He values his life. The market is the most dangerous place, filled with mutated humans and animals. Going there is simply seeking death. In the urban area of Shunsher Food District, which is the most populous and economically prosperous center of the city, there are also the most mutated humans. Although the army stationed in Shunsher initially worked hard to clear the mutated humans from this central area, they could not withstand the tide of mutated beings with only light weapons and insufficient manpower. Eventually, the Shunsher authorities and military could only occupy a few subway stations and seal off all other subway stations with concrete and steel bars, which alleviated the pressure on military defense. In fact, several days ago, the Shunsher authorities had already begun transferring a large amount of supplies and completely closing off the underground railway network. Ordinary people were unaware of how many significant actions the authorities had taken during these days. It can be said that although the authorities suffered heavy losses due to the virus's invasion, they were much better off than other major countries, as they at least retained the most basic administrative institutions and military numbers. Lou Sancher, as a third-generation landlord, did not live in the high-rise building they rented out. Instead, his family lived in a villa they'd built themselves, situated on a hillside, and the land was naturally the ancestral property passed down from his grandfather's generation. Originally, Lou Sancher's parents did not want to build a villa on such a hillside. They had an ancestral home right next to the rental building. However, Lou Sancher, being an apocalypse survival enthusiast, wanted to build a survival base rather than just a villa. The villa looks like a luxurious residence on the surface, but in reality, it is a survival base that cost Lou Sancher a lot of money. The most important part of this survival base is a fairly large basement, which is the core of Lou Sancher's survival base. Although the villa part above ground has some defensive capabilities, it would not be sufficient to face the extreme cold climate described in the Apocalypse Manual. Lou Sancher sat on the sofa in the living room, motionless like a statue. His eyes were red, and there were traces of tears on his face. He was crying for some of his relatives. Many of his relatives did not survive this virus infection. For the safety of his wife and children, he could only suppress the pain in his heart and lead his family to survive. Lou Sancher's wife, Wang Mei, came up from the basement. Her eyes were also red, clearly indicating she had been crying for her parents, who did not survive either. No, Lou Sancher shook his head, his face showing helplessness. He had been sending private messages to the group friend who had shared the Apocalypse Manual, but he was disappointed as the other party did not respond. It seemed impossible to obtain any insider information from that person. Lou Sancher believed that the group friend must know the inside story. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shared the Apocalypse Manual online in advance. That group friend Lou Sancher referred to was naturally Han Xiaofan. Han Xiaofan had seen Lou Sancher's private messages, but did not have the time to respond or the desire to waste energy figuring out what the other party was thinking. In the apocalypse, humans not only need to guard against mutated creatures, but also against their own kind. Sometimes, fellow humans can be the most dangerous. Let's go down to the basement. It seems that the North is being severely hit by a cold wave from the Arctic. This is unavoidable globally, and the cold wave will soon reach us in the South. We need to pay attention to keeping warm. Hearing his wife's suggestion, Lou Sancher nodded in agreement, knowing she was right. According to the Apocalypse Manual, in one more day, the entire Blue Star would officially enter the apocalypse era, facing extreme cold, polar nights, mutated creatures, and various other natural disasters. One could say that humanity's future was filled with suffering. Their family was fortunate to have a basement as a survival base, and as long as they did not act recklessly, they could live much happier than other survivors. Chapter 16. Decisive. The supermarket where Han Xiaofan worked has 4 floors. It could be considered a shopping plaza, albeit not very large, with a building area of only over 4,000 square meters, slightly larger than an average supermarket. Besides the first and second floors being dedicated counters, the third and fourth floors are operated by the supermarket itself. The third floor is for food and fresh produce, while the fourth is for daily necessities, with a few specialized counters for items like bedding. Lu Xianhong lost her mother when she was young, and her father died in an accident during her first year of college. Thanks to compensation, she did not lack for tuition fees, but she still worked part-time during her spare time. However, due to her stunning looks, her part-time job journey was quite challenging, and she eventually settled for a part-time cashier position at the supermarket, which provided some stability. Since becoming a cashier, even men with ulterior motives dared not act out in front of many customers, which was one of the biggest advantages of her job. Originally, Lu Xianhong was not supposed to work the night shift last night, but due to an illness of another cashier, she had to come in to cover. However, she did not expect that at 10 o'clock that night, the entire Long District would be thrown into chaos due to the outbreak of a mutated virus and apocalypse event. Fortunately, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and the supermarket was preparing to close. Most of the specialized counter staff had already finished work, leaving only a few customers who were frantically buying goods and some supermarket employees. Moreover, except for the entrance and the delivery area left open for employees, all other doors were locked. In this way, as chaos erupted outside, the supermarket staff quickly closed the remaining 2 doors, creating a good shelter. Supermarket wages are generally much lower than other professions, especially for ordinary employees, who are often paid the minimum wage in Shunshur, making it difficult to recruit staff, particularly from outside. Thus, ordinary employees are mostly local women who have nothing to do, or part-time workers like Lu Xianhong, who do not require benefits and do not demand high salaries, leading to many such part-time employees. The supermarket manager, Ma Yong, deputy manager Chen Daqiang, and security team leader Ma Jianren were all present in the supermarket due to their night shift. Ma Jianren is also Ma Yong's nephew, and with 8 security guards remaining, Ma Yong effectively led the largest team in the supermarket. After making several unsuccessful emergency calls that were constantly busy, Lu Xianhong felt anxious. She wasn't a foolish person. After all, a fool wouldn't be able to get into a key university like Shenzhen University. She had read online novels about the apocalypse and was very clear about what a beauty like her would face in an apocalyptic world. Being taken by a strong man would be the luckiest outcome. Worse could be in store for her. While a group of people were making calls or discussing how to call for help, Lu Xianhong secretly slipped away from the crowd and, without anyone noticing, went to the security room to get the warehouse key. She quickly exited through the safe stairwell, descending to the first floor where the warehouse was located. The lights on the first floor were all off. This was arranged by the supermarket manager, Ma Yong, who had instructed a security guard to turn off the lights. The only area still lit in the supermarket was a section on the second floor, which had no windows or openings, so the light wouldn't attract the attention of the mutated beings outside. Although the first floor was dark, Lu Xianhong could still see the aisle clearly because emergency lights would illuminate at intervals when the supermarket went dark. Arriving at the warehouse on the first floor, she was relieved to find that it had already been cleared out. Otherwise, she would have worried about hidden mutated creatures or other mutated animals suddenly jumping out to scare her. She used the key to unlock the warehouse door, pushed it open, walked inside, and then locked the door behind her. As long as there were no special tools, those outside wouldn't be able to open this iron door. She wasn't worried about making too much noise outside. After all, there were many mutated beings on the street outside the supermarket. Although Lu Xianhong was just a part-time cashier, she had been to this supermarket's warehouse before. The area was over 200 square meters, filled with food and various goods. If it was only food, the stock here could last her 5 years. However, a person couldn't survive on food alone. Loneliness could take her life as well. As an orphan, Lu Xianhong had never felt secure. She had seen the true colors of her uncles and relatives when they learned about her father's compensation, and she had witnessed many ugly faces due to her beauty. So, she knew her actions were selfish, but she did it anyway. After all, the supermarket still had plenty of supplies to last those people a year. Lu Xianhong posted a rescue message in a WeChat group, but she didn't have high hopes. She just wanted to chat with others and see if there was any good news. Sure enough, she saw someone posting an apocalypse manual in the group. The person who shared it said it had appeared online before the virus outbreak, but not many people paid attention to it. Lu Xianhong quickly downloaded the manual onto her phone's memory card and opened it to read carefully. After finishing, her expression grew even more grim. It turned out that the future apocalyptic world involved not only a viral outbreak, but also various natural disasters. Moreover, the Blue Star world was about to enter an extreme cold period, with the North already experiencing a significant drop in temperature. According to official reports, the entire Blue Star would enter an extreme cold ice age in the next 2 days, with a polar night lasting hundreds of years without sunlight. Ancient viruses, extreme cold climates, polar night worlds. Were humans destined for complete extinction? Although she was just an orphan, Lu Xianhong still held hope for her future and didn't want humanity to be completely wiped out. Just as Lu Xianhong was lost in thought, there was a loud knocking at the door, and a voice came through. Lu Xianhong, I am Manager Ma. I know you're inside. How can you be so selfish? The supplies inside are for the supermarket. They belong to all of us. How can you monopolize so many resources alone? Open the door quickly. We won't hold this against you. Hurry up and open the door. Chapter 17. Fret Ma Yong had never thought he would be outsmarted by a girl, and he had long coveted her beauty. He had originally believed that with the supermarket supplies, he could dominate a territory in the apocalypse and conveniently take Lu Xianhong, the stunning beauty, as his own. Of course, these thoughts would have to be approached slowly. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, Ma Yong didn't know if the virus would be resolved quickly by the authorities. He wasn't foolish enough to act recklessly. Otherwise, once the authorities quelled the virus, he would be among the first to be dealt with. Ma Yong was an extremely lecherous man, but he was also self-aware enough to know that one shouldn't take advantage of those close by. If he made a move in the supermarket, the risk would be too great. After all, he had people watching his position. As the supermarket manager, he received not only a salary, but also many offerings from suppliers, which constituted a significant part of his income. However, Ma Yong's self-restraint fell apart the moment he laid eyes on Lu Xianhong. She was just too beautiful. Honestly, even film stars couldn't compare to her looks. At that moment, he made a decision in his heart. He had to possess this stunning beauty. But Lu Xianhong had always been cautious and never gave Ma Yong the chance to succeed. She never participated in employee gatherings because she was only a part-timer, and Ma Yong couldn't force her to attend just because he was the manager. After all, a cashier's job wasn't a high-paying one, and Lu Xianhong could quit at any time. Ma Yong never expected a virus that would cause mutations to occur. This was a biochemical apocalypse. Although he felt terrified inside, he knew this was also an opportunity for him to rise. Yes, this was his opportunity. Ma Yong began to plot how to firmly control everything in the supermarket. The deputy manager, Chun Daqiang, definitely had to be eliminated, along with some other difficult individuals who didn't listen to him. With the help of his nephew, Ma Jianren, he could completely take control of the supermarket, and Lu Xianhong, the stunning beauty, would become his woman. Hey, where did that woman go? Ma Yong looked around and realized that Lu Xianhong had vanished just as he was lost in thought. He immediately asked those around him in a panic. Did anyone see where Lu Xianhong went? I didn't see her. She was just here, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. She might have gone to the restroom on the first floor. Hearing someone say Lu Xianhong had gone to the first floor, Ma Yong's heart sank. He quickly guessed what she was doing down there, and it definitely wasn't to use the restroom. After all, how could a girl dare to go to such a dark place alone? Bastard, she must have gone to the warehouse. Let us go. Everyone to the first floor. Ma Yong had already taken everything in the supermarket as his own and viewed it as his future capital to dominate. The supplies in the warehouse were plentiful. How could he allow Lu Xianhong to monopolize them? That was absolutely unacceptable. When the others heard Ma Yong mention that Lu Xianhong might have gone to the warehouse on the first floor, they weren't fools. Given the current situation, everyone knew how important resources, especially food and water, were. Without food and water, even if they could withstand the extreme cold climate, they would starve to death. Everyone was furious. How could Lu Xianhong be so selfish? I really didn't expect her to be this kind of person. Let us go. We need to find her. We absolutely must make her come out of the warehouse. Those supplies belong to all of us. Come on, follow Manager Ma down. Soon, everyone followed Ma Yong down to the first floor with a shared sense of enmity. Once they arrived on the first floor, they became more cautious, as it was closer to the street outside, where many mutated humans were present. They all knew that if they made too much noise, they could easily attract the attention of the mutated humans outside, and the supermarket's main door might not withstand their assault. After hearing what Manager Ma Yong said outside, Lu Xianhong understood the threat behind his words, but she wasn't worried at all. Her choice of the warehouse was made after careful consideration. The warehouse on the first floor could be considered the safest place in the entire supermarket and the best base for survival. Manager Ma, you don't need to say more nonsense. I won't open the door. The supplies on the second and third floors are enough for you to use for a year. Leave the supplies in the warehouse to me. That's it. Don't even think about how to pry open the main door. Just think about the threat from those mutated humans outside. It's important to know that Guangnan province had never seen snow. The coldest it got in the northern regions was just below 0 degrees Celsius during the winter, which was already quite cold, making snow unimaginable. Bastard, damn it. Lu Xianhong, you better not fall into our hands. Otherwise, you'll have a miserable time. Hearing Lu Xianhong's words made Ma Yong's face twist in anger. He never expected that this young girl would be so decisive and not intimidated by his threats. However, he knew she was right. He didn't dare to act recklessly. Opening that door wouldn't be easy, and the supermarket had no tools for that. If they tried to break it open violently, it could really provoke a riot from the mutated humans outside, and then everyone inside the supermarket would be doomed. Let's go upstairs and discuss what to do next. In the end, Ma Yong could only suggest this. As for dealing with Lu Xianhong, there was no rush. After all, she couldn't escape and could only stay in the warehouse. His priority was to organize the people inside the supermarket to form a survivor team and establish his leadership within that team, as that was the most important thing. The others didn't have much of a say, and they hadn't yet realized the need to change their mindset in the face of the apocalypse. They were still accustomed to following Ma Yong's orders. After all, he was the manager of the supermarket, and no one present had a higher status than him. Human obedience was still maintained by inertia. Chapter 18. Dead End Daddy, I'm Scared. Hearing the terrified voice of his 7-year-old daughter in his wife's arms, Li Xiong began to regret bringing his wife and daughter away from home to join the others heading to the official base. At first, when there were only a few dozen people, they hadn't encountered too many mutated humans, and the men with various weapons could handle them easily. They could even dig out crystal cores to enhance their bodies. Yes, they all knew about the function of crystal cores from official announcements, and they were aware of the existence of the Apocalypse Handbook. However, before they had even walked 100 meters from home, they encountered a wave of hundreds of mutated humans. The group was quickly dispersed, and many people died, often in a horrific manner, with their bodies being eaten to the bone. If it weren't for the fact that human bones were a little hard to chew, Li Xiong suspected that those mutated humans wouldn't even spare the bones. Though it might seem shameless to think this way, it was thanks to those corpses that Li Xiong could escape with his wife and daughter. They quickly found a small convenience store to settle down in, and no one mentioned going to the official underground subway base 5 kilometers away anymore. If 100 meters was this dangerous, 5 kilometers was unimaginable. Li Xiong doubted there were many people left in Deep City who could rely on themselves or team up to safely reach the official base unless they had military escort. However, he hadn't seen any military personnel. The previous night's chaos had been accompanied by gunfire, but after a few hours, there was no more sound. Li Xiong had lost hope in the military rescue team. If it weren't for the lack of food and warm clothing at home, he would never have risked taking his wife and daughter to the official base. The official announcements and the records in the Apocalypse Handbook indicated that an extreme cold climate was about to arrive, and the entire blue planet was soon to enter an ice age. Without proper warmth, humanity would face certain death. There were 8 people in Li Xiong's group. The 3 of them, 2 college students, a middle-aged bus driver, and 2 women they encountered on the road. These 2 women were strikingly beautiful, a rarity in reality. Li Xiong thought that even the actresses on TV paled in comparison to them. One was dressed in military attire, fully armed, looking heroic, while the other wore casual clothes, exuding a cold, ice queen-like demeanor. The 2 women stood out among the group. However, Li Xiong and the others felt much more secure, mainly due to the military woman's impressive skills and marksmanship, which were crucial for their escape to the convenience store. But soon, the convenience store was surrounded by a horde of mutated humans. They could only close the front and back doors. The store had several floors, but there were no stairs inside to reach the second floor. The stairs were installed outside, and with the mutated humans surrounding them, they couldn't escape. Li Xiong took his daughter from his wife's arms, gently patted her head, took a Snickers bar from the shelf, opened the packaging, and handed it to her. He soothingly reassured her, "Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will protect you." For Li Xiong and his wife, they had completely stopped worrying about their own lives. Their greatest concern was their 7-year-old daughter. If they died, their daughter wouldn't survive in such a world. The thought that their daughter, at just 7 years old, had hardly experienced life before it could end, made them exchange glances filled with sorrow and heartbreak. Others reacted differently to Li Xiong's words, each with their own thoughts. The 2 college students were second-year students at Deep University. The male student, Guo Mingtao, wore glasses and was studying engineering technology. The female student, Hu Xiaoli, was quite pretty and was the belle of the art college, also a second-year student. If it weren't for the 2 stunning beauties, Hu Xiaoli would have attracted many men's attention. However, compared to the other 2 women, she appeared too ordinary. The jealousy in her occasional glances at the other 2 women made it clear that she wasn't very broad-minded. The middle-aged bus driver, Peng Yuanhua, looked pale, but it wasn't from fear of death. He was thinking about the fate of his missing family. He knew the chances of his family being alive were slim. The thought of facing the apocalypse alone filled him with despair. But now, with mutated humans surrounding them, the chance of survival was also very small, and he might soon reunite with his family underground. In a way, he thought to himself, that would be better. Among the 8 people in the convenience store, the 2 beautiful women appeared the most composed. The one in military attire was named Ouyang Mei, the captain of a famous special forces team in Huagua, proficient in various firearms and vehicles with a high combat capability. She had once single-handedly killed over a dozen armed bandits. Another ice-cold beauty has a remarkable background. Her name is Yi Lanxin. At only 25 years old, she is already the head of a large national secret base in Huagua. Her IQ test results show that she is the smartest person in human history, surpassing even the world-class scientists of the past. She is a national treasure-level scientist secretly cultivated by Huagua, truly a polymath. Logically, how could such a national treasure-level figure fall to this state? Without any special reason. Yi Lanxin should have spent her life in the base, conducting research. In fact, Ouyang Mei, who was sent from the capital to protect Yi Lanxin in Shenzhen, also does not know the purpose of her visit. Thinking of the sacrificed team members, a look of sadness involuntarily appeared on her face, but it quickly vanished, returning to calmness. As soldiers, they had long made the decision to sacrifice themselves during missions. But the thought of the fallen team members not having complete corpses made her heart ache. Dr. Yi, the severe cold wave will hit Shenzhen tonight. We might freeze to death directly. What should we do? Should we force our way out? Ouyang Mei spoke softly into Yi Lanxin's ear, so besides Yi Lanxin, no one else heard her. However, the others, except for the child, were not fools. They all knew that their greatest reliance for safely leaving this convenience store was these 2 seemingly extraordinary women. Xiaoli, don't say that. Upon hearing Hu Xiaoli's words, Guomingtao, who had always treated Hu Xiaoli as his goddess, immediately stopped her, his expression becoming urgent. A student who could get into a first-tier university was certainly not foolish. He understood that Hu Xiaoli was trying to morally blackmail them. However, given the current situation, such actions would only repel the other party. If the person who initially intended to save them was hurt by Hu Xiaoli's words, they might simply give up on rescuing them, leading to their tragic end. The ones who most wanted to escape safely were undoubtedly Li Xiong's family. Upon hearing Guo Mingtao's words, he immediately chimed in. That's right, beautiful lady, don't say that. We should all work together to find a way to escape. Right, Commander? Chapter 19. The method seeing the flattering look on Li Xiong's face. Ouyang Mei knew he was not trying to please her for himself and his wife, but for their daughter, and she could certainly understand that. If she did not clarify things, a conflict might arise among the group. With Ouyang Mei's skills, she was not worried about others causing her much harm. It was simply that in the cramped space of the convenience store, she could not exert her true strength, and if a conflict did occur, it might hurt Dr. Yi. If anything happened to Dr. Yi, she would truly regret it. Therefore, Ouyang Mei smiled and said, Everyone, don't worry. Since we are fated to gather here, we are naturally in the same boat. I am an active duty soldier and will definitely not abandon ordinary civilians to save myself. You should be able to trust the sense of responsibility of Huagua's soldiers, right? Of course, we believe you. Who in the world doesn't know the Huagua soldiers are the most responsible? That's right, Huagua soldiers are the best. We certainly trust you. Except for the silent driver Peng Yuanhua and Li Xiong's daughter, the other 4 all expressed their agreement, even flattering Ouyang Mei, knowing that Ouyang Mei would not abandon them. Their previously tense hearts finally relaxed. However, they also understood that placing all their hopes on a female soldier was not very promising. After all, they were ordinary civilians who had never fought before, let alone killed those mutated beings. Attempting to escape from a convenience store surrounded by hundreds of mutated beings was a hellish challenge. Thinking of this made Ouyang Mei's head throb. Dr. Yi, can you think of any good way to escape from here? Upon hearing Ouyang Mei's question, Yi Lanxin simply frowned calmly and directly asked Ouyang Mei, How long can the ultraviolet lamp in your hand still work? Ultraviolet light can make mutated creatures uncomfortable. This important information is highlighted in the Apocalypse Handbook. Therefore, all soldiers in Huagua carry ultraviolet lamps. However, this type of lamp cannot kill mutated creatures and can also attract their attention. It's a bit of a trap. It is only effective when used in front of a few mutated creatures or when many ultraviolet lamps and high-powered lamps are used together. Alternatively, the official can use ultraviolet light to drive away mutated creatures during special missions. In any case, one must know how to use ultraviolet lamps wisely. Otherwise, a small mistake could lead to disaster. Yilanqin spread her hands and said helplessly, "Then I have no good ideas either. You should take apart those tables and chairs and collect all the burnable items. Otherwise, when the temperature drops significantly at night, we might freeze to death." The few people present were already too panicked to have many ideas. Upon hearing Yilanqin's words, they instructed and agreed. "Yes, this beautiful sister is right. That's right. Everyone hurry up and collect anything that can burn. Hurry, we need to be quick." With something to do, the people in the convenience store temporarily set aside their worries about the mutated beings outside. Mainly, if they did not collect more burnable materials. They too would face death when the temperature dropped significantly at night. While working, they briefly introduced their names and occupations, establishing a preliminary acquaintance. However, they did not discuss deeper matters, as whether they could escape safely was already a question, and talking too much would be pointless. "Doctor, do we really have to spend the night here? What are your thoughts? I'm worried that those mutated beings outside will become even more frenzied at night, and we may not be able to hold the convenience store." Ouyang Mei's concerns were not unfounded. At night, mutated creatures become very active. The front and back doors of the convenience store are just ordinary doors, making it difficult to withstand the attacks of mutated beings. The sense of smell and hearing of these mutated beings have become very sharp due to the virus, which is why they are surrounded in the convenience store. The main reason is that driver Peng Yuangwa was scratched on the arm by a mutated being while fleeing. Although the bleeding was stopped, the smell of blood could still be detected by the mutated beings outside. Are you thinking of abandoning them to escape? 100,000 ordinary people cannot compare to the importance of Yilanqin. Although this thought feels very immoral and betrays her identity as a soldier, Ouyang Mei knows that if she could contact her superiors right now, they would agree to let her escape with Dr. Yi. In the official research on the virus, to fully understand this virus, Dr. Yi is a key figure. What Ouyang Mei and the others did not know was that a rescue team had already been arranged from above to save them. However, facing over 10 million mutated beings and a vast number of mutated animals in the city, even the largest army would be of little use. "I believe Dr. Yi is more important than them." The sky was about to darken. Standing on the top of a 3-story building, Han Xiaofan looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The temperature had dropped from over 20 degrees in the morning to 2 or 3 degrees now. It seemed that the severe cold wave from the north was about to fully reach Shenzhen. After a day of effort, Han Xiaofan had harvested a large amount of supplies. The storage space in his mind was almost limitless, and it could not possibly be filled. Perhaps he would need to collect supplies from the entire city to fill this storage space, in addition to acquiring a large amount of supplies. The most important thing was killing mutants and various mutated animals. If at the beginning of the morning, Han Xiaofan was still a novice in killing these monsters, now he could skillfully harvest the lives of these creatures. For him, it didn't matter what kind of monster it was, as long as he chopped off their heads. That was enough. Having absorbed so many crystal cores, Han Xiaofan had become much stronger. If his strength was 10 in the morning, it should now be 50. A 4-fold increase, and this enhancement was comprehensive. From Xiao Ji, Han Xiaofan learned that not every survivor could become stronger by consuming crystal cores. Many people would remain ordinary no matter how many cores they consumed. This type of human accounted for the vast majority, destined to live as normal people for their entire lives. There was another type of person who could become stronger through consuming crystal cores, but since everyone had different constitutions, even if they consumed the same number of cores, the degree of enhancement would vary. Han Xiaofan understood this well. After all, everyone had different genes, and thus their rates of evolution through crystal cores would differ. However, he was not worried about himself at all, as he fundamentally differed from all other humans, and his rate of becoming stronger far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 20. Shocked Han Xiaofan had never thought of being a savior. He knew that on his own, he couldn't save too many people. Although he had integrated crystals, something akin to a cheat, he didn't fully understand the extent of the crystal's powers, whether they could save all of humanity or just bases like the underground city depended on the completion level of the crystal S recovery. From Xiao Ji, he learned nothing. Even Xiaoji didn't know how he came into being, what the crystal really was, how it appeared in this blue star world, or what a fully realized crystal would look like. As he absorbed more and more crystal cores, the completion of the crystal's recovery increased, and at that point, the crystal would reveal more capabilities. Han Xiaofan had little doubt about this. He only knew that he could grow stronger every day, and killing mutated creatures would make him stronger. With this knowledge, he was no longer afraid of the apocalypse. Jumping down from the third floor, several mutants quickly surrounded him. The light knife flashed a few times, and the movements of the mutants froze, then their heads fell one by one. The blood of the mutants was completely different from that of ordinary people. It was not red, but black and very viscous, like blood that was about to coagulate. The crystal cores didn't require Han Xiaofan to dig them out himself. They were automatically absorbed by the crystal in his mind, and he felt himself grow a bit stronger again. This feeling was great. As long as he killed mutated creatures, he could grow stronger. Just one day without the apocalypse, and he could automatically become stronger. Han Xiaofan felt unprecedentedly good compared to his muddled days before the apocalypse. He honestly felt that he was living rather well in this apocalyptic world. Of course, this thought was very selfish. Han Xiaofan knew that he had no ability to stop the apocalypse. It wasn't something he could prevent by himself. Being able to publish an apocalypse manual online was already fulfilling his most basic human conscience, running forward with all his might. Han Xiaofan's speed was much faster than that of the world sprint champion, almost reaching 6 seconds for 100 meters. If someone saw him running now, they would definitely be amazed. Unfortunately, even though there were survivors in the nearby buildings, they were all busy collecting warm supplies for the impending drop in temperature tonight, completely uninterested in the situation outside. After all, the approaching extreme cold was far more deadly than the threat of the mutants outside. Han Xiaofan didn't rush into the crowd of mutants. He was like a highly agile hunter, occasionally seizing the opportunity to harvest a prey while pushing his speed to the limit. The mutants couldn't inflict any harm on him at all. Roar! The angry roars of the mutants outside were naturally heard by the people inside the convenience store. They quickly realized something was happening outside and hurried to the windows, pulling back the curtains. What came into view was a scene that left them stunned. A ghost-like figure was weaving through the crowd of mutants, and the sharp light knife seemed to blind their eyes, with the mutants' heads falling one after another like rice harvested by diligent farmers. Oh my God! Is he a superhero? How can there be such a powerful human? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Am I seeing things? How can there be such a powerful human? Could it be that he has consumed a lot of crystal cores, making him so strong? Very likely. Except for Ouyang Mei and Yilan Xin, who exchanged glances. Their expressions were much calmer than the others. They were both thinking the same question. Has the official gene drug research been successful? Is the expert outside someone who has taken the gene drug? Indeed, compared to mutated creatures, humans may not evolve as quickly. But humans have something that mutated creatures lack: intelligence. Since crystal cores can make humans stronger, scientists can naturally use crystal cores to create gene drugs that allow humans to evolve more easily or accelerate their evolution. However, Yilan Xin quickly frowned. She knew that countries around the world had research projects on gene drugs. Although major countries had successfully developed gene drugs, the effects of those drugs were not strong. They could only enhance a special soldier's physical abilities to be comparable to a sports world champion, rendering such gene drugs somewhat useless. Even with the presence of crystal cores, it was impossible to develop a more effective gene drug in just a few days. As a top expert in this field, Yilan Xin could easily make such a judgment. The authorities wouldn't be able to produce it so quickly. He is not one of us. This was what Yilan Xin quietly told Ouyang Mei, meaning that the person outside was not someone sent by the authorities to save them, but possibly just an ordinary citizen. Though she didn't understand why he was so powerful, that man outside must have a secret. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yilan Xin's eyes as she eagerly wanted to study him. If she could uncover the secret of how he became so powerful, the situation in Huagua would improve significantly. Dr. Yi, you're right. He is not a soldier, just an ordinary person. He can kill mutants so easily because his speed and strength are too great, making it seem like the mutants are weak. Ouyang, May had personally fought with the mutants. And in her view, the physical quality of the mutants had already reached the limit of humans. Moreover, as time passed, these mutants would likely become even stronger. If humans couldn't keep up, their future situation would be dire. Dr. Yi, Officer Ouyang, he must be from the military, right? Is he here to save you? The questioner was Li Xiong, his face unable to hide his excitement. After all, he originally thought that their family would ultimately meet a tragic end. But the expert outside killed those mutants as easily as killing chickens, filling him with hope for survival. If such an expert was protecting them, their family would definitely survive. No, we don't know him, and he doesn't look like a soldier. Ouyang May spoke honestly. It was her nature. She had no intention of lying to ordinary people or catering to others with falsehoods. When others heard Ouyang May's words, the joyful expressions on their faces instantly disappeared. They were worried that the experts outside were not there to rescue them. And what should they do then? After all, even if the mutated crowd outside was wiped out by the opponent, they could leave the convenience store, but without the protection of the opponent, they wouldn't get far. The dire situation had not changed. I've killed all the mutated beings outside. Open the door. Fortunately, at this moment, a very young voice came from outside. The people in the convenience store exchanged glances, and for a moment, it became a bit quiet. They were somewhat concerned that the person outside was a murderer, especially since the scene of the massacre of the mutated beings just now was quite shocking. However, the convenience store's door could not stop the person outside. And if the person had ill intentions, everyone present would be in danger. It might be better to simply open the door. They were not fools. Soon, Li Xiong, under the tacit consent of the others, opened the door, allowing Han Xiaofan to come in. Li Xiong then closed the door again. Chapter 21. Suggestions. Hello everyone. My name is Han Xiaofan. I saw a group of mutated beings surrounding the store outside, so I figured there must be people inside. It seems I was not mistaken. The two adults and one child looked like a family. 2 college students and a middle-aged man, along with 2 stunning beauties, were beyond Han Xiaofan's expectations. He didn't expect that by casually saving people, he would encounter 2 beauties comparable to Lu Xianhong. Brother Han, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. You're too polite. What's your last name, big brother? My name is Li Xiong. This is my wife, Wang Caixia. And this is my 7-year-old daughter, Li Xiaona, whose nickname is Nana. Soon, as Li Xiong and Han Xiaofan introduced themselves, the others also followed suit, exchanging a few pleasantries and establishing a preliminary understanding. Everyone, what are your plans next? Hello, Brother Han. The speaker was Ouyang May. Seeing everyone looking at her, she realized they had no ideas, so they were counting on her, a military person, to take the lead. This was not surprising in Huagua. The military is still highly trusted by the public, especially in such chaotic times. Commander Ouyang, just call me by my name. I'm more accustomed to that. Han Xiaofan displayed a shy smile, completely different from the person who had just slaughtered mutated beings outside. Seeing this, the others felt a lot more relaxed. After all, Han Xiaofan's earlier actions had truly frightened them, and they still had some fear of him in their hearts. Now, seeing his friendly demeanor, they felt much more at ease. Okay, then I'll call you Xiaofan. You don't need to be so polite. I'm older than you, so just call me Mei Jia. Naturally, someone who could be the leader of a special forces team was not a simple person. Ouyang Mei knew that even if she combined forces with 10 of herself, she would not be able to defeat Han Xiaofan. Whether she and Dr. Yi could safely reach the official base would depend on Han Xiaofan's protection. She naturally hoped to establish a good relationship with him, and her words carried an obvious warmth. The others exchanged thoughtful glances, each with their own plans. Okay, maybe Ji. Do you plan to stay here or leave? There is no time to waste. Han Xiaofan asked straightforwardly. Xiaofan, could you escort us to the official base? Upon hearing Ouyang May's words, the people present, especially Li Xiong and his wife, showed the strongest hope in their eyes. This was not just for themselves, but for the safety of their daughter. They believed that with the protection of such a powerful expert as Han Xiaofan, reaching the official base safely would not be a problem. Do you know how far the nearest official base is from here? How many mutated beings will we encounter along the way? And night is about to fall. At that time, not only will you face a large number of mutated attacks, but you will also have to deal with the cold wave's arrival. You should all understand that this leads only to a dead end. Han Xiaofan was speaking the truth. He was not deceiving them. The situation was easy to think of, but they subconsciously overlooked it. People have the ability to self-deceive subconsciously. After listening to Han Xiaofan's words, Li Xiong and the others immediately became dejected. However, Ouyang Mei and Yilan Jin exchanged glances as if they understood something, but neither of them spoke, waiting for Han Xiaofan to continue. How about this? What do you think? Brother Xiaofan, is your place safe? Do you have warm clothes? Is there enough food? The female college student, Hu Xiaoli, fully utilized her advantage as a beauty, directly walking up to Han Xiaofan and getting close to him. Honestly, Hu Xiaoli was a beauty who could score above 80, but in front of Ouyang Mei and Yilan Jin, she appeared quite ordinary. Not to mention, Han Xiaofan had another goddess in his heart, Lu Xianhong, who was still in the supermarket. It's safe. There are plenty of warm clothes and enough food. I live in a villa area, and there are other survivors there, but I don't know if they have left. That's great. I want to go to Brother Xiaofan's place. Guomingtao, you'll come with me, right? The first part of her sentence was directed at Han Xiaofan, while the latter was addressed to her admirer, Guomingtao. Upon hearing Hu Xiaoli's words, Guomingtao, who had just seen his goddess trying to please Han Xiaofan and looked a bit upset, immediately became cheerful. He quickly nodded in agreement with his goddess's words. The others sighed inwardly, realizing that a lickspittle ends up with nothing in the end. We'll go with Xiaofan too. Xiaofan, let us set off. Time is of the essence. It will be dark soon. Soon, everyone decided to leave the convenience store with Han Xiaofan. The middle-aged driver, who had been quiet, also followed the group out of the convenience store. However, before everyone left, they filled their backpacks with food. With these provisions, Han Xiaofan didn't bother to collect everything from the convenience store into his storage space. He had no intentions of revealing this secret to anyone, not even to his future wife and children. He wanted to keep this secret to himself forever. After all, he understood well what such a storage space meant in the apocalyptic era. All forces would go crazy over it, and no matter how invincible he was, he could not be enemies with all the survivors in the world. However, Han Xiaofan planned to first pick up Lu Meng's family. It was on the way, and it would be safer to bring them to the villa area. Otherwise, if an unexpected situation occurred, he would regret it. As for the distressed Lu Xianhong, there was no rush. Han Xiaofan already knew she was hiding in the warehouse, and there wouldn't be any issues in the short term. There was not only a large amount of food and water inside, but also outdoor supplies, including sleeping bags that could be used in temperatures as low as -40 degrees. The abundance of outdoor gear could fully ensure Lu Xianhong's safety, so he was not worried. Additionally, there were many people in the Apocalypse survival group on his phone who were messaging him, including the group owner. But Han Xiaofan ignored them. He currently lacked the ability to rescue them, and the group members were scattered far and wide, with the farthest being in the northeast. Even if he could fly, he couldn't reach that far. However, the group owner was relatively close in the southern district of Shenzhen, and if there was an opportunity, he could take his family to the underground city. The group quickly got into the car, with Peng Yuanhua taking the driver's seat. He quickly started the engine, and the car drove in the direction pointed out by Han Xiaofan. Chapter 22. Smooth sailing. Xiaomei, did you see anything? The minibus did not drive too fast because a small group of mutated beings approached the bus. Han Xiaofan directly opened the car window and jumped out. A flash of knife light passed, and the heads of the mutated beings fell to the ground, leaving the people in the minibus in shock. Ouyang Mei heard Yilan Xin's soft question, and she knew what the other party was asking. She shook her head, a look of confusion on her face, and said, "He didn't go to dig out the crystal core from the mutant's body. At that time, I didn't notice any holes in the heart of the mutant's corpse outside the convenience store, which means he doesn't need the crystal core to become stronger. He is a natural evolver." The term natural evolver was just proposed by the authorities, indicating that some people can naturally become stronger without relying on crystal cores. It seems that there's some gas in the air on Blue Star now that can facilitate evolution, but such individuals are very rare, far fewer than those who can use crystal cores to gain strength. Yilan Xin and the others knew that the authorities had only discovered one such natural evolver at the Kyoto base. If Han Xiaofan is a natural evolver, then it makes sense that he wouldn't dig out the crystal cores from mutant bodies. However, Xiaofan still suspected that he was likely not a natural evolver, because the information coming from the Kyoto base indicated that even natural evolvers couldn't be this strong. From the onset of the mutation phenomenon yesterday to today, it has only been the second day. The natural evolver at the Kyoto base is only slightly stronger than an average Special Forces soldier, and it's impossible for him to kill mutants as easily as Han Xiaofan does. He is not a natural evolver. He has secrets. The last sentence. Xiaofan's voice became even softer. She worried that Han Xiaofan, being so powerful, might hear their conversation outside. If that were the case, they would be in trouble. They had already said quite a few secretive things, and she admitted that her considerations were not very thorough. Many things could no longer be thought of in the same way as in the normal world before. Exploring the unknown is a scientist's instinct, and Xiaofan was extremely curious about the secrets Han Xiaofan held. However, she knew that understanding his secrets wouldn't be easy, especially in such an apocalyptic era, where her identity as an official researcher wouldn't play a significant role. In fact, her beauty was quite dangerous in such times. Fortunately, from her observations, he wasn't the type to want to swallow her, and Ouyang made whole upon seeing their beauty. As soon as Xiaofan saw Han Xiaofan smile at them, they immediately knew he had overheard their whispers. Both of them showed an awkward smile after all. They had just been rescued by him and were talking behind his back about some inappropriate things, which was quite undesirable. Han Xiaofan naturally wouldn't be angry about the curiosity of the two women. He had already decided to take everyone present to the underground city. These people were not bad by nature. Even Hu Xiaoli, who seemed a bit materialistic, had a decent personality and hadn't done anything repulsive. All right, Xiaofan, everyone is seated. I'll drive faster. Once everyone was mentally prepared, Peng Yuan was stepped on the gas, and the minibus quickly accelerated, charging forward like a wild horse. There were still some survivors on the floors beside the street who heard the sound of the minibus, but by the time they reacted and wanted to shout, the minibus had already disappeared from their sight, leaving them cursing for a while. Dad, Mom, little sister, hurry and grab the luggage. Xiaofan will be here soon to take us to the villa area. Seeing the message from Han Xiaofan on his phone, Lu Meng was very happy. He knew Xiaofan wouldn't let him down. He believed that his family would be safe following Xiaofan. This was his intuition. Although it was unscientific, he just trusted his instincts. All right, duo, hurry and take your luggage out. Got it, Mom. I'm taking it out now. Don't take too much. Leave behind the useless stuff. Xiaofan said there's nothing lacking in that villa area. Got it, brother. Just as Lu Meng's family finished packing their luggage, the minibus had already stopped downstairs. For safety's sake, Han Xiaofan asked the others to stay in the vehicle while he got out alone. He went up the back stairs and encountered a mutant at the stairway, which he quickly dispatched with a knife. He soon arrived at the entrance of Lu's home on the second floor. He knocked on the door, and they had already heard the sound of the minibus parking and saw it stop downstairs, so they were prepared. It's Xiaofan. You can come out now. Okay, Xiaofan. We're ready. The door opened, and Lu Meng's family saw that it was indeed Han Xiaofan. Smiles involuntarily appeared on their faces. In their eyes, Han Xiaofan, who came to rescue their family at this time, was akin to a savior. Han Xiaofan helped carry the luggage, and soon the five of them each carried a bag of luggage down from upstairs. A dozen mutants, attracted by the sound of the minibus, surrounded them from all directions. Lu Meng's family faced mutants whose movements were almost like those in movies for the first time, and panic appeared on their faces. However, when they saw Han Xiaofan dispatch a mutant with a single blow, their panic hadn't faded before shock took its place. The mixture of emotions on their faces appeared somewhat comical. At that moment, they confirmed that Han Xiaofan was indeed capable of coming to rescue them, but they were also a bit surprised. After all, they had known Han Xiaofan for a few years, and he had always been an ordinary man in their eyes. Now, he was so powerful, and they had no idea how he had become this strong. The family wasn't foolish. They naturally wouldn't ask Han Xiaofan what had happened that made him so strong. Not only was the timing inappropriate, but such matters were also inherently secretive. Under Han Xiaofan's lead, Lu Meng's family smoothly boarded the minibus. Once they got on, they saw a few people inside the vehicle and immediately realized that these individuals had also been rescued by Han Xiaofan. They were all in the same predicament. But everyone knew it wasn't the time for introductions, so they could only obediently find a seat to sit down. The minibus quickly started and drove towards the villa area. Chapter 23, Moral Coercion. Captain, a minibus has arrived. Upon hearing the news from his subordinate, who had been keeping an eye on the movements outside, Xiaofan's face lit up. He instructed his subordinate to continue monitoring the situation outside while he went to the second floor. The not-so-large living room on the second floor was already crowded with more than 30 people, all survivors from the villa area gathered here. Let's go. We all need to go down. Zhang Anjian saw that others were looking at him and Xiaofan, so he naturally wouldn't leave them behind to face Han Xiaofan alone. There were quite a few women and children among them, and since all the elderly had died, having women and children would give him more confidence to morally coerce Han Xiaofan later. This fresh-faced young man, as long as he put a high hat on him and applied a certain level of moral coercion, he believed he could completely control him. Everyone present knew that the villa area had become so safe because all those mutants and mutated animals had been killed by the skilled Han Xiaofan. Many of them had witnessed how easily Han Xiaofan had killed mutants that morning. If it weren't for the fear that Han Xiaofan might be a brutal killer, they would have gone out of their villas to ask him to take them to the official base that morning. The villa chosen by Zhang Anjian and the others was not far from the entrance of the villa area. After the minibus entered the villa area, Han Xiaofan closed the gate again and went out to kill some mutants and mutated cats and dogs attracted by the minibus. He stored the corpses of the mutated animals in his storage space, as the meat of mutated animals was edible and very beneficial to human health. Han Xiaofan had already seen a group of people walking out of villa. He knew they were probably survivors from the villa area, but he didn't expect them to stay in the villa area instead of going to the official base. Were they planning to establish a survivor base in this villa area? Han Xiaofan thought to himself that he certainly wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. His underground city was right beneath this villa area, which he had already considered his private territory. He wouldn't permit anyone else to establish power here. "Hello, little brother," spoke Zhang Anjian, wearing a sincere smile. Next to him, Zheng Kairi stared at Han Xiaofan with sparkling eyes. In her view, as long as she stayed close to Han Xiaofan, the apocalypse wouldn't seem so terrifying. However, she was aware of how formidable the man beside her was, and it wasn't yet time to turn against him. "What do you want from me?" Han Xiaofan noticed that the minibus had already stopped in front of the villa he had rented, and Lu Meng and the others got out one by one. Several men placed their luggage on the ground and then walked over, standing directly behind Han Xiaofan. It was clear what they meant, which made Han Xiaofan quite pleased. These were the kind of people worth saving and recruiting to join him in the underground city for a safe and comfortable life. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Anjian, and I am the president of a construction company. You must have heard of Anjian Company. It has some reputation in the Long District." Zhang Anjian said. He wanted to establish his status over a young man like Han Xiaofan, hoping that by revealing his identity as a social figure and billionaire, Han Xiaofan would feel inferior. Han Xiaofan. If you have something to say, hurry up. I don't have time to waste with you. It's going to get dark soon, and you should know it will get very cold at night. If you stay outside, you might freeze to death. Han Xiaofan had indeed heard of Anjian Construction, but only the negative rumors about it. The company had a somewhat shady reputation, and as its president, Zhang Anjian was naturally not a good person. However, Han Xiaofan was not afraid of such people anymore. He didn't regard the other party's status as important. Seeing Han Xiaofan's indifferent expression, Zhang Anjian began to feel uneasy. He realized his original plan was misguided. Although the man before him was young, he didn't seem easy to deceive. Zhang Anjian could only force himself to remain calm and smiled, saying, "Brother Xiaofan, we saw you bravely eliminate all the monsters in the villa area this morning. We haven't properly thanked you for your help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived." "Thank you." The others were not foolish either. They had initially wanted Zhang Anjian to pressure Han Xiaofan into becoming their bodyguard, making it a good choice whether to establish a survivor base in the villa area or have Han Xiaofan escort them to the official base. But upon seeing Han Xiaofan's cold attitude, they quickly realized he was not easily swayed and changed their tone. Hearing Zhang Anjian's words of gratitude, they also chimed in with compliments. "Yes, handsome. Thank you for saving us. Big brother, thank you. We're really grateful. Otherwise, my wife and I would be dead. Master, without your help, we wouldn't have survived." Thank you. Hearing the cacophony of voices, Han Xiaofan believed that if he hadn't cleared the monsters from the villa area, these people would have been quickly surrounded by mutants. He could only wave his hand at them, signaling them to stop talking. His indifferent expression remained unchanged. Among this group were people he needed, but he didn't plan to let them into the underground city just yet. Even Lu Meng and the others. Han Xiaofan intended to wait a couple of days before revealing the existence of the underground city. He wanted to observe them for 2 days to see if they would have any bad thoughts or behaviors. Sorry, Brother Xiaofan, Zhang Anjian was already feeling very displeased. Ever since he became a big boss, few dared to speak to him like this. But now it was different. He only had a newly hired bodyguard and driver with him, while his trusted subordinates were all unavailable. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so frustrated wanting to win over Han Xiaofan. If his subordinates had been around, he believed he could establish a survivor base here that only obeyed his commands, allowing him to reign supreme. In fact, we hope he can protect us. Those monsters are very powerful, and we are no match for them. If you can safely escort us to the official base, we will definitely speak highly of you in front of the officials. You can also go to the official base. Staying here isn't safe. Not only do you have to face the cold weather, but you also have to constantly deal with those monsters. Don't you think so? Chapter 24. Refusal. I'm sorry, but I refuse. First of all, I don't have time to escort you to the official base. Secondly, I don't see any obligation to escort you there. Han Xiaofan rejected them decisively. The idea of being morally blackmailed was simply wishful thinking. He wasn't a fresh graduate who had just entered the workforce. After a few years of experience, even a novice would learn a lot, and moral blackmail was one of the most common tactics. Zhang Anjin probably didn't expect Han Xiaofan to refuse so bluntly, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, the people behind him were not as stunned. They began to criticize Han Xiaofan, as if not escorting them to the official base was a crime. How can you be so selfish? You're so capable. Escorting us to the official base won't cost you anything. Exactly. With great power comes great responsibility. Haven't you heard that? We're all Chinese. Chinese people should help each other. Are you still a Chinese person? If you escort us to the official base, we can give you hundreds of thousands. You'll make a fortune. Brother, please. We beg you to escort us. My family is at the official base, and I want to reunite with them. Han Xiaofan, are you even a man? How can you be so selfish? If you escort us, one of these beautiful ladies will be your girlfriend. That's right. You look like you're single. You must want a girlfriend. To convince Han Xiaofan to act as their bodyguard and escort them to the official base, most of these people used various tactics. However, they didn't realize that Han Xiaofan had already noted down the names of those who spoke up. He wouldn't accept them into the underground city. It was those who remained rational and didn't speak that he considered as potential candidates. As everyone criticized Han Xiaofan, Zhang Anjian observed quietly. He wanted to see if Han Xiaofan would yield to the pressure from the crowd, but to his disappointment, he saw that Han Xiaofan's expression and gaze remained unchanged, indicating that this tactic had failed. Indeed, what Boss Zhang said is correct. The weather is getting colder. It seems like it's going to snow. Ugh. Hearing Zhang Anjian's words, some people echoed him and even shot Han Xiaofan disdainful glances. Some even spat in his direction, which immediately made Lu Meng and the others behind Han Xiaofan show signs of anger. In their view, Han Xiaofan owed them nothing, and they felt the others were being a bit too excessive. Boss Zhang, sorry, we don't want to be with you anymore. We want to follow Brother Xiaofan. Anyway, it's a bit crowded with so many people in one villa, right? The one speaking up was Tian Jun, who had been quiet until now. He had been observing Boss Zhang Anjian and He Chuandong's security team today. He noticed how these men looked at the women, and he knew he couldn't stay with them any longer. Otherwise, there would be big problems sooner or later. In the apocalypse, anything could happen, and he would never overestimate some people's moral bottom line. Without the men noticing, Tian Jun secretly contacted the women, shared some of his suspicions, and let them choose to follow the skilled Han Xiaofan. In his view, Han Xiaofan was much more reliable than Zhang Anjian and his group. The women in the villa area naturally knew how to choose. They weren't fools. Zhang Anjian and the security men's gazes were too disgusting for them not to notice. If they had other options, they wouldn't choose to stay with them. Now that they could choose Han Xiaofan, no one would refuse. Tian Jun, are you looking for death? He Chuandong, who had long coveted these women, was furious. Ever since he became the security captain in this villa area, he had watched so many beauties come and go every day. If he said he didn't have any thoughts, that would be a lie. He knew that with his income, he was in a different world from those women. Finally, in the apocalypse, he knew his time had come. Most of the surviving women were beauties, and he had been thinking about how to live a good life surrounded by them every day. Now Tianjun's actions were simply ruining his plans. Although Han Xiaofan couldn't understand why Tianjun was doing this, it was beneficial for him. The underground city could accommodate thousands of people, and women and children were the best choices. Of course, various talents were also necessary, but he hadn't figured out how to bring them in yet. However, the women and children in front of him were also good choices. After all, these women had remained silent earlier, and it was the men who had accused him. Zhang Anjian knew there couldn't be a conflict. Seeing that Han Xiaofan didn't speak, he knew the other party had tacitly agreed to Tianjun and the women's choice. With Han Xiaofan's skills, the people present combined wouldn't be able to defeat him unless they found firearms, which would give Zhang Anjian some confidence in taking down Han Xiaofan. Yi Chuandong looked at Zhang Anjian, who was desperately signaling him, and his anger suddenly cooled down. He knew that he and his brothers couldn't possibly defeat Han Xiaofan. If they clashed with Tianjun, Han Xiaofan would likely intervene, and it could lead to fatalities. Watching Zhang Anjian and his group leave, Han Xiaofan's eyes flashed with an inexplicable expression. He wondered if he could take the opportunity to eliminate them all. But there were not only women present, but also many children. Committing such a massacre might scare them, so he gave up on the idea of taking action. After all, there was no rush. There would always be an opportunity to get rid of them. He didn't want a bunch of ill-intentioned people around him. You don't have to worry. Since you've chosen to follow me, I will not abandon you, as long as you don't do anything detrimental to our team. I can guarantee that you will live well in this apocalypse. Chapter 25. Settling in with 10 more women, 8 children, and 1 man, plus Han Xiaofan and his group. The total number reached 28. Naturally, there weren't enough rooms in the villa, and for safety reasons, everyone had to stay on the second floor. So, they simply cleared out the living room's sofas and coffee tables, laid a thick layer of cotton mats on the floor, and added blankets that Han Xiaofan deliberately took from the storage room upstairs, which were actually from his own storage space. Since the temperature might drop to minus 30 or 40 degrees at night, to keep warm, Han Xiaofan also brought out 2 sets of stoves that could burn coal. These stoves had long chimneys to vent smoke outside, preventing carbon monoxide poisoning for those inside. In the storage room next to the kitchen on the first floor, Han Xiaofan also stocked a large amount of food and water, enough to last 28 people for a month. Knowing they wouldn't lack food and water, everyone except Han Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had enough food and warmth, they could stay safely in the villa. As for the threats from the monsters outside, they weren't worried, especially with a skilled person like Han Xiaofan around. They also knew that there were crystal cores inside the monsters, and consuming these cores could give ordinary people a chance to become stronger, which was something they looked forward to. Han Xiaofan arranged for Ouyang Mei to register everyone's names, original occupations, and other information. A team naturally needs everyone to contribute their strength. All adults, except for the children, would need to work. Han Xiaofan didn't want to support idle people. However, he wanted to observe for a couple more days before deciding when to bring these people into the underground city base. He didn't want any ill-intentioned people mingling in his underground city. Ouyang Mei naturally complied with Han Xiaofan's instructions. She understood that the core of this team was Han Xiaofan, and only he was qualified to be the leader. The others weren't capable of that. They needed to rely on Han Xiaofan to survive in this apocalypse, and they had that awareness. Registering and recording information was quite easy. After all, in today's society, it was enough to use a tablet to make a form, and there was a printer on the second floor to print out the forms. Currently, Shenzhen hadn't experienced power or water outages, but Ouyang Mei knew that when the temperature dropped significantly at night, the entire city would surely face outages. By then, she didn't know how many survivors would lose their lives. Just the extreme cold could lead to a significant reduction in survivors. However, worrying wouldn't change anything, and she had no ability to alter the situation. Several women were good cooks, so Han Xiaofan arranged for them to prepare dinner. He gathered a few people to hold a meeting in the study on the second floor, including Tianjun, Lu Ming, Ouyang Mei, and Yilan Xin. The purpose of the meeting was for Han Xiaofan, as the leader of the team, to simply divide the team into several small squads. And these individuals were chosen as squad leaders. Once everyone was seated in the study, Han Xiaofan got straight to the point. Before dinner, I called you to the study mainly to manage this team well. I want to divide the entire team into a few small squads. And you are the squad leaders I have chosen. What do you think? Hearing Han Xiaofan's suggestion, the others had no objections. They all knew that only with clear divisions of labor could the team be well managed. Otherwise, it would become chaotic. Since everyone has no objections, I will divide the team into 4 small squads. The leader of the first squad is Tianjun, with the main task of combat and going out to search for supplies. The leader of the second squad is Lu Ming, with similar tasks. But you 2 squads cannot go out at the same time. One must stay to guard our base. The leader of the third squad is Ouyang Mei. You will mainly manage logistics and supplies. The leader of the fourth squad is Yilan Xin. This squad's tasks will mainly involve cooking and sanitation. Do you have any other opinions? If not, then we will arrange it this way for now. If our team grows in the future, we can reorganize. No problem. The leader's arrangement is very reasonable. Sure, I have no issues either. The 4 of them had no objections. They all knew that this arrangement was only temporary, and it wouldn't always be like this in the future. Next, a few people discussed the treatment of each small team's members. The members of the first and second teams would definitely receive better treatment than the others, as they would need to venture out to find resources and fight monsters, which involved life-threatening dangers. Naturally, their treatment had to be different, otherwise, who would want to join such teams? As for the last 2 teams, they wouldn't need to go out on adventures and were more suitable for women, which everyone present understood clearly. All right, no problem. After dinner, you can go recruit your team members. Tell them that all adults need to join a team, and those who don't want to participate will not have a place in our group. Although Han Xiaofan's words sounded harsh, Lu Ming and the others understood. In this apocalypse, many things needed to change. There wouldn't be opportunities for anyone to lie flat. Those who couldn't contribute their share of strength would not be supported by Han Xiaofan, and he would take such people to the underground base, as they would only be a burden. Dinner consisted of a pot of mixed stew, and Han Xiaofan also asked Ouyang Mei to bring out some canned food to make the first team meal a bit richer. It wouldn't be like this in the future, as there was no way to practice egalitarianism. Once everyone had served themselves and found a place to sit down, Han Xiaofan shared the content of the earlier meeting with everyone. Everyone listened attentively, knowing this would determine their future positions within the survivor team. Most of the women felt relieved upon hearing about the logistics team, as they all had children. Their biggest fear was that leader Han Xiaofan would send them out on dangerous missions. It wasn't that they were afraid to venture out, but they worried about what would happen to their children if something went wrong. This concern was not unfounded. Who could guarantee that the team would care for their children if they died? You don't need to worry about the kids. I assure you that in this team, the children will absolutely not be abandoned. They are the future of humanity. Without children, is there any hope for humanity's future? Absolutely not. However, this is not urgent. Han Xiaofan still had a lot of preparations to make. Chapter 26. Going out. In fact, Han Xiaofan knew that besides himself, there were only a few men in the team who could join the first and second teams. As for Ouyang Mei, an active-duty soldier, and Yilan Xin, a somewhat mysterious doctoral student, Han Xiaofan sensed that these 2 were not simple. However, he didn't know why they appeared in Long District of Deep City. If Yilan Xin's identity was significant, it would mean that the authorities would definitely not give up on rescuing them. He had to consider whether taking these 2 in would cause any negative impact. He viewed Tianjun, the retired soldier, with some importance, not just because of his military background, but also due to his character. Tianjun chose not to associate with Zhang Anjian and He Chuandong's group, and even secretly organized the women to choose him, indicating that he had a basic moral bottom line, a rare quality in this apocalyptic era. In an era without the constraints of law and order, the evil in human hearts would magnify infinitely. Han Xiaofan believed that countless tragic stories could occur all over the Blue Star world. He would never overestimate humanity's moral bottom line. The future would be a jungle law where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. After waiting a moment, Han Xiaofan came out of the study with weapons and arrived in the living room, where he found several men gathered together. Leader, only these few are joining our team. Shouldn't we merge our 2 teams for management? If the number increases in the future, we can split them then? Said university student Guoming Tao. With middle-aged driver Peng Yuanhua, Lu Meng's father Lu and white-collar worker Li Xiong, retired soldier Tian Jun, and Lu Meng, there were only 6 of them. Tian Jun felt that splitting into 2 teams with only 6 people would make it difficult to work effectively, whether searching for supplies or staying behind. So he suggested merging them for better task distribution. Okay, we understand. Han Xiaofan handed over some knives and a crossbow to Tian Jun for distribution. He felt a bit disappointed that no woman had joined the first and second teams. After all, in this apocalypse, only by fighting hard could one live better. However, he didn't blame them too much, as just 2 days ago they were still in a peaceful era. They might be scared to kill a chicken, and asking them to face the monsters outside was indeed a bit unfair. Han Xiaofan instructed Tian Jun and the others to pay attention to the movements of the villa across from them. If the others dared to do anything bad, they should retaliate decisively. Tian Jun and the others readily agreed. When it came time to fight, they wouldn't hold back, as they were not naive or overly compassionate. Han Xiaofan also briefed Ouyang May to be careful when burning smokeless charcoal at night to avoid poisoning, as a careless mistake could lead to severe consequences, especially if heavy snow fell at night. They needed to ensure that the smoke exhaust pipe outside wasn't blocked. Once everything was explained, Han Xiaofan, wearing a backpack that looked normal to outsiders, left the villa with his tang knife. A lookout in the opposing villa quickly noticed Han Xiaofan's departure and reported the situation to He Chuandong. In a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, He Chuandong was playing cards with Zhang Anjian's mistress, Zhang Kairi. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he simply acknowledged it and told them to continue monitoring the situation at the opposing villa. After a moment of heavy breathing, the room fell silent, as a man and a woman embraced passionately on the bed, while a corpse lay on the floor beside them, eyes wide open in disbelief. Brother Dong, since that Han Xiaofan has left, should we take action against the people across? Although I don't know why Han Xiaofan went out now. Those monsters will become even scarier at night, and with a big drop in temperature, his chances of survival will be very low. He Chuandong was quite pleased with his analysis. What thrilled him even more was that there were over a dozen attractive women in the opposing villa. He had a good eye and had noticed 2 beauties among the women who got off the minibus, 2 who were even more beautiful than television stars. He was already plotting how to possess them. Zhang Anjian, who stood in his way, actually thought he could still lead the team based on his former billionaire status. How could He Chuandong tolerate that? He directly killed Zhang Anjian and took his mistress for himself. This was the era he had been waiting for. He believed that with his suddenly enhanced physical abilities, he could establish a survivor base in this villa area and grow stronger, eventually becoming a king. Seeing that He Chuandong did not act recklessly, Zhang Kairi felt quite satisfied. Choosing such a man was the best for her. It was no surprise that Zhang Anjian, who couldn't see the situation clearly, would be killed by He Chuandong. Even if He Chuandong hadn't acted, a man like him wouldn't live long in this apocalyptic era. The first thing to recognize was one's new position. Past wealth, power, and status would all vanish like smoke. Only strength was eternal. He Chuandong was already thinking about how to kill some mutated beings and extract their cores to make himself stronger. However, facing those monsters now made him feel a bit afraid. This is not urgent. It's better to first deal with that group of people, then form a larger team, and have more manpower for hunting those monsters, thought He Chuandong, feeling pleased. Chapter 27. Night falls, the sun set in the west, and the sky completely darkened. The super cold wave from the north had arrived in Shenzhen, and for the survivors in Shenzhen, tonight would be the hardest night of their lives. Outside, the monsters became more active with the onset of night, with various roars, human screams, and the sounds of monsters fighting, creating a symphony in the city. However, this symphony was a death song for humanity, heralding the end of human existence. In such a dire situation, a man was outside hunting those monsters as if they were prey. Yes, this man was Han Xiaofan, who had left the villa area. Han Xiaofan was hunting mutated humans and animals mainly for the crystal cores within them, not for himself, but for Tianjun and the others. After all, they were not naturally evolved beings and needed to consume crystal cores to become stronger. However, given their current strength, they could handle a few mutated humans. But going out at night was simply asking for death. Originally, Han Xiaofan had planned to use a small flashlight to hunt monsters after leaving the villa area. But to his surprise, he could see clearly in the dark, almost as if it were a cloudy day. He speculated that this was a qualitative change resulting from his comprehensive enhancement over the past few days. Although he couldn't understand the principle, he knew he had become stronger, and there was no need to delve into the source. With night vision abilities, Han Xiaofan no longer had to worry about ambushes from monsters, as the entire Shenzhen had lost power. The outside cameras that Xiao Ji relied on were naturally unusable, and he could no longer use Xiao Ji's cheating abilities. However, after he manifested the underground city, the underground base had effectively merged with the villa area, so the power supply for the villa area was shared with the underground city. Han Xiaofan had cut off the power to the villa area to prevent others from noticing any anomalies. So the survivors there naturally thought the entire city had experienced a power outage, and it was entirely normal for the villa area to be without power. After being out for an hour, at 8 o'clock in the evening, it began to snow lightly, and soon, in less than half an hour, the light snow turned into heavy snow accompanied by strong winds. The monsters in the urban area quietly avoided the blizzard, making Han Xiaofan's hunting much more difficult. He mainly had to enter buildings to search for mutated humans, and often, the mutated humans inside were in groups. If there were only a dozen, he could handle them easily, but most of the time, there were hundreds, and in narrow spaces, he found it hard to fight back. So he could only escape from the buildings. Knowing that those mutated humans would also avoid the blizzard, Han Xiaofan decided not to go into high-rise buildings anymore. The mutated humans in those buildings were the most numerous. He aimed for lower buildings with fewer floors and smaller areas. In a 6-story building, in a room on the 2nd floor, a weak little girl's voice could be heard. "Mommy, my stomach hurts. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy will rub your belly. It won't hurt." Hearing her daughter Chen Bao in pain, Chen Jie felt like she was going crazy. At this time, in this apocalyptic world, it was impossible for her to take her daughter to the hospital. It was uncertain if the hospital in Long District even existed, and she knew she couldn't safely reach there. Going out would only lead to one result: a dead end. While gently rubbing her daughter's small belly, Chen Jie wondered if she should go downstairs to the pharmacy 50 meters away to find some medicine. However, although the distance was only 50 meters, she had no confidence that she could reach it safely. In the southern city of Shenzhen, it was snowing heavily. Chen Jie learned from official announcements that the future Blue Star might be in an apocalyptic world of extreme cold and long nights for hundreds of years. Coupled with those mutated creatures, she felt utterly hopeless. She had no confidence in surviving alone with her daughter. "Mommy, am I going to die?" The 6-year-old Chen Bao didn't understand what dying meant, but in her impression, it was portrayed that way on TV. Seeing her daughter in pain, Chen Jie truly couldn't remain indifferent. She had to take the risk and go to the nearby pharmacy for medicine. Luckily, she had just observed from the window that the streets were covered with snow, and the monsters had disappeared. She guessed that those monsters might not be able to adapt to the extreme cold. She didn't know what the future held, but now was the best time to go out and look for medicine and supplies. Although there were still plenty of supplies at home, they could only sustain the mother and daughter for a few days. If Chen Jie wanted to live a little longer with her daughter, she needed to find a way to gather more supplies. Moreover, the temperature would continue to drop in the coming days, possibly reaching below -50 degrees. She needed to collect various heating materials. Otherwise, the extreme cold would freeze them to death. The last piece of information released by the authorities indicated that starting tomorrow, the world would enter a state of extreme night due to a large amount of volcanic ash covering the entire Blue Star. This extreme night situation could last for decades. Although it was slightly better than the extreme cold climate that might last for hundreds of years, Chen Jie couldn't guarantee that the experts' predictions were correct. However, Chen Jie didn't worry too much. After all, she didn't dare to ensure that she and her daughter could survive the next few days, let alone worry about the future decades or centuries away. "Mommy, my stomach doesn't hurt much anymore. Why don't you just stay home? There are many monsters outside." Chen Bao was always very understanding. After all, she knew that her mother worked hard to take care of her, and it was tough. Despite her young age, she understood many things, and she held back her stomach pain to comfort her mother. Bauer, you don't need to worry. Mommy is an adult, just like Ultraman. I can fight monsters. You stay at home. If someone knocks on the door who isn't Mommy, you don't make a sound and ignore them. Mommy has the keys to open the door herself. Do you remember? In such chaotic times, there were too many ill-intentioned people. Chen Jian never overestimated the moral bottom line of humanity. Especially in the absence of legal order, humans could become frightening. As a history teacher well-versed in historical texts, she knew how terrifying the end of ancient dynasties could be. After repeatedly reminding her daughter, Chen Jie left the bedroom and came to the living room. Her house was a one-bedroom apartment with a living room, bathroom, and kitchen. She had managed to afford this apartment through frugality and some financial help from her parents. Little did she know that in the future, she wouldn't need to pay the mortgage anymore. Putting on a backpack and picking up a baseball bat, which she had picked up from the street during the chaos last night as a weapon, she knew that using it was more for her psychological comfort. As for killing mutated humans, she genuinely felt uncertain. Nonetheless, she had to desperately obtain the medicine. Otherwise, she feared her daughter might die. Carefully pressing against the door to listen for any sounds outside, Chen Jie found the hallway very quiet. She couldn't see anything through the peephole. It was pitch dark outside, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. There shouldn't be any mutated humans outside. She slowly and cautiously opened the door, peeking out with a small flashlight. Sure enough, the floor in the corridor was only cluttered with debris, and there were no mutants present. She carefully closed the door and then walked toward the staircase. This 6-story building only had stairs to use. Even if there were elevators, it would be impossible to take them during a power outage. Chapter 28. Danger in the dimly lit corridor. The howling wind from outside made Chen Jie, who was walking in the corridor, feel anxious. There were 6 households on the 2nd floor where she lived, besides 2 that had left for the official base. The other 3 had been silent since yesterday. She certainly knew what this meant. Fortunately, the mutants in these rooms were not strong enough to break down the door. Otherwise, the entire human population of Blue Star would not be very safe hiding at home, and the death toll would be even higher. Although the official announcements did not disclose how many people had died globally, Chen Jie had read apocalyptic web novels. While not many, she knew that there were quite a few people who had mutated due to the infection. After all, about 70% of the pedestrians she had seen on the road in the past few days were coughing, and those coughers had all become mutants. Roughly estimating, with a global population of 7 billion, if 70% had turned into mutants, that would be around 5 billion. Adding the number of humans killed by the first wave of infected individuals, it would be quite good if humanity had 1 billion left. No wonder Huagua could not organize large-scale rescue operations at all. Chen Jie had already given up hope for official rescue. She could only rely on her own strength to survive with her daughter. It would be great if there was a strong person to depend on. That way, she and her daughter would have a better chance of survival. Chen Jie also knew that humans could become stronger by devouring crystal cores. But she found it difficult to kill even one mutant, let alone rely on crystal cores to gain strength. The future might be a world where the strong ruled. The official base in Deep City was entirely built underground in the subway system, where the survivors might number around 1 million. Although the subway network extended throughout Deep City, Chen Jie knew that even if survivors could live underground, various supplies would be in short supply. There would be no problem in the short term, but long term, that would be uncertain. It would be best to join a private base, but Chen Jie also knew that joining a private base was not as simple as it seemed. There would definitely be a price to pay. She herself was very beautiful, which would not be a big problem in peacetime, but in this apocalyptic era, being beautiful was a sin that could lead to unimaginable misfortunes. This was no joke. Although she thought about many things in her heart, only a moment had passed outside. Chen Jie carefully approached the doors of the other 3 households to listen for any sounds inside. Sure enough, she heard heavy breathing from all 3 places, as if the mutants were sleeping. All 3 doors were locked, and she didn't dare to open them. Even if she could, she wouldn't want to disturb them. If the mutants inside were awakened, she would be dead. Chen Jie was wearing gloves. If she hadn't Her hands could freeze in the outside temperature of -10 degrees or even -20 degrees. Holding a flashlight in her left hand and a baseball bat in her right, she slowly descended the stairs. When she reached the corner of the staircase on the first floor, she didn't rush down, but listened carefully to the situation in the hall below. She took out her daughter's glass marbles from her pocket and let them roll down the stairs. Although the sound wasn't loud, she believed that if there were mutants in the hall, they might hear it. Then she could determine if there were any mutants or mutated animals hiding in the corners of the hall. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the marbles fell into the hall without any response. Chun-Jie breathed a sigh of relief, but remained cautious. To prevent the light from the small flashlight from being too conspicuous and attracting the mutant's attention, she wrapped transparent tape around it to dim the light, making it somewhat resemble the old yellow incandescent bulbs, faint and not glaring, thus less noticeable. What Chun-Jie really wanted was a night vision device. If she had one, she wouldn't need to hold a flashlight. After all, even with precautions, there was still light from the flashlight. She feared that the hidden mutants would be attracted to it, and then she would be in grave danger. As she descended from the corner of the stairs to the first floor, Chun-Jie aimed the flashlight at the ground to avoid shining it directly on any mutants. She lowered her body even more and pointed the flashlight towards the floor to further reduce the visibility of the light. For her own safety, Chun-Jie, a history teacher, had racked her brains. She was not afraid of death. She was afraid that if she died, her daughter would undoubtedly die as well. Not wanting to waste time checking the security room, Chun-Jie moved to the main entrance, hoping to listen for sounds outside. Unfortunately, she could only hear the loud wind and distant screams mixed in with the howling wind. She could imagine that some humans must have been attacked by monsters and lost their lives. She just didn't know if these survivors, like her, had ventured out to face danger or had encountered it at home. But Chun-Jie couldn't think too much about that. She gently pushed open the door and stepped out from the hall. The fierce wind and snow hit her face, and the transition from the warm indoor environment to the frigid outdoor temperature made her shiver involuntarily. She could only wrap her scarf tightly around her neck and move along the wall towards the pharmacy in a manner similar to crawling. Of course, Chun-Jie did not lie on the ground, as the ground was covered in snow, and crawling would easily cause her to freeze. Although her movement was slow, it was relatively safe. Having walked less than 20 meters, a frozen corpse suddenly appeared in front of Chun-Jie, nearly making her scream. Fortunately, she reacted in time, but her heart raced and the blood in her veins flowed faster. Chun-Jie didn't dare to examine the corpse closely. She just glanced at it. It was a male corpse, likely someone who had gone out to search for supplies, or perhaps had encountered danger during the day. Generally, the mutants would eat the bodies of humans they attacked, leaving only the skeletons behind, unless the mutants were full and left some remains. She bypassed the corpse and continued moving forward. Her speed became even slower, but thankfully the distance of several dozen meters was not too far. She was quite familiar with the streets nearby. In Huagua, the pharmacy was usually just a few dozen meters away. The pharmacy ahead was not very large, but it had a good supply of basic medicines. As long as she filled her backpack, she believed there would be at least one type of pain relief medicine for her daughter. Just as Chun-Jie joyfully reached the pharmacy door, a pair of hands reached out from behind her. One hand covered her mouth, while the other wrapped around her body. This sudden situation stunned her, and before she could react, she was quickly pulled backward by the person behind her, swiftly moving away from the pharmacy door and into a nearby alley. She had encountered a bad person, and she was doomed. Would she suffer a terrible fate? Just thinking about the possible situations made Chun-Jie shiver. Chapter 29. Kindness. Han Xiaofan had never imagined he would become so powerful. With night vision capabilities in such a blustery snowstorm, he could hunt down the monsters that terrified other humans without restraint. Those monsters rarely lasted more than 2 moves in his hands. Usually, it took just one strike to take them down. In his own team, there is now a mysterious doctor like Yilan Xin. And Han Xiaofan also wants to see if he can understand the virus research, so he stored some corpses in his storage space. As he hunted more mutated creatures, Han Xiaofan became stronger and stronger. Now he could jump down from a 10-story building without any issues, appearing quite relaxed. He knew he was drifting further away from normal humanity, and he wouldn't be surprised if he became as powerful as Superman in the future. Han Xiaofan was well aware that his condition was abnormal. He suspected it wasn't just because of his increasing strength, but rather due to the crystal he had fused with. This mysterious crystal should be the real culprit. However, it was impossible for him to thoroughly understand the issues he faced in a short time. Xiao Ji was also clueless, and Han Xiaofan could only hope to find answers once the crystal in his mind fully recovered. He sought out hidden mutants or mutated animals, hunting them down. He absorbed most and left a small portion for Tianjun and the others to consume. He collected all mutated animal corpses into his storage space, since the meat from these creatures was edible and very beneficial for the body. Whenever he encountered convenience stores or other useful supplies, Han Xiaofan took some time to gather resources. After all, the more supplies, the better. His storage space in his mind could easily accommodate all the resources in the entire deep city. Sometimes, Han Xiaofan would also come across survivors searching for supplies. If they were in danger, he would lend a hand. For some grateful survivors, he would kindly leave them some food. As for those with ill intentions, he would naturally send them on their way. When Chun Jie came out of the building, Han Xiaofan noticed her. Not because she was beautiful with a mature and dignified demeanor, but because she was one of the few women venturing out to search for supplies. He always helped such women and would instruct them to stay at home, promising to organize a team to rescue them in a few days. Han Xiaofan didn't want to neglect those survivors, but he knew that if he were to shelter them, he couldn't do it alone. Even though he was strong, he was far from invincible. He would have to flee if he encountered a crowd of thousands of mutants. Chun Jie's actions made Han Xiaofan feel that she was quite clever. Venturing out to seek supplies wasn't reckless. However, a woman generally wouldn't take such risks to find food, as there would likely be food in houses without owners nearby. It would be safer to search those houses, even if there were mutants inside. There usually wouldn't be too many, and with caution, they could be eliminated. When Han Xiaofan saw Chun Jie determinedly heading towards a pharmacy, he guessed her destination. She wasn't looking for food, but for medicine, which meant someone important at home was sick. Just as Chun Jie was about to reach the pharmacy, Han Xiaofan spotted several mutated cats as large as leopards surrounding her. He jumped down from the 6th floor to the ground, bending his knees slightly to absorb the impact, then propelled himself forward with force. Within a few breaths, he stood beside her before she even realized it, covering her mouth to prevent her from screaming and attracting nearby monsters. He dragged her to the corner of a narrow alley and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing the man's voice and feeling his breath, Chun Jie was still a bit panicked, but felt much better than before. At least the man behind her meant her no harm and seemed to have saved her life. However, the fact that he wanted to kill several mutated cats surprised her. Could he be very powerful? Chun Jie thought to herself, noticing that the man had vanished without waiting for her response after speaking. She didn't dare to shine her flashlight to look for him, considering he had warned her about the mutated cats nearby. Due to the heavy wind and snow, in the pitch-black night, Chun Jie could not see how the man killed the mutated cats. She could only lie on the cold, snowy ground, feeling the chill seep in her body, realizing that if she stayed out much longer, she might freeze to death. She had to get up and lean against the wall of the alley to catch her breath. All right, those mutated cats are dead. Although Chun Jie hadn't witnessed Han Xiaofan kill the mutated cats and only heard his word about their presence, she was smart enough to notice how silently he had appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She wondered if he could be an official announced evolver. If Han Xiaofan was indeed an evolver, could she rely on him for survival with her daughter? Chun Jie made a silent decision in her heart. Han Xiaofan admitted he was a bit of a looks-oriented person. Along the way, there had been women asking for his help, but he had refused them all because they were all quite ordinary-looking, unlike Chun Jie, who was not inferior to Ouyang Mei, Yilan Xin, and Lu Xianhong. She also carried a maternal aura, which was quite appealing to him. "Thank you, let us go." Although Chun Jie couldn't see Han Xiaofan's fervent gaze, she could already guess his intentions behind his eagerness to help her. However, this was also her reason for asking Han Xiaofan for help. For her daughter's sake, she was willing to give up some of her pre-apocalyptic principles. Chapter 30. A new relationship. The pharmacy's door was tightly shut. To get in, they could only pry open the roller shutter. However, this would make quite a noise. Although the howling wind might mask it, Nearby mutated creatures hidden in the surrounding buildings would surely hear it. For her daughter's safety, having already made a certain decision in her heart, Chen Jie naturally wouldn't refuse Han Xiaofan's hand. Thus, the two arrived at the back door. Han Xiaofan leaned his body against the door and pushed hard, the lock inside being forcefully opened. He pulled Chen Jie inside, closed the door, and propped a stool against it. They wasted no time and headed to the front of the pharmacy. Chen Jie turned on her flashlight, and she first got a good look at Han Xiaofan's appearance. He was a young man in his 20s. Although he looked ordinary, his eyes were deep and carried a hint of indifference, leaving a strong impression. At least Chen Jie felt relatively satisfied with him. In her eyes, such a man seemed reliable. "Hurry up and get the medicine. I'll help you." The two quickly began to scour the pharmacy. They stuffed common medications, like cold medicine, painkillers, and antibiotics, into their backpacks. However, Han Xiaofan was just putting on an act, as he stored most of the medicines in his storage space, leaving only a small portion in the backpack. Chen Jie didn't notice his actions and was unaware that many medicines in the pharmacy had disappeared. After a few minutes, Chen Jie filled her backpack. She had originally intended to look for some food, but Han Xiaofan stopped her, saying he had plenty of food in his backpack that he could give her. Since Chen Jie had already made up her mind to follow Han Xiaofan, she didn't insist on searching for food. After all, if they ended up following Han Xiaofan, they couldn't possibly carry too much food with them. The stronger Han Xiaofan became, the happier Chen Jie felt in her heart, as it meant that her and her daughter's safety would be more assured by following Han Xiaofan. After closing the door, Chen Jie felt a sense of loss for some reason, even though there were candles in the living room, and she no longer needed to hold Han Xiaofan's hand. When they were outside, being held by Han Xiaofan made her feel unprecedentedly safe, a feeling her deceased husband could never provide. Chen Bauer might have heard her mother's voice, and a weak sound came from the bedroom. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Chen Jie hurriedly opened the bedroom door. It was warmer inside. With several candles Chen Jie had left, and the small space helped retain heat. Han Xiaofan followed Chen Jie into the bedroom, where he saw her open a thermos and give several types of medicine to her daughter. However, she wasn't sure if it would be effective, primarily because she didn't know what was causing her daughter's stomach pain, making it impossible to treat the symptoms directly. Moreover, her daughter was too young to take medication carelessly, which made her appear anxious. "Mom, who is that uncle behind you?" Chen Baoya asked. "Uncle, thank you for saving my mom. Are you Ultraman?" Seeing the polite yet pained expression on Chen Bauer's face, Han Xiaofan instantly took a liking to the little girl. How wonderful it would be to have a daughter like her. He walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, gently patted Bauer on the head, and said, "Yes, Uncle is Ultraman. Uncle can chase away those monsters, so you don't have to be scared anymore. Just take the medicine, and it won't hurt. Go to sleep." "Okay." After comforting Chen Bauer, Han Xiaofan left the bedroom and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He had already taken a liking to Chen Jie and believed she felt the same way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have defaulted to him holding her hand outside. Half an hour later, Chen Jie came out of the bedroom, gently closed the door, hesitated for a moment, and then walked directly to stand in front of Han Xiaofan, who also stood up. Chen Jie threw herself into Han Xiaofan's arms, looked up with red eyes, and tearfully said, "Xiaofan, please help me. Bauer is my life. If anything happens to her, I don't know how I can go on. I know your intentions, and I will give you what you want. But you need to help me find a doctor to save Bauer, okay?" In the past, Han Xiaofan might have had reservations, but in the apocalypse, there was no room for hesitation. He embraced her, and the two spent an hour communicating amicably on the sofa. If it weren't for the concern about Bauer in the bedroom, they might have talked until the next morning. Though Chen Jie might not have been able to withstand Han Xiaofan's advances. "Xiaofan, you need to be careful. If things get dangerous, just run away. Don't be brave. If something happens to you, both of us won't survive." Chen Jie was not joking. Without Han Xiaofan's protection, she believed she and her daughter would soon die. And this was not a joke. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Han Xiaofan did not reveal the secret of his body to her and did not plan to tell anyone. Even if others speculated, they would only think he was an evolved being, just a rather special one. After putting on his clothes, packing his backpack, and taking his tang knife, Han Xiaofan left her house under Chen Jie's worried gaze. Chapter 31. Hospital at the first hospital of Long District in Shenzhen on the 6th floor of the outpatient building. In a storage room of the logistics department, a large amount of various supplies was stored. In one corner, blankets and quilts were piled up, and 3 women were huddled together, whispering. One of the women, around 20 years old, looked somewhat dejected and desperate. She asked the other 2, Sister Sue, Sister An, are we not going to escape? Are we going to die here? Hearing Nurse Lu Xiaoxiao's words, the faces of the other 2 women turned grim. One was Li Hong, the best surgeon at the first hospital of Long District, a stunning beauty, and the other was Su Mei, the head nurse in her 30s. At the prime of her womanhood and the most beautiful woman in the hospital besides Li Hong. Although married, she still had many men pursuing her. Su Mei gently hugged Lu Xiaoxiao, smiling as she comforted her softly. Xiaoxiao, don't worry. Things will work out in the end. We haven't reached despair yet. We must maintain an optimistic mindset, okay? That's right, and Li Hong said, patting Lu Xiaoxiao's head. The 3 of them had a good relationship, and their survival in this apocalyptic era was thanks to Su Mei, who sensed something was wrong and hid the 2 of them in this logistics storage room. Otherwise, they would have met their end at the hands of the mutated beings long ago. Okay, I understand, Sister Sue, Sister An. I won't think too much about it. After hearing her 2 sisters' comforting words, Lu Xiaoxiao felt much better. She was grateful to have Li Hong and Su Mei by her side. Otherwise, she couldn't have endured on her own and might have succumbed to despair and committed suicide. Seeing that Lu Xiaoxiao's mood had calmed down, Li Hong and Su Mei exchanged glances, both understanding the complex feelings reflected in each other's eyes. Knowing exactly what the other was thinking, but also aware that they couldn't voice it. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoxiao would surely go mad first. In fact, Lu Xiaoxiao was unaware of the greatest problem they faced: food shortage. This storage room was not the cafeteria storage, and there was little food to eat. The only food they had was from a backpack Su Mei had grabbed while fleeing, possibly that of a patient, containing enough food and water for the 3 of them for only 3 days. After 3 days, their food would be completely gone, and they would have to venture out to find more. However, Li Hong and Su Mei both knew that going out would likely lead to their deaths, as there were still hundreds of mutated beings in this building, making it extremely difficult to even fight one, let alone hundreds. Li Hong, have Wei Lao and Kong Lao sent you any messages? Originally, Li Hong held the highest position among the 3 as the deputy director of surgery, with Su Mei as head nurse and Lu Xiaoxiao at the lowest rank. However, in this apocalyptic world, they had all shared hardships and no longer cared about status. In this era, money and status from before the apocalypse were useless. The phone has no signal. The signal tower might have been damaged by the frost. Li Hong took out her phone to check. Not only was there no signal, but the battery was also down at 2 bars, soon to run out. She had long been mentally prepared for this situation. She also took out a thermometer to check. The temperature had already dropped to -30°C, which was still indoors. If they were outside, it might be even lower, and she guessed it could be as low as -40°. It's -30° inside. It could be -40 outside. I'm worried that Wei Lao and Kong Lao don't have enough warm clothing. They're older and might not withstand it. Wei Lao and Kong Lao were a married couple. Wei Lao's name was Wei Jia, a retired expert from the traditional Chinese medicine department of the first hospital. And Kong Lao was Kong Biyun, a retired teacher from Long District No. 1 High School. They lived in the hospital staff building and had managed to contact Li Hong on the chaotic night, fortunately avoiding infection and mutation. Li Hong and the others were unable to save the 2 elderly people. The 3 of them could only hide in the storage room for survival. They could only comfort the 2 elderly, advising them not to trust strangers and not to open the door casually. Sighing, Su Mei felt very clear in her heart that in this apocalyptic era, the old, weak, sick, and disabled were the most cruelly treated. It could be said that these people were the first to be eliminated. But if that were the case, did humanity still have hope? She felt very confused. While the 3 women were silently hiding in the storage room, Han Xiaofan braved the strong wind and heavy snow to arrive at the first hospital. The first hospital was a large tertiary hospital with many buildings. He guessed that each building would have many mutated beings inside. If he wanted to clear out all the mutated beings in the first hospital, it wasn't that Han Xiaofan couldn't do it. But he didn't have that much time to waste here. What he really wanted to do was to clear one of the outpatient buildings and see if there were any surviving doctors and nurses left. As long as there were doctors, Han Xiaofan could rescue them and take them to treat Bauer. Of course, this was the ideal outcome. Originally, Han Xiaofan had another more radical idea, which was to set off firecrackers in the open space in front of the hospital to lure all the mutated beings out. However, he thought that if he did that, it might not just attract the mutated beings from the hospital. There were many residential areas nearby, and there was also a passenger station with quite a few people. If all the mutated beings in this area were drawn out, he would only be able to escape and wouldn't be able to handle it all. The temperature outside was already over -40 degrees, and Han Xiaofan was dressed lightly, without a mask or gloves, but he didn't feel cold at all. Instead, it felt like being in the hottest summer while enjoying air conditioning, a very comfortable feeling. He knew his body had become powerful enough to not fear cold or heat, which was great. The terrifying extreme cold in the apocalypse posed no threat to him. Taking a breath, Han Xiaofan saw the breath turn into white mist in the air. Freezing immediately, he drew his tang knife and walked straight into the outpatient building through the main entrance. He could already sense that there were quite a few mutated beings in the lobby, and he was ready to kill them all. Chapter 32. Excitement. There were quite a few mutated beings inside the outpatient building, but not too many, far fewer than Han Xiaofan had estimated. Although it took some time, he managed to find and kill all the hidden mutated beings one by one. For some doors that he couldn't open, he didn't bother. He planned to clear all the mutated beings in the building first before verifying whether there were any survivors inside. If the mutated beings from yesterday still retained some semblance of humanity, the mutated beings Han Xiaofan saw today were almost like beasts, and they were ugly beasts at that. Some even resembled the aliens seen in movies, except they were not as large and lacked the claws and tails of aliens. Moreover, their fur was becoming increasingly dense. It felt like in a few days, these mutated beings would turn into hairy monsters. The outpatient building had a total of 10 floors. After an hour, Han Xiaofan finally reached the 10th floor and spent another 10 minutes clearing the mutated beings there. In total, he had cleared over 300 mutated beings. While this number didn't seem too large, he guessed that many must have left the hospital. Otherwise, given the number of patients the first hospital received, there should have been at least tens of thousands of mutated beings infected with the virus that night. Starting from the 10th floor, he began to collect supplies while checking for any survivors. However, Han Xiaofan didn't have much hope at his heart. After all, his actions in clearing the mutated beings were not quiet, and if there were survivors in this building, they should have heard him by now. The fact that no one had come out to investigate meant that there were likely no survivors. He could only find a way to check other buildings to see if there were any surviving doctors. Since Han Xiaofan only collected important items, he was too lazy to gather other common and less important things into his storage space. After all, collecting items took time and was a bit troublesome, requiring him to touch each item one by one. However, he wondered why he could absorb the crystal nuclei from the mutated beings within a 10-meter range. And when he asked Xiaoji, Xiaoji also said he didn't know. He could only speculate that there was some connection between the crystals and the crystal nuclei, or perhaps the crystal nuclei had a restorative effect on the crystals, allowing them to be absorbed like that. Indeed, in a quiet environment, Han Xiaofan could directly hear the breathing of the people inside. This was no joke. It was because his body had become stronger in all aspects, and his hearing was naturally no exception. When he was clearing the entire building earlier, the roars of the mutated beings had drowned out any sounds from inside. Without forcing the door open, Han Xiaofan lightly knocked on the door and asked inside, "Is anyone there? I've cleared all the monsters outside. You're safe now. Please open the door. I will take you away, okay?" Actually, after Han Xiaofan knocked on the door, the 3 women inside had already prepared themselves psychologically. They were not deaf and had naturally heard the sounds of Han Xiaofan killing the mutated beings outside. At first, the 3 women thought that it was an official rescue team coming to save the survivors of the hospital. However, they soon realized that the sounds outside didn't include gunfire. They could only hear the sounds of things falling and swishing. The swishing sounds that the 3 women heard were naturally the sounds of Han Xiaofan swinging his knife. They hadn't heard anyone speaking, and their initial excitement at thinking that an official rescue team had come quickly turned into anxiety. After all, the situation outside was a bit strange. An Lahong wanted to open the door to take a look, but she was stopped by Su Mei and Lu Xiaofan. They were worried that the one killing the mutated beings outside wasn't human and could very well be a mutated beast or some other monster, which would be disastrous if they opened the door. After hearing what the two said, An Lahong thought about it and found it reasonable. In the end, the three women decided to wait and see what would happen. After all, if someone really came to rescue them, they would come and knock on the door. Sure enough, an hour later, someone really came to knock on the door, and, judging by the voice, it was a young man. However, what worried the three women was that there was only one man's voice outside, with no other voices. Could it be that the man outside single-handedly cleared out all the mutated beings? How could that be possible? The three women simultaneously had such doubts in their minds. Were there really no monsters outside? Also, what is your name? Where are you from? Why did you come to the hospital? Han Xiaofan, who was outside, saw that the people inside did not open the door, and he felt no impatience. He knew that such a situation was normal. After all, the world had entered the apocalypse, and people had to change their mindset. They could no longer act as they usually did, or they would easily lose their lives. Hello, my name is Han Xiaofan. I came from the Long District Jingle Villa area. I have formed a survivor team there, and I came to the hospital to find a doctor because a child is sick. Are you a doctor? Is there only one person inside, or are there others? Among them, is there a doctor? After hearing the man's words, the three women exchanged glances. They found the man's tone very sincere, so he should not be lying. However, in such an apocalyptic era, trusting strangers too much, especially men, might be dangerous, and the three women were unsure how to judge the situation. The three women briefly discussed among themselves, and finally An Lahong said, if the people outside really manage to clear the mutated beings, then with his strength, this door won't be able to stop him at all. Since he can explain so much to us, he shouldn't be a bad person. Let's open the door. He might be our greatest hope for leaving here. What do you think? That's right. Lahong's analysis is very accurate. Let's open the door. I'll listen to Sister, and before long, the big door was opened. Han Xiaofan saw three women wrapped in blankets. Although the three looked a bit disheveled, two of them were exceptionally beautiful, rivaling Yilan Xin, Ouyang Mei, and Lu Xianhong, while the last one was also a little beauty. Han Xiaofan couldn't help but think he was incredibly lucky to encounter so many stunning women. The three women saw Han Xiaofan. Although he looked ordinary, his deep and indifferent gaze gave a sense of both fear and reassurance, as he was the type to look at them like a pervert. Their first impression of him was quite good. They introduced themselves briefly, and when Han Xiaofan learned that An Lahong was a surgical expert, his eyes lit up. Doctors were crucial in the apocalypse, just like when Bauer fell ill this time. Chen Jie had no way to help, and didn't he know what was wrong with her daughter, only able to guess and give her random medicine. All right. After Han Xiaofan's figure disappeared around the corner, the three women closed the big door again. Their mood was completely different from the previous despair. They believed Han Xiaofan was their savior. Chapter 33. Worry. When Chen Jie heard the knocking on the door, her heart tightened. But she quickly came out from a bedroom and stood behind the door. She whispered, "Is it Xiaofan?" "Yes, Sister Chen, it's me." Han Xiaofan's calm voice came from outside, instantly relaxing Chen Jie's tense heart. She hurriedly opened the door, and as soon as Han Xiaofan entered and closed the door, she threw herself into his arms, as if she wanted to merge into his body. "No need to be nervous. I found a doctor. Now, I'll take you and Bauer to the first hospital. The doctor is waiting for us there. If it weren't for the time constraints." Holding the soft and plump Chen Jie while smelling her fragrance, Han Xiaofan really wished he could have another round with her. He didn't know if it was because his body had become much stronger, but he felt a constant heat in his lower back. "Okay, you go pack your things, but don't take too much." Hearing Han Xiaofan say he found a doctor, Chen Jie was already in an excited state, and upon hearing his words, she immediately began to pack her luggage, knowing she couldn't waste any more time. Even if her daughter was asleep, her face showed signs of great pain. Han Xiaofan entered the bedroom and saw Bauer sleeping with a pale face covered in sweat. He reached out to touch her forehead and found it very hot. She had a fever, and it was indeed possible she had appendicitis. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, Bauer could easily be in trouble. Han Xiaofan's affection for Bauer was mainly for Chen Jie's sake, but he knew that if they spent a long time together, he would truly treat Bauer like his own daughter, as he had long envied men with daughters. Han Xiaofan picked Bauer up, first helping her put on warm clothes, wrapping her in a thermal blanket, putting a warm hat on her head, gloves on her hands, and a pair of cotton shoes on her feet, making it less likely for her to get cold. Just as Han Xiaofan was coming out holding Bauer, Chen Jie had also finished packing her luggage. She had a backpack on her back and was holding another bag in her hand, fully equipped and prepared for the cold. After all, Chen Jie was from the north and had experienced temperatures as low as minus 40 degrees. Now it was only about minus 40 degrees outside, so she was accustomed to it. Unlike many southern people from Shenzhen, especially the locals from Guangnan province, who were in a more miserable situation, many families didn't have enough warm clothing. It's worth noting that the coldest it ever got in Guangnan province was only 5 or 6 degrees. Now, with temperatures plunging to minus 40 degrees, many people were likely to perish. Sister Chun, you can lean on my back. It'll be faster if I carry you. Hearing Han Xiaofan's suggestion, Chen Jie didn't refuse. She was completely with Han Xiaofan now and had nothing to be shy about. The soft sensation behind her made Han Xiaofan feel comfortable, but he didn't dwell on it. He used a strap to tie Bauer in front and Chen Jie behind him, wrapping it around twice. Feeling that it was secure, he blew out the candles in the bedroom and casually stored them in his storage space. Chen Jie, who was leaning on Han Xiaofan's back, couldn't see his little actions. She only felt a sense of safety she had never experienced before. Ever since her husband passed away, she had to constantly deal with men who had ulterior motives. She knew her beauty was too striking, and such looks would attract many men's desires even in a normal society before the apocalypse, let alone in this lawless end-of-the-world era. Her fate would undoubtedly be very tragic. Thankfully, fate had allowed her to meet Xiaofan. With Xiaofan's protection, she knew she would be safe in the future, carrying a child and having an adult woman on his back. An ordinary person might struggle to walk a few hundred meters on a street covered in thick snow before gasping for breath. But for Han Xiaofan, even carrying several hundred pounds wouldn't have much of an impact. He ran at full speed, and if someone were using infrared equipment to observe the street outside, they would be astonished by Han Xiaofan's speed, but no one witnessed such a scene. Mom, who are they? Bauer was awakened by the movements of the three women, and panic immediately filled her face as she hurriedly searched for her mother. Chen Jie was standing beside them, watching them examine her daughter. Seeing Bauer awake and hearing her panicked voice, she quickly comforted her. Bauer, we're in the hospital now. These aunts are doctors, and they're helping you get better. Just tell the aunties what they ask, okay? Okay. With her mother's reassurance, Chen Bauer quickly calmed down, but she soon felt the pain in her stomach again, and tears filled her eyes, making Chen Jie's heart ache. And Li Hong gently pressed on Bauer's right abdomen with her right hand and smiled as she asked, Bauer, does it hurt here? Yes, Andy, it hurts the most where you pressed. All right, Andy knows what's wrong with you, and I'll make you better soon. So don't worry. And Li Hong exchanged glances with Su Mei and Lu Xiao, and the two quickly understood Li Hong's meaning. They softly comforted Bauer, telling her not to be so nervous. And Li Hong, Chen Jie, and Han Xiaofan came out from the storage room and entered the corridor. The storage room had candles, so there was still some light in the corridor, preventing the two women from being unable to see. Doctor, how is Bauer? What illness does she have? Is it serious? Chen Jie looked anxious, her biggest worry being that her daughter's illness was severe. If even the best surgical doctor at the first hospital, Dr. couldn't treat her daughter, she would definitely break down. Sister Chun, you don't need to worry. Bauer likely has appendicitis, but if surgery is needed, we may need to trouble Xiaofan. For in Li Hong, performing an appendectomy was a very minor surgery. If this were before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have been doing such small surgeries. Those medical interns would be the main force for these minor operations. Just tell me what you need me to do. Han Xiaofan already had some guesses in his mind about what Li Hong wanted to do. Indeed, and Li Hong said directly, we need to perform the surgery, and with Sister Su and Xiao as assistants, it will be enough. However, the operating room has no power, So I need you to go to the generator room in the underground parking lot of this building to start the generator. Only then can I perform the surgery on Bayer." Upon hearing and Li Hong's words, Chen Jie immediately looked at Han Xiaofan with concern, unsure whether she was worried about Han Xiaofan refusing or about him encountering danger in the underground parking lot. Han Xiaofan first smiled and nodded at Chen Jie to reassure her, saying, "I'll follow you to the operating room first, and then I'll go to the generator room in the underground parking lot to start the generator." "Yes, that works. We still need to do some preparations before the surgery." The group wasted no time and quickly took Bayer to the operating room on the first floor. Han Xiaofan did not need to go outside to the car entrance to enter the underground parking lot, as there were stairs leading down to the parking lot on the first floor. However, before leaving the first floor, he first blocked the main door with some debris, mainly to prevent mutated humans or survivors from breaking in, as there were 4 women and a sick child with very little combat power. Chapter 34, Underground Parking Lot. The underground parking lot of the first hospital is quite large, with a total of 2 floors. Han Xiaofan came down the stairs and did not immediately open the fire door leading to the underground parking lot. He knew without looking that there must be many mutated humans inside, but he didn't know if there were any special mutated humans, like the evolved ones among humans. He referred to this yet-to-be-encountered special mutated human as a super mutated human. It should be noted that there are billions of mutated humans on Blue Star, and Han Xiaofan did not believe there were no special mutated humans inside. He just hadn't encountered such super mutated humans yet, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. As for whether there were super mutated humans in the parking lot, Han Xiaofan wasn't very sure. He could only remind himself not to be too careless just because he was strong. Otherwise, it would be easy to turn the tables. Han Xiaofan slowly pulled open the fire door and walked out, closing the door behind him. He could already see the situation in the first-floor parking lot. The most eye-catching sight was the mutated humans wandering between the vehicles, each with red eyes. If it weren't for Han Xiaofan's night vision ability, he might have only seen countless red dots in the darkness, which would have been quite frightening. A few mutated humans close to the fire door heard the noise and quickly noticed Han Xiaofan, standing in front of the door, immediately charging at him from all directions. Roar, roar, roar. A few mutated humans triggered a chain reaction throughout the parking lot, and a massive wave of mutated humans surged towards Han Xiaofan, who casually estimated their number to be around 400 or 500. Even a 100-strong army armed with firearms would struggle to withstand the attack of such a tide of mutated humans in an underground parking lot environment. Han Xiaofan's expression remained calm. Gripping his tang knife, he faced the hundreds of mutated humans as if they were merely a flock of chicks, showing no fear whatsoever. With a whoosh, one knife for each, his dodging movements were simple, like a skilled action practiced tens of thousands of times. For Han Xiaofan, he could utilize his strength to the fullest and perfectly coordinate the movements of his limbs, which made his basic knife techniques, learned from videos, reach a master-level proficiency, effortlessly employing various moves. No mutated human could get close enough to attack him. His dancing knife techniques were taboo for those mutated humans. However, he didn't pay much attention to these ordinary mutated humans. His focus was on the 2 super mutated humans that had been hiding since earlier. Indeed, super mutated humans existed. Han Xiaofan noticed that the 2 super mutated humans were both tall, with limbs twice as long as those of ordinary mutated humans, and their heads were shaped like equilateral triangles, giving them a bizarre appearance, as if they had been elongated by some machine. Although he hadn't yet fought against the super mutated humans, just from their behavior of hiding and launching ambushes, Han Xiaofan could guess that these super mutated humans were not as reckless as ordinary mutated humans. They possessed a certain level of intelligence, making them a significant threat to humanity. Humans already struggled to compete with these mutated humans in terms of physical evolution, and now these super mutated humans could evolve intelligence, which was undoubtedly bad news for humanity. However, Han Xiaofan was overthinking it. The fate and future of humanity were matters he couldn't decide. Now, there were 2 super mutated humans in the first-floor parking lot, and it was possible that there were more in the second-floor parking lot below. However, as long as the mutated humans below didn't come up, Han Xiaofan didn't plan to clear them out, since his main purpose for coming down was simply to start the generator. The two super mutated humans hiding behind the cars naturally didn't have high intelligence. Their craving for human flesh was ingrained in their genes. They found the distant prey more tempting than any they had ever tasted and soon couldn't resist their desire for flesh. The two super mutated humans flew towards Han Xiaofan from two directions, occasionally hiding behind other mutated humans to approach him quickly. Their movements appeared stealthy, but Han Xiaofan kept an eye on them. One lunged at him from above, while the other attacked from behind, forming a cooperative relationship akin to wolves hunting prey. This indicated that they could communicate with each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to coordinate their timing so precisely. However, Han Xiaofan had long been mentally prepared for their ambush. He sidestepped their attack, causing them to miss. Before the super mutated human attacking from above could land, Han Xiaofan's tang knife had already struck its long neck. Although he felt that the opponent's neck was much tougher than that of ordinary mutated humans, it was still manageable, like cutting a radish with a kitchen knife. Of course, that was his perspective. For an ordinary person, facing such a super mutated human, even with firearms, would be futile, as their speed was simply too fast to aim accurately, making it impossible to hit. With one swift stroke, he beheaded it. The crystal in his mind absorbed the crystal core, and his body warmed slightly. The effect of the crystal core from the super mutated human was much better than that of ordinary mutated humans. Just as Han Xiaofan killed the super mutated human, the other one surprisingly retreated instead of attacking, quickly turning and fleeing at a much faster speed. Surprised by its escape, Han Xiaofan mentally complained but didn't hesitate in his actions. Ignoring the mutated humans attacking from all sides, he pushed off the ground with all his might, chasing after the fleeing, super mutated human. He wasn't worried about his safety. He was concerned that it might leave the underground parking lot and go up to the surface, potentially attacking Chen Jie and the others in the operating room on the first floor. He naturally wanted to eliminate this hidden danger. Although the super mutated human was fast, even faster than the world record holder for the 100-meter sprint before the apocalypse, it was still far behind Han Xiaofan. He quickly caught up to the fleeing, super mutated human and struck its head off with his tang knife, the severed parts sliding forward for several meters due to inertia. Han Xiaofan did not absorb the crystal core of this super mutated human. He could stop the absorption process at any time, as the crystal had already merged with him, making him the master of the crystal. Otherwise, the intelligent life form, little Ji, would not have recognized him as its master. Digging out the crystal core and collecting it, Han Xiaofan planned to let Tianjun or Ouyang may absorb this super crystal core. He wanted to confirm how strong an ordinary person could become after absorbing such a super crystal core. For the next half hour, Han Xiaofan took down all the mutants in the underground first-floor parking lot, absorbing half and collecting half of the crystal cores. Arriving in front of the electric room, he found the door locked, but it was no challenge for Han Xiaofan. He forcefully opened the door. The electric room was small, containing just a diesel generator. Han Xiaofan was familiar with diesel generators, having operated one while working in a supermarket. Fortunately, the key for the generator was hanging on the wall in the electric room. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where to find it. After checking the generator's basic conditions and finding no damage, he quickly started it up. Once the voltage stabilized, he turned on the transfer switch on the wall to switch the power supply from the city electricity to the diesel generator. Chapter 35. Surgery after generating power. Han Xiaofan closed the electric room door and pushed a parked car in front of it to block anyone or monsters from entering and damaging the running generator. He then spent another hour eliminating all the mutants on the second floor, including 3 super mutants, which provided him with 3 more super crystal cores. Han Xiaofan walked to the operating room and saw Chen Jie sitting in a chair with a flashlight. He approached her and asked, "Sister Chen, how's it going?" He hugged Chen Jie, gently patted her head, and smiled to reassure her, "Sister Chen, don't worry. Appendicitis is a piece of cake for a top surgeon like Dr. In. It won't be a problem. You can rest assured that Bao will recover soon." Chen Jie felt that her heart had become much weaker since the apocalypse began. After her husband passed away, she raised her daughter alone and moved to Shenzhen to work hard. She wasn't inherently weak, but the changing environment forced her to adapt. Showing her vulnerability as a woman in front of Han Xiaofan, was also a kind of calculation on her part. Of course, it wasn't that Chen Jie wanted to harm Han Xiaofan. She just wanted to elevate her status in his heart. Since the world had entered an apocalypse, women without power and good looks had almost no choice but to rely on the strong, unless they were in an official base where some order might still exist. However, Chen Jie felt that the official base in Shenzhen had over 1 million survivors, and just providing food for them was a huge problem, let alone facing the threat of monsters. There were many mutated rats underground, which could pose a significant threat to human bases. Chen Jie then relayed the information about the 2 elderly persons mentioned by Li Hong to Han Xiaofan. Naturally, it was up to Han Xiaofan to decide whether to go or not. Chen Jie was merely conveying the message. However, she hoped that Xiaofan could go save the 2 elderly people, not only because one was a retired Chinese medicine expert and the other a retired teacher, both of whom would be useful in the apocalypse, but also because she didn't want her man to be heartless. Of course, if it meant Han Xiaofan risking his life to save them, Chen Jie would absolutely oppose it. She wasn't foolish. There was no way she would let her man take risks for strangers. Upon hearing that one was an elderly Chinese medicine expert and the other a teacher, Han Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. He wouldn't abandon the elderly and children like other private bases did. For humanity, the elderly and children were very important. If they were all abandoned, what future would humanity have? Here, a walkie-talkie for you. If anything unexpected happens, report to me immediately. Han Xiaofan took a walkie-talkie from his backpack, which he actually retrieved from his storage space, but pretended to take it out from his backpack in front of Chen Jie. He also taught her how to use the walkie-talkie before leaving the first floor. However, he didn't move the clutter blocking the door. Instead, he found a room, opened a window, and jumped out. The snow outside had become thicker than when he arrived, up to his knees, at least 30 centimeters deep. However, it didn't significantly affect his walking speed. Ordinary people searching for supplies would struggle more. The family building of the first hospital was more like a family courtyard than just a building. It was built in the last century, with 1 open side and 3 sides consisting of 6-story circular buildings, housing doctors from the first hospital and their families, as well as retired doctors. The 2 elderly people were quite lucky. They had been infected by the virus and turned into mutants, making them among the few surviving elders. However, their luck was also unfortunate, as they found themselves in a chaotic world after the apocalypse. They had contacted their son in Kyoto at the outbreak of the apocalypse, and his family had not mutated, which relieved them somewhat. However, since today, their phones had lost signal, and they could no longer reach their son-'s family, which worried them. They felt helpless. They were old, and even if they wanted to head north, it wasn't impossible. But they could be torn apart by monsters as soon as they stepped out. With the temperature continuously dropping, they hadn't prepared any warming tools at home. Lacking the heating tools common in northern winters made them realize that, barring any miracles, their lives were soon on a countdown. In such an apocalyptic world, it was indeed very difficult for the elderly to survive. They felt a bit regretful, wishing they could see their lovely granddaughter one last time. That evening, the 2 elderly people prepared a great meal, and Old Wei even took out his treasured wine. Old Kong no longer admonished him against drinking, saying it was harmful. They drank like they did when they first got married, with a candle lit in the middle of the table, both sporting a rosy glow from the wine. After finishing their meal, they sat together on the couch in the living room, embracing each other, planning to drift off to sleep like that. Chapter 36. Hope. Although it was dark outside, with raging winds and snowstorms, for humanity, this was a rare opportunity to gather supplies. Humans had a strong ability to adapt to survival, and many seized this chance. They dressed warmly and took precautions, venturing out of their homes to gather supplies. As long as they were careful, most could still find something. However, Han Xiaofan remembered the general locations of those survivors. When he needed to recruit a large number of survivors for his underground base in the future, these survivors would be potential candidates. The main entrance of the family building was not closed, but rather open, with no vehicles blocking the entrance, just a thick layer of snow on the ground. The security room inside appeared messy, and there were no skeletal remains of humans left behind by mutants. The security guard might have fled, or perhaps turned into a mutant and left the booth. Han Xiaofan did not enter the family building right away, but circled around its perimeter. He found it a bit strange that the number of mutants inside the first hospital seemed low. If those mutants had left the hospital, there should have been many mutants nearby. Even if they had sought refuge in surrounding buildings to escape the extreme cold, he entered several buildings and found very few mutants, or even mutated animals. They seemed scarce, which was a bit abnormal. The number of monsters in an area is unusually low, which suggests that a super monster has appeared in that area, having eaten the mutated creatures. Han Xiaofan speculated that this was the most likely scenario. After circling the residential building without any findings, he patrolled a radius of 3 kilometers centered around the first hospital, but still found nothing. However, when Han Xiaofan entered the residential building and arrived at the courtyard, his sixth sense told him that there was a threatening presence here. Without needing to guess, he noticed an abnormal situation. There was a snow-covered artificial hill in the middle of the courtyard. This hill was quite high, nearly as tall as the surrounding 6-story residential buildings, which meant it was at least 18 meters high if each floor was a minimum of 3 meters. No designer would create an artificial hill like this. The only possibility was that the object in the middle was not an artificial hill. However, because it was covered in snow, Han Xiaofan did not approach to clear the snow, so he did not know what monster was underneath. Although he was eager to confront such a super monster, he decided to first check on the elderly couple on the 6th floor before deciding whether to deal with the super monster. Feeling unusually excited, Han Xiaofan enjoyed this emotional fluctuation. It made him feel like a normal human rather than a robotic existence. Of course, he also felt some emotional highs when he clapped with Chun Jie, which made him realize he might not lack for women in the future. Han Xiaofan first exited the residential building and collected several large round stones blocking the intersection into his storage space, knowing they would be useful later. Back in the residential building, he wasted no time and went up the stairs. As expected, there were no mutated creatures or human skeletons on the stairs. He circled the 2nd floor, where many room doors were open. Some appeared messy, while others looked tidy. As for the locked rooms, there were no survivors inside. He went up to the 3rd floor and found nothing unusual. The same was true for the 4th and 5th floors. Han Xiaofan had little hope for the elderly couple, considering that if the young people couldn't survive, the elderly would likely be in worse shape. Even if they hadn't been infected by the virus, there were many other threats in the post-apocalyptic world that could endanger survivors. In fact, the threat level among humans could be greater than that posed by monsters. For some, dealing with their own kind was much easier than facing monsters, as humanity has never lacked individuals of that nature. Regarding the supplies in the rooms, Han Xiaofan didn't pay much attention. He already had too much of everything in his storage space and didn't want to waste time collecting the scarce supplies. From the 1st to the 6th floor, Han Xiaofan took only a dozen minutes. When he reached the 6th floor, he looked at the object resembling an artificial hill. It remained still. He listened carefully for a while and only heard the howling of the wind, akin to ghostly wails, without any other sounds. Perhaps there were sounds, but they were drowned out by the wind, making it normal that he couldn't hear them. In fact, Han Xiaofan had already speculated about the super monster in his mind. It must be a creature capable of devouring so many mutated humans and animals and needed time to digest and evolve. Only such a being could exist, especially in a large city like Shunshur, where not just any animal could become a wealthy person's pet. And there was no zoo nearby that could explain a creature's presence there. Han Xiaofan didn't check other rooms. He went directly to the door of room 606, knocked, and then turned to look back. The tall object remained silent. Was it that it couldn't hear him? Or did it simply not want to acknowledge a seemingly non-threatening human like him? Han Xiaofan pondered, but soon he heard a voice from inside, an elderly male voice. Who is it outside? Han Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. He had exceptional hearing and could naturally hear 2 faint breaths inside. Initially, he thought the elderly couple might be in a coma or in trouble, but it was good to hear the voices, albeit weak, indicating they were still healthy. He smiled gently and said, "Wei, hello, I'm Han Xiaofan. Dr. and Li Hong sent me to rescue you. Could you please open the door?" Upon hearing that it was someone sent by Li Hong to rescue them, Wei had no doubts. They had already decided to let themselves drift into sleep, believing they wouldn't wake up the next day. With a resolve to face death, they found nothing terrifying about the outside world. Knowing that the monster in the courtyard wouldn't spare any survivors trying to leave the residential building. Thus, even if a thug entered, it would only lead to a dead end. Old Wei opened the door and saw Han Xiaofan, who looked ordinary but had deep, indifferent eyes. He showed a hint of regret as he grabbed Han Xiaofan's hand and pulled him into the room, shutting the door behind him. With a tone of regret, he said, "I'll call you Xiaofan. You should have come to rescue two people on the brink of death. When I tried to message Doctor and that there's a super monster here, my phone lost signal. I'm really sorry for putting you in such a dangerous situation." Chapter 37. The Big Snake. Old Wei, you don't need to worry. I know there is a monster outside. It should be a big snake. Hearing Han Xiaofan's words, Old Wei looked puzzled. He was curious how Han Xiaofan knew that the monster outside was a big snake, considering it was covered in snow and would remain dormant as long as no survivors tried to leave the residential building. However, if anyone attempted to leave by any means, even climbing down from the street-facing window, the snake would sense it and quickly devour the survivor. Oh dear, let the old man sit down and have a cup of hot tea. There is no need to rush. Old Kong came over and patted her husband's hand, then smiled at Han Xiaofan, saying, "I'll call you Xiaofan too. Please sit down and have some tea. Let us talk more, okay? As for me, I want to drink tea. Time is pressing. You two pack your things, and I'll deal with the monster outside. Then we can leave here." The elderly couple had seen many people in their decades of experience and were confident in their ability to discern others' true nature. However, Han Xiaofan was exceptionally unique. They couldn't read anything about him. They exchanged glances, and after decades of being together, they understood each other's silent communication. It was clear to them that Han Xiaofan was not an ordinary person. He might be one of the evolved beings mentioned in the official reports. "All right, Xiaofan. Please be careful. We'll go pack our things now." Han Xiaofan simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. He had great confidence in his strength, believing that no matter how powerful the monster outside was, it could not compare to him. After all, he had no idea how many crystal cores his body had absorbed throughout the day and how much stronger he had become. Any other monster, no matter how formidable, could not match him and certainly fell far short. Once outside, Han Xiaofan closed the door behind him and took out one of the large stones he had collected at the intersection. He lifted the stone, which weighed at least 100 pounds, effortlessly cradling it in one hand, as if it were an apple, feeling no weight at all. He casually threw a stone, caught it, and then Han Xiaofan hurled it with all his strength at the giant snake outside, which was completely covered in snow. The stone struck the creature with lightning speed, and the snow on its body provided no protection whatsoever. The sound of the impact drowned out the howling wind. A massive snake, as thick as a water barrel and with a head nearly the size of a small car, appeared. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, were filled with a violent, bloodthirsty aura, fixating on the human before it, whom it did not regard as a threat. The snake had sensed Han Xiaofan's presence as soon as he entered the residential building. To it, a tiny human was merely food. As long as he was inside, he would be its meal, and it had no intention of rushing to devour him. To its surprise, Han Xiaofan threw a stone at it. The snake had consumed many mutated humans and animals, and, perhaps due to eating human brains, its intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of a 13 or 14-year-old boy. However, being struck by the stone knocked the rationality out of it. With a roar akin to that of a forest king tiger, the giant snake displayed speed and agility that belied its massive size. In the blink of an eye, its enormous head was right in front of Han Xiaofan, and he could see its gaping mouth filled with serrated teeth. He also noticed two protrusions on its head, wondering if it was about to transform into a dragon. Though Han Xiaofan's mind raced with thoughts, the moment outside passed in an instant. He pushed off the ground, swiftly dodging the snake's bite as it clamped down on the fence, destroying several meters of it with its incredible bite force. Jumping down from the 6th floor, Han Xiaofan landed on the ground and swung his tang knife at the snake's body, causing only minimal damage. The scales on the snake were as tough as steel, and the knife produced sparks upon impact. Nevertheless, Han Xiaofan's immense strength still managed to draw blood. Although the snake was agile, Its enormous size inevitably affected its speed, making it seem as slow as a snail compared to Han Xiaofan, who could reach speeds of 50 meters per second, covering 100 meters in just 2 seconds. When he exerted himself fully, it felt like teleportation, and in the current battle, the giant snake was helpless against him, only able to endure his strikes passively. With one cut after another, the snake's wounds multiplied, and its scales fell to the ground, blood staining the snow in the large area around the residential building. The snake, realizing it was heading towards certain death, became agitated. Intelligent creatures instinctively flee when their lives are threatened, and the snake was no exception. It feigned an attack on Han Xiaofan before decisively making a dash towards the door, trying to escape. However, the snake's intentions were too obvious, and Han Xiaofan easily discerned its plan. He had already seen the fear and trepidation in its eyes, which were a stark contrast to the earlier bloodthirstiness. He had anticipated its escape. With a powerful push, he flashed ahead of the snake's escape route, grabbing a large stone and hurling it at the fleeing creature's head. The stone struck with a thud, leaving the snake somewhat dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Han Xiaofan quickly moved to the back of the snake's head and plunged his tang knife down into the gaps between its scales. The knife pierced through the surface smoothly, embedding itself deep into the creature. He rapidly repeated the same action, delivering 10 lethal strikes per second. This monster, which had the potential to become a super mutated beast king in the future, met its demise in a humiliating manner. The enormous corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Han Xiaofan jumped off the snake's body. Instead of immediately absorbing its crystal core or extracting it, he stored the corpse in his storage space. He then retrieved a large wooden box filled with blankets and quilts, planning to have the elderly couple sit inside it for easier transport. Carrying them outside would be inconvenient. After all, it would be inappropriate to carry one in his arms while having to carry the other on his back. Old Wei opened the door and saw Han Xiaofan outside. His previously anxious heart relaxed instantly. He nervously asked Xiaofan, "What about that giant snake?" "It escaped," Han Xiaofan replied, not mentioning that he had killed it to avoid having to explain where the snake's corpse had gone. He thought he would explain it to them when the opportunity arose in the future. He continued, "Have you both packed your things?" "Yes, we can set off now." Old Kong interjected, carrying a small bag. Seeing that it wasn't a large load, Han Xiaofan nodded inwardly, relieved that the elderly couple understood the gravity of the situation and hadn't tried to bring too much. The three of them exchanged no more words. The elderly couple took a final glance at the home they had lived in for decades before turning to follow Han Xiaofan down the 6th floor. Thanks to the flashlight, they could see the stairs clearly. Once they reached the ground, they spotted the large wooden box and looked at Han Xiaofan with puzzled expressions, waiting for him to explain. It's dangerous outside. You two should sit inside this wooden box. I'll carry it out for convenience," Han Xiaofan explained casually. The elderly couple had already concluded in their hearts that he was an evolved being. Since evolved beings had appeared, they knew they could no longer cling to the common knowledge of the normal society. With Han Xiaofan's help, they entered the wooden box, which was cozy and warm due to the blankets and quilts inside. Once they were settled, Han Xiaofan closed the box door and secured it to ensure the wind wouldn't blow it open and leave the elderly couple freezing inside. He easily lifted the box, feeling no strain. Combined, the elderly couple's weight and the box were under 150 pounds, a trivial matter for him. "Please be careful. I'm about to set off," he called out. "All right, Xiaofan, don't worry about us." Old Wei's calm voice came from inside. However, the expressions on his and his wife's faces belied that calmness. Initially, he had thought Han Xiaofan would tie the box with a rope and drag it like a sled, which would have been feasible. What surprised them was that Han Xiaofan was simply running while carrying the box. When he lifted it, they naturally felt the weight and were quite astonished, but they thought to themselves that since he was an evolved being, he should be capable of such feats. What the elderly couple did not know was that no other evolved being in the world could match Han Xiaofan's strength, and indeed, none came close. After all, only 2 days had passed since the apocalypse began, and many evolved beings worldwide had yet to understand the changes occurring within them. The ones capable of hunting monsters outside were scarce, and Han Xiaofan was the only one who treated mutated creatures like trash to be cleared away. "All right, you can come out now." Arriving at the front of the clinic, Han Xiaofan stood by the window as he helped the elderly couple out of the box. As soon as they emerged, they shivered. The box had been warm, but stepping outside, they immediately felt the extreme cold. They estimated that the temperature outside must have dropped to at least minus 40 degrees. The two elders come in. The surgery should be completed by now. Although Han Xiaofan has not received any messages from Chen Jie via the walkie-talkie, he guesses that Bayer has successfully completed the surgery. Otherwise, if things had not gone smoothly, Chen Jie would have notified him long ago. The three of them entered the building through the window, and Han Xiaofan closed the window and door. He left the wooden box outside. With the two elders present, he naturally could not directly put the box into the storage space. He also wasn't worried that anyone or any monster would be interested in the box. Leaving it outside wouldn't cause any problems. When they arrived in front of the operating room, indeed, Chen Jie was no longer outside, and Li Hong and the others were also gone. Han Xiaofan noticed a bit of light coming from a room at the end of the hallway. Just as the three were about to reach that room, Chen Jie and the others came out, each holding something that could be used as a weapon. When the girls saw Han Xiaofan, they immediately felt relieved, and when they noticed the two elders behind him, smiles appeared on their faces. They knew that Han Xiaofan's rescue mission had been successful. Elder Wei, Elder Kong, it's great that you're okay. Yes, we're very happy that the two elders are fine. Please come in and sit down. Since they were colleagues from the same hospital, and Elder Wei was a well-respected traditional Chinese medicine expert at the first hospital. Even though he was retired, he still participated in charity clinics from time to time. The three girls had naturally seen Elder Wei and knew about Elder Kong, so they were very warm towards the two elders. Han Xiaofan ignored the small talk between the three girls and the two elders as he was pulled by Chen Jie into the patient room. The room was a regular patient room from before, with several beds, and Bayer was lying on the innermost bed. Chen Jie sat down next to Han Xiaofan by the bedside, her eyes gazing affectionately at him as she smiled and said, "Xiaofan, I really thank you. If it weren't for you, Bayer would have lost her life. Whatever you want me to do in the future, I will agree to it." Her sincere words, filled with a hint of affection, stirred some ripples in Han Xiaofan's otherwise calm emotions, but they quickly settled down again. He felt that soon he might really become a heartless robot. Han Xiaofan reached out to touch Chen Jie's face, feeling its smoothness. A blush appeared on her beautiful face, and in a slightly shy tone, she whispered in Han Xiaofan's ear, "Xiaofan, when they take a break later, I'll give you something, okay?" Hearing Chen Jie's words, Han Xiaofan's indifferent expression showed signs of breaking, but he naturally wouldn't refuse the idea of suppressing his cold emotions for a moment. "Okay, you look after Bayer. I have something to discuss with Doctor in Chapter 39. Speculation, Xiaofan? I have something to tell you first. Come with me." Originally, Han Xiaofan wanted to call Li Hong out of the patient room to hear her analysis. He felt a bit uneasy about his own anomalies. Although this indifferent emotion wasn't a bad thing in the apocalypse, and could even be considered a good thing, he still felt that it might bring very bad consequences in the future. Therefore, he wanted to hear Li Hong's expert opinion on the matter. However, Li Hong wanted to say something to him, and Han Xiaofan wasn't in a hurry to discuss his own issues. He followed Li Hong to the operating room, where she pointed at something on a tray and said, "Xiaofan, can you guess what this is?" Yes, this is what the appendix turned into. If Li Hong hadn't been confident in her professional knowledge, she might have doubted herself during the surgery on Bayer. However, after removing what was supposed to be the appendix, Bayer's high fever subsided, and all her indicators returned to normal levels. Aside from a lack of sensation in the lower right abdomen due to anesthesia, Li Hong knew that her surgery had been successful. "You should have a crystal core, right? Can you take it out and show me?" Li Hong learned about the function of the crystal core from the official information, but she had never killed a mutated person, so she didn't know what a crystal core was like. Hearing Li Hong's words, Han Xiaofan took out a crystal core from his backpack and handed it to her, saying, "Are you suspecting that Bayer might have a problem? The crystal cores of mutated creatures are inside their hearts, which is different from Bayer, right?" "No, that's not what I mean. If Bayer were to mutate, she would have done so long ago. I suspect she might be an incomplete evolver. Do you understand what I mean?" As Li Hong observed the crystal core in her hand and compared it to the thing she removed from Bayer's body, she quickly noticed the differences. The most significant difference was that the crystal core was transparent like a glass ball, but upon closer inspection, she could see some filamentous substances inside. In contrast, the object from Bayer's body was not transparent, and she couldn't see if there were any filamentous substances inside. The first hospital indeed had a laboratory to experiment with the crystal core and the object from Bayer's body. But she also knew that this wasn't the right time for such things. I understand your point. Perhaps it's because Bayer is too young. So she hasn't fully become an evolver. But she should still have a chance to become one in the future, right? Yes. I suspect that if Bayer consumes some crystal cores, she might become an evolver. Of course, this is just my speculation. Only through experimentation can we ensure a 100% possibility. Seeing that Han Xiaofan still had a cold expression, and Li Hong felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped that Han Xiaofan would continue on the topic she had brought up, so she could seize the opportunity to propose her request to move the equipment from the hospital's laboratory. Han Xiaofan was unaware of her intentions. He told Li Hong about the changes happening to him. After listening, and Li Hong's eyes sparkled, and she directly asked, "You must be an evolver, right?" "That's right." Han Xiaofan felt that he could be considered an evolver, just a rather special one. So he straightforwardly admitted to Li Hong's question. "Then the changes in you must also be due to evolution. You should be much stronger than ordinary evolvers. This can be inferred from how easily you cleared out this outpatient building. Since I don't know the specific situations of other evolvers, I can't draw conclusions about the changes in you based on guesses. However, if I could compare you with other evolvers, I could determine why these changes occurred in you." When Bayer saw Han Xiaofan come in, she immediately broke into a big smile. She genuinely liked Han Xiaofan because she knew that her recovery was all thanks to Uncle Xiaofan. "Bayer's awake. Let's cook something to eat." Han Xiaofan calmly touched Bayer's face and then said to the others, just as everyone was about to ask what to cook. They saw Han Xiaofan take out a bottle from his backpack, then a bag of rice, some food, several cans, and a few bottles of seasoning. They all showed expressions of surprise because, looking at the size of Han Xiaofan's backpack, it couldn't possibly hold so many things. However, since everyone was smart, they didn't awkwardly question Han Xiaofan. "Uncle, are you Doraemon?" Only the child, Bayer, wouldn't think too much. She was amazed by Han Xiaofan's actions and immediately asked, "Yes, Uncle is Doraemon. Later, Bayer will have some porridge." There weren't many things in the backpack. Han Xiaofan was just putting on an act. He took everything from the storage space. As long as he didn't admit it, even if others had doubts, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. At most, they would just feel amazed. As for whether anyone could guess the existence of the storage space, he didn't care much. After all, without evidence, he could deny it. "Brother Han, let me help. My cooking skills are quite good." Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly approached Han Xiaofan. Although she was relatively innocent, she understood that in a team, one must play their part. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic era, no team would support idle people. "I'll help too. I'll go get the blankets from the other wards. Later, when we rest, everyone can stay in this ward. It will be safer." With the women taking action, there was naturally no need for Han Xiaofan to cook. He made a suggestion, and everyone agreed without hesitation. After all, among those present, only Han Xiaofan was capable of handling threats, and having him around gave everyone a sense of security. Sleeping together in one ward at night would be safer, and naturally, no one opposed it. As for gender differences, who would still care about that in an apocalypse? Chapter 40. The thoughts of the women Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't lying. The food she prepared was simple, and the cooking conditions were rudimentary, but the dishes she made received rave reviews from everyone present. Old Wei even jokingly said that Lu Xiaoxiao had chosen the wrong profession. Had she entered the food industry before the apocalypse, she might have become a 5-star hotel chef by now instead of just a nurse. Everyone laughed at Old Wei's words, but they all knew he was just joking. In this apocalyptic era, being able to eat hot meals was much better than those survivors hiding who knew where. Bauer, having just undergone surgery, could only eat some light rice porridge. In the end, Han Xiaofan took out a can of baby formula, making Chun Jie so happy she almost cried. However, she didn't hold back with Han Xiaofan, since she was completely his. Their relationship had reached a point where politeness was unnecessary. The others had grown accustomed to the baby formula that Han Xiaofan provided. They all understood that he was likely more than just an evolved being, or perhaps not a simple one at all. After dinner, Han Xiaofan disassembled the bed in the ward, laying the mattress on the floor. The women placed all the bedding on the mattress, allowing them to sleep on it. Han Xiaofan also brought out several gas canisters to light at night, which would raise the room's temperature, at least preventing it from being too cold. After all, for women, the elderly, and children, temperatures below -40 or 50 degrees were quite terrifying. That night, it was unknown how many survivors would freeze to death, especially those elderly, weak, or disabled survivors who had avoided infection but could die from the extreme cold. For the next few centuries, such extreme weather was unlikely to change significantly. It might even become more terrifying, with temperatures potentially dropping to -60 or 70 degrees. Han Xiaofan took Bauer down, as her bed had also been disassembled. Everyone huddled together to sleep for warmth. Han Xiaofan volunteered to act as the night watchman since they didn't know if monsters would enter the outpatient building at night. If everyone was asleep, they wouldn't be able to detect any danger, so someone needed to stand guard. In the end, they agreed that Han Xiaofan would keep watch during the first half of the night, while Li Hong and Su Mei would take over for the second half, allowing the others to sleep. The few of them lay on the mattress, but didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, they started chatting. Soon, someone brought up family, and since women tend to be more emotional, they quickly began to cry softly when thinking of their loved ones whose fates were unknown. In the end, it was old Kong who comforted the women, helping to calm their sorrowful emotions. "Let us sleep," old Kong said, and soon everyone quieted down. Before long, sounds of deep sleeping filled the room. Han Xiaofan quietly sat to the side, staring at the flames before him. The wristband on his right hand hadn't received any messages, indicating that there were no issues in the villa area. After all, if there had been a problem, Xiao Ji would have notified him long ago. Han Xiaofan hesitated over whether to bring all the survivors to the underground city sooner. He believed that if he informed the survivors about such a safe base, no one would refuse. However, it was uncertain how many would fully obey him. But with the wristbands restricting them, even if some survivors had ulterior motives, Han Xiaofan would know immediately if they betrayed him. After thinking for a long time, Han Xiaofan ultimately decided to bring all survivors into the underground city base as soon as possible. This way, the survivors wouldn't have to suffer on the surface, and it would expedite the development of the underground city base. Without people, it would be impossible for Han Xiaofan alone to operate the base. The crystal in his mind didn't have the functionality found in online novels that allowed for resource exchanges for humans or other supplies. If it did, he would need to think of ways to recruit survivors. Of course, humanity wouldn't face extinction. Chunjie had been pretending to sleep. After everyone else fell asleep, she finally got up. After all, she had made an agreement with Han Xiaofan, but she felt awkward to approach him if the others were still awake. Seeing Chunjie wake up and get dressed, Han Xiaofan took her hand and walked out of the ward. Just as they stepped out, Su Mei, who had been pretending to sleep, opened her eyes. In truth, she hadn't been asleep at all. Her mind had been racing with thoughts. In this apocalyptic era, Su Mei was a smart person. She knew that with her beauty, encountering the wrong kind of survivor could lead to a tragic fate, making it a luxury to wish for death. Fortunately, she had met Han Xiaofan, who, while powerful, was not a bad thug. He didn't act recklessly just because the three women were beautiful. Such a person was the best kind of support. Su Mei believed that Li Hong and Lu Xiaoxiao also had their thoughts on matter. Beautiful women wanting to live comfortably in the apocalypse would naturally seek a good support. Han Xiaofan was their best choice. She no longer had family, and her husband was likely gone too, leaving her with no burdens. Su Mei had noticed the relationship between Chunjie and Han Xiaofan, and her suspicions were confirmed when the two walked out of the ward after everyone else had fallen asleep. She didn't need to be told what they were going to do. Should she follow them? This was a great opportunity. Su Mei hesitated. She wasn't a promiscuous woman, but if she didn't seize this chance, she might not have another like it in the future. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind, slowly crawling out of the blanket and getting dressed. She turned to glance at the still sleeping crowd, relieved to see they were all quiet. Only then did she leave the ward and head towards the stairs to the second floor. She had already faintly heard intense fighting sounds coming from upstairs. She hadn't expected that the seemingly graceful and elegant Chunjia would be so wild. Sume thought as she climbed up the stairs to the second floor. What Sume didn't realize was that right after she left the ward, Lu Xiaoxiao and Li Hong had opened their eyes one after the other. Since they were sleeping face to face, they exchanged glances and could see the embarrassment in each other's eyes, but the reasons for their embarrassment were different. Lu Xiaoxiao had the same idea as Sume, while Li Hong had no such thoughts. Being a strong woman herself, even in a world turned upside down, she hadn't yet experienced the truly tragic events of the apocalypse. Thus, she believed she could rely on her exceptional surgical skills to do well without depending on a man. Li Hong can only be described as a bit naive. She doesn't realize that with her beauty, if she hadn't encountered Han Xiaofan, any normal man in this lawless and chaotic world would magnify the dark side of human nature, and her ultimate fate would be quite tragic. In this regard, she is not as perceptive as Lu Xiaoxiao, who has already grasped the essence of the apocalypse. The strong are kings, and the weak are prey. Although Lu Xiaoxiao is relatively innocent, she has a strength. Once she makes a decision, she will not change it. Since she has resolved to follow Han Xiaofan, she will take action, just like Sume did. Tonight presents a great opportunity. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded at Li Hong, crawled out of her bed, dressed like Sume, tidied up her appearance, and then left the hospital room. Lu Xiaoxiao's actions shocked Li Hong. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoxiao to be so decisive and make the same choice as Sume. She could only wish her two friends the best of luck in achieving the outcomes they desired. With her back to the two elderly people lying on the bed, Li Hong naturally didn't know that they hadn't fallen asleep. The elderly couple, due to their light sleeping habits, woke up after Chunjia and Han Xiaofan left the hospital room. However, being well experienced, they understood that such situations could arise even before the apocalypse. So they pretended to be asleep, choosing to remain blissfully ignorant. Chapter 41. Change. After bidding farewell to everyone, Han Xiaofan quickly left the hospital. He closed the hospital gate to prevent any mutated beings from inadvertently entering and posing a safety risk to Chunjia and the others. Why did Han Xiaofan leave the hospital? This was because Xiao Ji messaged him, informing him that there was a situation in the villa area, and He Qiundong and his group had already taken control of Tianjun and the others. The situation was quite simple. Tianjun and several men wanted to take advantage of the raging storm outside to gather supplies, but were ambushed by He Qiundong's group. Tianjun and the others were injured and captured, leaving only Ouyang Mei among the women and children in the villa who still had some fighting capability. However, Ouyang Mei was very decisive. When she saw Tianjun and the others being led into the villa by He Qiundong, she directly led the women to build a defense line at the top of the stairs on the second floor. They threw down a large number of items to block the staircase, making it very difficult for He Qiundong's group to attack the second floor unless they intended to set the villa on fire. For He Qiundong's group, what they wanted most was, of course, to capture Ouyang Mei and her group of women. They didn't want to deal with a dozen corpses. And He Qiundong was also using the women and children as leverage to intimidate Han Xiaofan, knowing that Han Xiaofan could easily kill those mutated beings which they had witnessed. They were naturally worried that Han Xiaofan might turn against them, so the women and children served as their shield. One could say that He Qiundong and his group were overly optimistic. If Ouyang Mei and the others were not on Han Xiaofan's side, he would have completely disregarded their lives after deciding to recruit them into the underground base. Of course, he was still quite concerned about Lu Meng's family. Moreover, Han Xiaofan had already regarded Ouyang Mei and Yi Lanxin as his women. After all, women could help alleviate his increasingly cold emotions, and he would not give up on either of them. Guo Mingtao was a very ordinary young man. Although he worked hard to gain admission to Shenzhen University, once there, he realized just how ordinary he truly was. Ordinary looks, ordinary family background, ordinary intelligence, and even his luck with women was quite average. He might have only held a girl's hand in kindergarten. However, after entering Shenzhen University, Guo Mingtao met his goddess, Hu Xiaoli. He fell in love with her at first sight when she served as a flag bearer during military training, obsessively gathering information about her and trying every possible way to get closer. Others called him the ultimate licking dog, but he didn't see himself that way. He just loved her too much. When the apocalypse came, Guo Mingtao wasn't worried about his family's safety. Instead, he felt fortunate and happy because he could be with his goddess forever. In a normal society before the apocalypse, no matter how much he tried to lick, he knew he was unworthy of her. His goddess liked luxury and money, which he couldn't provide, and the result would have been watching her marry into a wealthy family. Fortunately, with the apocalypse, Guo Mingtao believed he could survive with his goddess, and they could thrive together in the future. What he didn't expect was that after they encountered danger, they would meet Han Xiaofan, a remarkably powerful person who saved them. Watching his goddess fawn over Han Xiaofan filled Guo Mingtao with jealousy. He wished he could kill Han Xiaofan, but he knew he lacked the strength. However, he could wait for an opportunity. For his goddess, he could endure all hardships. Fortunately, the opportunity soon came. At the moment, He Qiundong's group attacked and captured them. Guo Mingtao turned traitor. It was under his auspices that He Qiundong's group managed to capture Lu Meng and the others. Xiaoli, you tell the others that Donggu won't harm you. As long as you come down, he guarantees your safety. He will establish a fair and just survivor base here, where you can thrive, he said. Don't hold out hope for Han Xiaofan anymore. He's been gone for so long. He's either dead out there or has abandoned us. It's completely normal to choose a new leader in this apocalyptic era. Such things happen all the time. You should know how to choose, right? Donggu has promised me that as long as you follow me, you'll definitely live well in the future. Don't worry. Most of He Qiundong's people stayed in the living room on the first floor, with only a few standing behind Guo Mingtao to prevent the women upstairs from doing anything sneaky. Of course, they weren't too worried about a group of women and children posing any threat. Tianjun, Li Xiong, Lu Meng and his son, Peng Yuanghua, were all tied up, lying helplessly on the cold ground. Each had some injuries, with Tianjun being the most severely hurt due to the strong resistance from the Tian family, who had been beaten up badly by He Qiundong's group. Except for Li Xiong, who appeared relatively calm, the others showed signs of despair. Although they didn't know why He Qiundong's group spared their lives, they didn't believe they would survive. The person they hated most was the traitor Guo Mingtao. If given the chance, they would definitely kill him. Donggu, why are you keeping them alive? Wouldn't it be better to kill them? Asked Zheng Kairi in He Qiundong's arms, speaking in a calm tone, but with very harsh words. In her view, leaving Tianjun and the others alive meant leaving behind a risk. Only the dead were truly safe. He Qiundong was not a foolish person. Someone who could serve as the captain of a villa area security team had at least basic judgment. Han Xiaofan's extraordinary strength made him suspect that the other party might be an evolved being, which sparked a bold idea in his mind. If he could recruit Han Xiaofan, he could develop and expand the villa area into a survivor base. In this lawless, chaotic apocalyptic era, it was not impossible for him to achieve great things, which excited him. Chapter 42. Resolution. Although Hu Xiaoli is a materialistic woman, she has never committed any morally reprehensible acts. Her love for money is mainly due to family influences, but her values still align with those of ordinary people. Just by seeing that she is still a young girl, one can tell that her basic sense of morality still exists. Xiaoli, don't pay attention to them. They won't last long. Ouyang Mei, who was beside Hu Xiaoli, comforted her with a smile. Ouyang Mei was not worried at all about the group downstairs. When she saw that the cameras in the living room were still powered on, she knew everything happening in the villa was visible to Han Xiaofan, who was outside. Although she didn't understand why the entire Dragon District was experiencing a power outage while this villa still had electricity. Perhaps it had a basement with a generator. However, she was puzzled as to why the lights and other appliances in the rooms were not working. Ouyang Jia, I'm fine. I just didn't expect Guo Mingtang to be such a person. Hearing Ouyang Mei's words, Hu Xiaoli merely smiled wryly and shook her head, indicating that she didn't care much. At the stairway, Li Xiong's wife, Wang Caixia, Yilan Xin, and Lu Meng's mother and sister were all worried about the safety of their family members. After all, they were captured by He Qiundong and his gang. Thankfully, they could still hear their voices. Otherwise, they would have thought their families had been killed by He Qiundong. However, their faces were still full of concern. Ouyang Mei is right. You don't need to worry. Our leader should already know the situation here. With his strength, dealing with He Qiundong and his group will be like child's play. Since Ouyang Mei could see the cameras in the living room working, Yilan Xin could naturally see them too. She had great confidence in Han Xiaofan, not only because of his extraordinary strength, but also due to his mysterious nature. It was almost impossible for such a mysterious person not to have a backup plan. We don't need to pay attention to them. As long as they dare to come up, we can throw things at them. We shouldn't be afraid of killing them. This is already an apocalyptic world, so we shouldn't be too concerned about past norms. Of course, Yi Lanxin said this, but she knew that for Hu Xiaoli and her friends, who were still ordinary people just a few days ago, it would be quite difficult to change their lifestyles in such a short time. Unless they were inherently dark-hearted individuals, such people could quickly adapt to a lawless apocalyptic era, often turning into terrifying thugs. These thugs might not hunt monsters, but they would be much more proactive against their own kind. After all, for survivors, dealing with fellow humans was much simpler and safer. Many who couldn't quickly adapt to the apocalyptic world or had a savior complex were the first to be eliminated, and their fates were often tragic, without any chance to regret their past decisions. With an easy leap over the door, Han Xiaofan quickly arrived at the villa where He Chuandong and his group were originally staying. He Chuandong had taken most of the people to the villa rented by Han Xiaofan, leaving a few behind to guard their base, which contained a large amount of supplies they had collected. Those supplies needed protection, otherwise they would be in trouble if stolen. Han Xiaofan saw two people sitting in the living room through the window. They were both on the couch, with a firewood stove lit, wrapped in blankets, wearing hats and masks, and warming their hands over the stove, completely oblivious to the situation outside. This was quite normal. In such a harsh environment, no survivor would come out, and those who did wouldn't survive, so they naturally didn't need to worry about outsiders entering the villa area. There were no cameras inside this villa, and Han Xiaofan didn't know how many people were on the second floor. However, it didn't matter to him. The result would be the same regardless of how many people were inside. He didn't care. He was there only to prevent anyone from escaping and leaving hidden dangers. What he needed to do now was to eliminate He Chuandong and his group. He boldly pushed open the front door, and the two security guards, warming themselves by the fire, immediately saw him enter. However, when they noticed Han Xiaofan wearing a black outfit and carrying a tang knife, they were completely stunned. The image of Han Xiaofan as an invincible mutant, capable of killing with ease, left a deep impression on them. As the two men, panic-stricken, tried to grab axes nearby to stand up, they suddenly felt a bright flash before everything went dark. Their final thought was that Han Xiaofan's knife was incredibly fast, and then they knew nothing more. Two heads fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The two security guards were beheaded before they could even call for help. Han Xiaofan's expression didn't change in the slightest as he looked at the gruesome scene. He remained indifferent. He had grown accustomed to beheading mutated monsters, and dealing with humans was no different. Sounds came from upstairs, and there were 5 people. It didn't seem like many, as most were in the villa across the street. Han Xiaofan didn't waste time. He walked up the stairs. The 5 people were in the living room drinking, chatting, and boasting. 1 knife for each, and the speed was still as quick as ever, causing the 5 to feel little pain. They quickly departed from this apocalyptic era, as Han Xiaofan sent them to the blissful world. He collected all the supplies into his storage space, most of which were food and water. He Chuandong and his gang had worked hard to gather these supplies, but they all ended up benefiting Han Xiaofan. However, Han Xiaofan wouldn't thank them. He would help them find relief, and they would no longer suffer in the apocalypse. Wait, Brother Xiaofan, listen to me. Seeing Han Xiaofan push the door in, He Chuandong stood up in a panic. He wanted to explain, but soon he found himself unable to speak. With a swift motion, Han Xiaofan appeared next to each member of He Chuandong's team, giving each one a blow with the back of his knife. Even the woman, Zhang Kaili, was no exception. Each person's face swelled up like a bun, and they all fell to the ground. Guo Mingtang, the traitor, received special treatment, having all his teeth knocked out. The despair and malice in his eyes were evident, but for Han Xiaofan, their fate was already sealed. Chapter 43. Handling Dad. Brother, are you okay? Darling, you're hurt on your face. Thank you, leader. Lu Meng and his father, along with Li Xiong, were surrounded by their family members who were concerned about them. However, everyone quickly turned to thank Han Xiaofan, their leader. Tianjun looked ashamed. As the first squad leader appointed by Han Xiaofan, He had no team yet. Among the men, he was the only one who had served in the military and had training, but he had shown no vigilance and was easily ambushed by the enemy. If he Chuandong's gang had intended to kill them from the start, they might have already been dead. I'm sorry, leader. I've disappointed you. Please remove my position. I'm not qualified to be the first squad leader anymore. It's okay. This isn't your fault. Hearing Tian Jun's words, Han Xiaofan merely patted his shoulder and then said to the women, "You all go upstairs first. I'll deal with these people." Brother Han, listen to me. We mean no harm. Look, I haven't really hurt them, right? He Chuandong said, his face showing panic as he worried for his safety. He didn't want to die like this. He still wanted to achieve something in this chaotic apocalyptic era. Yes, Donggu is right. We never intended to harm you at all. Killing is against the law, and if you kill us, the authorities will not let you go. That's right, we can't kill. The authorities still exist. If the rescue team from the authorities arrives here and learns that you have killed someone, you will definitely face dire consequences. Let's go. And we will leave here. We won't stay in this villa area anymore. Yes, Han Xiaofan, please let us go. Yilanqin pulled a few girls upstairs. But Ouyang Mei was left behind by Han Xiaofan, as he needed her for what he was going to handle next. Of course, if she didn't participate, he might drive her and Yilanqin away. Lu Meng, seal their mouths, it's a bit noisy. Okay, Chief. Everyone, please take a seat. Han Xiaofan sat down on the sofa, and after everyone else was seated, he continued, "What do you think we should do with them? Let them go or kill them?" Hearing Han Xiaofan's question, Lu Meng and the others exchanged glances. Although they had just wanted to kill He Chuandong and the others, they were still ordinary people just a few days ago, and it was quite difficult for them to adapt to the rules of this apocalyptic world in such a short time. In fact, although Tian Jun was once a soldier, he was just an ordinary one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been subdued by a few security guards. As for Ouyang Mei's unit, it was quite special. She had carried out very dangerous missions and had killed many enemies, so she wouldn't have any mercy for them. However, on the surface, she appeared quite calm. She knew that Han Xiaofan was likely just testing them. Otherwise, with his skills, He Chuandong and the others would have already been dead by the time he made his move. Tian Jun, what do you think we should do with them? Seeing that no one else was speaking, Han Xiaofan calmly asked Tian Jun first. What do you all think of Tian Jun's opinion? Is it good? Everyone can express their views and share their opinions. Lying on the cold ground, He Chuandong and the others saw Han Xiaofan and his group discussing their fate right in front of them, their eyes filled with despair. However, when they heard Tian Jun's words, they all cast grateful glances at him. Although they were being driven out of the villa area, they could find a building to stay in outside. They just needed to look for some heating supplies, food, and water, which was a chance for them to survive. Chief, I also think Captain Tian's method is feasible. I also agree with his handling opinion. Okay, this method is good. The others all agreed with Tian Jun's opinion. For them, they weren't ready to see blood yet. If they had to kill mutated beings, they would definitely overcome their psychological barriers to take action. But to say that they were ready to act against He Chuandong and his group now, they truly didn't have that determination. How should I put it? Han Xiaofan felt both disappointed and a bit gratified by Tian Jun and the others' choice. After all, they were not the kind of brutal people and still retained some of the mindset from the normal society before the apocalypse, which made him feel somewhat comforted. However, he was also disappointed that they were being too merciful towards their enemies. Ouyang Mei, you've been silent. You must have a different opinion, right? Go ahead and share. Everyone else had expressed their views, and Ouyang Mei was the only one who seemed very quiet, which naturally caught Han Xiaofan's attention. So he directly asked her what her handling opinion was. Okay, Chief, everyone. Ouyang Mei didn't want to kill He Chuandong and his group, but she did not agree with simply driving them out of the villa area to let them go, as that was too merciful. I believe we need to give them a harsh lesson. Otherwise, even if we drive them away, they won't be grateful to us. Instead, they will continue to find ways to deal with us. Only by giving them a severe lesson will they not dare to come back for trouble. I think we can break their hands and feet. This way, they will need a long time to recover and won't have time to cause us trouble. In the future, when they are healed and come back for trouble, we won't be afraid of them anymore. All right, Ouyang Mei, that method is good. We will handle it according to her plan. Each of you will need to take action, and later I will throw them out. It must be said that Ouyang Mei's method seemed to give He Chuandong and his group a harsh lesson. Breaking hands and feet can be treated in a hospital before the apocalypse, but now in the apocalyptic world, their only outcome would be a more tragic death. However, since Han Xiaofan, the leader, agreed with Ouyang Mei's suggestion, Tianjun and the others naturally would not oppose the leader for the sake of the enemy. They also knew that if they couldn't even bear to break the enemy's hands and feet, Han Xiaofan would definitely not want them. Soon, Lu Meng and the others broke the hands and feet of He Chuandong and his group. In fact, they all knew that the result of doing this was much more brutal than killing them directly. However, as long as they didn't kill them on the spot, they felt it would be fine as long as they didn't see them die outside. They could comfort themselves that they hadn't killed anyone with their own hands. After taking He Chuandong and his group, who had their hands and feet broken, out one by one, Tianjun and the others tacitly did not ask where Han Xiaofan would throw them. Chapter 44. F District Base, Shenzhen. A super metropolis with a population of over 20 million, is also one of the leading first-tier cities in China. This super metropolis has a huge underground subway transportation network, which naturally serves as an excellent survival base in the apocalypse. The largest official survivor base in Shenzhen is built in the largest subway station in F District, housing nearly 1 million survivors. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are no official bases in other parts of Shenzhen. It's just that the one in F District is the largest. There are still quite a few survivor teams in Shenzhen, and these survivor teams generally use the subway or underground sewage pipes as their survival bases. Only by hiding underground can survivors live better, as the harsh cold weather on the surface is no longer suitable for ordinary human survival. The population in the official survivor base in the F District subway likely accounts for over 90 of the total number of survivors in Shenzhen. Ensuring the normal life of nearly 1 million survivors is a huge challenge for the base managers. It should be noted that the rapid outbreak of the virus has caused a severe shortage of supplies in the F District base. The stored food and water are only enough for 1 million people for a month, and various warm clothing is also in short supply. To ensure that the survivors in the base do not freeze to death due to the extreme cold weather, half of the military personnel in the entire base have been dispatched to collect all available warming supplies. The lowest level of the F District base, in a space resembling an air raid shelter, serves as the official civil defense base of Shenzhen. This was built during the construction of the city to prevent world wars. But now the entire Shenzhen has reactivated this civil defense base. All official bases, large and small, are built relying on the civil defense system for survivor bases. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to construct underground bases in such a short time, even if the upper echelons of China decided to follow the actions suggested by the apocalyptic manual found online. The civil defense bases are most numerous in the northwest region of China, where the surviving survivors are also the most numerous. Naturally, the regions in the central and eastern parts of China that were once the most prosperous and developed suffered the greatest population losses. The head of the F District base, and also the administrative head of the entire Shenzhen market, Jiang Qingli, has noticeably aged in just a few days. His hair has turned much grayer, and he looks quite haggard. He is currently holding a meeting with other base committee members to address some important issues at the base. The collection of materials on the ground is ongoing, but relying solely on our military to gather them is not only much slower, but also results in significant casualties. If this continues, we will definitely face major problems. Although Jiang Qingli did not specify what those major problems might be, everyone present was seasoned officials who have been in the political arena for many years. They naturally understood that in this apocalyptic world, if the authorities lack sufficient power to ensure safety, the entire base could easily descend into chaos, a situation that could be imagined without guessing. Director Bai, what do you think we should do? Bai Onmin, the head of the Public Security Bureau, looked even more haggard with bloodshot eyes. But since everyone present was in a similar state, no one found it strange. When he heard Jiang Qingli's question, he was not surprised, as he had been contemplating the situation since entering the underground base. He replied directly, "We can fully mobilize the enthusiasm of the public. We cannot abandon their initiative just because they are ordinary citizens. Our base's farms, Factories and other institutions do not require so many people right now. If we allow those hundreds of thousands of citizens to do nothing, problems will inevitably arise. As for the concern about too many casualties among those going out to gather supplies, I think that perspective is too one-sided. We are in an apocalyptic world. Can we really keep them confined to the base just out of fear for their safety? According to preliminary research by scientists, those monsters can evolve and will only become stronger in the future. If we do not actively collect supplies and hunt those monsters for their cores to strengthen ourselves, the gap between humans and those monsters will only widen, and our extinction will not be far off. Hearing Bayan Min's words, everyone appeared grave, knowing that his concerns were not unfounded. Such a scenario was indeed possible. I believe Director Bai is correct. Yes, I also agree with Director Bai. We need to be proactive and fully unleash the potential of the public. Exactly, we can actively train the public in basic skills for hunting mutated monsters, encouraging them to go out and hunt. This way, we can reduce the number of monsters around the base and also gather cores. The base can exchange supplies for the cores collected, which can enhance the strength of our military soldiers. I also support this. Everyone present agreed with Bayan Min's idea. The military representative, Wang Jianyun, the head of the Xinjiang military, an experienced soldier, felt gratified to see everyone supporting Bayan Min's thoughts. After all, the management committee members of the F District base were quite capable, and everyone wanted to work together to improve the base and manage the survivors effectively to ensure the base's normal operation. Leader Jiang, I also agree with Director Bai's idea. The losses among the soldiers have been too great these past couple of days. Generally, in meetings like this before the apocalypse broke out, military representatives rarely spoke up. But the situation was different now. The importance of the military was unprecedented. Jiang Qingli had always been worried that the military might spiral out of control, but fortunately, the worst-case scenario had not occurred. The central government in Kyoto had been completely preserved, and the Kyoto base had enough strength to control large official bases across various regions. Although the outbreak of the apocalypse had severely impacted transportation and communication, the basic communication between major urban bases could still be maintained through an underground communication network exclusive to the authorities. Moreover, the Kyoto base still controlled many powerful weapons across China, and even though a significant portion had been lost due to the apocalypse, the remaining weapons could still deter those with ambitions. Thus, China was the country with the most intact administrative system among all the nations in the Blue Star world. All right, it's good that Officer 1 agrees. Next, let's discuss how to effectively mobilize the power of the public. After several hours of discussion, they quickly reached several important resolutions and announced them to all the citizens of the base, as well as to other smaller official bases in Xinjiang, forming a set of rules for the official bases in Xinjiang. Chapter 45. Elite Team Zhao Jianjun, the captain of a special operations team in Xinjiang, has 6 members in his team, each with different roles, making it a complete combat special operations team. They can be considered the best special operations team in the Xinjiang area, having successfully completed dozens of missions. This team ranks among the top 3 special operations teams in the Southern Military District of China and is the most outstanding special operations team in the Xinjiang base. After receiving a mission, Zhao Jianjun led his team away from the F District base. The F District is about 40 kilometers from the Long District before the apocalypse. It would take just an hour to get there by car or subway, but now traveling on the surface is not feasible. Zhao Jianjun and his team are well aware of the dangers on the ground. To reach the Long District quickly, they have a more convenient option, using the subway tunnels. The entire subway network in Xinjiang is interconnected, and the subway route from F District can naturally reach the Long District. However, this does not mean that the subway tunnels are safe. Most of the soldiers at the F District base are deployed to guard against attacks from mutated beasts from underground, with the most numerous and ferocious being mutated rats, along with other mutated underground creatures that also attack the survivors in the underground base. It can be said that the need to defend against these underground mutated beasts has drawn a significant portion of the F District base's strength. Otherwise, their speed in collecting supplies would not be so slow. Of course, as a large base, the F District base cannot rely solely on collection for all supplies. There will come a day when external supplies are exhausted. Additionally, There are many survivors outside who will also be gathering supplies, meaning that resources will only become scarcer, especially food and water, which are non-renewable resources. Water is relatively easier to resolve, but food is a significant problem if the base's food supply cannot be maintained. The entire base will quickly disappear, which is no joke. If survivors go hungry and face famine, they may resort to desperate measures. History has shown us that many dynasties face such lessons at the end of their reigns. The underground railway network in Xinjiang is a vast and extremely complex system. Without a map provided by the Xinjiang authorities, Zhao Jianjun's team would not be able to reach the Long district smoothly. They would most likely get lost in this underground maze and could even starve to death without finding their way out. After leaving the base area, Zhao Jianjun's team arrived at a subway tunnel where there was an iron door. Zhao Jianjun took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. Two team members entered and brought out a relatively new handcart. That's right, it's the hand crank cart that was already eliminated in China in the 1960s. Such hand crank carts are usually only seen in museums, but now they've become the preferred mode of transportation in major bases across China. After all, the bases in major cities across China are built relying on their respective underground metro networks, and only such hand crank carts are the best means of transportation. As for the original subway trains, they're obviously no longer operational. Even if there was enough electricity to run them, they would attract attacks from the mutated beasts underground, which could spell disaster for the entire base. A few days ago, the official authorities in Shenzhen closed most of the underground metro lines in preparation for the apocalypse. Of course, a few days ago, it was just a precaution. The authorities weren't sure that the apocalypse would definitely happen. But many things were predicted in the apocalyptic handbook circulating online, so the authorities naturally couldn't remain indifferent. With a few days of preparation, China ended up having the most survivors among the many countries in the Blue Star world, allowing it to maintain a basic administrative system. A few people helped to place the hand crank cart on the tracks. This new type of hand crank cart is covered with a special cold-resistant cover, creating a relatively enclosed space inside. Moreover, this type of hand crank cart only requires one person to operate it, achieving speeds of up to 40 kilometers per hour, which is comparable to electric vehicles. Unlike the old-fashioned hand crank carts, which were not only heavy but also required 4 people to operate and only reached a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Of course, the most important thing is that the hand-cranked cart operates quite quietly, making little noise. After all, the true masters of the underground world are those mutated beasts, especially the mutated rats. After the outbreak of the virus, rats were also infected and mutated, growing as large as cats, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty, with strong aggression. And their vision and hearing improved significantly, allowing them to hear sounds from a long distance away. These mutated rats are the main enemies for Zhao Jianguo and his team on this mission. Big Peng, you take the first half hour, don't go too fast, and pay attention to the sound ahead. Receive, Captain. Zhao Jianguo and the others opened the map and observed it carefully, although they had held a mission briefing before departure. The specific situation needed to be analyzed in detail. No one knew what dangers they might encounter on the planned route, so they all tried to avoid unexpected situations. Captain, I heard that our target is being protected by someone from our side. Do you know which unit it is? The one who spoke was the team's assault soldier, Hao Chong, a tall and honest-looking man nicknamed Iron Bull. Wow, it's actually the legendary flower of war. I heard she's very beautiful and is referred to as a military flower. Yes, I've heard of her too. The others seemed a bit excited. For soldiers like them, talking about women was also a kind of pastime. However, they were all seasoned fighters and knew how dangerous it was to be away from the base, so they spoke in hushed tones. Captain, there's a situation ahead. Stop and prepare for battle. Upon hearing Big Peng's report, Zhao Jianguo immediately issued the order to engage. The other team members quickly sprang into action, jumping off the hand crank cart and quickly forming a combat formation. According to the usual special operations combat method, their scout, Xiao Bing, nicknamed Little Xiao, would typically scout ahead. However, their main enemies now were various mutated monsters. If Little Xiao acted alone to scout ahead, he would likely encounter various dangers, and the rest of the team wouldn't be able to support him in time, which could lead to the annihilation of the entire squad. Puff, 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 puff. The attacking mutated monsters were none other than the most common mutated rats in the underground world. The moment Zhao Jiangwo's team saw them charging, they opened fire. Their firearms were equipped with silencers, so the sound of gunfire was not very loud. Chapter 46. Cruelty. Over 100 mutated rats were quickly dealt with by Zhao Jiangwo's team. They quickly extracted the crystal cores from the bodies and left the bloody scene. Naturally, they couldn't take the mutated rats' bodies with them. Carrying them would constantly attract attacks from mutated beasts, so they could only leave with regret. As those mutated rats were rare food sources, and eating the flesh of mutated beasts was beneficial. Among Zhao Jiangwo's team, he was the only one who was an evolved being. The others were ordinary people. However, with a large supply of crystal cores from the base, their bodies had become much stronger than before. Zhao Jiangwo, as an evolved being, was growing much faster than the other team members. Of course, there was a limit to how many crystal cores one could consume. The maximum amount each person could consume daily varied, and it wasn't possible to eat indefinitely. If one forced themselves to consume beyond their limit, they would mutate, and such incidents were not uncommon. However, as an evolved being, Zhao Jiangwo could consume significantly more crystal cores than the other team members, leading to a very direct result. Ordinary people's evolution speed could not keep up with Zhao Jiangwo's. Even before the apocalypse, he could only handle 2 team members at most. Now he could easily take on 5. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that the future dominant force in human society would likely be evolved beings. However, at present, their power had not yet reached a level where they could act with impunity, but that might not be the case in the future. Zhao Jiangwo and his team traveled in the hand-crank cart, stopping and going, occasionally encountering mutated beasts. Besides the most common mutated rats, they also encountered mutated earthworms, mutated ants, mutated centipedes, and so on. These mutated creatures not only grew much larger, but also became aggressive and bloodthirsty, attacking Zhao Jiangwo and his team recklessly. This caused what should have been a journey that could be completed in a little over an hour to take half a day to reach the Dragon District. This was still considering they hadn't encountered a tide of mutated beasts. Otherwise, it could have taken even longer. Ma Jianren, a street thug who dropped out of school early, became the security manager at the supermarket because his uncle Ma Yong was the general manager. In reality, he was just a security captain. Calling him a manager was merely for show. Relying on his uncle's position as the general manager, Ma Jianren was someone no one dared to provoke in the supermarket. However, he always knew that he could bully others because of his uncle's support, so he always listened to his uncle's orders. After the apocalypse broke out, Ma Jianren followed his uncle Ma Yong's orders on the first night. Taking advantage of the supermarket's deputy general manager, Chen Daqiang, going to the bathroom, he directly snuck up and attacked him from behind with a hammer. As Chen Daqiang fell to the ground begging for mercy, Ma Jianren expressionlessly stepped forward and struck repeatedly at his head. Soon, Chen Daqiang's brain turned into a mushy pulp. Ma Jianren had never thought that killing someone could be so easy. It felt like he had opened a switch in his heart. After killing Chen Daqiang, he realized he no longer had to listen to his uncle. His uncle was no longer the general manager of the supermarket before the apocalypse. They were all survivors in the world of the apocalypse. And with his newfound strength, why should he still listen to his uncle? After the outbreak of the virus, Ma Jianren felt that something was off with his body. It seemed to have become much stronger. After killing Chen Daqiang, he subconsciously hoped that his hands could become even stronger. To his surprise, he saw that he could cover his hands with the iron from a hammer. He immediately realized that he was an evolver, and a rare one at that, capable of controlling metal elements. After killing Chen Daqiang, Ma Yong naturally thought that the entire supermarket was under his control, and he was the leader of the team. He could use the supermarket's vast resources to build a survivor base and recruit survivors as his subordinates, making it possible for him to reign supreme someday. However, Ma Yong's dreams quickly vanished. The next morning, as he gathered everyone to speak, Ma Jianren once again used his method of killing Chen Daqiang, sneaking up and then, in front of everyone, hammering his own uncle to death. Why do such a cruel thing in front of everyone? This was because Ma Jianren wanted to subdue all the survivors in the supermarket. Although there were only 20 or 30 survivors, he didn't think that his still-growing abilities as an evolver could stand against them if they resisted. Therefore, He needed to establish his authority and make sure all the survivors understood his ruthlessness, discouraging them from rebelling. It can only be said that because the apocalypse had just begun, the survivors in the supermarket had not yet adapted to the brutal reality. Many of their beliefs still clung to the norms of the pre-apocalyptic society, thinking that help would eventually come from the authorities. And they didn't believe that staying in the supermarket would ensure their safety. After all, there were residential areas all around, and they had no idea how many mutants were lurking nearby. They understood that mutants could evolve, and in the future, powerful mutants might easily tear through the supermarket's roller shutters. Everyone, look at the hammer in your hands. After killing his uncle, Ma Jianren smiled, showing no panic or guilt for killing a relative. He saw the terror and complex expressions on everyone's faces and could immediately guess their thoughts. To win over these survivors as his subordinates, he naturally had to showcase his identity as an evolver, ensuring they would follow him wholeheartedly. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Ma Jianren demonstrated how to transform the hammer into flowing molten iron that covered his hands, forming a pair of iron fist gloves. He pounded his hands down onto the ground, quickly creating a pit. You should have seen that, right? Yes, I am the evolver mentioned in the official announcement, and I'm a relatively rare elemental evolver. Under my leadership, you can all survive well in this apocalypse. Don't you agree? That's right. With Leader Ma guiding us, we can survive well in this supermarket. Brother Ma is the perfect leader for us. With Leader Ma's abilities, we can reinforce the supermarket's main entrances, and those monsters won't be able to break through easily. I only serve Brother Ma. Only with Brother Ma as our leader will we obey. Thus, after Ma Jianren displayed his cruel side, all the survivors in the supermarket became his subordinates, and he became the new leader of the survivor team. Chapter 47. Covetousness. With all the security personnel as armed support, Ma Jianren naturally didn't worry about other survivors rebelling against him. After all, most of the other survivors were women, and he was still an evolver. If he could be overthrown like this, he might as well end his own life. Although Ma Jianren hadn't read much, he had been out in society early and knew that he couldn't treat all survivors equally. There had to be a class distinction to rally some people and divide all the survivors. The security personnel were his subordinates, and Ma Jianren was very familiar with them. He set the highest benefits for the security team, while the benefits for others were lower. This way, it created an antagonistic relationship between the security team and the other survivors, which was definitely beneficial for his rule. As expected, after Ma Jianren announced the benefits for the security team, the other survivors looked at them with envy and jealousy, while the security personnel naturally ignored their gazes. For them, as long as they followed Leader Ma Jianren's orders, that was enough. After all, it was the apocalypse, and they didn't need to adhere to the rules of normal society anymore. However, among those survivors, a few attractive women had somewhat inexplicable expressions. They were sales clerks from the counters, and knowing that the world was at an end, they had a plan for their future, and Ma Jianren was their best choice. Soon, several attractive women became Ma Jianren's women. He welcomed the women that came to him, spending half a day in wild celebration. But he also knew he couldn't hog them all, so he let the security team members join in, and by nightfall, this crazy revelry finally stopped. The other survivors had long been mentally prepared for this situation. They kept their distance, thinking it was none of their business, as it was ultimately the women's own choice. Moreover, Ma Jianren had not been overly harsh with them, and they had no ability to resist. Living like this was not bad, especially compared to those outside who faced constant threats of death. They consoled themselves with the thought that they needed to be self-sufficient. By night, after the survivors in the supermarket had eaten, most of them rested in a warehouse on the second floor. The warehouse contained numerous goods in stock, but they cleared out a corner, covering the ground with many blankets and quilts. There was also a gas stove in the corner, and, at night, when everyone went to sleep, they lit the stove to keep warm. After a while time, Ma Jianren had lost interest in those women and thought of the beautiful Lu Xianhong still in the first-floor warehouse. Let us go to the first floor. Thinking of the stunning Lu Xianhong, Ma Jianren could no longer suppress his impulses. He had never seen a woman more beautiful than Lu Xianhong. Even the actresses on TV paled in comparison. To him, describing Lu Xianhong as a celestial beauty was not an exaggeration. When Lu Xianhong applied for a part-time cashier position at the supermarket, she became the subject of Ma Jianren's dreams every night. However, he knew that with his status, it was impossible to win her over, and he didn't dare to provoke Lu Xianhong, as those pursuing her daily were clearly sons of powerful families, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Ma Jianren also knew that his uncle Ma Yong and deputy general manager Chen Daqiang were also coveting Lu Xianhong, but they shared the same concerns about provoking those powerful suitors. After all, Huabu was a normal country, not a chaotic place like the beautiful country. Even those in power wouldn't dare to act openly and do bad things, much less supermarket managers like Ma Yong and Chen Daqiang. Compared to those privileged youths, they could only be considered at the bottom of society. They could flirt with women willing to associate with them, but they wouldn't dare to act recklessly with a university student like Lu Xianhong. It wasn't just because they feared those privileged youths. They were more wary of a prestigious university like Shenda. They knew that if anything bad happened to Lu Xianhong, it could easily spread throughout the online world, and they would be left with no way out. However, the apocalypse has erupted, and for Ma Yong and Chen Daqiang, this is nothing short of a great opportunity. They're already planning how to get Lu Xianhong, but they could never have imagined that they would be killed by Ma Jianren. Ma Jianren has the same intention as them, which is to obtain the beautiful Lu Xianhong. It can only be said that the saying beauty brings disaster is indeed true. To get Lu Xianhong, Ma Jianren is willing to kill his own uncle. However, for Ma Jianren, it doesn't matter if his father stands in his way. He would eliminate him too. He is such a ruthless person. To him, as long as he wants something, he will find a way to get it. Moreover, with the world ending and him being an evolved one, he feels like the chosen one. Since heaven seems to want him to rule, he naturally has to be ruthless. Killing 2 people is nothing. Ma Jianren brought a few security guards to the big iron door of the warehouse on the first floor. Looking at the large iron door in front of him, he thought that if his evolution power were strong enough, he could directly use his metal control ability to destroy the door. But that is not possible for now. Inside the warehouse, Lu Xianhong is wrapped in several blankets, with many carpets on the ground. She has a cold-resistant hat on her head and cold-resistant gloves on her hands. The temperature is below -40 degrees Celsius, causing her face to turn red from the cold. An open flashlight is placed on the blanket, and she relies on it to see the warehouse clearly. Of course, she turned on the flashlight out of fear of the dark, but due to the extreme cold, the batteries inside the flashlight will run out quickly. Her phone has also run out of power because of the cold, and even if she had a charging cable, it would be useless since the entire supermarket is without power. She suspects the whole city of Shenzhen might be out of power. Lu Xianhong had some food and water, but almost all the water in the warehouse has frozen. Fortunately, the outdoor sports goods store has many products stored in this warehouse, including gas stoves and gas tanks, which allow her to cook some food and water. Otherwise, even if she had food, it would be troublesome to get water. She might have to rely on her body heat or the blankets to melt the frozen water. Otherwise, not having water for half a day would make her mouth extremely dry. From time to time, she takes out her phone to check, but unfortunately, it has no power. This has become a habit. Modern young people probably spend more time holding their phones than working, and Lu Xianhong is no exception. However, she mostly wants to know if anyone has seen her distress signal on social media. But every time Lu Xianhong thinks about the strong winds and heavy snow outside, she knows her hope is gone. Even if someone saw her distress signal, it is unlikely that anyone would take the risk to rescue her, especially since she has no relatives or friends. She is really overthinking it, but if she doesn't think about it, she worries that being alone in the warehouse could easily drive her insane. That is not impossible. However, if Lu Xianhong is to go outside and stay with the other survivors in the supermarket, she would rather stay alone in the warehouse. She knows that with her beauty, no man could resist, and she doesn't want to imagine how miserable her fate would be. She doesn't want to suffer and die. Just as Lu Xianhong was lost in her thoughts, a voice from outside reached her. It's Ma Jianren, the security manager. Lu Xianhong, this is Manager Ma Jianren from the security department. My uncle Ma Yong and Chen Daqiang had an accident, so you don't have to worry about them causing you trouble anymore. You can come out now. I'm the leader of the survivor team in the supermarket. Don't worry, I can guarantee your safety. No one else would dare to trouble you. Please come out, okay? Hearing Ma Jianren's word from outside, Lu Xianhong felt disgusted. She is not a fool. How could she not know what he is up to? Although she doesn't know how Ma Yong and Qin Daqiang died, she suspects their deaths are closely related to Ma Jianren. However, she is still a bit worried about whether he would violently break down the door. Chapter 48. Returning to the supermarket, Han Xiaofan feels that his team is too imbalanced with too few men, which is not good for a team. He wants to see if there are more men among the survivors in the supermarket. If they haven't committed any evil acts, he would like to recruit them into his base. He won't miss the supplies in the supermarket either. After all, he believes that the more supplies, the better. Only by collecting enough supplies can he speed up the process of recruiting survivors into the underground base. The distance from Jingle Villa District to the supermarket is not far, but along the way, he encounters several mutated dogs. These mutated dogs have grown much larger, perhaps because they have eaten too many survivors or other mutated creatures, causing their evolution speed to be relatively fast. Their attack speed is much faster than the super mutants Han Xiaofan killed in the underground parking lot. And they also understand pack tactics, indicating that their intelligence has also significantly improved. They are not merely mindless mutated monsters. However, these mutated dogs do not pose much of a threat to Han Xiaofan, and they are quickly slaughtered, providing him with a considerable amount of meat. This meat serves as his daily food source. Only the meat from these mutated beasts can prevent him from feeling hungry too quickly. Ordinary food does not provide him with much energy. Han Xiaofan knows that ordinary food will not be very useful for him in the future. He can only eat mutated beast meat or grains produced from mutated crops. However, to cultivate mutated crops, he needs agricultural experts. Currently, he has farmers who understand basic agriculture under his command. For example, Lu Meng's father, Luan, used to be a farmer. And even though Wei Lao and Kong Lao are not experts in traditional Chinese medicine, they are knowledgeable about planting crops. They spent a considerable amount of time in the countryside when they were young. Of course, if he can find an agricultural expert, that would be even better. After all, the underground base has a sizable farm with ample land for planting crops. Han Xiaofan knows that a base needs to continuously produce food. Otherwise, no matter how much food he stores, it won't last long under continuous consumption. After a few minutes, Han Xiaofan arrives at the back door of the supermarket. The parking lot here is also covered with thick snow, and there are quite a few cars in the parking lot, all covered by snow and turned into snow mounds. He walks to a car, wipes the snow off the car window, and looks inside. He sees 3 mutated humans inside, still alive, but curled up like hibernating animals due to the extremely low temperature. As the dominant species on this blue planet, humans are far behind other creatures in this wave of evolution. If humans did not still have the advantage of intelligence and the industrial evolution achievements of hundreds of years, they would have been exterminated by mutated monsters long ago. Actually, Han Xiaofan has a doubt in his heart. Can the ancient virus really cause all the creatures on the blue planet to evolve so rapidly? He recalls the mysterious crystal he inadvertently saw in the supermarket, which he merged with. No matter how he thinks about it, the appearance of this mysterious crystal is very strange, as if it crossed over from another world to this blue planet. Therefore, he harbors a terrifying suspicion that what has crossed over to the blue planet may not only be the mysterious crystal, but also other things. Having not stayed outside for too long, Han Xiaofan, not wanting to damage the supermarket's doors, jumped directly to the second floor and entered the supermarket through the ventilation duct. With his current strength, jumping to a height of 9 meters was easy for him. Han Xiaofan jumped down from the ventilation duct, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then saw a group of people holding flashlights, each wielding sticks or similar weapons, likely drawn by the noise he made upon entering. The survivors in the supermarket were all those who had stayed on the second floor to rest. They knew what Ma Jianren and the security guards had gone downstairs to do, although they were well aware of what was about to happen to Lu Xianhong. They did not have the courage to resist Ma Jianren and his group. Not to mention that Ma Jianren himself was an evolved being. Just the sight of him coldly killing his own uncle left everyone present feeling fearful of him. They were terrified that they might meet the same fate. When the supermarket survivors saw Han Xiaofan, their first reaction was surprise. They naturally recognized him, as he had worked in the supermarket for nearly 2 years. Although he usually kept a low profile and had a weak presence as the department head of the supermarket, he still had a certain level of notoriety, and almost everyone present knew him. A group of people quickly gathered around him, eager to ask him various questions since a familiar face had appeared in the supermarket. "Manager Han, how did you get in just now? The front door is locked. Do you know the situation outside? Have you been to the official base? Did you see the official rescue team? When will they come to save us? Manager Han, can you take us out? Please help us." Ma Jianren brutally killed his uncle and manager, Chen Daqiang. "I don't want to stay here anymore." "All right, everyone quiet down." After seeing that everyone had calmed down, Han Xiaofan continued to ask, "Where did Ma Jianren and his group go?" "They went downstairs. They want to open the warehouse door and bring Lu Xianhong out." Upon hearing that Ma Jianren had gone downstairs, Han Xiaofan felt an uneasy premonition. Sure enough, they were looking for trouble with Lu Xianhong. He was surprised to learn that Ma Jianren was also an evolved being who could manipulate metal. Chapter 49, Give Up Originally. Ma Jianren wanted to adopt a gentle approach with Lu Xianhong, but now he realized that wasn't possible. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted Lu Xianhong to become his woman as soon as possible, and he didn't want to wait another moment. After all, with the howling wind and snow outside, the mutated beings had hidden away. Ma Jianren figured that even if he violently broke down the door, it wouldn't attract the attention of those hiding outside. "That's right, let's do it." Soon, Ma Jianren ordered a few of his subordinates to go to the electrician's room and get tools to open the warehouse door. His subordinates naturally didn't dare refuse his commands. As security personnel at the supermarket, they had certainly fantasized about a beauty like Lu Xianhong. Many of them dreamed about her at night. If Ma Jianren succeeded, wouldn't they also get a chance to benefit? Seeing the door-opening tools, a proud smile appeared on Ma Jianren's face. He shouted towards Lu Xianhong inside, "You wait in there. You'll soon see how powerful I am." Then he instructed his subordinates, "Hurry up and get the door open. I can't wait." "All right, Chief." Ma Jianren's subordinates quickly set up the tools and began working on the warehouse's iron door. Actually, Ma Jianren could use his metal abilities to open the door, but his current abilities weren't very strong. Although he appeared relaxed in front of everyone, displaying iron gloves over his hands was a strain, and he felt he was at his limit. Continuing to use that power might cause him to faint. He suspected that using such evolved abilities consumed his mental energy, which anyone who had read web novels could guess. He didn't want to expose his limits to his subordinates. In this post-apocalyptic world, Ma Jianren not only had to guard against survivor teams outside, but also had to be wary of his own team members. They were the ones closest to him, and if they saw his weaknesses or limits, it could lead to treachery, which was a very real possibility. Inside the warehouse, Lu Xianhong heard the commotion outside. It seemed Ma Jianren and his group were going to break in violently. A look of despair crossed her face. She knew very well that if she fell into Ma Jianren's hands, death would be the best outcome, and it was likely that even dying would be a luxury. However, Lu Xianhong was not completely hopeless yet. She pushed heavy objects against the door as a barricade and piled flammable materials among them. She placed a gas stove near the flammable materials, planning that once the door was opened, she would ignite the flammable materials, even if she burned to death inside. She didn't want to be captured by Ma Jianren and his group. After all, once the fire started, the entire supermarket could catch fire, and they would all perish together. She wouldn't lose anything. As for whether this would endanger others, Lu Xianhong didn't consider that at all. She was already facing death. How could she still have a saintly heart? Besides, she had never had a saintly heart before the apocalypse and was the type who despised it the most. If she had been saintly before the apocalypse, she would have long been devoured by those who coveted her. Ma Jianren, if you dare to break in, I will perish with you. You should know there are many flammable materials inside the warehouse. Once ignited, the entire supermarket could catch fire. You should be well aware of the consequences. Stop. Everyone halt. Upon hearing Lu Xianhong's warning from inside the warehouse, Ma Jianren was startled and quickly ordered his subordinates to stop. He certainly knew what materials were inside the warehouse. If Lu Xianhong really set it on fire, not only would they lose all the supplies, but she was also right. The whole supermarket could catch fire, and their only fate would be to be devoured by the mutated beasts drawn by the flames. That was not the outcome he wanted to see. This is infuriating. Ma Jianren was gritting his teeth in anger, but he knew he couldn't give up the supermarket for a woman. The more than a dozen security guards in front of him and the survivors on the second floor would never agree to that. He could end up completely isolated. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After all, Lu Xianhong was trapped inside the warehouse and couldn't escape anywhere. He had plenty of time in the future to think of a way to get her out. Ma Jianren was no longer anxious, with so many supplies in his hands. As long as he waited for the wind and snow outside to stop or lessen, he could recruit many survivors. By then, he wouldn't lack beautiful women. However, as Ma Jianren and his group reached the staircase, he saw a man coming down the stairs, holding a tang knife and carrying a backpack. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a familiar face. He smirked arrogantly and directly addressed the man who had just come down the stairs, Han Xiaofan. "So it's you. How did you get in? Don't you know this supermarket is mine now? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Han Xiaofan saw that Lu Xianhong was not in Ma Jianren's team, and he knew that the other party must have failed, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After all, in his heart, Lu Xianhong was already the person he had set his sights on, and he did not want Lu Xianhong to be mistreated by Ma Jianren. This is how I walked in, Manager Ma. You should know that you are just the security manager of this supermarket, not the owner. By rights, this supermarket doesn't belong to you at all. Ha ha. Hearing Han Xiaofan's words, Ma Jianren laughed uncontrollably. He walked up to Han Xiaofan, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Han Xiaofan, have you turned into a fool because of the apocalypse? Your words are so funny. Don't you know it's the end of the world now? The strong are king, and I am the strongest here. Just wait to die." However, very soon, the smile on Ma Jianren's face froze. His right hand was easily grabbed by Han Xiaofan, and even with all his strength, he couldn't pull it out. He felt as if his right hand was about to be crushed by the other party. Before he could react, he was kicked away by Han Xiaofan, and the security guards behind him were unfortunate. More than a dozen people were knocked over like bowling pins, with many crashing into distant counters, bleeding profusely and looking very tragic. He didn't seem strong. Compared to the super mutant he encountered in the underground parking lot of the first hospital, he was much weaker, and there was no comparison with the super mutant snakes. This was Han Xiaofan's first impression of Ma Jianren, the evolver. He originally thought that Ma Jianren, who could control metal elements, would be a bit stronger, allowing him to experience a sense of being evenly matched. Who knew he was just a weakling? Han Xiaofan, you're looking for death. Ma Jianren did not believe that he, as an evolver, was weaker than Han Xiaofan. He only thought that he'd been caught off guard when Han Xiaofan kicked him. He pulled out his metal hammer from behind and covered his hands with metal abilities. For him, this was his only move with metal abilities. He might develop more powerful techniques in the future, but he hadn't had the chance to do so yet. Chapter 50, Vulnerable Die. Like a wild bull charging, Ma Jianren swung his iron hand at Han Xiaofan, wanting to smash his head. He wanted to kill Han Xiaofan in the most brutal way possible to feel better. However, Ma Jianren was not handsome, and when he tried hard to attack Han Xiaofan, he found that he was easily dodged, wasting his energy and efforts. Han Xiaofan, be a man and don't dodge. Hearing Ma Jianren say such childish words, if Han Xiaofan didn't want to see how much the other party could unleash their evolutionary abilities, he would have solved him with one knife long ago. However, he also wanted to see what would happen if he went head-to-head with the other party. Okay, come at me. I won't dodge. Ma Jianren only wanted to provoke Han Xiaofan and did not expect the other party to agree. After all, no one would be so foolish as to give up their strengths. In his opinion, Han Xiaofan should also be an evolver, but his ability was speed, which was why he dared not confront him directly. When Ma Jianren heard Han Xiaofan agree not to dodge, he felt excited, thinking Han Xiaofan was just a fool for listening to the enemy's words. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, Ma Jianren was still overly optimistic. Han Xiaofan did not use the tang knife and did not rely on speed to dodge, but simply went head-to-head. Soon, Ma Jianren couldn't hold up anymore. In just 2 minutes, Ma Jianren took more than 10 punches. If Han Xiaofan hadn't controlled his strength and only used 1/10 of his power, Ma Jianren would have been beaten to death long ago. What are you watching? Come and attack him together. I don't believe he can handle so many of us. After taking another punch, Ma Jianren's face was bruised, and he had lost several teeth. He knew that if this continued, he might really be beaten to death. So he hurriedly shouted for the other security guards watching to join in attacking Han Xiaofan. However, to Ma Jianren's disappointment, the security guards present were not fools. Seeing Han Xiaofan's relaxed demeanor, they realized he hadn't used his full power, and he hadn't even used his most important weapon, the Tang knife. Since Supervisor Han could easily crush Ma Jianren, they weren't foolish enough to offend such a powerful evolver for a leader who had just taken charge for less than a day. It seems you can only do this much. Let me send you on your way. Han Xiaofan was a bit disappointed in Ma Jianren's strength. He was only slightly stronger than ordinary mutants, much weaker than mutant beasts and super mutants. If all human evolvers were of such strength, humanity's future would indeed be bleak. Of course, it could also be that Ma Jianren was just an exception. Other military evolvers should be stronger. Wait, Supervisor Han, I acknowledge you as my boss. Ma Jianren felt Han Xiaofan's killing intent and saw the cold, deep look in his eyes, realizing that Han Xiaofan was not joking and truly wanted to kill him. Whoosh. However, before Ma Jianren could finish his plea for mercy, he suddenly felt a bright flash in front of him, a sharp pain in his neck. And then everything went black. He didn't know how he was killed by Han Xiaofan until his death. The observing security guards did not see how Han Xiaofan drew his knife. They only saw Ma Jianren suddenly stop, and then they watched Ma Jianren's head fall from his neck. The head rolled on the ground, and blood sprayed everywhere from his neck. This scene, like something out of a horror movie, truly scared them. All of them widened their eyes in shock, their expressions clearly showing terror. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Han Xiaofan frowned slightly. He wasn't regretting killing Ma Jianren. It was just that he had developed a habit of decapitating when dealing with those mutant monsters. After all, those mutants had strong vitality, and even if he cut off their hands and feet or stabbed other vital organs, they would still be lively and unaffected. The fastest way was to decapitate them to kill those mutant monsters effectively. However, doing this to humans seemed a bit bloody. Of course, as feelings had grown increasingly indifferent over time, Han Xiaofan didn't feel much wrong with it. He just reminded himself to avoid being so bloody when killing people next time. He turned to the others, his face appearing very calm, as if the one who had just decapitated Ma Jianren was not him. He calmly said to everyone, "You all go upstairs for now. I will come up later. I have established a survivor base in the Jingle Villa area, and you will be members of my base from now on. Do you have any objections?" "No, absolutely not." "That's right. You will be our leader from now on." "Leader, we are your soldiers. We will do whatever you ask us to." "Yes, leader, we will absolutely listen to you." Hearing Han Xiaofan's words, not a single security guard raised any objections. Everyone expressed their willingness to follow his orders. They were truly scared. They originally thought that Ma Jianren smashing his uncle to death was a cruel act, but seeing Ma Jianren beheaded by Han Xiaofan, they felt that this way of dying seemed even more brutal. They were all worried that Han Xiaofan might casually chop them down as well. Fortunately, Han Xiaofan did not do so and even recruited them as his subordinates, so they naturally would not oppose. "All right, you all go upstairs." Han Xiaofan drove all the security guards away, collecting Ma Jianren's body into his storage space, ignoring the blood on the ground, knowing it would freeze soon enough and wouldn't attract the attention of the mutated beings hiding outside. He went directly to the warehouse door, noticing some marks on it. Realizing they were likely from Ma Jianren and the others trying to open the door just moments ago, he knocked on the door and called out, "Lu Xianhong, it's me. Han Xiaofan, Supervisor Han. Ma Jianren is no longer here. If you trust me, you can come out. I have established a survivor base in the Jingle Villa area that should be much safer than here. You don't need to worry about supplies. My base is not lacking in resources." In the 6 months of part-time work, Lu Xianhong had spoken to Han Xiaofan no more than 10 times, and they could only be considered ordinary colleagues. Should she trust Han Xiaofan? Lu Xianhong hesitated. This choice was significant as it concerned her future survival. However, she trusted Han Xiaofan more than Ma Jianren. After all, if she continued to hide in this warehouse, the end result would only be a dead end. She decided to take a gamble, biting her lip and making up her mind. She hid a fruit knife on her person, not to deal with Han Xiaofan, but in case her choice was wrong, she could use it to end her life rather than suffer unbearable torment. "Wait a moment. I'll open the door," she called softly to the outside, beginning to clear the clutter pile behind the door, or else she wouldn't be able to open it. Chapter 51. Determination. Lu Xianhong spent over 20 minutes clearing the debris behind the door before she finally opened it. Under the beam of her flashlight, she saw Han Xiaofan, whom she hadn't seen for several days. However, this ordinary-looking man, with an indifferent demeanor and unfathomable eyes, did not seem like the Han Xiaofan who had gone unnoticed in the supermarket. If it weren't for the fact that his appearance hadn't changed at all, Lu Xianhong would have thought that the man in front of her was definitely not Han Xiaofan, as the difference in their aura was significant, like that between an ordinary passerby and a male lead. Supervisor Han, are your words true? You've built a survivor base in the Jingle Villa area? Yes, I believe you. Despite the drastic changes in Han Xiaofan, Lu Xianhong felt more at ease compared to the previous low-key Han Xiaofan. After all, this world had entered the apocalypse. Only someone like him could survive better. Then let's go. They went up to the second-floor supermarket, where the survivors were waiting at the cash register area for Han Xiaofan. Upon seeing him, their faces showed signs of tension, indicating that the security guards had informed others about Han Xiaofan killing Ma Jianren. This was why the others looked at Han Xiaofan with fear in their eyes. After waiting for a day and night without seeing the official rescue team, or realizing that the gunfire had stopped, Lu Xianhong understood that the official rescue team was unlikely to come. Moreover, even if they did, she thought she didn't qualify for their assistance, as she was just an ordinary university student, not a top talent or a person of power. Fortunately, the women didn't say anything foolish. They knew Han Xiaofan was no longer the supermarket's invisible man. It was the apocalypse, and they understood many things had changed. They could no longer morally blackmail others like in the normal society before the end times. Okay, since you all chose to follow me, I will do my best to lead you to survive in this apocalyptic world. After sending everyone to the warehouse to rest, Lu Xianhong stayed behind. Han Xiaofan had already informed her about Chen Jie and the others at the first hospital while going upstairs. But Lu Xianhong didn't want to wait in the supermarket for him. She wanted to accompany Han Xiaofan to the first hospital. Han Xiaofan guessed that Lu Xianhong was worried about what the men left in the supermarket might do to her. He did not doubt how low human morality could drop in this apocalyptic world. It was pointless to question it. Leaving Lu Xianhong there might as well be an invitation for those men to make mistakes. All right, wait for me a moment. I'll go get something from the warehouse on the third floor. Lu Xianhong didn't ask what Han Xiaofan was going to get from the third-floor warehouse. She was clever. If Han Xiaofan didn't want her to know, asking would be conspicuous and might leave a bad impression on him, which wouldn't benefit her in the future. So, she nodded obediently, watching Han Xiaofan's figure disappear at the third-floor elevator. As soon as he stepped onto the third floor, Han Xiaofan felt comfortable. It was as if there was a gas in the air that was beneficial to his body. He thought to himself that his guess must be correct. The mysterious crystal was not from this blue star world, and likely not even from this universe. Arriving at the warehouse where he found the crystal, Han Xiaofan squatted down to observe carefully, taking out a flashlight from his backpack to examine it closely, but he found nothing. However, he felt that the gas seemed to be more concentrated in this spot, as if it was leaking from an invisible void. Xiaoji, what is this gas? Do you know? Is it from another world? Not receiving a specific answer, Han Xiaofan wasn't too disappointed. He merely speculated that this gas resembled the spiritual energy from fantasy novels. Could the Blue Star world be entering a period of spiritual energy revival? How could that be? Han Xiaofan chuckled silently in his heart. This spiritual energy might have a greater effect on the mutated monsters, but it seemed to have only appeared recently, and the concentration in the air of the entire Blue Star world should still be low. Of course, these are just Han Xiaofan's guesses. To obtain detailed information, professional testing was necessary. He immediately thought of Dr. Yi Lanxin from the villa area. Han Xiaofan easily passed through the ventilation duct with Lu Xianhong and came outside, where the apocalyptic scene of strong winds and heavy snow awaited them. It was so dark that one couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Without a flashlight, Lu Xianhong felt almost blind, and the violent wind and snow made her feel like she would freeze. Lu Xianhong, let me carry you. If Lu Xianhong continued to be exposed to the elements like this, Han Xiaofan believed she would soon be frozen stiff. He noticed that her lovely face, which was not covered by her winter hat, was quickly turning red. Okay, carry me. Lu Xianhong was not the kind of person to be difficult. She knew that being carried by Han Xiaofan was the best choice, so she didn't refuse. Han Xiaofan quickly picked Lu Xianhong up. He hadn't expected her to be bundled up in so many clothes and still feel substantial. Not wanting to think too much about it, he exerted himself and dashed forward. Chapter 52. Transportation, is that Xiaofan? Upon hearing footsteps outside, Chen Jie and the others who had not been sleeping became tense. However, Chen Jie picked up a stick and went to the door to call out. Chen Jie, it's me, open the door. Fortunately, the voice from outside was indeed Han Xiaofan's. Upon hearing his voice, the women in the room sighed in relief, as their greatest fear was the entry of outsiders, unsure whether they were friend or foe. Chen Jie opened the door and indeed saw Han Xiaofan outside. Just as she was about to throw herself into his arms, she noticed a woman standing next to him. Upon closer inspection, the woman was surprisingly beautiful, perhaps even more so than the other women present. After the two entered, Chen Jie closed the door again. The elderly couple who had been sleeping in the room also woke up, leaving only Bauer still asleep. Han Xiaofan introduced Lu Xianhong to everyone, marking a preliminary acquaintance. There wasn't much discussion among the group, and Han Xiaofan suggested that they should rest quickly, as they would be leaving the hospital for the Jingle Villa area in a few hours. Everyone agreed with Han Xiaofan's reasoning, realizing that if they didn't rest, they might feel fatigue the next day. Soon, they all lay down to sleep, leaving Han Xiaofan to keep watch. With Han Xiaofan's current physical and mental strength, he wouldn't feel tired even after several days without sleep. He still needed to gather some useful supplies from the hospital to store in his storage space. After all, with Yilan Jin and Li Hong around, they could conduct research on both energy-like phenomena and viruses, but they were lacking some research equipment, which he learned about from Li Hong. Once everyone fell asleep, Han Xiaofan opened the door, closed it behind him, and left the outpatient building for another building. A few hours later, the sun should have risen, and the sky should have brightened, but it was still dark. The world remained shrouded in darkness, though it was slightly less than the previous night's pitch black. Of course, this was relative to ordinary people. For someone like Han Xiaofan, who had night vision, it made little difference. As expected, the sky was covered in volcanic ash, and the entire blue star officially entered a triple apocalypse of extreme night, extreme cold, and viruses. Han Xiaofan felt that there should also be a fourth apocalypse related to energy, speculating that this energy could promote the evolution of all living beings on Blue Star. Those mutated monsters might evolve into terrifying creatures under the influence of this energy. However, this didn't concern him much. He believed that his rate of becoming stronger was unmatched by any other being on Blue Star, as long as the mysterious crystal in his mind was still integrated. Han Xiaofan could continue to grow stronger every day without killing those mutated monsters. Moreover, with the daily kills of mutated beings, his dual boost in strength would far exceed that of any mutated creature. Otherwise, he might as well end his life. In fact, Han Xiaofan had some guesses about the mysterious crystal, but without evidence to support his theories, he could only set them aside, knowing that one day he would uncover the truth. Instead of wasting time clearing the debris blocking the door, they exited through the window. When everyone got up, they found the outside environment still dark. Learning from Han Xiaofan about the impending apocalyptic conditions on Blue Star, they weren't surprised by the darkness. However, the raging blizzard outside made them realize how harsh the current environment was. If Han Xiaofan hadn't been there, none of them would have survived in such conditions. You'll be a bit cramped inside, but you'll reach the villa area soon, Han Xiaofan said. The large wooden box had been left outside, and after clearing off the accumulated snow, Chen Jie and the others climbed inside with Han Xiaofan's help. It was a little tight, but it was also relatively warm. Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's words, everyone expressed that it was fine. Once everyone was settled, Han Xiaofan closed the wooden box door and lifted it onto his shoulder. Feeling no weight at all, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Chen Jie and the others already knew of Han Xiaofan's strength. Although they were surprised that he could carry all 6 adults and 1 child, totaling about 700 pounds, they accepted it as part of his abilities as an evolver. They had never seen other evolvers and didn't know if they were as strong, subconsciously believing that all evolvers should be as powerful as Han Xiaofan, not realizing that other evolvers wouldn't be able to match him. Running with the large wooden box did not affect Han Xiaofan's speed at all. He sprinted at a pace of 2 seconds per 100 meters. Fortunately, many survivors in the buildings along the streets were still asleep or unlikely to wake up again. They didn't see Han Xiaofan sprinting by. Otherwise, they would surely have called out to him for rescue, knowing that such a powerful person could be their savior. The survivors in the villa were thrilled to see 7 more survivors join them. Everyone knew that more people meant greater strength, and as long as their team grew, they could survive better in this apocalyptic era. Han Xiaofan simply introduced Chen Jie and the others, and then left the villa area, as there were still dozens of survivors at the supermarket to bring over. He found using the large wooden box to transport survivors quite convenient, and he thought that in the future, when he became even stronger, he could use a bus for transportation, which would be even more efficient. Chapter 53. Surprised, the 60 people were divided into 2 groups. One group ate in the living room on the first floor, while the other group ate in the living room on the second floor. For them, having a warm lunch in such an apocalyptic world was already a rare blessing. Even if they didn't venture outside, they knew how fortunate those survivors were who could find food, while many others met grim fates at the hands of monsters. After everyone finished eating, Han Xiaofan gathered them in the first floor living room. In front of everyone, he took out 59 wristbands from his backpack, which he had retrieved from his storage space. Pointing at the pile of wristbands on the coffee table, he said to the group, "These wristbands are the same as the one I'm wearing. They serve as a form of identification. As for what kind of identification, you'll find out shortly. However, I must tell you that since you have chosen to join my team, you must wear this wristband. Only by wearing this wristband can you truly become my subordinates. And you must never betray me. The consequence of betrayal is death. I can give you a few minutes to consider. If you decide to wear the wristband, that's great. If you don't want to, you can leave now." This wristband not only serves as your identification, but also has many other functions, which I'll explain once you put it on. Now, take your time to think. After finishing his speech, Han Xiaofan sat down on the sofa. He saw Chen Jie walk over with Bauer in her arms, picking up 2 wristbands without hesitation and putting one on herself and one on her daughter. For Chen Jie, her resolve to follow Han Xiaofan had been set ever since he saved her and her daughter, and she saw herself as already belonging to him. Su Mei and Lu Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. Both women had developed relationships with Han Xiaofan, and they naturally trusted him not to harm them, so they decided to follow his words. Seeing the 3 women choose to wear the wristbands, the others gradually picked up one to wear. The design of the wristbands was similar to that of ordinary smart wristbands, except that the surface screen was larger. Although everyone was filled with doubts, they had no other choice. Leaving Han Xiaofan's team meant that within minutes, they would either freeze to death or be killed and eaten by those mutated monsters. There was no other option, so soon everyone chose to wear the wristbands. All right, congratulations on making the right choice. Soon, you will realize that your decision could be the best choice of your life. I'm not just boasting. First, turn on the switch of the wristband. Then register your fingerprints and iris patterns into the wristband system. Under Han Xiaofan's guidance, everyone began to operate quickly, and soon they had all registered their fingerprints, iris patterns, and personal information. They also discovered that the wristband could serve as a communication device, but it only allowed communication between pairs within a 5-kilometer range. Beyond that distance, it would be difficult to connect. Well, everyone, please grab your luggage. I will take you to a place. That is our real base, not this villa. Once we arrive there, you will understand how important your choice truly is. Hearing Han Xiaofan's words, although everyone was still confused, many felt a sense of anticipation. After all, Han Xiaofan was not just an evolver in their eyes. He was a mysterious one. Since he claimed to have a real base, they naturally believed him, especially since they would soon find out the truth. Please form a line and follow me to the bathroom. Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's words, under the organization of Lu Meng and Tianjun, everyone quickly lined up and followed Han Xiaofan to the bathroom. The person at the front saw Han Xiaofan simply say to the full-length mirror in the bathroom, "Xiao Ji, open." Then, they watched as the mirror split open in the middle, revealing an elevator door in the wall. After Han Xiaofan pressed the open button, the door swung wide open. Indeed, What they saw inside was a perfectly normal elevator. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment, but Han Xiaofan quickly silenced them, gesturing for the people at the front to enter. The elevator had ample space, accommodating 30 people at once. Once it was full, the elevator took them down to the underground city base. After making 2 trips to transport everyone to the underground city base, those who had just descended gathered at the elevator entrance, displaying various expressions. Some were so excited they were speechless, others were moved to tears, and many were ecstatic. Anyone with sense knew that having such an underground base in this apocalyptic world ensured their safety. Ouyang Mei and Yi Lanxin exchanged glances. Their curiosity was much greater than anyone else's present. Given their status, it was impossible for such a large base to exist underground in the Dragon District, let alone the luxurious renovations and equipment inside. Even compared to the official national super underground bases, it was not lacking at all. If such a base really existed, the government would have activated it long ago. It couldn't possibly be obtained by Han Xiaofan unless the government was unaware of it. And only Han Xiaofan knew, or he was the owner of this base. But how could that be possible? If the official government of Huagua allowed a private individual to build such a vast underground base beneath the Dragon District without knowing, Huagua would have been destroyed long ago. Could this underground city base have appeared only after the apocalypse broke out? Both women couldn't help but entertain this thought, looking at Han Xiaofan not far ahead. They felt his mysterious aura had increased. He was not only powerful like a superhero, but also possessed such an underground base. What kind of person was he? Yi Lanxin and Ouyang Mei no longer considered Han Xiaofan an ordinary person. They wondered if he had experienced some extraordinary event after the apocalypse, with this underground city base being his reward. However, they both knew that unless Han Xiaofan revealed it himself, they would never know the truth. All right, everyone, please be quiet. Your rooms have been arranged. You can check on the wristband. Afterward, settle your luggage in your respective rooms. Han Xiaofan briefly introduced the situation of the underground base. As for the specifics, he planned to discuss and establish a management system for the base's operation with Lu Meng and the others before announcing it to everyone. Chapter 54. Base System. Lu Meng's family, Li Xiong's family, Tianjun, Lu Xianhong, Peng Yuanghua, Hu Xiaoli, Yi Lanxin, Ouyang Mei, Chunjie and her son, the Wei couple, and Li Hong, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoxiao, plus Han Xiaofan himself, totaled 21 people. They did not follow the others to find their rooms, but instead followed Han Xiaofan down to the bottom layer of the base, which was the most important 3rd level. They learned from the wristband that accessing any area in the base required corresponding permissions. Without permission, anyone attempting to break in would face the consequence of being shot by the base's defense system. Han Xiaofan did not take them to tour other areas of the 3rd level, but directly led them to his future residence, a luxurious mansion covering 3,000 square meters. When they saw the luxurious mansion, Lu Meng and the others were shocked. If such a lavish mansion were on the surface, it would be unremarkable in a super first-tier city like Deep City, where the wealthy abound. There were plenty of extravagant mansions, many covering over 100 acres, let alone one merely 3,000 square meters. However, constructing such a luxurious mansion underground in a base would cost many times more than a similarly sized one on the surface. From now on, everyone will live here. This will be your home, and of course, it will also be my home. Han Xiaofan smiled at everyone as he opened the door. Uncle, is this really going to be our home? In the midst of everyone's astonishment, it was none other than Shun Bauer who asked this question, her face filled with expectation. For her, living in such a large house would make her feel like a princess from a fairy tale, a thought that involuntarily crossed her mind. Uncle, I really like it. I'll have a big home from now on. Chunjie, standing nearby, looked at her daughter and Han Xiaofan's interaction with a beaming smile. She noticed Han Xiaofan's fondness for Bauer and felt pleased, as their relationship was almost like that of father and daughter. All right, everyone, please go inside. Once inside the base, everyone took off their cold weather gear because the temperature inside was over 20 degrees Celsius, the most suitable temperature for humans. A stark contrast to the minus 50 degrees outside. Bauer also shed many layers, now wearing a cute autumn dress. Han Xiaofan took Bauer's hand and led her into the mansion, with the others following them inside. Just from Han Xiaofan's demeanor, They understood he treated them as trusted confidants. As for Chen Jie, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoxiao, who had a close relationship with Han Xiaofan, their gazes toward the mansion were filled with the eyes of a mistress observing her domain. In front of the mansion was a large garden filled with various blooming flowers. A beautiful sight. In front of the three-story main building was a fountain, spraying water, with dozens of goldfish swimming in the pool. Bauer and Li Xiong's daughter, Li Xiaona, eagerly watched the swimming goldfish, but they were quickly led away by their respective mothers. The main building of the mansion was a luxurious three-story house, with over 30 rooms on each floor, decorated in opulent luxury, giving a feeling reminiscent of a royal palace. The first floor could be provided for the manor's servants to live in, while the second floor has been allocated by Han Xiaofan for Lu Meng and the others. The top floor, the third floor, is where Han Xiaofan and his women live. As for the allocation of individual rooms, Han Xiaofan let them handle it themselves. Those who want to live together as a family can do so, as there are suites available, and those who prefer to live alone can also do so, as there are single rooms available. Everyone, please take a seat. After hearing Han Xiaofan's words, everyone found a place to sit in the living room on the third floor. They knew Han Xiaofan likely had important matters to discuss with them. Everyone, although our base currently has only 60 people, we will continue to recruit survivors in the future. The entire base can accommodate about 2,000 survivors, which makes it a relatively large base. To manage the operation of the base effectively, we need to establish an effective management system. Does anyone have good suggestions? Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's words, the people present fell silent, mainly because they knew that it was difficult for them to speak on such matters. They felt it was sufficient to listen to Han Xiaofan since the base belonged to him and was not built collectively by everyone. They had contributed nothing to its construction and naturally could not propose any management suggestions. Well, since no one is speaking, I will assign positions, Han Xiaofan said, noticing their silence and understanding their concerns. However, he did not expect them to come up with good suggestions, especially with Xiaoji, who was like an artificial intelligence. Human-conceived management systems could not compare to it. Next, Han Xiaofan detailed the management system of the base and finalized everyone's positions. The base was named Hope Base, and the system was divided into the Administrative Management Department and the Military Department. The Administrative Management Department mainly consisted of 4 major divisions: logistics, industry, agriculture, and research. In the future, if the number of people increases, additional subdepartments can be established under these 4 major divisions, or new major divisions can be added. The military department was divided into the military brigade and the security team. The military brigade was akin to an army, primarily responsible for going out to kill mutated monsters and collect crystal cores, or to gather supplies, etc. The security team was responsible for maintaining security within the base. Above these 2 departments, Han Xiaofan also established a base committee, where he served as the leader and the number 1 figure of the committee, while the heads of other departments were also committee members. The head of the logistics department was Chen Jie, with Su Mei as the deputy head. Su Mei, being Han Xiaofan's first woman, was the one he trusted the most, even more than Lu Meng's family. The head of the industry department was Li Xiong, with Peng Yuanhua as the deputy head. Li Xiong had studied engineering in college, making it equivalent to doing his job. The head of the agriculture department was Lu En, Lu Meng's father, with Wei Lao as the deputy head. Lu En was a farmer by background, and it was a bit challenging for him to be the head of the agriculture department, but with no one else available, he had to take on the role for now. Suitable candidates could be found in the future. The head of the research department was Dr. Yilan Xin, with Li Hong as the deputy head. Han Xiaofan suspected that she might be a national-level scientist, but she did not disclose her identity, and he was not too concerned as long as she was willing to contribute to the base. Han Xiaofan himself served as the captain of the military brigade, which was divided into 3 small teams. The captain of the first team was Tian Jun, the captain of the second team was Lu Meng, and the captain of the third team was Ouyang Mei. Han Xiaofan also concurrently served as the captain of the security team and would appoint someone else to that position when a suitable candidate emerged. As for Kong Lao, Li Xiong's wife Wang Saixia, Hu Xiaoli, Lu Meng's sister Lu Duoduo, and Lu Xiaoxiao, Kong Lao, Wang Saixia, and Lu Duo would serve as teachers to educate the children in the base, while Lu Xiao would be responsible for the base's medical room. In the future, a small hospital might be established to handle medical issues for base personnel. Hu Xiaoli was appointed by Han Xiaofan as the manor's housekeeper and also his personal assistant. She was very pleased with this appointment and liked the position. Chapter 55. Contribution value to ensure that Hope Base can develop healthily and sustainably. Han Xiaofan naturally could not support everyone without any return. He established a contribution value system, meaning that every survivor joining Hope Base, except for children or the elderly, weak, or sick who truly cannot work, would need to earn contribution value through work. This contribution value would then be used for meals and purchasing supplies, effectively serving as the currency of Hope Base. All able-bodied adults needed to earn contribution value through work, with the daily earnings being enough to support a normal pre-apocalypse lifestyle. Of course, to live better, more contribution value would need to be earned. Different types of work would yield different amounts of contribution value. Combat personnel going out could earn higher contribution values, while survivors staying within the base would earn lower amounts. Han Xiaofan had Xiao Ji provide a detailed list of how much contribution value each type of work could earn daily, allowing survivors to know their daily earnings based on their roles. All work for the survivors in the base would be directly arranged by Xiao Ji, based on the personal information they registered. Xiao Ji could assign everyone to the most suitable job positions according to their skills, expertise, and past work experience. As everyone listened to Han Xiaofan, they nodded in agreement. With such a safe base as the underground city, they naturally hoped for the healthy operation and development of the base, preventing it from being destroyed by any negative events. To ensure healthy development, a good system was necessary for operation. Their interests were now firmly tied to their leader Han Xiaofan and the base. As long as the base continued to exist, they could live a normal and safe life there. After that, Han Xiaofan did not say much more. He handed some crystal cores to Tianjun and the others, watching them consume them. The final result showed that Tianjun and Lu Ming could consume the most at 5 at once, while Li Xiong and the others could only manage between 1 to 4, with the least being Chun Bauer, Li Xiaona, and the elderly Wei Lao couple and Lu and couple, who could only consume 1. After consuming 1, they felt an explosive sensation in their bodies, which frightened Chunjia and Li Xiong. Fortunately, the 2 children had no issues in the end, but they might need to wait longer before consuming again. Han Xiaofan handed some crystal cores to Yilan Xin, asking her to study them and see if any discoveries could be made. He also shared some of his speculations with her, hoping she could achieve some results, particularly regarding the impact of the spiritual energy in the air on humans, whether it was positive or negative, and its effects on mutated monsters. These were all things that needed clarification. Leader, rest assured, although Ouyang may and I need to keep our identities secret and cannot reveal our true identities to you, since we have joined Hope Base, we will prioritize the interests of Hope Base and will not do anything harmful to it. However, we hope that when you go out and encounter people sent by the official government to rescue us, you can bring them to the base. I have some things I want to communicate with them. Of course, if you do not want to expose the base's location, you can blindfold them to prevent the location from being leaked. After everyone else had left, only Han Xiaofan, Yilan Xin, and Ouyang Mei remained in the living room. Yilan Xin candidly asked Han Xiaofan, "Are you planning to leave with the officials?" Hearing her words, Han Xiaofan's expression remained calm, and the 2 women couldn't guess his true thoughts. "Of course not, Chief. Please rest assured, we never intend to leave the base. I just hope that if you need to cooperate with other factions, you will consider the official base." "Oh, do you have such high hopes for the Hope Base's development?" "Well, it's not that I have high hopes for the Hope Base. I have high hopes for you, Chief. If you ask me why I feel this way, I can only say it's my personal intuition." "All right, I understand. Regarding the research on crystal cores, spiritual energy, and those mutated monsters, I hope you pay more attention and can achieve some results soon. That's the only way humanity will have a future." "Okay, I understand." Their conversation quickly came to an end. It could be said that this was Yi Lanxin and Ouyang Mei's attempt to dispel Han Xiaofan's concerns. "Lanxin, are we just going to stay in this base forever? Isn't following Han Xiaofan just a temporary measure?" Ouyang Mei couldn't help but want to interject when speaking with Han Xiaofan earlier. However, it had always been Yi Lanxin leading their conversations, and Ouyang Mei knew that in terms of intelligence, Her perceptiveness compared to Yilanxin was like that of a monkey to a human. Ouyang Mei also couldn't understand why Yilanxin had such high hopes for Han Xiaofan, as if he could lead humanity through this apocalyptic era. Ami, do you think this underground city base could be built by a private individual? Of course not. Yeah, you're right. A base of this scale could never be built by a private individual, yet it exists, and we are here. It is real. So this base must have appeared only after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Do you know what that implies? All right, Lanxin, just say it. You know I'm not as smart as you. This means that this base was created by Chief Han Xiaofan. I speculate that he must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter after the apocalypse broke out, which not only made him powerful, but also allowed him to acquire this underground city base. I suspect that the fortuitous encounter he had is possibly related to the apocalypse. Of course, this is just my guess. However, I believe that as long as we stay by his side, the future will eventually become clear. Furthermore, the chief's strength makes me feel that he is very likely to end this apocalyptic world. Okay, I admit you have a point. As long as he is not a brutal person and the future does not become brutal, following him is a good choice. In fact, Ouyang Mei understood very well that the officials were currently overwhelmed and did not have much manpower or strength to rescue the survivors outside. Private bases like Han Xiaofan's would only increase in the future, and these private bases could also save many survivors. Chapter 56. High school students. The official base in the Dragon District is built in the underground subway world, but the entire subway tunnel is extensive, covering the entire Dragon District area. On the night the virus broke out, only a small number of survivors managed to enter the official base, while most stayed above ground. The officials organized several rescue operations, but due to significant losses, they had to abandon the rescue efforts, which resulted in most survivors having to fend for themselves or band together for survival. The mutated monsters had already inflicted heavy losses on the survivors, and they did not expect to be hit by extreme cold weather, making survival even more difficult. However, for humanity, as long as they were not wiped out in one fell swoop, they would always find a way out. The underground sewage pipes spread throughout the city are an excellent hiding place. Many survivors hid in the underground pipes, which not only allowed them to avoid the mutated monsters above ground, but also provided better insulation due to the narrow space compared to the surface. However, the underground pipes are not without danger. Mutated rats are the primary enemies of the survivors. Fortunately, mutated rats are not very strong against survivors, and as long as they do not encounter large groups of them, they can still kill the ones they come across. For the Chinese people, as long as something can serve as food, survivors will try every means to kill it, regardless of whether mutated rats are considered mutated monsters. Moreover, mutated rats not only provide meat, their fur can also be used by survivors to make warm clothing. The crystal cores inside them, while not as valuable as those from mutated humans or other larger mutated animals, can still enhance human physical abilities. In a sense, mutated rats can be said to be a treasure trove, making them the primary target for survivors hunting mutated creatures. In a certain part of the underground pipe near Dragon District First High School, there's a more than 50-meter-long pipe, both ends sealed with dirt, with a large opening left at one end. An iron door is installed at the sealed end, and a few young people, armed with iron rods and similar weapons, are guarding the entrance. They all appear quite young, about the age of high school students. Indeed, this pipe serves as a small survival base for survivors, with only about 50 to 60 people inside, most of whom are high school students from Dragon District First High School, who escaped into the underground sewage pipes on the night of the virus outbreak. The leader of this survival base is named Song Xiaobin, an 18-year-old high school senior preparing for college entrance exams. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, with his academic performance, he could become a student at a prestigious university. Unfortunately, now that the world has entered an apocalyptic era, he will never have the chance to attend college. Song Xiaobin became the leader of this survival base, not because of his good grades or handsome appearance, but because he is a rare, evolved individual, specifically one who possesses earth manipulation abilities. The seals on both sides of the pipe were created using his earth elemental powers, and he also made some simple constructions in the pipe to give everyone a private space to rest. In the middle of the pipe is the largest room, where base leader Song Xiaobin and his best friend and roommate Tong Yang reside. This room also serves as their base's meeting room and storage. The supplies stored in the warehouse are various items they have collected over the past few days, with food and water being the most abundant. Tong Gang is not only Song Xiaoban's good friend and roommate, but also an evolved individual who controls wind elemental powers. They are classmates in the same grade. And most of the students in this base are their classmates, which is one of the primary reasons they could become the leaders of the base. Although Song Xiaoban is deeply saddened by the loss of his parents, he still musters the courage to lead his surviving classmates from his class, as well as some students from other classes, out of the school and quickly into the sewer, where they found a good hiding place. He and Tong Gang, as two evolved individuals, went out with a group of physically fit classmates to collect many supplies and also rescued quite a few survivors. Song Xiaoban and his 3 classmates formed the leadership of the base, one of whom is naturally the evolved individual Tong Gang. He is quite chubby, but his evolved ability is wind elemental. However, his current abilities are relatively low level. He can only accelerate himself and cannot use skills like wind blades as seen in fantasy novels. He may need to consume crystal cores to strengthen himself or develop his skills further. Among the other 2 classmates, one is a girl named Wan Xiaoyan, who is beautiful and also an academic achiever. She is the class monitor. The last one is Du Honghai, who is very burly, skilled in fighting, and has a somewhat reckless personality. However, he is very grateful to Song Xiaoban, his lifesaver, and completely obeys him as the leader. The 4 of them are discussing some issues about the base in the room, as leading more than 60 people to survive in this apocalyptic world is not easy, especially since none of them have stepped into society yet, and their experience and knowledge are quite limited. However, they know their strengths, which is their absolute combat power. As long as they have a security team made up of their classmates and the 2 evolvers still exist, the safety of the base should not be a problem. Song, are you inside? Just as the 4 were discussing matters regarding the base, a man's voice came from outside. Without waiting for a response from inside, the man walked in. He is a middle-aged man, quite plump, wearing glasses with a flushed face, giving off a lewd and cunning impression. He is none other than Li Daijian, the school's director, a petty person who climbed the ranks through flattery. When Song Xiaoban and the others saw Li Daijian entering without waiting for their response, they frowned. However, Song Xiaoban suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked, "Teacher Li, what do you need?" Li Daijian seemed to ignore the displeasure on their faces as he walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He smiled and said, "Hello, Song. Actually, I have something important to discuss with you. Go ahead." The other 3 did not speak, as it was most appropriate for Song Xiaoban, the leader of the survival base, to respond. In our base, there are quite a few elderly people, children, and many women. They basically can't work and cannot go out to gather supplies. Song, what do you think about expelling them? Chapter 57. Dissatisfaction after Li Daijian left the room. He wore a smile on his face. He already knew that his suggestion would definitely be rejected by Song Xiaoban and the others, so he did not expect to succeed. Being rejected was his purpose. Otherwise, how could he sway others who already had grievances against those idle survivors? He needed to gain the support of others to take control of the survival base and become its leader. A few minutes after Li Daijian left the room, Song Xiaoban had Du Honghai check outside, and, knowing that Li Daijian had left, they began to speak again. "Okay, I'll go now." Tong Gang had long been dissatisfied with Li Daijian, who only knew how to flatter and was afraid to go out to gather supplies. However, the other party had never crossed their bottom line, so they could not simply deal with him for no reason. After all, although they had dealt with a few people, it was impossible to say they were bloodthirsty. Just a few days ago, they were still students in high school, and now they had built a survival base in a short time, which was already quite remarkable. After leaving the conference room, Tong Gang walked along one side of the pipeline. This pipeline, more than 50 meters long, was separated by Song Xiaoban's abilities into dozens of rooms. Generally, survivors would not come out, as it was still relatively cold outside. Inside the rooms, however, it was different. They could lie on cotton mats, covered with many blankets and other warm items to avoid feeling cold. Moreover, lying in bed without moving could reduce energy consumption. The food distributed in the base each day could not fully satisfy them, but it was much better than facing extreme cold and mutated monsters on the surface. At least they could survive in this pipeline base. However, even so, some people in the base were still dissatisfied with this kind of life, especially some thugs. But to make them oppose Song Xiaobin and the others, they did not have the guts. After all, Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang had demonstrated their abilities in front of everyone, and they knew they could not compete with the two evolvers. Tong Gang did not approach Li Daijian's room. He saw two people standing outside, apparently on guard. He entered a classmate's room, which relieved the two people monitoring the situation outside, as they knew that discussions about how to deal with Song Xiaobin's student leadership were taking place inside Li Daijian's room. Tong, what's wrong? In the room Tong Gang entered, three male classmates were lying on the floor, covered with a thick layer of blankets, chatting and boasting. When they saw Tong Gang come in, one of them asked curiously, "Should be quiet, don't talk." Tong Gang raised his finger to signal them to be quiet. He walked to the wall, focused, and soon caught some noisy sounds. This was the sound of survivors talking in the entire pipeline, a kind of ability similar to an enhanced hearing that stemmed from his powers, which was also a significant reason for Song Xiaobin's emergence. Quickly, Tong Gang filtered out the useless sounds and concentrated his mental power on Li Daijian's room. Sure enough, he heard Li Daijian's voice. "Everyone, Song Xiaobin has rejected it. You should also make a choice. If you don't make a choice soon, this base supporting those useless people will eventually collapse. And you won't even be able to find a woman to have fun with. Song Xiaobin is too controlling. If you support me to become the leader of this base, I can guarantee your interests. You can have fun with women as you please. What do you think? Will you support me? Well, since Song Xiaobin is ungrateful, don't blame us for being unjust. We all support you to rise to power. But how can you guarantee to replace him? You must know that he and that fat guy Tong Gang are both evolvers. If they use force, we might not be able to win. Don't worry about that. They also have weaknesses. As long as we control the female classmates in their class, they will definitely listen obediently. With them as our armed force, we can live well in this apocalyptic era." That's right. Leader Li is right. You will be our leader from now on. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do. And we will definitely obey your commands as long as you ensure we have enough to eat and women to play with. Of course, after everyone goes to sleep at night, we will act. Okay, leader. Tong Gang relayed everything he had overheard, which made Du Honghai extremely angry. Leader, I've said long ago that we shouldn't take in those thugs, and that Li Daijian is a scoundrel. He is just a sycophant at school. And I've heard some rumors that he is greedy and lecherous, having coerced female teachers. People like him should die outside. Now that he is alive, it's because we saved him, and instead of being grateful, he dares to conspire against us. Such a person is not worth pity. All right, people like that are not worth our anger. Since we know their plan, we can deal with them all at once tonight, and our base will be clean of trash. Song Xiaobin certainly knew that those thugs and Li Daijian's group were unstable factors, but he could not deal with them just because they hadn't made mistakes. It was impossible. Not to mention he wasn't that ruthless. He believed that if he dealt with them for no reason, the entire base might become a place where everyone was on guard against each other and no one would trust anyone else. In that case, it was possible that the base would not be destroyed by external enemies, but would collapse internally due to chaos, which was no joke. Yes, the leader is right. When they act tonight, we can take them down, and then we can directly deal with them. No one else will have objections. Hearing Song Xiaobin's words, Wan Xiaoyan looked approving, believing that whatever Song Xiaobin said was right. She had always liked him, and after the apocalypse, she could no longer hide her feelings for him. The other two naturally had no objections, and the four of them discussed the plan for their evening operation before parting ways to prepare, ensuring that there wouldn't be any mishaps that night. Chapter 58, Burial that night, when Li Daijian brought 8 thugs to take action. They were caught by Song Xiaobin and his group, who were well prepared. They all knew that their actions would not end well, and resisting was futile. With just the powerful physical abilities of the two evolved beings, Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang, they were no match. The 9 were quickly dealt with by the 2, marking the first time they had killed so many people. However, both were seasoned and had seen blood, so they felt no fear. The other survivors in the base were not sympathetic to the deaths of the 9 who attempted to rebel. Rather, they opposed any actions that could jeopardized the stability of the base. It was rare to encounter such a kind-hearted leader like Song Xiaofan in this apocalyptic world, and they could not allow anyone to disrupt this stability. Song Xiaofan and Tong Gang led the team out of the base, and the gate was closed behind them. The gate had an observation port, allowing the security team inside to monitor the outside movements. This was due to a lit stove outside, although the flame was small. It illuminated the area for several meters ahead. Without the stove, the entire sewer pipe would be engulfed in darkness. Only the evolved beings had developed night vision due to their evolution. Initially, Song Xiaofan and Tong Gang could only see vague shapes, but as they consumed more crystal cores, their evolutionary abilities and physical qualities strengthened, significantly improving their night vision. Now, they could see clearly without a flashlight from several meters away. With two evolved beings leading the way, the others felt less worried about being ambushed by mutated beasts in the dark. In fact, the primary purpose of Song Xiaofan and his group was not to dispose of bodies, but to hunt mutated beasts, mainly mutated rats. They were cautious about other types, like mutated earthworms, which could grow several meters long. They did not want to provoke such dangers. The group left the base with a cart, encountering a few mutated rats along the way, but they were not numerous and were quickly dealt with their bodies collected. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at an exit of the sewer pipe, which was blocked by a barbed wire fence, piled high with debris that Song Xiaofan and the base survivors had stacked to prevent mutated creatures from breaking in and endangering their base. After all, this exit was only a few dozen kilometers from their base, and if mutated beings entered, their base would be in great danger. "Throw them all out," Song Xiaofan said, leaving a small opening in the barbed wire. Using his abilities, he constructed a dirt door for them to crawl through. This also served as a backup route for his base, as a massive attack by mutated rats would be extremely dangerous. It could be said that after becoming the leader of the base, Song Xiaofan's considerations had become very comprehensive, a change necessitated by the environment. At the exit, a few people passed the bodies outside. The temperature had already dropped to over -60 degrees. Looking at the thermometer in his hand, Song Xiaofan felt that if the temperature dropped any further, ordinary people would not be able to survive on the surface. Only evolved beings, or those ordinary survivors who had consumed crystal cores and gained strength, could survive above ground. The future world might be dominated by these strong individuals. "Be careful, a gang. Keep a lookout from a distance," he instructed. "Okay, Bin Ge," replied Tonggang. Although he was a big guy, his ability to control wind made him the fastest. If they encountered any significant danger, he had a better chance of escaping than anyone else. As Tong Gang's figure disappeared, the others hastened to move all the bodies from the exit and buried them far from the barbed wire. However, due to 2 days of heavy snowfall, the ground was covered in thick snow, and a layer of ice had formed several centimeters thick due to freezing. As for where Song Xiaofan and the others were heading, it was a resource exchange site established by the official survival base of the Dragon District. Essentially a small market aimed at facilitating resource exchanges among the survivors in the Dragon District. Most survivors had either fled to the sewer pipes or were hiding in underground subway tunnels, as the conditions above ground were too harsh. Anyone with sense knew that survival was better underground. Of course, some wealthy individuals had built apocalypse survival fortresses before the disaster, and there were quite a few of them. The wealthy feared death the most, and their fortresses were merely a means to ensure a comfortable existence in case of a catastrophe. They never expected that the apocalypse would actually occur, making their bases the safest places for their protection. Another group of people also had their own survival bases. These were survival enthusiasts who were among the fortunate ones. Compared to the official survival base, their private bases were naturally much better, with abundant resources. Many even had supplies stored for over a decade. These individuals knew that consuming crystal cores could enhance their abilities, but they were unwilling to risk hunting mutated creatures. Instead, they preferred to exchange their resources for crystal cores, which led to the establishment of the official trading market. Song Xiaofan went to the trading market to exchange crystal cores for supplies, as his base could not be self-sufficient and was short on many resources. He could only exchange crystal cores for supplies at the market. Chapter 59. Trading Market. The official survival base in the Dragon District was not large, with fewer than 5,000 survivors. There were many more small-scale survival bases formed by groups huddling together for warmth, but the official authorities lacked the ability to count them, only guessing that most survivors had taken refuge in sewer pipes, underground tunnels, or underground parking lots in high-rise buildings. The official trading market was set up at the nearest subway station to the base, providing water, electricity, and security measures for all survivors to trade resources. They could either set up stalls or rent shops built by the officials, or exchange resources at the official resource exchange center. Through the trading market, the officials could ensure the safety of resource transactions among survivors in the Dragon District, minimizing violent incidents over resources. However, such occurrences could not be entirely prevented, as the officials did not have the strength to monitor the entire area. With only 1,000 armed forces, most of whom were recruited after the apocalypse broke out, the loss of most professional soldiers on the day of the disaster was one of the main reasons the officials could not organize rescue teams to save survivors. Naturally, some survivors harbored resentment towards the officials for not rescuing them, and they did not consider the officials' difficulties. To them, it felt as though they had been abandoned, which is why many survivors, even after fleeing to underground tunnels or sewer pipes, preferred to huddle together for warmth with other survivors rather than join the official survival base. In fact, the choice of these survivors has, for the authorities, solved the dilemma that they had to face. The official base cannot accept an unlimited number of survivors because the food and other resources in their hands are quite limited, enough to sustain a maximum of 5,000 people for 2 years. It can be said that it's not that the official authorities of the Dragon District do not want to recruit more survivors. Rather, the objective conditions do not allow it. Xiaofan, holding several nylon bags filled with the corpses of mutated rats, knows that in the trading market, aside from crystal cores, which are the best hard currency, items like food and mutated beast meat are also good for exchange and can be traded for most supplies. If they can present items that the authorities are interested in, they might even exchange for some firearms from them. Firearms are still formidable weapons in the early days of the apocalypse. Even the strongest evolvers would have to flee in the face of a few handguns. However, this might not be the case in the future, as evolvers can grow stronger by consuming crystal cores daily. Their fear of firearms now is simply because they're not strong enough yet. Once the evolvers worldwide no longer fear firearms, it is likely that the surviving factions in the Blue Star world will undergo a major reshuffle. Xiaofan twisted and turned until he reached a passageway that connected the official sewer system to the underground metro. Such connecting passages are not rare throughout the Dragon District, and the authorities have even wisely opened exits under some high-rise buildings. This is because the raging blizzards outside show no signs of stopping. If this continues, within half a month, the entire deep city will be buried under thick snow. By then, except for a few hundred-meter-tall skyscrapers, all buildings will be covered in snow, not to mention the manhole covers on the streets and the exits of the metro stations. If the authorities do not create some exits, it is possible that in half a month, the survivors underground will be unable to reach the surface, potentially trapping them in the underground world. Of course, it's not just the deep city authorities taking preventive measures. Authorities in other regions are also not foolish and will implement similar measures. China has an administrative center, which allows for effective communication no matter what is being done. The survivors arriving at the connecting passageway were not just Xiaofan and his group. There were other survivors as well. However, everyone was cautiously sizing each other up. They would not resort to violence here, as there were a considerable number of guards not far from the entrance. These guards are soldiers sent by the authorities to maintain order in the trading market, fully armed and equipped with rifles, making it easy for them to deal with survivors. Those who manage to survive are not fools. The foolish and naive do not survive long and are often among the first to die. You can go in, but don't cause any trouble inside, a guard said. Xiaofan handed over a few yellow bean-sized crystal cores. These smallest crystal cores come from the bodies of mutated rats. The larger the mutated monster, the larger the crystal core it contains. For instance, the crystal cores found in mutated humans are typically the size of marbles. The larger the crystal core, the better the effect when consumed by humans, but it may also lead to mutation in humans. This limit varies for each person, so those who want to strengthen themselves through consumption can only experiment on their own. A careless mistake could lead to direct mutation. Generally, They prefer to consume less rather than push their limits, which is the experience they have learned. In response to the guard's warning, Song Xiaobin obediently replied, "We won't cause any trouble. We are all good students." The group passed through the guard's gate and soon entered the metro station, which is the trading market. Inside the trading market, the lights were bright, powered by generators set up by the authorities. The number of people increased significantly. This was Song Xiaobin's second visit to the trading market. They were much more familiar with it compared to their first visit. However, seeing so many living people at once still brought them joy, as humans are social beings and fear loneliness. "Look, fresh mutated rat meat, just trade for tissues. Any brand will do. Mutated rat meat for a #1 battery, the more the better. Rice for mutated beast meat. Sir, do you need a massage service? My skills are excellent. Missing person notice, 10 mutated rat crystal cores to help find one person." The entire trading market was bustling, reminiscent of the rural market in Song Xiaobin's grandmother's village from his childhood. Many stalls were set up, with some shops made from iron sheets by the authorities. Most rented shops were run by survivor teams, with individuals being relatively rare. Almost everyone who survived in the apocalypse was part of a team. It was rare for someone to survive alone unless they were a very powerful evolver. However, the apocalypse had only erupted a few days ago, and apart from Han Xiaofan, who was an anomaly, no other evolver could survive alone in such harsh conditions. They all had to hide in the underground world. Song Xiaobin and his group found an empty spot to set up their stall, taking out the mutated rat meat from their bags and laying it directly on the ground, creating a very simple stall. Some people who initially had ill intentions upon seeing that Song Xiaobin and his friends were young quickly abandoned their plans to ambush them when they realized they were selling mutated rat meat. Anyone capable of dealing with mutated rats was not an ordinary person, and they knew that such individuals would be difficult to handle. Chapter 60. Seeking people. Zhao Jianjun and his team took half a day to reach the Dragon District. Along the way, they encountered numerous dangers and came across several survivor teams, but they did not engage with them. They understood that in the apocalypse, besides mutated monsters, they also needed to be wary of other survivors. Humans in such an environment could be even more dangerous, and they witnessed many survivors turning on one another, even seeing cannibals. They certainly could not show mercy to such demons and sent them all to hell. When encountering some struggling survivors, Zhao Jianjun shared some of the mutated rat meat his team had collected, helping to increase their chances of survival. They also rescued over 20 elderly, children, and women, taking half a day to escort them to the official base in the Dragon District. After handing over the rescued survivors to the official base, Zhao Jianjun and his team began their mission. The authorities in the Dragon District had already received notifications from above, so Zhao Jianjun's team could receive supplies and other assistance. The Dragon District authorities checked the information of all survivors in the base and did not find the 2 women Zhao Jianjun was looking for. The 2 individuals they were searching for were not at the Dragon District base, something Zhao Jianjun's team had mentally prepared for, so they were not disappointed. They simply felt that the 2 women might have a hard time surviving in such an apocalyptic environment unless they encountered a good survivor team. Xiao Bing was the most articulate person in Zhao Jianjun's team. Zhao Jianjun assigned him to take photos of Yilan Xin and Ouyang made to the trading market to ask other survivors if they had seen the 2 women. As for why they didn't publicly display the photos or use supplies to enlist the help of other survivors in the search, it was because Zhao Jianjun had concerns. He feared that if someone with ill intentions found the 2 women and realized their importance, they might use them to threaten him. In this chaotic apocalyptic era, such a possibility was not just present, it was quite high. On the way to the Long District, Zhao Jianjun and his group encountered many cases of women being coerced, imprisoned, and used as playthings. Fortunately, their own strength was remarkable, making it easy for them to deal with those villains, which also became the main source of the women they rescued. Xiao Bing wasn't wearing a military uniform. Instead, he dressed like everyone else in thick clothes, wearing a cold-resistant hat, gloves, and snow boots. He set up a stall on the ground, displaying ordinary miscellaneous items that were quite unremarkable. However, whenever a customer approached to inquire about prices, he would bargain while showing them photographs, asking if they recognized the people in the pictures. Although his efficiency seemed low, It was safe. Of course, Xiao Bing didn't ask just anyone. He avoided those who looked suspicious. When Song Xiaobin and his group arrived, Xiao Bing noticed them, but was surprised that these middle school students could set up a stall selling mutated rat meat. This made him a bit worried, as he knew some people would have bad intentions. After all, humans were easier to deal with than those monsters. Xiao Bing asked someone nearby to keep an eye on his stall, and the nearby vendor didn't refuse. Everyone has urgent needs, and no one would turn down such a request. When he reached Song Xiaobin's stall, Xiao Bing squatted down to look at the mutated rat meat and smiled, asking boss, "Your meat must be fresh, right?" Of course, in this cold weather, it wouldn't spoil even if left for a month. "How much do you want? Or what do you have to exchange for my meat?" "Well, I could trade 1 pound of rice for 1 pound of meat. What do you think?" "Of course not. Big brother, don't you understand the market here? 1 pound of rice is worthless here. My meat is worth 1 pound for 10 pounds of grain, whether it's rice, flour, or rice noodles. As long as it's grain, I can exchange it. If you want to trade, I'll give you the meat. If not, please leave. Don't block my business." What Song Xiaobin mentioned was indeed the most common pricing in the trading market. Mutated rat meat was considered the lowest grade among all mutated beast meats. Not only was the meat tough and chewy, but it also had a peculiar odor. Nevertheless, mutated beast meat could enhance human physical qualities, making it much more expensive than grain, which was why 1 pound of meat could be exchanged for 10 pounds of grain. "Okay, don't be angry, I'll trade with you. But my grain isn't here. If you want exchange, we could go to the official exchange center." Upon hearing about the official exchange center, Song Xiaobin realized that the person in front of him must be an official. However, he wasn't worried that the officials would cheat survivors out of their supplies. If such a thing happened, this trading market would lose all its customers. No survivor would come to such a place. "All right, we'll go with you to the exchange center." Song Xiaobin and his group packed the meat into nylon bags and followed Xiao Bing to the exchange center, which was the administrative office of the subway station. Inside, it was spacious with over a dozen rooms and a large warehouse storing a significant amount of grain. This grain was one of the main reasons the trading market could operate, as many survivors brought various supplies to exchange for food. Most of the exchanges were done with crystal cores, as crystal cores provided the largest quantities of food. Upon arriving at the supply exchange center, Song Xiaobin indeed saw that the official staff treated Xiao Bing with great respect, indicating that his identity was not simple. However, he didn't delve into Xiao Bing's identity. Although curious, he knew that in the apocalypse, being overly curious could be dangerous. After weighing the meat, they exchanged it for over 200 pounds of rice. It looked like a lot, but with dozens of people in the base. Even if each person ate only half a pound a day, the rice would be gone in a few days. After the transaction, they exchanged a few pleasantries, introducing their names to each other, which was a simple way of getting to know one another. Xiao Bing told Song Xiaobin that if he wanted to exchange for anything in the future, he could find him. Although Song Xiaobin didn't understand why Xiao Bing was so nice to him, he wouldn't refuse such an official channel. Xiao Bing took the opportunity to show Song Xiaobin the photos of Yulan Xin and the other 2 women, asking if he had seen them. Song Xiaobin regretfully shook his head, saying, "Xiao Ge, sorry, we haven't seen them. If we had, with their beauty, we would definitely remember. But don't worry, I'll inform the people at the base. If we come across them, I'll let them know to come find you." "Okay, do you want me to send someone to help you?" Whether it was the sewer system or the underground subway, the paths were complex and interconnected. Each survivor team's base was very secretive, fearing attacks from those with bad intentions. Such incidents had occurred before, and Song Xiaobin naturally wouldn't let anyone know the location of their base. Although Xiao Bing seemed to be an official, Song Xiaobin didn't dare to trust anyone easily in this apocalyptic era. Trust takes time. "All right, then I want to arrange for anyone to send you. Just be careful on your way." "Okay, we're leaving." Carrying 4 bags, each containing over 50 pounds of rice. Only Song Xiaobin wasn't carrying a bag, as he was the combat strength among the 5 and needed to be on guard for any unexpected situations. Chapter 61. The Sewer's Hope Base took a day to enter normal operation. Han Xiaofan felt uncomfortable after staying in the base for just a day. He didn't know if it was due to the crystal fusion issue. His personality had changed significantly, and he felt an indescribable excitement towards killing. as if only through killing could he stir the waves within him and avoid becoming a stagnant pool of water. Han Xiaofan didn't confide in anyone about his situation, not even to his women. Some secrets should not be spoken, especially regarding the crystal, which was not a part of this blue star world. He would keep it a secret until death, and even after having children, he wouldn't tell his descendants. Outside, it was still pitch black, where one couldn't see their fingers in front of them, but this was only true for ordinary survivors. Evolvers like Han Xiaofan had almost developed night vision abilities, making it easier for them to survive in such harsh conditions. The snow on the streets was much thicker than the previous day. As Han Xiaofan walked, his legs sank a few more centimeters than before. He estimated that if this blizzard continued for another half-month, the lower buildings on both sides of the street might be completely covered in snow, making it even harder for survivors to search for supplies. Moreover, Han Xiaofan noticed that there were significantly more mutated monsters on the streets than the day before. This meant that these mutated creatures had a terrifying adaptability to extreme cold, as their bodies were starting to grow white fur. Perhaps this was why they could withstand the cold better than humans. With their limbs on the ground, their long and slender bodies, their heads extending forward, and their mouths taking on a triangular shape, their red eyes and faces covered in white fur concealed their noses. This was what Han Xiaofan discovered after killing a mutated human, realizing that they were moving further away from human form. They would eventually evolve into a new species, one that fed on humans, a terrifying existence. The speed will become faster and the strength will become increasingly terrifying, and their limbs have grown sharp claws. Han Xiaofan hunts mutated humans around the Jingle Villa area. He has even hunted several mutated humans with long, barbed tails, which are much stronger than ordinary mutated humans. As for the super mutated humans whose speed and strength surpass ordinary ones, their numbers have also increased significantly. Just 2 days later, not only the mutated humans, but also other mutated beasts have evolved at a pace beyond Han Xiaofan's expectations. Although his heart has grown colder, he still hopes that humanity will not go extinct in the future. Otherwise, it would be too sad if he were the only human left in the world. On the streets, there are still the bodies of survivors, who likely ventured out to search for supplies. Some froze to death in the extreme cold, while others were killed by mutated monsters, leaving only skeletal remains. There are also some who died on the night of the apocalypse, their bodies covered in snow. Sometimes, Han Xiaofan steps on them, and when he feels something hard under his feet, he knows it must be a corpse beneath the snow. After clearing the area around the Jingle Villa, including the mutated monsters inside the buildings, Han Xiaofan has harvested over 1,000 crystal cores, most of which he did not absorb directly, but stored in his backpack. From 2 survivors' conversations, he learned that the official base in the Dragon District has opened a trading market. This explains why there are so few survivors on the ground. They have all hidden in underground spaces like sewer pipes, subway tunnels, and underground parking lots. Han Xiaofan wants to go to the trading market to see if there are any good supplies. If there are, he can exchange them for crystal cores. However, what he hoped for the most is to establish a long-term supply trading relationship with the official base. The supplies in the hands of the officials must be much more abundant than those in private bases. Han Xiaofan wants to see if he can exchange for some firearms from the officials. He intends to give these firearms to the members of his base's security team, but he wonders if the officials will allow private ownership of firearms. The possibility is still quite high, as it is now the apocalypse, and many things will change. Han Xiaofan is somewhat hopeful for success. Finding a manhole cover on streets covered with thick snow is not an easy task. Based on his memory, he arrives in front of a convenience store, where he recalls there being a manhole cover. Sure enough, after clearing the snow, a manhole cover is revealed. He pries it open and enters the sewer. He first replaces the cover and then jumps down. Below is a cement floor, and he can smell an indescribable odor. The sewer has a relatively large space. After all, Shenzhen is a super large city and a new coastal city, which had its sewer scale plan from the beginning to prevent flooding from heavy rains. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not long after Han Xiaofan jumps down, he hears the sound of rats. It seems that his landing has attracted their attention, and soon a swarm of mutated rats comes rushing toward him, numbering in the hundreds. Ordinary survivors or evolved beings would have to flee upon encountering such a large number of mutated rats. But Han Xiaofan is not an ordinary person, nor is he an ordinary evolved being. He is not even sure how strong he truly is. He only knows that since the outbreak, he has not fought with all his strength. The blade flashes like lightning, filling the entire sewer, and the dense red dots quickly disappear. In less than 3 minutes, the mutated rats are all wiped out without even leaving a scratch on Han Xiaofan, and they provide him with a considerable amount of meat. After collecting all the mutated rat corpses and putting them into several bags, he stores the bags in a storage space before leaving the site of the battle. Not long after Han Xiaofan leaves, a large group of mutated rats rushes in, only to find some traces of their kin's blood on the ground. They have come only because they smelled the blood. The killer has already left. Chapter 62. Hanwei Base. Hanwei Group is the largest entertainment group in the Dragon District, with 3 5-star hotels, dozens of 4-star hotels, and numerous restaurants, massage parlors, and entertainment venues, as well as a security company. Although it is an inconspicuous group in Shenzhen, everyone in the underground world knows that this group is involved in the underworld, albeit with a polished exterior. The founders of Hanwei Group are 2 brothers, Chairman Zheng Han and General Manager Zheng Wei. The 2 brothers are ruthless individuals who have caused countless families to be ruined in their rise. However, they have never provoked powerful figures they cannot afford to offend, as they have backing. Over 20 years, they have thrived, accumulating wealth, and after going legitimate, they became well-known entrepreneurs. Only the core 3 of Hanwei Group know how many thugs the group secretly maintains, namely the Zheng brothers and the group's deputy general manager, Han Shan. Han Shan can also be considered the first strategist of Hanwei Group and is the most trusted confidant of the Zheng brothers. He has played a significant role in the rise of Hanwei Group. However, Han Shan has never been arrogant due to his achievements. He has always been loyal to the Zheng brothers, who have treated him well, providing him with money, beauty, and status. Although the apocalypse came suddenly, for Zheng Han and the others, this chaotic era is the best era. Beneath the underground parking lot of Hanwei Group, Zheng Han secretly built an underground survival fortress, which can be seen as a backup plan for someone like him. If trouble arises, he can survive with his family in this underground fortress for several years. Originally intended as a backup, the underground fortress has become the survival base of Hanwei Group after the outbreak. Of course, only Zheng Han's most trusted confidants and family members can enter this underground fortress. Others, including recruited survivors, can only stay in the underground parking lot. But even that is much better than being on the surface. With the underground survival fortress as a base, the Zheng brothers have greater ambitions. They want to dominate in this apocalyptic era, attempting things they previously dared not do, and even go further. However, many things need to be done step by step. Zheng Han knows that although the officials have suffered heavy losses in the apocalypse, they can still control the basic situation. In the future, as evolved beings become stronger, that may no longer be the case. He has a far-reaching vision. Tang Bing is the general manager of Hanwei Group Security Company and the captain of the security team. He is now the captain of the guard team at the Hanwei Survival Base. Half of his original subordinates did not escape the virus infection and became mutated beings, most of whom he dealt with personally. He never expected that he could become an evolved being. Within the Hanwei Group, there is only one evolver, Tang Bing. Originally, he had no intention of betraying his boss, even after the apocalypse, but now his thoughts have started to change. After all, he is the only evolver in the entire Hanwei survival base, and he will only grow stronger over time. However, Zheng Han is not a fool. He knows that the speed at which Tang Bing becomes stronger is controlled by the number of crystal cores in his possession. They have noticed a profit-making opportunity in the official trading market, leveraging the internal information provided by their backing. Zheng Han and his team intercept survivors who have exchanged supplies at the official redemption center, taking a cut from the survivors' resources. The Hanwei survival base does not take all the supplies from the survivors. They only take half at most, which prevents the survivors from fighting back against the Hanwei base, allowing them to continuously obtain resources and become stronger. In addition to this protection racket, the Hanwei base also sends people to track some survivors to assess the strength of their bases. If a base is weak, the Hanwei base will send people to attack, killing the leaders and their loyal subordinates, absorbing those smaller survival bases to gain more resources and survivors to strengthen themselves. Of course, since the apocalypse has only just begun, the Hanwei base's plans are still in their early stages. Whether it's intercepting survivors for protection fees or trying to absorb smaller survivor bases, they have not yet achieved significant results. However, Zheng Han is not anxious. He believes that over time, the Hanwei base will grow stronger, and there will be opportunities to absorb the official bases as well, marking the time for him to reign supreme. Evolvers can sense each other when they are close, a connection that cannot be described in words. When Tang Bing and Song Xiaobin brushed past each other in the trading market, they both recognized each other's identities as evolvers. After exchanging a glance, they went their separate ways. Tang Bing is in charge of intercepting survivors for protection fees at the trading market. He quickly arranged for a few loyal members of Zheng Han's security team to intercept Song Xiaobin's group, deliberately withholding the information that there was an evolver among them, using Song Xiaobin as a means to eliminate them. Song Xiaobin, unaware that the evolver who brushed past him considered him a weapon, felt uneasy due to the other's unusual gaze. He quickly left the trading market with his 4 subordinates, heading swiftly toward their base. He signaled his subordinates to be cautious and smiled at the man with the gun, saying, "Brother, may I ask what brings you to stop us?" Chapter 63. Taking Action. Zhang Hua, a squad leader of the Hanwei base's security team, is also an informant placed by Zheng Han within the security team. On the surface, he obeys the orders of the team leader, Tang Bing, but secretly reports Tang Bing's every move to Zheng Han, making him Zheng Han's trusted confidant. Zhang Hua usually obeys his superior, Tang Bing, without question. When Tang Bing instructed him to intercept a few high school students, he thought it would be a simple task. He believed that if he intimidated the students a little, they would obediently hand over half of their rice. So upon hearing Song Xiaobin's words, Zhang Hua put on a fierce demeanor and shouted, "What do you mean by brother? I'm not your brother. Do you understand the rules? This area is all Hanwei base's territory. You're passing through here with so many supplies. Why don't you pay the protection fee to our Hanwei base? I won't cheat you. You can give us half and leave. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Hearing that the thugs demanded half of their food, Song Xiaobin's subordinates were furious. "How dare you ask for our food? You're trash. It's the apocalypse, and you're still collecting protection fees. Boss, let us fight them." As high school students, they naturally lacked sophistication. Their anger boiled over. However, they did not consider that this was the apocalypse, and such situations were quite common. Fortunately, Song Xiaobin was somewhat composed. Being a clever person, aiming for the top university in Huagua, he was angry but managed to control his rage, saying with a smile, "Brother, we are all Huagua people. Compatriots, there's no need to go this far. If your Hanwei base continues to collect protection fees around this trading market, I believe the surrounding survivor teams and the official bases will not allow this situation to continue. Can your base survive amidst everyone's anger?" Haha, I must say, kid, you have a good way with words. If it weren't for the apocalypse, you could have been a great diplomat. Zhang Hua had seen many talented individuals with his boss Zheng Han. He admired Song Xiaobin's eloquence and composure even before leaving school. However, no amount of admiration would stop him from taking half of their food. He stared expressionlessly at Song Xiaobin and said, "Kid, I won't waste any more breath on you. Will you hand over half of the food or not? If not, we'll have to make a move. You might have some protection, but your subordinates are done for. The choice is yours." There were 10 people on the other side, and most importantly, the leader had a gun. Song Xiaobin did not dare to gamble with his life. If he were hit by a bullet, he might not die immediately, but without medical help, he would ultimately meet a grim end. The sewer system was too complex and interconnected. Without a map or someone familiar with the routes, Han Xiaofan would find it difficult to locate the trading market. However, he was not anxious at all. After all, going to the trading market was just a whim. Even if he couldn't find it, it didn't matter. Moreover, he had memorized the locations of several survivor teams and had hunted various mutated creatures, gaining a good amount of mutated meat. When Zhang Hua and his team intercepted Song Xiaobin, Han Xiaofan witnessed the scene. Although he didn't recognize either party, Just by observing their appearances, speech, and demeanor, he could tell that the larger group was made up of thugs, while the few students looked young and clearly hadn't left school yet. Indeed, through their conversation, it was confirmed that Han Xiaofan's guess was correct. Zhang Hua and his group were arrogant, even demanding life-saving food from survivors as protection fees in the apocalypse, which disgusted him. He had already sentenced them to death in his mind. Taking out 10 stainless steel balls from his storage space, Han Xiaofan flicked them with his fingers. When Song Xiaobin found himself in a dilemma, he shot the stainless steel balls at Zhang Hua and his group, just as he used to play marbles as a child. Whoosh! The stainless steel balls sliced through the air with sharp sounds, caused by the sonic boom from their high speed. Each ball accurately hit a person's head. Song Xiaobin and a few others only heard a sharp whooshing sound. And soon they saw the 10 thugs blocking their way for protection money all fall to the ground almost simultaneously. They were surprised to find that each of the fallen thugs had a hole in their heads, with brain matter splattered out and blood gushing, which was quite nauseating to witness. However, having seen many corpses, they quickly regained their composure. Thank you for your help. I wonder if you could reveal yourself and meet us? Without needing to guess, Song Xiaobin knew there must be a powerful expert helping him. However, he saw no one around and began to doubt if the expert had left. But soon, he saw an ordinary-looking young man step forward. The young man had a tang knife at his waist and a backpack on his back. What impressed Song Xiaobin the most was that the other person had just killed 10 people. Yet his expression remained calm. Not calm, but extremely deep and indifferent, which made Song Xiaobin instinctively wary, fearing that the other party might be a ruthless killer who viewed human life as insignificant. The person who revealed himself was naturally Han Xiaofan. He admired Song Xiaobin's calm demeanor in the face of danger, especially since he was a middle school student. Such talent was rare. He considered recruiting him into his base, but did not rush to make an offer. Hello, my name is Han Xiaofan. I heard there is an official trading market nearby, but I couldn't find it until I encountered these people intercepting you for protection money. I took action because I couldn't stand it. You won't blame me for acting on my own, will you? Of course not, Brother Han. I'm Song Xiaobin, part of a survivor team nearby. I'm grateful for your help in dealing with them. How could I blame you? After exchanging a few pleasantries, they got to know each other a bit better. Song Xiaobin felt relieved. Although Han Xiaofan seemed indifferent, he spoke normally, not like a psychopathic killer. Chapter 64. Tracking the battle between the two sides quickly came to an end, with humanity emerging victorious, primarily because many of them had firearms, including pistols and rifles, all equipped with silencers. Han Xiaofan suspected that these people had some official backing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have access to such weapons. Given that Huagua is the country with the strictest gun control in the entire Blue Star world. Han Xiaofan also noticed that the leader was likely an evolved individual like Song Xiaobin, but he couldn't discern what abilities the other person possessed, so he couldn't figure out what type of evolved person they were. Indeed, while the number of human evolved individuals was scarce, they were not non-existent. Within less than half a day in the sewer, Han Xiaofan had already encountered 2 evolved individuals. If they went to the trading market, they might meet even more. However, Han Xiaofan didn't pay too much attention to the evolved individuals. Although he was not one himself, his strength far surpassed that of these so-called evolved individuals. One of Tang Bing's subordinates checked the bodies on the ground and reported to Tang Bing, "Captain, they were likely killed with steel balls. We just don't know how they were killed by them. Could it be the work of an evolved individual?" All right. Since Tang Bing said so, others naturally wouldn't object, especially as they had all seen the gruesome state of Zhang Hua and the others. Asking them to find the killers of Zhang Hua and the others would be foolish. Those who could kill them so easily were certainly not simple characters, and the most likely possibility was a very powerful evolved individual. Tang Bing ordered a group to extract the crystal cores from the mutated rats, while another group hurriedly dealt with the rats' corpses. As the meat of these mutated rats could not go to waste, they packed the meat into large bags they carried. In less than 5 minutes, Tang Bing and the others had finished processing the mutated rats' bodies and quickly left the area, leaving Zhang Hua and his companions' bodies behind. They naturally wouldn't handle their corpses. Firstly, they didn't have the time, and secondly, they didn't want to take the risk, as carrying corpses could easily attract the attack of mutated beasts. After they left, Han Xiaofan first collected Zhang Hua and their bodies into his storage space. He wasn't doing it out of any obsession with corpses, nor out of kindness to help with their burial. Rather, these bodies were rare experimental materials. If Dr. Yi needed corpses for experiments, these would be the best materials. Each of Tang Bing's men carried 2 bags and walked at a slow pace, allowing Han Xiaofan to easily catch up with them. He followed closely behind, wanting to know the location of the Hanwei base, as he hoped that the future Hope base might align with this one, knowing both friend and foe would lead to victory in every battle. After winding through several turns, entering the underground metro tunnel from the sewer, and walking for over half an hour, they entered the sewer again. Then, they emerged from the sewer into the underground metro tunnel, walked for several minutes, entered through what seemed to be a maintenance door for the underground metro, crossed several passages, and entered an underground parking lot through a passage that had obviously been recently drilled. Han Xiaofan was unaware of the specific situation in the underground parking lot. Unfortunately, Xiao Bing also did not receive good news at the trading market. No one had seen Yi Lanxin and Yang Mei. This outcome could mean 2 things. Either the 2 women encountered trouble shortly after the apocalypse broke out and thus had no survivors who had seen them, or they were rescued early by other survivors and joined a survivor base, never leaving it, which is why no one had seen them. Zhao Jianjun and the others naturally hoped it was not the first scenario, for that would mean their mission had failed and the country had lost a national treasure-level scientist. Indeed, Yi Lanxin was a national treasure-level scientist in Huagua. If it were not for special circumstances, she would never have left her base to come to the Long District. However, Zhao Jianjun and the others did not know why Yi Lanxin and Yang Mei had come to the Long District. By the way, Captain, I just met a very interesting middle school student. Xiao Bing told his captain, Zhao Jianjun, about the incident where Song Xiaobin exchanged food and mentioned his suspicion that the other party might be an evolved individual. Xiao Bing himself was not an evolved individual, so he naturally could not sense whether the other party was one. He lacked the unique sensing ability that evolved individuals have with one another. He only speculated that Song Xiaobin could hunt so many mutated rats, leading him to this conclusion. Indeed, when evolved individuals are close to each other, they can sense whether the other is an evolved individual. This is a unique way for evolved individuals to determine if someone else is one. Chapter 65. Impressions. The shops converted from subway trains, street vendors, a significant number of survivors, fully armed security personnel, and the smiling, courteous staff at the official exchange center made the entire hall appear both lively and orderly. Perhaps for safety reasons, to prevent attacks from mutated beasts underground. Both ends of the subway station were sealed off with thick concrete walls, of course, as stated in the manual issued to first-time survivors visiting the trading market. The sellers renting the shops were generally from larger survivor teams, while most of the street vendors were from smaller survivor groups. As for whether there were lone wolves among them, Han Xiaofan estimated there must be, as humanity has never lacked fierce individuals. In this apocalyptic era, some people do not trust other survivors as partners. They prefer to survive alone to avoid being backstabbed by companions. The largest merchant in the trading market is naturally the official supply exchange center. Han Xiaofan suspects that the officials set up this exchange center to collect a large number of crystal cores. Only with crystal cores can the soldiers of the official become stronger by consuming them, thus better protecting the official survival base. As for the food exchanged, it is insignificant to the officials. No one knows exactly how much reserve food they have. The entire trading market is not very large, as it was converted from a subway station, measuring only about 100 meters in length. There are many small vendors, and renting a shop requires rent, which means that ordinary survivors or small teams will save costs wherever they can. Han Xiaofan walked through the entire trading market, exchanging useful items for mutated rat meat. By the end, there was less than half of the meat left in his bag, and he did not intend to set up a stall. Instead, he went directly to the exchange center, informing the staff there that he wanted to exchange for food. The staff asked Han Xiaofan what type of food he wanted to exchange, offering rice, flour, rice noodles, and more than a dozen types. Hearing the staff's words, Han Xiaofan confirmed in his heart that the official base should not be lacking in food, and he himself was certainly not lacking either. He just wanted to exchange weapons from the officials and wondered if that was possible. So he directly asked the staff if it was feasible. No need. I want to ask if I want to exchange for firearms. Which leader should I look for? I don't know. All right, thanks. After leaving the exchange center, Han Xiaofan was carrying a bag of rice. He noticed some unkind glances for people around him. It seemed they had seen him alone and thought he was an easy target. He would soon make those who dared to target him realize that he was not a sheep, but a hungry wolf. Zhao Jianjun, who had been keeping an eye on Han Xiaofan and was a bit curious about him, saw that he was about to leave the market and immediately arranged for Xiao Bing to follow him while he himself went to the exchange center to inquire about the situation. As for their stall, it was naturally put away since they were not there to do business, but primarily to gather information. Besides Xiao Bing, several others also followed Han Xiaofan out of the trading market, all wanting to rob the food in his hands. After all, Han Xiaofan was just one person trading supplies in the market, and if they didn't see any companion supporting him outside, they would definitely take action. It wasn't just a large bag of food. Even a piece of bread could provoke a deadly fight between two survivors. To survive, humanity has become desperate, and killing has become quite normal. Some survivors even resort to cannibalism, but those survivors can no longer be considered human. Han Xiaofan was well aware of the people following him. His strength had increased comprehensively, and even his sixth sense had a mystical quality. He could clearly sense any living being within 100 meters, as if he had a life radar. Moreover, he felt that as his strength grew, this sensing ability would also strengthen. In the future, he might even be able to sense the entire urban area, making him no different from a deity. As for the survivors who were trailing him, since they wanted to seek death, Han Xiaofan would oblige them. After passing through the guard's inspection, Han Xiaofan left the trading market and re-entered the sewer. He could already hear the sounds of running behind him. Sure enough, not long after, while Han Xiaofan deliberately slowed his pace, he was surrounded by 5 men. Each of the 5 held a machete, and one of them carried a flashlight. However, even without the flashlight, Han Xiaofan could clearly see their dirty down jackets, winter hats, masks, and cold-proof boots. It was clear that these were ordinary survivors. But from their bloodshot eyes, Han Xiaofan saw a disregard for life. Such survivors had either killed people or had dealt with mutated humans and beasts. Kid, hand over the bag in your hand, quickly. One of the 5, likely their leader, straightforwardly demanded Han Xiaofan's food, indicating that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. Han Xiaofan did not expect that the officials set up this trading market, in a way, to provide weak survivors with the opportunity to exchange supplies, especially food to survive. However, many officials probably did not realize that this trading market was also a place that attracted survivors to their deaths. After all, humanity's baser instincts cannot be eradicated, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where the absence of order and laws amplifies people's evil tendencies. Instead of laboriously hunting mutated beasts and humans for crystal cores or collecting supplies in harsh environments, they found it more convenient and easier to rob others. Go! As soon as the leader saw Han Xiaofan lost in thought, he decisively gave the order to attack. In fact, he felt something was off when he saw that Han Xiaofan appeared thinly surrounded by their 5 men, which was why he did not act immediately. But now that he saw Han Xiaofan distracted, he naturally would not let go of this excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, the moment he shouted, Han Xiaofan drew his knife indescribably fast. Xiao Bing, who was watching from behind, only saw a flash of lightning-like blade light, and then he was shocked to see 5 heads drop to the ground, with 5 jets of blood spraying up, even making the battle-hardened Special Forces soldier Xiao Bing feel a bit overwhelmed. Who are you? Han Xiaofan was already standing not far in front of Xiao Bing, having sheathed his tang knife. He looked indifferent, as if it weren't him who had just decapitated 5 people. A warning bell was ringing madly in Xiao Bing's mind. This seemingly ordinary young man was an extremely dangerous figure, 100 times more powerful than his captain. That was his first instinct. He raised his hands and smiled at Han Xiaofan, saying, "Hello, brother. My name is Xiao Bing. I'm a soldier, part of the official forces. I followed you not to harm you, but because I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 66, Mysterious. Oh, hello, I'm Han Xiaofan. What do you want to talk to me about? Han Xiaofan knew that Xiao Bing meant no harm. He had sensed Xiao Bing and his companions' gazes while in the trading market, but just by observing their stance, he could tell they were military personnel. He just didn't expect them to be special forces, which made them the strongest survivors he had encountered in the apocalypse. Although Han Xiaofan's tone was flat, Xiao Bing felt a hint of mockery, but he had a thick skin and felt no embarrassment. He took out a photo and sincerely asked, "I just want to know if you've seen the two people in this photo. If you have, please let me know. Thank you." Oh. Seeing the smile on Xiao Bing's face, Han Xiaofan sensed his sincerity and that he wasn't lying. He took the photo and saw that it was indeed Yi Lanxin and Ouyang Mei. On the surface, his expression remained unchanged, calm and indifferent. Under the expectant gaze of the other party, Han Xiaofan calmly shook his head and said, "Sorry, I haven't seen them." "Haven't seen them, huh?" Xiao Bing put the photo away, not too disappointed. After all, they had already considered the possibility of a failed mission. In such a post-apocalyptic world, although Ouyang Mei was quite capable, it would be very difficult for the two women to survive without being evolved beings. "Brother Han, I just saw you come out of the exchange center looking a bit disappointed. Were you trying to exchange for something and didn't get it? I still have some influence with the officials, so if you tell me what it is, I can see if there's a way to help you." Hearing Xiao Bing's confident words, it was clear that the other party held an important position in the military, and my guess was correct. Han Xiaofan thought that the other party must be one of the most elite special soldiers in Huagua. He shared with Xiao Bing his desire to exchange for firearms at the exchange center. Xiao Bing was not surprised by Han Xiaofan's wish to exchange for firearms. Survivors going to the trading market were 100 looking to exchange for firearms and food. However, the officials had not yet made a decision on whether to lift the restrictions on firearms for survivors. Nevertheless, Xiao Bing knew that a decision to relax the firearms policy would likely be made soon. After all, it was more important to ensure that the existing survivors would not continue to suffer from various mutated monsters than to worry about the harm caused by these firearms falling into the hands of criminals. If Huagua survivors did not have firearms, their ability to protect themselves would be significantly affected, as not everyone was an evolver. The officials had conducted a population and evolver count at various official bases and found that evolvers made up only 1,000th of the total population, meaning that only one evolver would appear among every 1,000 people, which was a very small number. This was information that Xiao Bing was aware of, but he did not disclose it to Han Xiaofan. He simply said, "Brother Han, if you can bring some good quality mutated beast meat, I can help you make connections with the officials, and they should be able to exchange firearms for you." "Really? Really? Okay. I'll come back to the trading market in a few days." "You'll be here in the trading market, right?" "Yes, unless something unexpected happens. I will be at the trading market." "Brother Han, you must be an evolver, right?" "That's right. I am an evolver." "You must also be the leader of a survivor team, right?" "Yes, that's correct." "What do you mean?" "I want you to let your subordinates know that if they encounter the two women in the photo, the officials will offer a generous reward." "That's not a problem." "Then it's settled. I'm leaving. Goodbye." The two chatted briefly and then went their separate ways. Han Xiaofan did not leave the sewer immediately. Instead, he planned to explore for a few hours and have Xiaoji map the area. If he had time, he wanted to explore the entire sewer and underground subway system of the Long District, but it was impossible to do so in a short time. Moreover, he made Xiaoji record the locations of all survivor teams he encountered, as these survivors could potentially be recruited into the underground city base in the future. "Xiao Qiao, how's it going?" Xiao Bing's nickname was Xiao Qiao, and everyone else had nicknames as well. Generally, they referred to each other by their nicknames. A habit formed before the apocalypse. Hearing the question from Captain Zhao Jianjun and seeing the others looking at him, Xiao Bing sat down on the sofa and recounted his conversation with Han Xiaofan, along with his speculations. "Captain, Han Xiaofan is a very powerful evolver. If we can't befriend him, we must absolutely not become his enemy." Everyone present knew that as their team scout, Xiao Bing would not speak lightly. However, Zhao Jianjun still asked, "Are you judging based on your inability to see his speed when he kills?" Xiao Bing shook his head, looking very serious. "No, it's when I was standing next to him. Every cell in my body was frantically telling me to stay away from him." "Captain, you all should know that this sixth sense is very strong. After the apocalypse, this ability of mine has become even stronger. Although I'm not an evolver, my sixth sense tells me that he is 100 times stronger than you. As seasoned elite warriors, everyone in Zhao Jianjun's team had developed some level of sixth sense from their battlefield experiences, which helped them significantly in combat. However, after the apocalypse, even though Xiao Bing was not an evolver, his sixth sense was stronger than that of Captain Zhao Jianjun, which was the most important reason they could safely reach the Long District from the center of a deep city. 100 times. The difference is that great? Zhao Jianjun felt a bit uneasy. How many days had it been since the apocalypse, and such a powerful individual had already appeared? If he was 100 times stronger, Zhao Jianjun doubted that Han Xiaofan would fear firearms, and it was likely that very few mutated monsters could threaten him. It seems he is a very mysterious person. We definitely need to interact with him. If he comes here in a few days, let us treat him well. As for the issue of exchanging firearms, there should be results tomorrow. The officials in Kyoto would have a meeting today and would issue a notification by tomorrow. After hearing Zhao Jianjun's words, the other members of the team looked thoughtful. It seemed that the higher-ups had also recognized the concerning survival conditions of the survivors. If the survivors did not have firearms, those not at the official bases would likely all perish. Without a sufficient population, it would not only be a question of whether Huagua could rise again in the future, but whether it could avoid extinction was also in question. Chapter 67. Doubts. The Hanwei Group took only 20 years to grow from establishment to prominence. It can be said that this group, with assets of billions, is quite significant in the Long District. Its headquarters is a 50-story building, which belongs to the Hanwei Group itself. When constructing this building, the chairman of Hanwei Group, Zheng Han, initially planned to build an underground fortress as a backup, like other wealthy individuals. However, he did not expect that this underground fortress would save him and his family after the apocalypse. The underground fortress covers an area of over 10,000 square meters and has a two-level structure, totaling 20,000 square meters. The entire fortress was built to nuclear war specifications, with not only complete living facilities, but also an independent power generator system, an underground water extraction system, and a geothermal heating system. It can be said that the underground fortress prepared for nuclear war is more than sufficient to cope with the current apocalyptic world. Unless faced with mutated monsters comparable to the power of a nuclear bomb, this fortress is an unbreakable base. With such a base, Zheng Han naturally does not fear any external attacks. However, he is cunning and knows that with the world entering the apocalypse, many people's hearts will change. He has never trusted outsiders, and now, in the apocalyptic era, he trusts no one but his family. On the second level of the Hanwei base, in a luxurious suite, this is the residence of Zheng Han's family. In the study, 3 core figures of the Hanwei base are discussing matters, such as how to recruit more survivors and how to gather more resources, especially food. They are also considering whether to establish a breeding ground for earthworms or mutated rats, as these are fundamental issues regarding the base's survival and development that need to be decided upon by Zheng Han and the other two. Zheng Han is very overweight, round, and when he smiles, he resembles the Buddha Maitreya. However, the upper class of the Long District knows that he is ruthless, and those who compete with him rarely have a good outcome. Sitting next to him are 2 men. One looks like Zhang Fei and is the second in command of the Hanwei base, Zheng Wei, who is Zheng Han's younger brother. The other looks more refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and has an elegant demeanor similar to a university professor. He is none other than the third in command of the Hanwei base and its strategist. "All right, boss, I will arrange it immediately." Tang Bing was tall and strong, but when standing in front of Zheng Han, he always bent down, making him seem a bit lewd. He handed the bag filled with crystal cores to Zheng Wei and then exited. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Zheng Wei immediately inquired when he saw his brother lost in thought. What? Are you suspecting he did something bad? Do you suspect he killed Zhang Hua and the others?" Zheng Han quickly denied his brother's speculation, saying, "I'm suspecting that among those students, there are evolvers." And Tang Bing deliberately concealed this information, leading to the deaths of Zhang Hua and the others. "That's right, it should be like that. Brother, it should be just a guess, right? Without evidence, it could easily cause confusion." Zheng Wei wasn't particularly fond of Tang Bing, He just thought that as the head of the security team, he had served the two brothers for 20 years. If they took him down without evidence, it could easily make others feel disheartened, and the base might not survive. Haha, I won't act against him yet, but when he reveals his true colors, that's when his time will come. Zheng Han hated those who betrayed him the most. He knew that after the apocalypse broke out, there would definitely be people with ulterior motives, especially someone like Tang Bing, an evolver who thought he was the only one in the Hanwei base and was naturally unwilling to submit to ordinary people like the two brothers. Dad, uncle, what are you talking about? A handsome young man entered without knocking. He was Zheng Han's only son, named Zheng Xiaoyong. Before the apocalypse, he was an arrogant and spoiled rich kid, and he walked straight over to sit beside his father. So many, hearing his father's words, Zheng Xiaoyong couldn't wait to open the bag. When he saw there were no less than 100 crystal cores inside, most of which were not the small ones from mutated rats, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Dad. I will work hard to become stronger." "Dad, uncle, I'm going out now. You can continue your conversation." Zheng Xiaoyong picked up the bag and left. From his actions, it was clear he came to his father's study just to get the crystal cores. After all, Tang Bing would hand over the crystal cores collected by the base every time he came here. Although he didn't know why his father asked him not to appear in front of Tang Bing anymore, he only needed to know that the crystal cores could make him stronger. Other matters would naturally be handled by his father and uncle. Zheng Han watched his son leave with a smile, as he was his only son and now the only evolver in the Zheng family. He kept his son from meeting Tang Bing to make him a trump card, and it seemed his approach was indeed far-sighted. Just a few days after the apocalypse broke out, some people below were already getting restless. "Brother, why not let Xiaoyong secretly take out Tang Bing? With Xiaoyong's strength, he should be able to eliminate him without anyone noticing." Given the circumstances, Zheng Xiaoyong really could have taken out Tang Bing, but Zheng Han shook his head and refused. After another half hour of conversation, Zheng Wei said goodbye. His home was next door, also a unit, but smaller compared to his brothers. After Zheng Wei left the study, Zheng Han's expression became thoughtful. He was dissatisfied with his brother's earlier suggestion. After all, while his son's strength was indeed greater than Tang Bing's, and the possibility of success was high if it was a surprise attack, Tang Bing was still an evolver. No one knew whether an evolver would unleash great power before dying, which could potentially cause serious harm to his son, something he couldn't tolerate. As long as there was number 100 chance of eliminating Tang Bing or obtaining evidence of his betrayal, Zheng Han wouldn't take action. However, he would definitely not relax his surveillance. Chapter 68. Return to the base. It was nearly 7 in the evening when Han Xiaofan finally left the sewer. Instead of emerging from the spot he entered, he came out from a manhole near the Jingle Villa area. Since the entire Jingle Villa area was occupied by the underground city base, there were naturally no sewers within the Jingle Villa area. Han Xiaofan didn't know how the sewers underneath Jingle Villa disappeared after the underground city appeared. He hadn't paid much attention to those things. He only knew that the underground city base itself was an unscientific existence. After replacing the manhole cover, Han Xiaofan looked outside at the raging snowstorm, which showed no signs of stopping, as if the heavens intended to bury the entire blue star in snow. At this rate, in half a month, the entire city would be completely covered, and all the manhole covers on the streets would be buried under thick layers of snow and ice. It seemed he would need to find a tall building to dig a passage to the sewer. Otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome to enter the sewer or underground railway next time. Of course, for Han Xiaofan, it was just a minor inconvenience. With his strength, entering the underground world was still quite easy. Han Xiaofan had cleared all the mutated monsters around the Jingle Villa area. He encountered no monsters on the way and easily arrived at the entrance of the Jingle Villa area. There were lights flashing in the security booth at the gate, indicating that the base's security team was on alert. He also saw the leader of the base, Han Xiaofan. Just as the security guard was about to step out of the booth to salute Han Xiaofan waved his hand, signaling him to stay inside and not come out. Although the temperature had dropped to over -50 degrees, the security booth should have a gas stove, tents, and sleeping bags for warmth, so ordinary people could stay inside. The reason for having security personnel on alert outside was that cameras couldn't possibly last long in such low temperatures. In a couple of days, all the cameras in the villa area would likely be frozen and broken, making the base blind to the situation on ground. To ensure the base could always be aware of the situation outside, it was necessary to have people monitor it. Han Xiaofan left these arrangements to the leaders of the security team. He wouldn't personally lead the security team to search for supplies or hunt those mutated monsters. With his strength, leading the team would not allow the security team members to train. They could easily slack off, which was not good for the base. For a base to develop and grow, it naturally couldn't rely on one person. No matter how strong Han Xiaofan was, he was still just one person. Moreover, he didn't understand many other things and needed talent from all aspects to support him. The security team served as an armed force for the base and also needed to work hard to become stronger. Han Xiaofan couldn't stay in the base every day to protect them. The security team members needed to find ways to hunt those mutated monsters and grow stronger by consuming crystal cores. Upon returning to the underground city base, the temperature rose back to around 20 degrees. However, for Han Xiaofan, there was no need to take off his clothes. He wore very little outside, just a piece of underwear and a jacket. Outsiders had no idea he was only wearing 2 pieces of clothing. If they knew, they would be astonished, as even evolvers couldn't ignore the extreme cold outside. Compared to the scenes Han Xiaofan saw in the sewer and underground railway, the people in the underground city base were living lives almost identical to before the apocalypse. Everyone had smiles on their faces. They certainly knew what kind of life the survivors outside were living, which was why they felt very fortunate to join Han Xiaofan's base. When they saw Han Xiaofan's figure, they respectfully greeted him, saying, "Hello, Chief." The research institute was established by Han Xiaofan on the 3rd floor, where the security team is also located. The 3rd floor houses the most important warehouse of the base, which stores a large amount of supplies that Han Xiaofan retrieved from storage space. It can be said that unauthorized personnel cannot access the 3rd floor. If they attempt to do so, their only fate is death. The area of the research institute is not small, but currently only 2 people, Yilanxin and Li Hong, occupy a very small part of it. Han Xiaofan has reserved a large area and space for future use, anticipating that as the number of survivors at the base increases, more researchers will naturally be recruited. "Dr. Yi, is there something you need from me?" After passing through several layers of verification to open the door, Han Xiaofan entered the technologically advanced research institute and spoke directly to Yilanxin. All the equipment in the institute was obtained by him from hospitals and several pharmaceutical companies in the Dragon District, and Yilanxin's evaluation of it is comparable to that of a typical university. "Chief, please have a seat." Although Yilanxin was stunningly beautiful, her demeanor appeared very cold, even somewhat indifferent. Han Xiaofan also exuded an extremely indifferent aura, and one could say that the two standing together indeed gave off a sense of compatibility. After Han Xiaofan sat down, Yilanxin poured him a cup of coffee. She had one for herself as well. She sat down across from Han Xiaofan, took a sip of her coffee, and then said, "Chief, you asked me to study the virus and the gas you named spiritual energy in the air. After preliminary research with Li Hong, we found that the virus is very similar to the zombie virus in movies and has strong infectivity. However, under normal circumstances, unless bitten directly by those mutated monsters, people will not mutate. Moreover, the mutated monsters do not decay over time like zombies. If it were merely a virus infection, these mutated monsters would evolve towards becoming stronger physically. However, with the influence of spiritual energy, the direction of their evolution has become very uncertain. Spiritual energy can be said to be a powerful catalyst, allowing some things from our fantasy novels to become reality." Han Xiaofan patiently listened to Yilanxin's words and was not surprised by the exaggerated effects of spiritual energy. At his current state of mind, it is indeed hard for anything to elicit other emotions from him. Furthermore, the mysterious crystal he integrated is inherently fantastical. He even suspects that this underground base is not a scientific creation, but rather resembles something from a fantasy world. He just lacks evidence for now. He is sure he will know the truth in the future. "Dr. Yi, please continue your research on the virus and spiritual energy and try to clarify all their effects. I can provide any assistance you need." "Okay, I will let you know immediately if I need anything." Both of them are not the type to engage in idle chatter. After discussing the important matters, Han Xiaofan quickly left the research institute, and Yilanxin continued her research work. Chapter 69. Yin Luo. Time passed quickly, and in just over 10 days, the entire blue star was still shrouded in extreme night and frigid weather. The blizzards had persisted for over 10 days, and the thick snow had buried the shorter buildings on both sides of the streets in the Dragon District. Under the snow, a thick layer of ice had formed, which is the primary reason survivors could venture outside without being buried by the snow. Perhaps having adapted to the extreme cold, mutated monsters appeared outside more frequently. Be it mutated humans or other mutated beasts, they all grew long white hair, making it quite apt to call them white-haired monsters. Under the dual influence of the virus and spiritual energy, these mutated monsters became increasingly bizarre in appearance and stronger in power. Although humans also had evolvers and ordinary survivors could become stronger through crystal cores, their rate of strengthening was much slower than that of the monsters. Fortunately, humans still possessed an advantage that monsters lacked: intelligence. With the aid of intelligence, humans could survive in such a harsh, apocalyptic environment. Compared to the nearly minus 70 degrees Celsius extreme cold on the surface, the temperature in the underground world was slightly higher, around minus 40 degrees. However, such temperatures were still extremely dangerous for ordinary people, especially the elderly and children. It can be said that many elderly and children who escaped virus infection did not survive this extreme cold weather. According to official experts, as long as the layer of dust shrouding the blue star's atmosphere does not disappear, blue star will remain in an ice age for the foreseeable future. And the time it takes for the dust layer to vanish is measured in centuries. It is evident that blue star has truly entered an ice age. In a certain sewer in the Dragon District, a man dressed in a thick insulated jacket cautiously walked through the sewer tunnel. He had no flashlight or night vision tools. It did not hinder his ability to navigate the dark passage. Any survivor who saw him in such a state would know that he was an evolver, as only evolvers possess night vision capabilities. A mutated rat, the size of a large cat, hiding in a corner, spotted the man. As he was about to pass by, the mutated rat suddenly leaped, aiming for the man's throat. However, unfortunately for the rat, it failed. A dagger abruptly appeared in front of the mutated rat, as if the rat had delivered itself to its own demise, being pierced through the head and killed. Yin Luo skillfully extracted the crystal core and swallowed it. He then bled the mutated rat's corpse dry, and after draining the blood, he packed the rat's body into his backpack. The meat from a single mutated rat could serve as food for his family of 3 for a day. However, some survivors were afraid to eat the flesh of mutated humans, so they turned their sights on their kind. They dared not venture above ground to search for supplies or hunt other mutated beasts. Instead, they would kill other survivors and consume their corpses as food. These individuals are the most disgusting group in the underground world and the common enemy of all survivors. Yin Luo has encountered such cannibalistic demons, who have become almost unrecognizable as humans, with bloodthirsty eyes, drooling, running on all fours, and their nails as sharp as steel. It can be said that these cannibals, aside from retaining some intelligence, are not much different from the mutated monsters. Survivors in the underground world refer to these cannibalistic demons as man-eating beasts and do not treat them as equals. The heinous actions of these man-eating beasts have drawn the wrath of the official base, which dispatched a large portion of its military to sweep away the man-eating beasts. The army killed many of them, causing the remaining man-eating beasts to hide away, no longer daring to be so arrogant. This is a particularly useful evolutionary ability, especially in such an apocalyptic era. It is not that the combat potential of this ability is immense, but rather that it serves as a cheat for civil engineering. This is also the most important reason why Yin Luo can survive with his wife and 1-year-old daughter in such a brutal apocalyptic world, and live much better than other survivors. At the end of the tunnel, there is a passage over 10 meters long, leading to an iron door. Yin Luo took out a key and inserted it to unlock the door. Upon entering, he found himself in a room where a woman was holding a girl of about 1 year old. When they saw Yin Luo enter, they immediately broke into happy smiles. "Honey, are you okay?" Mao Xiaoye, with her delicate features, looked a bit pale. This was because she had just recovered from a cold a few days ago, making her appear somewhat weak. One could say she was quite lucky to be alive. Otherwise, in such an apocalyptic world, being sick without medication could truly lead to death. Daddy, hug me. Yes, my dear daughter is very obedient. Daddy, Mommy said I'm the most obedient. Daddy knows. I'll cook meat for you to eat later. For a moment, the small room was filled with laughter and joy, contrasting sharply with the harsh and brutal apocalypse outside. Chapter 70. Rumors the most important thing in the room was a fire stove. With this stove, the room's temperature could remain relatively high, preventing the woman and child from getting frostbite. This stove also provided light, as one should know that in the current extreme cold, even the most durable batteries wouldn't last long before running out of power. Yin Luo returned his daughter to his wife's arms and smiled, saying, "Sweetheart, stay with Mommy for a while. Daddy will cook, and so we can have dinner." Although only 1 year old, Yin Luo's daughter Yin Xiaobai had already shown high intelligence. It was unclear if it was due to eating a lot of mutated beast meat, but her immunity had significantly improved, and her IQ was comparable to that of an average 5-year-old. Mao Xiaoya held her daughter and smiled at her husband, who was busy. She felt very fortunate to have married a good man, compared to those men who abandoned their wives and children after the apocalypse broke out. Her husband Yin Luo not only protected the two of them well, but also allowed them to live a life much better than many other survivors. She felt content, though she regretted that her family was in Xizang province, a bit far from Guangnan province, and she didn't know if they were still alive. Yin Luo, of course, was unaware of his wife's complex feelings. His hands, accustomed to killing, naturally held the kitchen knife as he chopped vegetables. This ordinary and happy life was what he longed for the most. Even though the world had entered an apocalyptic era, he was confident he could protect his wife and daughter. However, he still felt a bit worried, not about the mutated monsters but about his daughter being too lonely. After all, it was pitiful for a child not to have playmates during their early years. The fire stove was made by Yin Luo himself. It could be used for heating as well as cooking. He used a pressure cooker to prepare rice and stir-fried 2 dishes, one with mutated rat meat and the other a vegetarian dish made from mushrooms, which were exchanged from the trading market. Being able to eat hot food in the apocalypse was already considered a top-notch enjoyment. Soon after the meal was ready, Yin Luo took out a low table and placed it on the bed, then served the dishes. The couple sat facing each other. Yin Luo picked up his bowl, used chopsticks to serve some meat into his wife and daughter's bowls, and smiled, saying, "Eat more." Since his daughter was only 1 year old, she couldn't eat by herself. Instead, Mao Xiaoya ate while feeding her daughter. The scene of the family eating together was very warm, and one could say that being able to have a meal together in the apocalypse was an incredibly happy thing. Just by looking at the smiles on Yin Luo and Mao Xiaoya's faces, one could tell how happy they were. I investigated a bit these past few days. That rumor should be true. The couple always chatted while eating, so Yin Luo's sudden remark didn't seem strange. Mao Xiaoya naturally knew what her husband was referring to. The rumor came from other survivors, saying that there was a private base nearby called Hope Base, which was built underground. Not only was it rich in supplies, but it was also very advanced. Survivors living there were not much different from how they were before the apocalypse. Hope Base was like a paradise. As long as one joined, ordinary survivors wouldn't have to risk going to the surface anymore. Hope Base could provide suitable jobs for ordinary people. In short, it was said that Hope Base was many times better than official bases, making it the most sought-after base for survivors in the apocalyptic world. Since the rumor was true, it would make sense that Hope Base had conditions for recruiting survivors. Otherwise, if all the survivors in the Long District were joined, it would be impossible for Hope Base to accept them all. Although Mao Xiaoya was a kindergarten teacher and had a simple personality, it didn't mean she wasn't smart. Her intelligence was relatively high, so she easily saw the essence of the matter. Yes, that's right. I heard that only those with a skill will be accepted by Hope Base. However, conditions can be relaxed for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. But in this apocalyptic world, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled are the first to die, so there shouldn't be many left even in the official bases. Yin Luo was very indifferent to strangers or anyone else. Apart from his wife and daughter, he wouldn't have the slightest sympathy for anyone, no matter how many died in front of him. He was such a cold person, which was related to his past experiences. "Honey, should we join Hope Base?" Given her husband's identity as an evolved one, Mao Xiaoya didn't think her husband would lack the qualifications to join Hope Base. She was just worried about whether Hope Base was as good as rumored. If it really was, then joining would be the best choice for their family. Her husband was concerned about their daughter's future, and she naturally shared the same worries. Let's wait a bit. I want to clarify the specifics about Hope Base first. I have roughly figured out its location. I'll go investigate and see if it's as rumored. If it is, then our family will join. If not, then we'll give up. Daddy, I want to eat meat. Okay, here you go, eat quickly. Next, the family happily finished their dinner, and then the couple read stories to their daughter. When their daughter fell asleep, Mao Xiaoye placed her in the crib and covered her with a thick blanket. The couple exchanged glances, and they hugged each other in mutual understanding, rolling onto the bed. After covering themselves with the blanket, they started rolling around inside it. An hour later, the movement inside the blanket finally settled down, and their heads popped out from under the blanket. They lay on the bed and talked for a while. After his wife fell asleep, Yin Luo didn't go to bed. He got up, dressed, added some dry firewood to the stove to ensure the fire wouldn't go out, and then left the room. He was going to a place to chat with someone and see if they wanted to join Hope Base together. Chapter 71. Hatred. The base was destroyed by the Hanwei base. Most of its members were killed, and some directly surrendered to the enemy. Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang, relying on their evolved powers, escaped with Wan Xiaoyun and Du Honghai. After more than 10 days of fleeing and being hunted, Song Xiaobin and the others finally understood what hatred was. The destruction of the base and the killing of classmates left a deep imprint on their minds. They had firmly etched the Hanwei base into their hearts, and in the future, whenever they had the chance, they would definitely destroy it. After days of fighting, Song Xiaobin and the others had completely shed their childishness and matured. They had become more adapted to the brutal environment of the apocalypse. During their escape from the Hanwei base, they got to know Yin Luo's family, and they greatly admired Yin Luo, who didn't abandon his wife and daughter in such an apocalyptic environment. They became friends. Song Xiaobin's ability was to control earth elements. This evolutionary ability might not be very useful in combat, but it was an extraordinary skill when it came to civil engineering. It is precisely because of the abilities of Song Xiaobin that the Yinlu family can have such a secret refuge. The residence of Song Xiaobin and his 3 companions is not far from where the Yinlu family lives. To ensure that if one side encounters trouble, it does not implicate the other side, Song Xiaobin and his companions chose to keep their residence somewhat separated from the Yinlu family. Otherwise, they could easily be neighbors, but that would not be safe. After leaving the room and closing the door, Yinlu walked through a long corridor and opened a corner of the stone door at the cave entrance. He cautiously stuck his head out to observe the surroundings and, not noticing anything unusual, jumped down from the entrance and closed the stone door behind him. After carefully examining the traces on the ground, Yinlu finally breathed a sigh of relief. For the safety of his wife and daughter, he knew he had to be extra cautious. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened to them, it would be too late for him to regret it. If it weren't for some alarm devices needing a power source, Yinlu would have wanted to install a set of alarm devices at the entrance, but in such extreme cold weather, it was impossible to have a power source that could withstand such low temperatures. Yinlu walked bent over against the wall, a method that reduces exposure from one direction. As long as he paid attention to what was in front and behind him and the side, not against the wall. Even if he encountered some mutated beasts or an enemy attack, he could handle it well. After about 10 minutes of walking without encountering any danger, Yinlu arrived at Manhole. After looking around and not finding anything unusual, he climbed up the ladder but stopped halfway, as he had already reached his destination. In the middle of the manhole, there was a stone door on the wall. After Yinlu pulled it open and squeezed inside, he closed the door behind him. The interior was similar to his own residence, also a long passage. After he entered, the door at the end had already been opened, and a young man holding a crossbow appeared at the doorway. When he saw it was Yinlu, he immediately lowered the crossbow and waved to him with a smile. The young man was none other than Song Xiaobin, who had lost his base and had a great hatred for the Hanwei base. He welcomed Yinlu inside, closed the door again, and the 3 others inside greeted Yinlu as well. After some small talk, they all took their seats in the room. Wan Xiaoyan even brewed a pot of tea, and each person received a cup. In such an apocalyptic environment, such tea was already a rare luxury. Usually, people couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone have the leisure to drink tea. Brother Yin, is there something you want to discuss with us? Generally, Yinlu wouldn't come to them unless there was something important, as the more they did, the easier it was to make mistakes. If someone were to notice them, the hiding places of both families could be exposed, which would be very dangerous, especially since the Hanwei base had issued a large bounty for capturing the four of them. Song Xiaobin was quite curious about Yinlu's visit. Yes, I have something I want to discuss with you. Yinlu put down his cup and looked at Song Xiaobin and the others. Their conditions seemed relatively good, not too haggard, which was not surprising given that two of them were evolvers and they would be better off than regular survivors. He was uncertain whether Song Xiaobin and the others would agree to join the Hope Base, but he still wanted to give it a try. You must have heard of the Hope Base, right? Upon hearing Yinlu's question, Song Xiaobin and the others nodded, indicating they knew about it. They had heard rumors about the Hope Base, which was said to be a paradise, from other survivors, but they weren't very convinced of such claims. After all, even official bases couldn't be considered a paradise. They could only guarantee the most basic food and warmth for the survivors inside. And people still died every day for various reasons, let alone a private base like the Hope Base, which they thought was purely a scam. Brother Yin, you don't believe those rumors, do you? The Hope Base can't possibly be that good. You should think it over carefully. Song Xiaobin didn't want to see Yinlu's family fall into danger, as Yinlu had saved them when they were surrounded by the Hanwei base and about to be killed, which they felt was a matter of life and death. You don't need to worry. I'm not that foolish. I wouldn't just believe rumors. I've actually been investigating the Hope Base for the past few days and have made some discoveries. I'll tell you now, and you'll know whether the Hope Base is as rumored. After pausing for a moment, Yinlu continued, I don't know if you've noticed, but in our Long district, there's an area where those monsters are almost non-existent, and this area is constantly expanding. Why do you think this is happening? Song Xiaobin and the others were all high-achieving students from Long District High School and were smart. They quickly thought of two reasons. One was that there was a very powerful mutated monster hunting other mutated monsters in that area. And the other reason was that there was a powerful base cleaning up the mutated monsters. Yes, your analysis is correct, but you are both wrong. There is no powerful mutated monster there, nor is a force cleaning up. It is a very terrifying and powerful evolver who has killed all the monsters in that area. Just thinking about the powerful figure he saw from a distance, Yinlu's usually resilient demeanor involuntarily showed a look of fear. After hearing Yinlu's words, the four of them were also visibly shocked. They knew Yinlu was not someone who spoke nonsense, and what he said must be true. However, with less than a month until the apocalypse broke out, it was surprising to hear that such a powerful evolver had appeared, leaving them somewhat at a loss. Especially Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang, who were also evolvers. They felt that while they could improve their strength faster than ordinary people, it was impossible to say they had already left ordinary people far behind. Brother Yin, do you know who he is? Not only was Song Xiaobin curious, but the other three were also eager to know the true identity of this powerful evolver. Chapter 72, Agreement. I have a guess. I suspect he is the leader of the Hope Base, and the Hope Base is located in that area, most likely in the Jinglei Villa district. Of course, we still need to investigate further to confirm. Yinlu was not making random guesses. He had conducted field investigations and drawn a map, easily identifying that the central area was indeed the Jingle Villa district, where the other party was cleaning up the surrounding mutated monsters. Yes, Brother Yan's analysis is correct. Song Xiaobin and the others agreed with Yinlu's judgment, but then Song Xiaobin asked Brother Yin, so what do you want us to do? Finally, the four of them understood why Yinlu had come to find them. He was inviting them to join the Hope Base. If they didn't have such a deep hatred for the Hanwei base, they would definitely agree to follow Yinlu's family to join the Hope Base. However, until they had avenged themselves, they could not settle down in another base. Yinlu understood what Song Xiaobin meant. It was that they could act as bodyguards to escort his family for a while. This outcome was certainly good, but not the best. He also knew why Song Xiaobin and the others were reluctant to join the Hope Base. Yinlu directly asked, you must want revenge. So you don't want to join the Hope Base? Yes, Brother Yin, as long as we haven't avenged our classmates, we won't join any other forces. We must destroy the Hanwei base. Speaking of this, Song Xiaobin's face was filled with hatred, and the other three looked the same. They couldn't forget the scene when their classmates were killed by those from the Hanwei base. That scene was deeply etched in their minds. Sometimes at night, anyone who tried to sleep would be startled awake. Only after destroying the Hanwei base could they sleep peacefully. Indeed, their guesses were not wrong. Song Xiaobin and the others truly wanted revenge. However, they didn't consider how many people were in the Hanwei base, how powerful it was, and how it could collect protection fees from survivors around the official trading market without being eradicated by the authorities. It was obvious that there was something fishy going on. Yin Luo appreciated Song Xiaobin's vengeful character, but he didn't give up on persuading the four to join his family in the Hope Base. He smiled and said, "Did I not just say that the leader of the Hope Base is a very powerful evolver? If you join the Hope Base with me, relying on the leader's strength, wouldn't it be easy to destroy the Hanwei base? This is much simpler than seeking revenge on your own, right?" After hearing Yin Luo's words, Song Xiaobin and the others fell silent for a moment. They thought it made sense, mainly because they were just high school students and couldn't think of many things. Song Xiaobin clapped his hands, feeling enlightened. "Brother Yin is right. We hadn't thought of this. But how can you guarantee that after we join the Hope Base, the leader will help us take revenge? After all, we are just newcomers." Yin Luo shook his head with a smile and said, "Xiaobin, you and Tong Gang are both evolvers. With me, that makes 3 evolvers. As long as the leader of the Hope Base isn't a fool, he will value us. Don't underestimate the identity of an evolver. There are very few evolvers among the tens of thousands of survivors in the Dragon District. It's not an exaggeration to say we are 1 in a million. If the 3 of us request together, the leader of the Hope Base will not refuse. First, destroying the Hanwei base will enhance the strength of the Hope Base, both in terms of population and resources. I believe no base would refuse that. Second, in my estimation, to destroy the Hanwei base, the strength of the Hope Base's leader alone is more than enough. I'm not joking. Once you see his power when he hunts those monsters, you'll know he is not human, but rather a god or demon. Before the apocalypse, Yin Luo was not just an office worker. He was a well-known master in the foreign mercenary world. After the outbreak, he became an evolver and was confident in his strength. However, comparing himself to the leader of the Hope Base was like a firefly trying to shine against the bright moon. There was simply no comparison. How about this, Brother Yin? Let us 4 discuss it, and we'll give you an answer tomorrow, okay? All right, I won't disturb you. You all rest, Yin Luo said. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, they couldn't just go to the Hope Base without any preparation. They needed to be fully ready before leaving the sewer. After Yin Luo left, Song Xiaobin and the others began to discuss whether they should join Yin Luo and the others at the Hope Base. The first to speak was Wan Xiaoyan. She said, "Abin, I think Brother Yin is right. Only by joining the Hope Base can we have a greater opportunity for revenge. Moreover, after we join the Hope Base, Ahai and I won't hold you and I'll gang back." Wan Xiaoyan and Du Honghai were just ordinary people. Although they had become a bit stronger by consuming crystal cores, their improvement was very limited, equivalent to an ordinary person becoming a regular athlete. Compared to those mutated monsters, they were no match. When encountering mutated monsters, most of the time it was Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang who dealt with them, and they felt guilty about it. Du Honghai nodded in agreement. "That's right. I agree with Xiaoyan. Joining the Hope Base is the best choice for us. Brother Bin, Xiaoyan, and Ahai are right. I also agree to join the Hope Base. After joining, we can not only take revenge, but also rely on the base's strength to become stronger. I no longer want to flee in panic when encountering danger." Tong Gang, who had been a very fat person, had lost a lot of weight and had become much stronger, though his face bore signs of hardship, making him seem more mature. "All right, since you all agree, let us join the Hope Base. I hope our choice is not wrong." Song Xiaobin wanted to join the Hope Base deep down, as it would be the best choice for them if it truly was as good as rumored. However, he still had some concerns about whether the Hope Base was really as good as people said. He buried this worry deep in his heart. Chapter 73. Changes in the 3rd level of the underground city, in the main building of a luxurious mansion. Han Xiaofan was having a meal with his 3 women and a child. The 3 women were naturally Chun Jie, Su Mei, and Lu Xiaoxiao, while the child was Chun Jie's daughter, Chun Baoer, who at 6 years old could already eat by herself. The entire main building had 3 levels. The 3rd level was an independent space where Han Xiaofan lived with his women, while others lived on the 2nd level. The 1st level was where the chef, servants, and security personnel lived. Indeed, the entire estate was becoming more and more formal. Han Xiaofan paid no attention to these small matters and left them to the 3 women to manage. Although he was the leader of the underground city base, daily management was handled by Chen Jie and the management team. He only took a small amount of time each day to deal with the base's administrative affairs, spending most of his time hunting monsters outside. As for whether he was afraid of being sidelined in the underground city base, Han Xiaofan could only say that was thinking too much. Not to mention that the core of the entire underground city base was the intelligent control center. And the most important part of that center was Xiao Zhi's avatar. As long as Xiao Zhi existed, the entire base was under Han Xiaofan's control. Moreover, with Han Xiaofan's current strength, he could completely handle any unexpected situations. The security personnel understood his strength the best, and in their eyes, he had become a god. No one would think of betraying him. Xiaofan, are you going out again later? Chen Jie asked while eating, her face full of smiles. Meeting Han Xiaofan in the apocalypse was her greatest fortune. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived, let alone protect her daughter. Yes, sis, do you have something to say to me? Han Xiaofan asked plainly. His heart was becoming increasingly indifferent. Sometimes he even questioned whether he was still a normal person. He could only feel other emotions like excitement. When it came to matters between men and women or hunting mutated monsters, I was thinking, could our base set up a resource exchange center like the official one? After all, the resources our base produces, besides being self-sufficient, are in large surplus. We could use those resources, especially food, to exchange for crystal cores and other scarce materials from other bases. This would be very beneficial for our base. What do you think? After Chen Jie finished speaking, she looked at Han Xiaofan with anticipation. She sincerely hoped that the base could continue to thrive. Every day, she managed the base with all her heart, fearing any issues might arise. This suggestion was something she had discussed with others and felt it would benefit the base more than harm it, which is why she brought it up to Han Xiaofan. All right, just present a concrete plan, and I'll take a look. If there are no issues, we can implement it. If it weren't for the reminders from Xiao Zhi in his mind, urging him to recruit more survivors every day, Han Xiaofan, being a Chinese person himself, didn't want to see the Chinese nation become a part of history. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any motivation to recruit survivors. After all, he could live quite well even on his own. The plan is ready. I'll send it to you now. Upon hearing Han Xiaofan's agreement, Chen Jie was very happy. She operated her wristband, which had phone capabilities, and sending files was naturally feasible. I will review it carefully. If it's feasible, we can implement it tomorrow. Next, the 4 adults and 1 child shared a meal like one family, chatting happily. Though most of the conversation was among the 3 women discussing some trivial matters within the base. This made Han Xiaofan's indifferent heart soften a little. Han Xiaofan knew very well that he had a problem. He just informed Yulan Xin, the most knowledgeable and intelligent woman, about his situation, but she couldn't find the cause. However, she suggested he interact more with his family and read some ancient Confucian and Taoist texts from China. After dinner, Han Xiaofan took a stroll around the base with a few women. The entire base had developed over the past 10 days, recruiting hundreds of eligible survivors, making the underground city base increasingly lively, especially on the first floor. Apart from the leadership residing in the manor on the 3rd floor, all other survivors lived on the 1st floor. Most of the rooms on the 1st floor were shared by multiple people, though families could live together in separate units. However, no one was allowed to cook individually. Everyone had to eat in the dining hall, similar to a school cafeteria. The base's citizens could use credit points to pay for meals. Credit points were the only currency in the base. As long as they participated in the work arranged by the base, everyone could earn at least 2,000 credit points each month. 2,000 credit points could cover all living expenses for a person for a month, and it was probably much better than before the apocalypse. After all, not everyone was wealthy before the apocalypse. Those who could join the base were specially selected. Apart from the elderly and children, everyone had a skill. As long as they worked hard, they could live comfortably every month. As for the elderly and children who couldn't work, the base would provide 1,000 credit points each month to ensure their basic living needs, and children received free education, while all base members had free medical care. It can be said that the rumors outside about the Hope Base being a paradise were not just jokes. For the current survivors, being able to join the Hope Base was something they were truly grateful for. The base now had nearly 1,000 people, and once they recruited another 1,000, it would reach the base's maximum capacity. as Han Xiaofan walked down the corridor of the base with several women. He nodded to greet the citizens who respectfully greeted him along the way. He was multitasking, speaking with Xiao Ji in his mind. Will there be any changes when we reach 2,000 recruits? Yes, Master. As long as you recruit enough people and their sense of identity with you increases, the base will become more and more perfect. Perfect? What does that mean? Will the base become larger, or will other functions emerge? Han Xiaofan increasingly felt that his integration with the crystal was not like a technological product, but rather something fantastical, especially regarding his own changes. He worried that he might become less like himself in the future and turn into another person. Master, we will only know when that time comes. Even Xiao Ji doesn't know now. What's wrong? Chunjia, walking beside Han Xiaofan, had most of her attention on him. When she saw him frown slightly, she immediately asked, "It's nothing, sis. You all go ahead. I need to step out for a moment." "Okay, be careful," she replied. Su Mei and Lu Xiaoxiao also reminded him to stay safe. Han Xiaofan smiled and agreed before quickly taking the elevator out of the underground city base. Chapter 74. Encirclement in a certain sewer. The Yin Luo family of 3 and Song Xiaobin were together. They had just left their home, with Wan Xiaoyan, Mao Xiaoya, and Du Honghai carrying luggage bags. The others were not carrying anything. They held weapons instead. Yin Luo's daughter was tied to his chest, and all 3 of them were evolved beings, the most crucial combat strength of the team. They certainly couldn't carry luggage. Otherwise, if an emergency arose, it would be problematic. If only we had walkie-talkies. Even with walkie-talkies, they wouldn't last long. Yin Luo's daughter was bundled in several layers of thermal clothing, leaving only one nostril exposed for breathing. Although Mao Xiaoya, Wan Xiaoyun, and Du Honghai were ordinary people, they were adults, and especially after daily consumption of crystal cores, their physical fitness had improved significantly compared to before the apocalypse. Their bodies had also become more resistant to cold. Otherwise, they might have suffered frostbite upon reaching the surface. Let's go. Everyone be careful. The 3 ordinary people were in the middle, with Song Xiaobin and Yin Luo protecting them from the front and back. As evolved beings, their physical abilities had greatly improved, allowing them to hear sounds from far away. Any noise would alert them in advance. Not to mention that Tong Gang, another evolved being, was ahead scouting. The others nodded, and the entire team had only one flashlight for illumination, which was prepared for Wan Xiaoyun and the others since they didn't have the night vision capabilities of evolved beings and could only see the path through the flashlight's beam. However, the flashlight's battery would need replacing in less than half an hour due to the extreme cold. As for why they didn't use fire for lighting, it was because the firelight was too bright and would attract the attention of mutated beasts, which was quite dangerous. Tong Gang was about 50 meters ahead. He could vaguely hear the sounds of the team behind him, which made him feel more relaxed. Being alone in front didn't scare him. What terrified him was loneliness. Losing his loved ones meant he only had classmates and friends left. If anything happened to Song Xiaobin and the others, he couldn't guarantee he would have the motivation to live on. Since the apocalypse began, he had seen many survivors who committed suicide out of despair. Such people were not rare. Suddenly, Tong Gang heard footsteps ahead. Although the footsteps were light, he could still distinguish the presence of over a dozen people ahead through the wind in the sewer. At this moment, with so many people appearing, he guessed they were likely coming for them, most probably people from Hanwei base. Let us take a detour. There's a fork in the road ahead, but it will take a bit longer to get to Jinglevilla district. Okay, let's go. The others naturally didn't want to confront the people from Hanwei base head on, especially for Yin Luo, who needed to ensure the safety of his wife and daughter. Everything else was secondary. If it came down to it, he would readily abandon Song Xiaobin and the others to escape with his wife and daughter because they were the ones he cared about the most. After Han Xiaofan left the underground base, he arrived on the surface, completely unaffected by the raging wind and snow outside. He focused on a direction, exerted force under his feet, and leaped several dozen meters high, landing on the roof of a building several dozen meters away. Then, with another push, he jumped forward again, like a flea. The base's security team members who saw him rushing like this looked utterly stunned. They knew their leader was powerful, but they never expected him to be this strong, comparable to the cultivators in fantasy novels. Before long, Han Xiaofan stood on the roof of a more than 10-story building. standing on the parapet without any concern about falling. Even if he fell from this height, he would be fine. Han Xiaofan vaguely heard the sounds of fighting coming from a distance. By listening carefully, he could hear movements within a radius of hundreds of meters. He knew there must be a conflict among humans, a scene all too common in the apocalypse. However, he recognized a familiar voice. With another forceful push, Han Xiaofan leaped high again, flying toward the source of the sound at great speed. In less than a minute, he reached a tall building overlooking the scene of the battle occurring on the street below. Sure enough, it was his acquaintance, Song Xiaobin, who was being besieged by more than 10 people, struggling to evade attacks. Although 3 of them were evolvers, their attackers included 1 evolver and had firearms like pistols. If it weren't for the fear of attracting the monsters with gunfire, they might have already been shot dead. Quickly surrender. If you surrender, I can guarantee that I won't harm you. Watching his security team attack Song Xiaobin and the others, Tang Bing wore a confident expression. He specifically instructed his subordinates to focus their attacks on the ordinary people, causing Song Xiaobin's group of evolvers to be unable to assist each other. Initially, Tang Bing was startled to see 3 evolvers among them, but he quickly realized he had a great chance of winning, especially since the opponents had ordinary people with them. Not to mention that one of the evolvers was even carrying a baby. With such a combination, how could they possibly lose? Bah, don't even think about it. We will never surrender, even if we die. While struggling to fend off several attackers, Song Xiaobin spat in Tang Bing's direction. Unfortunately, the spit froze into an ice lump before it could reach Tang Bing. Meanwhile, Yin Luo, who was desperately defending against the attackers, was mentally preparing to escape with his wife and daughter. He knew they had to flee soon, otherwise it would be too late given the enemy's numbers and their firearms, including an evolver among them. Just as Yin Luo was about to pull his wife to escape, he heard a whistling sound from above. He looked up and saw a dark shadow rapidly descending from the height of the building. His expression turned to one of shock. Is someone jumping from a building to commit suicide? That thought flashed through his mind. Bang! The ground exploded as if bombarded, the thick snow being blown away, forming a circular pit in the center where a person stood, a young man with an ordinary appearance, carrying a tang knife on his back, looking somewhat over the top. All the onlookers ceased their actions, realizing that Han Xiaofan's stunning appearance signified a powerful evolver. When Song Xiaobin saw the man's face, a joyful smile appeared on his face. He exclaimed, "Brother Han, it's me, Song Xiaobin. Are you here to save us?" Hearing Song Xiaobin, the others immediately recognized that the man before them was the one who had saved him more than 10 days ago. They all relaxed, knowing how powerful he was. Just the scene of his arrival was enough to indicate his strength. Tang Bing's words were already a threat. Of course, if he didn't believe the opponent was strong, he wouldn't have wasted words. He would have directly ordered to eliminate him. Hee. For those who harbored ill intentions toward him, Han Xiaofan had only one way to deal with them, to eliminate them physically. Seeing the cold smile on Han Xiaofan's face, Tang Bing's unease grew. He hurriedly shouted, "Do it! Kill him!" But unfortunately, no matter how much Tang Bing and his men struggled, the outcome was already determined. Just after he finished shouting, a storm more violent than the current wind and snow erupted around them. Tang Bing felt a sharp pain in his neck and then saw his body from a vantage point, only to realize he was looking up. The last thought that flashed through his mind was that he had been beheaded, and then his consciousness faded completely. He knew nothing more. He was dead. Puff, puff, puff. When Song Xiaobin and the others opened their eyes, they saw that all the attackers had collapsed in the snow. The 3 evolvers among them had keen eyesight and could clearly see that all the bodies on the ground had no heads. Even Song Xiaobin, who had seen Han Xiaofan in action before, swallowed nervously. Yin Luo and Tong Gang were even more tense. Yin Luo had witnessed Han Xiaofan hunt mutated monsters, but didn't expect him to be so brutal in killing humans. "Brother Han, thank you for saving us again. Thank you so much. It's nothing. They wanted to attack me. I just retaliated," Han Xiaofan replied, sheathing his tang knife. His expression was very calm, as if killing over a dozen people was trivial to him. Fortunately, Song Xiaobin and the others understood that he was not a murderer. He was just somewhat indifferent. "Brother Han, we want to join the Hope Base. I heard you were from the Hope Base. Could you help us get introduced?" There are 3 evolvers among us. We should be useful to the Hope Base. Can you do that? Although they guessed that Han Xiaofan was likely the leader of the Hope Base, Song Xiaobin didn't dare to say it outright due to the lack of evidence. Han Xiaofan had already suspected that Song Xiaobin and the others wanted to join the Hope Base. Such scenes have been common in the past 10 days. Ever since the Hope Base actively spread the news about recruiting survivors, there had always been survivors trying to find their way to the Jingleville area. Moreover, the location of the Hope Base might have been deliberately spread by them to attract survivors. When Han Xiaofan reached a corner and saw that Song Xiaobin and the others could no longer see him, he took out a large rectangular iron box from his mind. This iron box resembled the compartment of a minibus, except it had no front or back, and there were several seats inside. Indeed, this iron box was the transportation tool that Han Xiaofan had specially made by the base's electrician for transporting personnel. However, such a tool could only be used by him. Han Xiaofan appeared before Song Xiaobin and the others, holding the large iron box. Their mouths dropped open in astonishment, but quickly closed as the wind and snow rushed into their mouths. If they didn't close them soon, their throats could be frostbitten. "Brother Han, what is this thing?" Wan Xiaoyan spoke to Han Xiaofan familiarly, as he was the leader of the Hope Base, and they would soon be his subordinates. Naturally, she hoped to make a good impression on him. "It's a transport tool. Hurry up and get in, otherwise the child won't be able to handle it." Han Xiaofan maintained his usual calm tone, leaving Wan Xiaoyan somewhat disappointed. "Okay, let's hurry and get in." Although it was unclear where Han Xiaofan had dragged such a large iron box from, or how he had transported it, none of that mattered. Yin Luo only knew that his child had been outside for too long. He pulled his wife, Mao Xiaoye, inside, and the couple sat together. Song Xiaobin and the others didn't say much either. They each walked into the large iron box and found a seat. "Sit tight and don't stand up or move around. I'm going to take you to the Hope Base now." "Okay, Brother Han, we understand." Han Xiaofan effortlessly lifted the large iron box, as if it were a cardboard box, seemingly not feeling any weight at all. The others inside the iron box, including Song Xiaobin, gasped. They knew Han Xiaofan was powerful, but they hadn't imagined it would be this exaggerated. They felt Han Xiaofan leap into the air while holding the large iron box, then jump again and soar upwards. This mode of travel truly astonished them. "Is he even human?" Du Honghai couldn't help but exclaim. But he quickly received glares from Song Xiaobin and the others and hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I'm just a bit shocked." "All right. Chief Han probably won't mind that." Song Xiaobin no longer called Han Xiaofan Brother Han. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Since they were joining the Hope Base, they would be Han Xiaofan's subordinates, and there were certain things they needed to be mindful of. After all, being close to a leader is fine, but being too close can blur the lines of hierarchy, which wouldn't be good for them. Indeed, he's a person of great potential, Han Xiaofan thought as he heard the noises from inside. Chapter 76. Registration. Li Yuan was the front desk manager of a 5-star hotel before the apocalypse. In her 30s, she was beautiful, gentle, and capable. After the outbreak, she was lucky enough to avoid the virus and hid in the hotel, ultimately waiting for rescue from the Hope Base's monster hunting team. Surviving and being rescued by such a good base as the Hope Base filled Li Yuan with gratitude, especially knowing that women like her, who were beautiful, rarely had a good ending in such apocalyptic times unless they joined an official base. Upon learning about the true living conditions of survivors in the official base and the private bases that treated survivors as slaves, she felt incredibly fortunate that it was the Hope Base that saved her. Survivors who joined the Hope Base could live lives similar to those before the apocalypse. Although there were teams that ventured out to gather supplies and hunt various mutated monsters. Due to her extensive experience working at a hotel front desk, she was assigned to register and welcome new residents joining the base, which was also a front desk job. As the number of survivors joining the base increased, she became a supervisor at the registration office. The front desk was positioned directly facing the elevator from the ground level. Li Yuan and a few subordinates were waiting for the newcomers. Every day, over 100 newcomers joined the base, keeping them quite busy. They not only had to register the newcomers' information, but also needed to give them a brief tour of the base and inform them about what to pay attention to within the base. There was a monitor at the front desk that allowed them to see the situation in the elevator. When Li Yuan saw several people coming down in the elevator, She immediately instructed her subordinates. Everyone, pay attention. We have a few newcomers. Yes, supervisor. When there were no newcomers, the front desk staff could relax a bit. But when newcomers arrived, it was their time to work. They needed to maintain their image, as getting to work at such a good position at the front desk was a rare opportunity for them. It was certainly better than working in factories or farms, and the daily wages were quite decent. They certainly didn't want to be reassigned for violating work regulations. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and Li Yuan saw 5 adults dressed in thick winter clothing and wearing cold-proof hats stepping out. However, she quickly noticed them starting to take off their outer garments. Cold-proof hats and gloves. She wasn't surprised at all, considering the temperature inside the base was over 20 degrees, a stark contrast to the nearly minus 70 degrees outside. After being transported to the Jingle Villa area by Han Xiaofan in that astonishing manner, Song Xiaobin and the others hadn't even had a chance to marvel when they were taken into an elevator that felt like entering a secret base. Han Xiaofan naturally wouldn't follow them into the base. After all, he had just come out and hadn't started his daily work of hunting monsters. Song Xiaobin and the others initially speculated that the Hope base would be like other private bases, relying on underground parking lots, sewers, or subway tunnels. However, when the elevator doors opened, Song Xiaobin realized they were all mistaken. The Hope base turned out to be a super underground base of national secret level, with a dome over 10 meters high, bright lights, and a smooth marble floor. The environment of the hall resembled that of an administrative center from before the apocalypse. If it weren't for the harsh apocalyptic conditions they had just experienced outside, they might have thought they were dreaming. Had the brutal apocalypse they had gone through in the past few days been a lie? However, soon they felt too hot and quickly took off their outer garments. Yin Luo also unfastened his daughter, Yin Xiaobai, from his chest, allowing his wife to remove the thick clothing wrapped around their daughter. Otherwise, he worried she might suffocate. Remembering the security team's instructions at the base, Yin Luo said to the others, "Let us go over there to register. We have plenty of time to marvel later." "That's right, Brother Yin is right. Let us go." They're watching us. The combination of 5 adults and a baby was something Li Yuan and her team had never seen before. Since the outbreak, the first to die were the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and very few infants had survived. There were many children in the base, but they were all 4 or 5 years old and above. This was their first time encountering an infant, and smiles involuntarily appeared on their faces. Just as the leader had told them, if humanity had no children, how could it continue? "Welcome to the Hope base. Please register your information, especially your skills." Li Yuan then detailed the registration requirements at the Hope base. Soon, staff members handed each person several forms, with registration items similar to resumes from before the apocalypse, only more detailed. Of course, if Song Xiaobin and the others filled in false information, the base would not know immediately. However, if discovered in the future, their outcomes would not be pleasant. The group quickly filled out their information, and naturally, Yin Luo filled out the form for his daughter, Yin Xiaobai. The front desk staff quickly entered their information into the computer, which was connected to the Central Intelligent Control Center of the base, managed by the avatar Xiaoji, overseeing all individuals' information in the base. Ladies and gentlemen, these wristbands serve as your identification. Inside the wristbands is the base's artificial intelligence, Xiaoji. If you have any questions, feel free to ask it. This one is for the little baby. She must wear it at all times, even while bathing. Do not take it off without permission, or it could lead to trouble at the base. Our base has very strong defensive measures. If the base's AI, Xiaoji, determines that you have violated any rules, you will be eliminated by the base's defenses, so please be particularly careful. Additionally, you can take a day to rest. You can check the job postings at the base through your wristbands, and you may apply for any vacancies. But you must undergo verification by Xiaoji before being assigned a position. Now, she will take you to your accommodation. Thank you, Supervisor Li. Thank you, Sister. Song Xiaobin and others left the hall under the guidance of the front desk staff. As they listened to the introduction from the front desk lady, they gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the entire Hope base, filling them with a sense of shock. Of course, the baby Yin Xiaobai, being so young, was unaware of all this. She was just babbling in ways that adults couldn't understand. Yin Luo and his wife, Mao Xiaoye, exchanged glances, both smiling. Their decision to join the Hope Base was undoubtedly the best choice they had ever made in their lives. Chapter 77. The giant spider Han Xiaofan naturally had no idea about Song Xiaobin and the others' performance after entering the base. After leaving the Jinglu Villa area again, he arrived at a location far from the villa area. After he cleared the monsters around the villa area, there was completely no trace of them. He was unsure if those mutated monsters, especially the mutated humans, had developed a sense of danger, as they seemed to know about Han Xiaofan's presence in the Jinglu Villa area. Thus, even with many living humans present in the area, few mutated beings would come here to hunt. The influence of spiritual energy on those mutated monsters was immense. In recent days, the mutated creatures showed significant changes. They not only became less like their original forms, but also grew increasingly powerful, resembling neither the native species of Blue Star nor the ancestral regression described in some apocalypse novels. Instead, they appear to be transformed into alien-like beings, as if infected by some evil deity. Regardless of how powerful these mutated monsters became, they were merely a matter of 1 or 2 strikes for Han Xiaofan. Yes, he was that strong. As Yin Luo said, he was no longer human. The abnormal occurrences were happening near the supermarket where Han Xiaofan used to work before the apocalypse. He opted to traverse the rooftops, allowing him to see far ahead. If he spotted any survivors in distress, he could lend a hand. In his view, most of these survivors would soon become residents of his base, and it would be a shame to lose even one. As he approached the supermarket, the number of mutated monsters on the road decreased significantly. By the time Han Xiaofan was within 100 meters of the supermarket, he could no longer see any mutated monsters, let alone survivors. Not only outside, but even in the sewers below the streets, he sensed no survivors. As Han Xiaofan's body grew stronger, his sixth sense reached an astonishing level. He could sense any movement from hundreds of meters away, whether it was the heartbeat of a survivor or the emotional fluctuations of a person. He could even gauge whether a survivor felt favorably or maliciously towards him, almost like a game skill. About 100 meters ahead in the supermarket, there was a monster harboring significant malice towards him. Han Xiaofan's perception clearly informed him of this, and the monster's presence in the supermarket was terrifying. Far stronger than the mutated giant snake he had killed over 10 days ago in the family building of the first hospital. However, Han Xiaofan's expression remained unchanged. He had easily killed that mutated giant snake over 10 days ago, and he was now much stronger. He didn't even know where his limits lay, as he had yet to encounter an enemy worthy of his full effort. He drew the Tang sword from his back, and with a forceful step, a large pit appeared on the rooftop as the entire floor collapsed. As Han Xiaofan leaped into the air, approaching the supermarket, the third-floor structure of the supermarket exploded from within, with debris flying towards him at terrifying speeds. The power was greater than ordinary gunfire. A normal person would be turned into a sieve by these fragments, and even an evolved being would struggle to withstand such debris. For Han Xiaofan, however, these fragments were child's play. Even if he used his body to block them, he wouldn't be harmed. He just didn't want to run around naked. The Tang sword in his hand effortlessly deflected all the incoming shards, and his speed remained unaffected. When he reached the supermarket ruins, he saw a massive mutated spider. The most striking feature of this mutated spider was its 2 large fangs, which looked very sharp. It was said that spider fangs could spray venom. Han Xiaofan didn't know if this particular mutated spider was venomous, but it appeared colorful, suggesting it might be. He had no idea what species it belonged to. At the moment Han Xiaofan landed, the mutated spider charged at him with a speed that belied its size, swiping its claws and kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. He ducked and sidestepped to avoid the sharp claws. The mutated spider's attacks were not only swift, but also very agile, similar to a martial artist. However, Han Xiaofan easily evaded all of its attacks, no matter how fast or powerful they were. The claws sliced through walls as easily as cutting through a watermelon. But none of it worked. Realizing that its ordinary attacks were ineffective against this incredibly agile human, the mutated spider quickly changed its attack mode, spraying large amounts of liquid from its mouth. This liquid melted a large pit in the snow and even dissolved the underlying ice layer. penetrating the ground like lava spewing from a train, characterized by both high temperature and strong toxicity. Han Xiaofan's evasive maneuvers became increasingly exaggerated, mainly because the range of this toxic liquid attack was quite extensive. He had no desire to test whether his body could withstand the high temperature and toxicity of this liquid. There was no need to court death. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When a mutated spider saw that its venom was ineffective against Han Xiaofan, it began to panic. Since arriving at the supermarket, it had noticed significant differences. After absorbing something from the air, its size and power increased dramatically. No matter how powerful the mutated humans or beasts it encountered, they were no match for it. Its intelligence also improved, which was the main reason it began to reconsider its actions, sensing that it might not be a match for Han Xiaofan. Han Xiaofan's perception was powerful. He had already sensed the mutated spider's retreating emotions. His expression remained as cold and unfeeling as ever, to the point where calling him expressionless would be an understatement. Whoosh! The mutated spider quickly sprayed a large amount of silk from its abdomen, covering a radius of over 10 meters around Han Xiaofan, ensuring that it could completely entrap him. Even if it couldn't hold him back, it could at least delay his movements. This was the escape strategy of the mutated spider. Indeed, this mutated spider truly wanted to flee. Han Xiaofan understood very well what this meant. It indicated that the mutated spider had developed some level of intelligence. Intelligent beings are always reluctant to lose their lives. It's normal to escape if they can't win. However, if the opponent wanted to escape from him, that was simply impossible. With a firm push of his feet, Han Xiaofan leaped high into the air, landing above the mutated spider that had already turned and started to flee rapidly. He swung his Tang Dao down with force, and the air exploded with a deafening crack, just like a supersonic aircraft passing by. The running mutated spider was split in half, leaving a long trench on the ground that stretched for dozens of meters. All the buildings in front of the blade were sliced in two. This was the result of Han Xiaofan's casual strike. Fortunately, there were no other survivors to witness it. Otherwise, they would have thought they saw Superman. Chapter 78. Anomaly. Although the battle at the supermarket was intense, it was short enough not to attract the attention of other monsters or human survivors. In this apocalyptic world, curiosity is the most dangerous trait for human survivors, as many have died because of it. Han Xiaofan naturally wasn't worried about attracting any monster's attention. He actually hoped a monster would come to him so he could unleash a massacre. He extracted the crystal core from the spider's corpse, which was about the size of a fist. However, Han Xiaofan did not absorb it. Instead, he stored it in his storage space, along with the spider's corpse, intending to hand them over to Yi Lanxin for research. Yi Lanxin was currently studying how to use the materials within the crystal core to create a gene serum. This gene serum would be much more effective than directly consuming the crystal core, as the speed of gaining strength by swallowing the core was too slow, especially for ordinary people. Ordinary people's physical fitness was already inferior to that of evolved beings. If the gap in the speed of gaining strength through consuming crystal cores widened, the future disparity between ordinary people and evolved beings would only grow larger. Developing gene serums was the best way to narrow this gap. Once the gene serum was developed, the surviving humans would have the means to survive in this apocalyptic world, at least ensuring they wouldn't go extinct. Han Xiaofan knew that his strength would increase daily and that he would continue to grow stronger in the future. However, to say that he alone could eliminate all the mutated monsters on Blue Star was sheer fantasy. Moreover, Han Xiaofan felt that the apocalypse was not as simple as it seemed. The combination of spiritual energy and viruses could greatly accelerate the evolution of monsters. Not to mention that over 70% of Blue Star surface is ocean, where marine life is the most abundant and complex. He could only imagine what terrifying mutated monsters might emerge from the ocean. This was also why he went out to hunt mutated monsters every day. Otherwise, with his current strength and the existence of the underground base, he could easily stay in the base and live a life of indulgence. However, if he did that, when marine creatures evolved enough to come on land, or when the land-based mutated monsters became truly terrifying, he and the survivors in the base would only be waiting for death. Han Xiaofan walked into the ruins and saw a massive pile of bones. Not only human, but also various animal remains. It was clear that these were the leftovers of creatures devoured by the mutated spider. The second and third floors of the entire building had almost collapsed, with some remnants of the second floor still connected. Han Xiaofan jumped up to the floors and walked to the spot where he had obtained the crystal. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the area. Sure enough, the concentration of spiritual energy in this location was the highest within the supermarket building or even the surrounding area. This might also be the reason why the mutated spider had made its home here and evolved to such an extent. However, humans did not yet have a thorough understanding of this spiritual energy, which might have come from a parallel world. Even with a top scientist like Elon Sheen, it would take time to research. It was impossible to fully decipher this gas in such a short period. Nevertheless, Han Xiaofan knew that once humans could thoroughly understand this spiritual energy, they would be able to fully utilize it to strengthen and empower themselves. Although they hadn't completely grasped the characteristics of spiritual energy, China had never lacked smart and bold individuals. Some directly used the spiritual energy to practice those widely circulated martial arts manuals from before the apocalypse, especially since there were already martial artists in China who excelled in traditional martial arts. Their strength was inherently greater than that of ordinary people, giving them a much higher chance of survival after the apocalypse. After learning about the emergence of this new gas, the authorities immediately issued a notice to local bases nationwide and instructed them to inform all survivors. This was also part of the Central Authorities' attempt to see if survivors could utilize the spiritual energy for training. If this spiritual energy truly resembled the cultivation energy described in ancient Chinese legends, then survivors in China would definitely have an advantage over those in other countries. After all, China has a complete mythology of cultivation and various martial arts manuals. Although many are forgeries, there are still many genuine texts. It was just that few believed in them before the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse had erupted, the authorities naturally wouldn't stop survivors from believing in these things. Han Xiaofan wandered through the entire ruins, but found nothing else. The supermarket where he had worked before the apocalypse might not be the only outlet for spiritual energy. There should be many such breaches throughout the entire Deep City, or even Blue Star. However, he didn't have the time or energy to find them all. He could still try to explore the breaches within the Dragon District, since as long as such a breach existed, it likely meant that a terrifying monster resided there. The spiritual energy was highly beneficial to those monsters, akin to legendary treasures. Monsters would not give up on such places once they sensed them. The food consumed by the mutated spider in this ruin likely included many failures in competing for this territory. Han Xiaofan didn't stay in the ruins for long. He quickly left and chose a direction to search for those mutated monsters. Every day, he set a target number for himself on how many mutated monsters to hunt and how much stronger he could become, treating this as a daily task in a game. Moreover, after completing his daily tasks, Han Xiaofan planned to eliminate the leadership of the Hanwei base. After all, he had killed Tang Bing and the others to save Song Xiaobin and the others. At that time, he sensed the presence of survivors nearby, but those survivors were ordinary ones. Naturally, he couldn't choose to silence them just to keep the Hanwei base's people from learning about it. He wouldn't do that. So, the only option was to take down the leadership of the Hanwei base. After all, the reputation of the Hanwei base was already quite bad in the Dragon District. This was not just after the apocalypse. The Hanwei group had a poor reputation even before the apocalypse, which Han Xiaofan had heard about. Therefore, he would not hold back when dealing with the Hanwei base. The three leaders of the Hanwei base were discussing what to do about the situation and whether they should send someone out to find and eliminate the murderer. In the Hanwei base, the fortress of the Zheng family, in Zheng Han's study, the three major leaders of the base were discussing how to handle the killing of Tang Bing and his men. Originally, Zheng Han and his group had been weakening Tang Bing's influence over the security team for days, and had also found reasons to place many of their loyal subordinates in key positions. They had intended to find an opportunity to deal with Tang Bing. But now that he and his men had been killed by outsiders, if they, as leaders, could not avenge their subordinates, what would the others think? If the morale of the base dissipated, it would quickly fall apart. Brother, should we send all the security personnel out to find the murderer and eliminate him? Zheng Wei spoke, his face showing signs of agitation. After all, The Hanwei group had practically been tyrannical in the Dragon District before the apocalypse. And after establishing the Hanwei base, they had become accustomed to being arrogant. Nearby survivor teams dared not provoke the Hanwei base, and the killing of more than 10 of Tang Bing's men was a significant provocation against them. If the Hanwei base did not seek revenge, those survivor teams that had been bullied by them would quickly turn against them. Don't rush. We must take revenge, but we can't be reckless. Do you know who the murderer is? Where will you find him? Zheng Han had always known that his brother was rather reckless and not fond of thinking things through, so he did not blame Zheng Wei for his lack of foresight. Yes, the boss is right. First, we need to clarify the identity of the murderer. We can inquire at the official trading market. The murderer should have been there. With our relationship with the security chief of the official base, we should be able to find out his identity easily. Then we can arrange to take him out. Han Shan, the first strategist of the Hanwei group, quickly came up with a good plan, which was also a very prudent approach for the Hanwei base. Yes, Aishan's idea is great. Let's do that. The three then discussed how to arrange their personnel to eliminate the murderer once they obtained the information, and after half an hour, the meeting finally adjourned. In the study, Zheng Han was left alone, lost in thought. He wondered if the murderer who killed Tang Bing was the same person who had saved that group of students last time. If so, it meant that the person should be aware of the strength of the Hanwei base. Since he knew it and still dared to kill his people, did it imply that he did not take the Hanwei base seriously at all? In the Dragon District, the only force that dared to disregard the Hanwei base aside from the official base was the rumored Hope base. However, Zheng Han had never heard of any private base in the Dragon District daring to offend the Hanwei base, as those private bases were established by wealthy individuals or corporate groups, and their strength was far inferior to that of the Hanwei base. If Zheng Han were not worried that swallowing these private bases would draw the attention of the official base, he would have long since sent his subordinates to assimilate those private bases and various survivor teams. Nevertheless, Zheng Han was not concerned that those private bases would grow strong enough to threaten the Hanwei base's position. He planned to gradually absorb those private bases without attracting the official base's attention. In no more than 3 months, he could completely assimilate all forces in the Dragon District except for the official base. By then, even the official base would not be able to deal with him, as the strength of the Hanwei base would not be much weaker than that of the official base. The official base would not risk too much to confront his base. This was Zheng Han's strategy. While Zheng Han was deep in thought, his only son, Zheng Xiaoyong, walked in, plopping down on the sofa. He poured himself a glass of red wine, took a sip, and then asked Dad, "I heard that Tang Bing was killed?" "That's right." Zheng Han nodded in acknowledgement of his son's question, then asked Xiaoyong, "If it were you, could you kill Tang Bing and the others in an instant?" However, Zheng Xiaoyong quickly reacted, his face showing disbelief as he said, "Dad, you can't mean that the person who killed them did it in just an instant, right?" "Yes, that's what the witnesses said. It shouldn't be wrong." "Dad, such a powerful evolver. You don't intend to go after him, do you?" Zheng Xiaoyong felt an uneasy premonition and directly asked his father. Sure enough, when Zheng Xiaoyong saw his father nod in acknowledgement, his expression turned grim. To kill Tang Bing, an evolver, and over 10 other evolvers in an instant meant that the opponent was likely 10 times stronger than himself. What did that imply? The opponent could very well be the strongest evolver in Huagua. This speculation was not without basis, as he had learned from the official base that there had been no reports of such a monstrous evolver in all of Huagua. "Dad, you should give up the idea of finding and killing him. That could put the base in jeopardy. We could all die." Zheng Xiaoyong enjoyed the current apocalyptic life, finding it even better than before the apocalypse. After all, in normal society, many things had to be done in secret, as doing otherwise would mean death, since the officials were not to be trifled with. Now that the apocalypse had come, the officials were too preoccupied with their own issues. He could live a life like an emperor every day and did not want such a good life to disappear, especially if it meant he might lose his life. "Sigh. Xiaoyong, I understand what you're saying, but if I don't avenge Tang Bing, the Hanwei base will soon fall apart. Just the security team alone will turn against us, and then we'll be doomed." At this point, Zheng Han looked helpless. Often, as the leader of a faction, he could not disregard the thoughts of his subordinates. If he, as a leader, could not avenge his own people when they were killed, who would still follow his orders? If morale dissipated, the team would be hard to lead. Seeing the serious expression on his father's face, Zheng Xiaoyong knew that his father was serious. He quickly nodded and said, "Dad, I understand." "Good, then you should go to the official base now." "Are you in such a hurry?" "Yes, I don't know why, but my right eye keeps twitching. It feels like something bad is about to happen. You need to leave the base quickly." "Okay, Dad, I'm leaving. Take care." Zheng Xiaoyong admired his father greatly, so he didn't linger much and quickly left the Hanwei base with a few people. His departure went unnoticed, not even by Zheng Wei, Zheng Han's younger brother, who was unaware of his brother's arrangements. Chapter 80. Coming to the door, Han Xiaofan naturally did not know that Zheng Han of the Hanwei base had sent his son to the official base. It was precisely because he was too powerful that Zheng Han lacked confidence in dealing with him and worried that Han Xiaofan might turn against the Hanwei base. Zheng Han was not mistaken. Han Xiaofan would not let his enemies go, nor wait until they caused him harm before he acted against them. Such behavior was purely foolish. Since he had the overwhelming strength to crush his enemies, how could he let them go? He would not delay in dealing with his foes. He generally resolved issues with them overnight. After Han Xiaofan hunted down several thousand mutated monsters, he felt the thrill of his body growing stronger. His increasingly cold emotions began to show some fluctuations, similar to the feeling he had when his woman fought fiercely. It stirred his emotions, reminding him that he was still human and not some monstrous aberration. Tianjun and the others did not know why the leader asked them to bring people. They speculated whether the leader had encountered some great danger. However, they all knew that the leader's strength was formidable. If even he could encounter danger, what use would it be to bring more people? Nevertheless, none of them hesitated. They all took their weapons and set off, quickly arriving at the location Han Xiaofan had mentioned. When they saw Han Xiaofan safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was fine. If something happened to their leader, the entire Hope base could quickly fall apart. "Leader, yes, follow me. Once we reach Hanwei base, I will take action. You just need to watch. I asked you to come to help receive the survivors and supplies." Tianjun and the others naturally knew that Hanwei base was one of the most powerful private bases, second only to the official bases and their Hope base, and it had a rather notorious reputation. They never expected the leader would take action against it, but they had no objections. They would only be too happy to see the Hope base grow stronger, as that would mean a better life for them. "All right, leader." Tianjun and the others wore specially designed cold-resistant suits from the base, which made them look less bulky. This was also due to their enhanced physical fitness from consuming crystal cores daily, about 50% stronger than before the apocalypse. This comprehensive strength allowed them to survive in the harsh conditions of extreme cold while hunting mutated monsters. Of course, they knew their rapid improvement was thanks to Han Xiaofan, a powerful leader who hunted mutated monsters and obtained a large number of crystal cores for them. Otherwise, relying solely on their own strength, their rate of improvement would not match that of the monsters on the ground. They had already gained an advantage over other survivors, and they could be said to be the ones who admired Han Xiaofan the most. The members of the guard team had no doubts about any of the leader Han Xiaofan's orders. In no time, they entered the underground world through an entrance they had accessed via the sewer system. Han Xiaofan had never shown anyone in the base his storage space. It wasn't that he feared others would act against him. Rather, he wanted to wait until he became a bit stronger before revealing this ability, as that would give him a sense of security. It could be said that ever since he merged with that mysterious crystal, Han Xiaofan's personality had changed significantly, and his problem-solving had become much more thorough. Of course, it might also be due to his overall enhanced physical fitness. Although he hadn't tested his current IQ, he felt that if based on game settings, his intelligence points should have improved significantly. After walking for half an hour in the sewer, Han Xiaofan and his group finally reached the outskirts of Hanwei base. He said to Tianjun and the others, "Wait here for a moment. After I deal with the guards of Hanwei base, I will notify you to come in." "Okay, leader, be careful." Tianjun and the others knew how powerful their leader Han Xiaofan was, so they were not worried that Hanwei base could inflict any harm on him. As long as he wasn't facing the heavy weapons from the current military, they believed there was no monster in this apocalyptic world that could threaten him. "Who is it? Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. Screams, gunfire, and the cries of humans before death mixed together, creating a symphony within Hanwei Base. However, this symphony was death song. Anyone who stood in front of Han Xiaofan, anyone who attacked him, faced only one outcome: death. Hanwei Base still had a considerable number of survivors. Although they managed to survive inside the base, their lives were miserable. It was just a little better than being devoured by the mutated monsters outside. Inside the base, there were the lowest tier of slaves, and the beautiful female survivors suffered even more, living a life worse than death. When they saw the guards of the base being easily killed by Han Xiaofan, they applauded in delight. When news of the enemy's arrival reached the 3 leaders of Hanwei Base, Zheng Han and the others quickly received the information. However, when they learned that the enemy was just one person and that he had slaughtered the guards within the base with just a Tang knife, they realized that the killer of Tang Bing and the others had come. A passage about 10 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high led to Zheng Han's fortress. When Han Xiaofan, holding a Tang knife free of any blood, arrived at the entrance of the passage, the end of the passage was already filled with people, led by Zheng Han, the true leadership of Hanwei Base. Brother, my name is Zheng Han, the leader of Hanwei Base. If our base or anyone has done anything bad to you, I apologize. Whatever compensation you want, I can accept, as long as you stop killing. What do you think? Zheng Han spoke to Han Xiaofan while signaling to the people behind him. As a tyrant, how could he let go of the murderer who had come to kill him? He was merely trying to lull the other party into a false sense of security, preparing to show them something later. He did not believe the opponent's body could withstand heavy weaponry. Zheng Han's little movements seemed utterly ridiculous to Han Xiaofan. With his current strength, even if the other side had war weapons like tanks, they could not inflict any harm on him. Seeing that Han Xiaofan was only standing at the entrance of the passage and not coming in, Zheng Han felt a bit uneasy, but continued to speak while waiting for the right moment. Then he saw the other party finally step into the passage, and his heart leaped with joy as he shouted loudly, "Kill him!" As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Han and the people beside him quickly moved aside, revealing a heavy machine gun behind them, already loaded with a long chain of bullets. Upon hearing the leader's command, the gunner immediately pulled the trigger. Tot. Not only was the heavy machine gun firing, but Zheng Han's trusted security team at the back was also shooting at Han Xiaofan from behind, launching a pincer attack. Coupled with Han Xiaofan entering the passage, Zheng Han did not believe the other party could survive such a barrage of fire in the confined space. In an instant, the entire Hanwei base was filled with gunfire. The survivors who heard the gunshots displayed worried expressions. After all, they thought the man who had just been slaughtering everyone would not survive such an attack. If Hanwei base did not collapse, their lives would continue to be as miserable as ever. However, unlike those survivors, Tianjun and the others outside the base showed no signs of worry upon hearing the fierce gunfire. This was because they had absolute confidence in their leader. With Hanwei base's strength, it was impossible for them to harm their leader. Unfortunately, whether it was the sweeping fire of the heavy machine gun or the shooting from the rifles behind, in Han Xiaofan's superhuman vision, the bullets coming at him appeared to move in slow motion. He could easily dodge these bullets, and for those he couldn't evade, he simply flicked them away with his index finger. The armed personnel of Hanwei base could not see their bullets being deflected by Han Xiaofan, as if he were playing a game. They only knew that no matter who it was, even the most powerful evolved beings could not survive under such an attack. And death without a complete corpse was their ultimate fate. Stop! Stop! A voice emerged from the crowd, and soon the gunfire gradually ceased. The corridor was already filled with dust, a result of bullets striking the walls. The smoke was hazy, obscuring Han Xiaofan's figure. In fact, this dual-sided attack aimed at the dozens of armed personnel behind Han Xiaofan resulted in several being directly hit and killed by heavy machine guns. One could say it was collateral damage. However, Zheng Han didn't care at all, as long as he could eliminate Han Xiaofan. He deemed it worth it even if half of his loyal subordinates perished. After all, having such a powerful evolver as an enemy would keep him awake at night if he didn't kill the opponent. Is he dead? Zheng Han asked his subordinates, his tone filled with anticipation, hoping the other side would perish under such an attack. Unfortunately, Zheng Han soon heard the terrified voice of his subordinate. Boss. P.S. completely unharmed. Not a scratch on him. A demon. Is he even human? How did he block so many bullets? Various incredulous voices arose, and many armed personnel began to have second thoughts, retreating in their minds. To withstand such an attack without any injury, only a bit of dust on his clothes, this was nothing short of superhuman. Don't panic, Dai. Boom, boom, boom. After Zheng Han pressed the detonator, they fell to the ground, stones flying everywhere, and the entire corridor was blown to ruins. If it weren't for the survival fortress being built so sturdily, the whole structure might have collapsed. Some individuals were struck in vital areas by the flying debris and died instantly. They were quite unfortunate. Others were hit in other parts of their bodies, bleeding profusely, but since they weren't critical hits, they remained alive. However, everyone's attention was focused on the ruins. Their eyes filled with a certain expectation. Cough, cough. A few coughs came from the rubble, and some people exchanged glances. As others were distracted by the ruins, they slowly retreated and quickly vanished from the Hanwei base. They were quite clever, recognizing the grim situation and fleeing. In their view, the Hanwei base could not survive any longer. Preserving their own lives took precedence. However, what they didn't know was that they ran directly into Tianjun and his men outside the base. Naturally, Tianjun and his men wouldn't show any mercy to these armed individuals, and soon there were several more corpses outside the base. When Zheng Han and the others heard the coughs, their faces turned pale with fear. They truly hadn't expected such a powerful evolver to emerge less than a month after the apocalypse broke out. It was simply unscientific. The subsequent outcome was naturally predictable. Having been blown up by so much explosives, Han Xiaofan's only change was his clothes turning into rags. He was completely uninjured. This demonstrated just how strong his body was. He estimated that only a super weapon could harm him now. Of course, this was merely his estimation. He wouldn't test whether his body could withstand a super weapon, nor would anyone use one against him. A few minutes later, Han Xiaofan cleared the Hanwei base. For those who surrendered and put down their weapons, he did not kill them, but instructed Tianjun and his guards to control them and then gather all the survivors from the Hanwei base. The total number of survivors at Hanwei base was over 500, mostly young people with hardly any elderly or children. Just a few, and that was only because their relatives had paid a great price to help them survive in the Hanwei base. Looking at the survivors before him, who resembled the refugees seen on television before the apocalypse, with numb expressions and no glimmer of hope, pale and emaciated, many looked like mere skeletons. If they weren't wearing thick clothing, they would be indistinguishable from a group of skeletons. Thinking about the luxurious experience in the Zheng family's survival fortress, which resembled a five-star hotel, he realized the situation was the true apocalypse. His Hope Base was merely an exception. Chapter 82, Relocation. Moving over 500 people from Hanwei Base to Hope Base could not be done in a chaotic rush. Although with Han Xiaofan present, no accidents were likely. He would not participate in this relocation operation. If they had to rely on him for everything, what was the point of Tianjun and the others existing? That was impossible. He was not a babysitter. Tianjun and the others had to be capable on their own. Otherwise, Han Xiaofan could just live happily in the underground base with his women without needing any survivors to join. The hundreds of survivors were gathered, and the atmosphere felt very quiet. Han Xiaofan and his group stood at the front of the crowd, while some people from Hanwei Base knelt before them, their faces filled with anxiety and apprehension. They had dark suspicions in their hearts, but didn't dare to speak up until the very end, especially with that inhuman man standing there, making their courage vanish completely. Everyone, I'm the leader of Hope Base, named Han Xiaofan. Among you, who are the most heinous? You will judge them. After this matter is settled, all of you will move to Hope Base, and you will become residents of Hope Base. As soon as Han Xiaofan finished speaking, those kneeling began to shout in fear. They could take lives at will, but when it came to their own lives being taken, they were terrified. Leader Han, spare us. We will definitely be loyal to you. Let us go. I didn't willingly do bad things. Leader Han, we can be your dogs. Whoever you want us to bite, we will bite. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Mom, Dad, save me. Han Xiaofan was not present for the following events. he still needed to collect some important items from the Hanwei base warehouse into his storage space. Although there were guards watching over it, generally, nothing should go wrong, but he felt more secure storing it in his own space. As for whether it would raise Tianjun's suspicions, Han Xiaofan believed they were perceptive enough. As long as he didn't say anything, they wouldn't question him. It should be noted that Han Xiaofan's possession of a hope base like this underground base made all survivors who joined it view him as a very mysterious person. Moreover, some characteristics of Hope Base also intrigued the residents. All crops in the fields grew much faster than before the apocalypse, and livestock also matured quickly. For instance, vegetables matured in just a few days, ensuring Hope Base never lacked for greens, and they could even trade a considerable amount of vegetables with official bases. What amazed Tianjun and the others the most was that although Hope Base was underground in the Jingle Villa district, they dug tunnels in the sewers nearby, penetrating the entire area without finding any trace of Hope Base. Yet, Hope Base was indeed a reality, as if it existed in this world, yet also didn't, creating a sense of SC-Char Dinger's cat. This was what they found most mysterious about their leader, Han Xiaofan. However, with the apocalypse having arrived and various mutated monsters evolving rapidly, as well as the emergence of human evolvers, Tianjun and the others believed that no matter how mysterious their leader Han Xiaofan was, as long as he was human and recruited survivors in a Hope Base, they wouldn't be mutated monsters. They believed they could survive in this apocalyptic world under Han Xiaofan's leadership. Greetings, leader. The guard stationed outside the Zheng family survival fortress warehouse immediately greeted Han Xiaofan respectfully upon seeing him. Han Xiaofan nodded coldly. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to smile, which was an external manifestation of his increasingly indifferent emotions. However, the members of the guard team all knew that their leader had always been like this, rarely smiling. It did not affect their admiration and respect for him. Upon entering the warehouse, the most abundant items were various doomsday canned foods, many of which had a shelf life of over 60 years, with some even reaching 100 years, not to mention other foods. These various doomsday canned goods alone could sustain Zheng Han's family and the leadership of the Hanwei base for several decades. Furthermore, the warehouse also contained various high-energy packaged foods with long shelf lives, as well as a large quantity of rice, flour, and oil. Countless wealthy individuals across Huagua had survived by preparing such doomsday survival bunkers. Han Xiaofan thought of the doomsday survival group he had joined before the apocalypse. Most of the members were wealthy people who could survive in this doomsday world, much better off than ordinary individuals. In addition to food, the warehouse was filled with a large amount of gold, jewelry, and antiques. Han Xiaofan collected these items, storing most of the food in his storage space, leaving only a small amount behind for appearances. After all, Tianjun and the others were surely suspicious, but as long as he did not mention it, no one would voice their guesses aloud. The elderly, children, and physically weaker women were transported by Han Xiaofan using iron boxes, while the other young and middle-aged individuals were arranged by Tianjun and the others. All useful supplies from the Hanwei base were taken, and just 2 hours later, the Hanwei base was left empty. However, Han Xiaofan believed that such a good shelter as the Hanwei base would soon be occupied by survivors from other places. This was also part of his plan. He hoped that when the time came, the base would be able to recruit these gathered survivors, which would be much more efficient than sending people to search for them. Chapter 83. Meeting the news of the Hanwei base being destroyed and absorbed by the Hope base quickly reached the official base. The highest commander of the official base immediately convened a meeting. Participants in this meeting included Chao Weiman, the highest executive of the Long Area Official Base, Zhao Nongxin, the head of public security, and Jiang Yunbang, the highest military commander. Together, these three formed the top leadership of the Long Area Base, along with some other officials who only had the right to speak but not to decide. Now that the Hanwei base has been absorbed by the Hope base, what do you think this will mean for our official base? Is it good or bad? Everyone can speak freely. The first to speak was none other than Chao Weiman, the head of the Long Area Official Base. He looked calmly at Zhao Nongxin and Jiang Yunbang. Before the apocalypse, other leaders in the Long Area had been turned into mutants due to a virus infection. The three of them were relatively lucky not to have been infected, so they constituted the leadership of the Long Area Official Base. Although Chao Weimin was the top leader, it was the apocalypse now, and the control of various bases in Huagua was much weaker than before the apocalypse. It was normal for this situation to arise, as the bases had nearly become isolated islands. Even the official base, which was close by, found it difficult to exchange supplies. Zhao Nongxin harbored his own ambitions. Before the apocalypse, he only wanted to rise in rank to become the head of the Long area, but now that the apocalypse had erupted, his ambitions could no longer be controlled. He wanted to become a local warlord. The methods that Chao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang had used before the apocalypse seemed very foolish to him. Hearing Chao Weimin's words, Zhao Nongxin's eyes widened, and his face immediately filled with anger. The Hope Base's method of absorbing other private bases is simply an act of betrayal against Huagua. The leader of the Hope Base, Han Xiaofan, wants to become a warlord. Everyone, we are the official base, and we absolutely cannot allow this situation to continue. Otherwise, it won't be long before the Hope Base tries to absorb us, and we will be very passive then. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively to his speech, Zhao Nongxin felt pleased. His anger was not truly about that. Rather, he was the one backing the Hanwei base. Whether before or during the apocalypse, the Hanwei base had provided him with significant benefits, and now that the Hanwei base had been destroyed by the Hope Base, he was naturally very angry. Our best course of action is to eliminate them before they grow strong enough to threaten our official base. This is my suggestion. Commander Zhao is absolutely right. Jiang Yunbang first smiled in agreement with Zhao Nongxin's suggestion, but soon he shifted the topic. However, I wonder if Commander Zhao knows that the only person who destroyed the Hanwei base is the leader of the Hope Base, Han Xiaofan. From the information I have received, it can be inferred that he is definitely a very powerful evolver. I even suspect he is the strongest evolver in Huagua. How is that possible? Colonel Jiang, are you joking? Although he single-handedly eliminated all the security personnel of the Hanwei base, to say he is the strongest evolver in Huagua is simply impossible. Moreover, I believe that even if he is the strongest evolver, he cannot withstand your subordinates' heavy weapons. Can a tank not take him down? I don't believe it. Evolvers are indeed much stronger than ordinary people, but even facing a few guns, evolvers must flee for their lives now, let alone the heavy weapons in the army. Against such heavy weapons, physical bodies are simply no match. Hearing Zhao Nongxin's words, the others couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although this did not include Chao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang. The two of them stood together and knew much more about the secrets of the apocalypse than Zhao Nongxin. It was evident that Zhao Nongxin was trying to form factions within the Long area official base. Without guessing, the two knew what he was aiming for. After reporting to their superiors, the higher-ups would naturally no longer trust Zhao Nongxin. However, Zhao Nongxin had not yet committed a major mistake. Otherwise, Chao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang would have long since controlled him. Nongxin, don't be anxious. We are just discussing and expressing our opinions, Chao Weimin said. However, Colonel Jiang is not wrong. Although the Hope Base has absorbed the Hanwei base, I have heard that there were already personal grudges between the two bases. It was just that the Hanwei base couldn't withstand the attacks from the leader of the Hope Base. Since this was a private matter, the Hope Base has always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our official base. At this point, Chao Weimin turned to the logistics supervisor and asked, "Isn't the Hope Base still delivering 1,000 pounds of vegetables to us every day in exchange for supplies?" You see, right? Nongxin, the vegetables you eat every day are still provided by them. I've heard that not long from now, the Hope Base will also trade other food with us. Although our official base has plenty of food stocks, we need to have a sense of crisis. No matter how much food we have, it is never too much. Our bullets have a production line and are in large stock every day. Trading supplies with the Hope Base is more beneficial than harmful for us. We cannot take the initiative to attack a private base that has a good cooperative relationship with us. Otherwise, we can only imagine what other private bases would think. All right, let's leave this matter aside. Let's discuss the increasingly frequent attacks by the mutant beast hordes on our official base. What do you think we should do to resolve this issue? Hearing that Chao Weimin had changed the subject, Zhao Nongxin felt very frustrated. But he had no way to counter it. With just his own security officers, he was no match for the combined forces of Chao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang. However, he thought about how Zheng Xiaoyong had allied with him. With Zheng Xiaoyong's abilities as an evolved, His own strength had increased significantly. Was there a way to eliminate both Chao Weiman and Jiang Yunbang? If he succeeded, the entire official base would be his. Of course, Chao Weiman and Jiang Yunbang had no idea that Zhao Nongxin was pondering how to take them down. They were quite curious about the mysterious Hope Base. But the information they had gathered in recent days showed that the Hope Base was a private base that maintained order. They naturally hoped for more such private bases. As most private bases in Huagua had become like personal kingdoms since the apocalypse, with the survivors living miserable lives akin to that of slaves. The two disapproved of such behavior, but they also knew that the authorities could only do so much. Even if those people lived very tragically, at least they could survive. Relying solely on government power, it was impossible to take care of all the survivors in Huagua. Most survivors were either in private bases or banding together to form survival bases. Chapter 84. Happiness. Song Xiaobin and his group initially thought they would be assigned rooms like the other residents of the base. They never expected to be taken to the third floor of the base, the most core area where the leader Han Xiaofan and other important figures of the base lived in a mansion. Before the apocalypse, aside from Yen Luo, who had lived in such a luxurious mansion, the others had only seen such opulence on television or in movies. Guided by the mansion's steward, Hu Xiaoli, they toured the entire mansion. Of course, they did not go up to the third floor, but from Hu Xiaoli, they learned that it was where leader Han Xiaofan and his women resided, with 6 adults and 1 child. The bond between Song Xiaobin and his 3 companions had deepened far beyond that of ordinary friends or classmates due to their brutal experiences in the apocalypse. They chose to stay in a suite with 4 bedrooms and a living room, each bedroom equipped with its own bathroom. Yen Luo's family naturally stayed together, opting for a smaller room, a 1-bedroom suite, considering they could switch rooms when the child grew up. When Wan Xiaoyan saw the bathtub in the bathroom, her eyes widened. Since the apocalypse began, she hadn't had a proper bath. As a girl who loved beauty, not bathing for over 10 days was something she could never have imagined before. But taking a bath in the apocalypse was a luxury. In such extreme cold, bathing could lead to freezing to death, and there were no conditions for bathing. Being able to have enough food was already a happy thing. At most, she could only wipe her body with a wet towel. You all wash up and rest for a bit. When it's time for dinner, someone will call you, and then we can introduce you to others. Thank you, Steward Hu. Thank you, sister. Song Xiaobin and the others spoke up, feeling quite favorable towards the beautiful Hu Xiaoli, especially since she had dedicated herself to introducing them to the entire mansion. Brother Yin, let's go take a shower first, and then gather later. Okay. Our family needs to shower too. I feel a bit itchy now. They could no longer suppress their urge to bathe, as they were aware of the smell on their bodies. Their fondness for Hu Xiaoli stemmed not only from her dedication, but also because she didn't seem to mind their unpleasant odor. The over 500 survivors from Hanwei Base initially arrived at Hope Base with some apprehension, but when they took the elevator down to the underground city base, they were all left speechless, stunned by the interior of the underground city base. It was like a shopping mall lobby, brightly lit, and the temperature inside made all the survivors from Hanwei Base start to sweat. Under the reminder of Tianjun and others, they quickly stripped off most of their clothes. It was impossible for just Li Yuan and her few companions to register the information for over 500 people. Seeing this, Ouyang Mei brought her female team members to help out. Indeed, Ouyang Mei's entire team was made up of women, almost all of whom had lost their loved ones. They hated the mutated monsters, and it was this deep-seated hatred that drove them to join the guard team to hunt those mutated creatures, even at the risk of their own lives. For them, killing those mutated monsters was the only way to feel somewhat better. After registering all the personal information and settling the survivors down, it was already evening. Of course, whether in the underground city base or outside on the surface, it was impossible to see the sun. Without a watch, one would have no idea of the time of day. Hope Base operated according to the time rules established before the apocalypse, with 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night. They worked for 10 hours a day. And as for holidays, those were not comparable to before the apocalypse. Only through work could they earn credit points. For those who joined Hope Base, they did not want to be idle. They wanted to work every day. Only then could they avoid worrying about not having credit points, not fearing hunger, and not having to worry about being kicked out. In the apocalypse, being able to have a full meal was an incredibly happy thing. Having a safe survival base where one could sleep soundly at night was even more blissful. Only those who had truly experienced the brutal world of the apocalypse could understand what the Hope Base, like a paradise, meant to them. They would do everything possible to maintain the base's normal operation. Anyone who dared to disrupt the stability of Hope Base would become an enemy of all survivors there, and they would go to any lengths to eliminate that enemy. The guard team and security team were both stationed on the third floor, with their locations connected. The guard team's area was larger because they needed to venture out to hunt monsters or gather supplies, while the security team, also known as the law enforcement team, was responsible for maintaining internal security. Generally, with the presence of the base control center's AI, Xiaofan, unexpected incidents were unlikely to occur within the base. Han Xiaofan established the law enforcement team merely as a precaution. Leader. Han Xiaofan was the first to enter through the large door of the guard team's location. There were two young women at the reception desk, and upon seeing Han Xiaofan, they immediately gazed at him with admiration and respectfully greeted him. The guard team's area resembled a gym from before the apocalypse, but it was larger and had no separate floors. The area was divided into several zones, including a training area, a firearms shooting area, and dormitories for team members, as well as a recreational area to help ease the tension of the guards. In fact, there was another important reason. Ordinary people, though they couldn't consume as many crystal cores as evolved beings every day, could break through their limits and increase the amount they could consume through more training. This was immensely important for them to enhance their strength. Everyone, stop what you're doing. You all attack me. When a leader Han Xiaofan said this, the guards present all showed bitter smiles. They knew just how terrifying their leader's strength was. Over the past few days, they had surrounded him in attacks, but not only did they fail to injure him, even touching him was a difficult task. However, everyone understood that leader Han Xiaofan wanted to train them to improve their reaction time and speed, which would greatly benefit them when facing other mutated monsters. After all, even the strongest mutated monsters outside were far inferior to their leader. Chapter 85. Cafeteria Sun Tian was a computer engineer at a well-known internet company before the apocalypse. His wife was a kindergarten teacher, and they had a lovely 6-year-old daughter. They had a mortgage on a house of over 70 square meters in the Dragon District. Both parents were alive and had pensions, and the two elderly people took care of their granddaughter at home. This was a happy family. However, such happiness was destroyed the moment the apocalypse broke out. Sun Tian remembered clearly that night when his parents, who he thought had just caught a cold, mutated and became mutated beings. He could only endure the pain in his heart and kill them. After hiding in his house for a few days, Sun Tian's family had to find refuge in the sewers when their food ran out and the temperature became unbearably low. Unfortunately, they were unlucky. The Hanwei base they joined was extremely brutal. Fortunately, he had the foresight to disguise his wife to look ghastly and had been hiding in a corner of the underground parking lot, so she did not suffer the same fate as other women who were more attractive. Otherwise, given his wife's looks, he couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened to her. Luckily, the Hanwei base was swallowed by the Hope base. Sun Tian initially thought that the Hope base was similar to the Hanwei base. Although he had heard rumors that the Hope base was like a paradise, he did not believe such bases truly existed. After all, even official bases could not be called paradises, as there were daily death for various reasons. Especially when Sun Tian saw the Hope base leader Han Xiaofan killing people as easily as killing chickens. He became even more worried that the Hope base would be more brutal than the Hanwei base. Just as Sun Tian was hesitating whether to risk leaving the Hanwei base with his wife and daughter, he was surprised that the Hanwei base was quickly taken down by a single person. Once all the survivors of the Hanwei base were gathered by the Hope base, Sun Tian realized there was no chance to escape. In fact, he felt a sense of relief because he saw that the people from the Hope base were not like those from the Hanwei base. The Hope base seemed to be a much friendlier place for survivors. Indeed, when handling the tyrants of the Hanwei base, they relocated all survivors to the Hope base without abandoning the elderly and children, which reassured Sun Tian even more. When Sun Tian's family and others arrived at the underground city base, he was left speechless, feeling immensely grateful that he hadn't taken his family away. Otherwise, once he learned about the specific situation of the Hope base, he would definitely have regretted it. After registering their information and being assigned a room, Sun Tian's family, being a family of 3, received a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, a bathroom, and a toilet. It was quite similar to a typical suite, except it lacked a kitchen. The appliances and furniture were relatively complete, and the base also provided them with several sets of clothing and some toiletries for free. Of course, the most important part was that each newcomer received 1,000 credit points, meaning Sun Tian's family had 3,000 credit points in total. Once they entered their room and closed the door, Sun Tian's family explored the entire apartment. Then they sat together on the sofa in the living room, and for a moment, they fell into silence. Sun Tian's wife, Zhong Yingying, hesitated and said, "Honey, shall we take a shower first? We still need to go to the cafeteria for dinner. What do you think?" He replied, while his wife and daughter went to take a shower. Sun Tian sat in a daze for a while, mainly thinking about how great it would be if his parents hadn't mutated. However, he also knew that his family was lucky to be alive. Compared to most survivors, they were much better off. In this apocalyptic world, many survivors were essentially alone, and their situations were far more tragic than his. After thinking for a while, Sun Tian took out some useless items from the luggage bag, organized the useful things, put some decent clothes into the wardrobe, and naturally threw the useless items into the outside trash can. Once his wife and daughter finished showering, Sun Tian also enjoyed a comfortable shower, feeling as if he had never felt this good in his life. This was because he hadn't bathed since the apocalypse began, and he could smell himself and felt nauseous. This might also be why the base required them to shower before going to the cafeteria for dinner. "Okay, my little treasure smells so good now. Let's go eat," Sun Tian said, holding his daughter, whose cheeks had sunken in from malnutrition. He felt very heartbroken, but at least his daughter was still alive. If she had died during the apocalypse, he knew both he and his wife would not have been able to survive. He had seen many survivors who chose to end their lives after losing their loved ones and hope. "Daddy, do we really have food to eat?" His innocent and lovely 6-year-old daughter, Sun Jiai, had grown quite understanding. She knew her dad had to go out daily to search for supplies and trade for very little food. So she was a bit worried that this new base was just like the one they had previously lived in. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We can have enough to eat here. You'll see when we get to the cafeteria. Let's go," Sun Tian said as he held his daughter with one arm and took his wife's hand with the other, stepping out the door. Once they were outside, many survivors had already exited their homes. Everyone living in this area were newcomers to the Hope base, meaning they were all originally from the Hanwei base. They had all showered and changed into new clothes, and although everyone looked pale and thin, compared to the numbness they had experienced at the Hanwei base, all their faces now bore expressions of anticipation and their eyes were filled with hope. After all, the Hope base, resembling extraterrestrial technology, made everyone realize that their future would be as normal as it was before the apocalypse. With signs guiding them and the elderly residents of the base leading the way, the newcomers smoothly arrived at the cafeteria. The cafeteria was similar to a university cafeteria before the apocalypse, capable of accommodating 2,000 people for meals, with 10 serving windows. The survivors who joined the Hope base were all from the Dragon District, so they were naturally familiar with such cafeterias, as 90% of them were college graduates. They picked up their utensils at the cafeteria entrance and went to serve themselves. Rice was served in 10 large containers, and there were a few containers of free soup available for the base residents. Only the main dishes required credit points. "Quick, let's get our food." Chapter 86, Speech 3 of the same, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes. Thank you. Okay, all set. 15 credit points. Good, it's been scanned, thank you. The fragrant dishes were steaming hot, and many people eagerly began eating before even sitting down. For them, after experiencing over 10 days of hellish life during the apocalypse, what they looked forward to most was a satisfying meal. Even if they died immediately after eating, it would be worth it. Before the apocalypse, they had never thought that having enough to eat would be such a difficult thing. But their experiences in the apocalypse taught them that being able to eat enough was a luxury. Now, they have joined the Hope base, which feels like a paradise. And for these newcomers, it seems like a dream. If it weren't for the cafeteria in front of them and the real food, they might not feel much of a sense of reality. Once the newcomers started eating, many of them were moved to tears, realizing how happy and satisfied it is to have food. "It's delicious, Dad, Mom." 6-year-old Sun Jiai could already eat by herself, happily chatting with their parents while eating. If it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, dad will get more. Seeing their daughter eating with a face full of happiness. Son Tian and his wife, Zhong Yingying, both smiled joyfully, taking the opportunity to fill their own stomachs. Fortunately, after the apocalypse, due to the virus and spiritual energy, even ordinary people's bodies have been somewhat enhanced. Not to mention those who often hunt mutated rats. They consume the cores of these rats daily, which strengthens their bodies. This is why they can eat so heartily after being hungry for so long. Otherwise, with their previous physical condition, such eating habits would definitely cause problems. Just as the Sun family was enjoying their meal, a series of greetings came from the cafeteria entrance. "Hello, leader. I met the leader." "Hello, leader." Sun Tian saw that everyone else stood up, gazing at a group of people with admiration. He immediately recognized the man in the middle, surrounded by the crowd, as Han Xiaofan, the leader of the Hope Base, along with the base's leadership team. Han Xiaofan brought the leadership team to the cafeteria not just to visit the more than 500 newcomers who had just joined the base. He also intended to speak to them. Although he doesn't often stay in the base, and most affairs are managed by Chunjie and her team, it doesn't mean he doesn't care about the base. He wanted the residents to know that he, as the leader, is the true core of the base, which would help reduce unnecessary troubles. Even though he could easily solve these troubles, it's best if they don't arise at all. Everyone, today we have more than 500 new residents joining the Hope Base. They, like you, have struggled to survive in the apocalypse. I hope you old residents can sincerely accept them and help them truly integrate into this big family of the base, so that our base can develop and grow better. Hearing that leader Han Xiaofan was treating them to a meal without spending any credit points, everyone present happily shouted, "Thank you for the treat, leader." "Thank you, leader. We want waste food. In the apocalypse, food is the most important thing. If anyone in the cafeteria dares to waste food, other residents might take action against them without the need for the base's security officers, because in the apocalypse, food is essential for survival." After Han Xiaofan finished speaking, he took the senior members of the base and left the cafeteria, knowing that if they stayed, the residents would feel more restrained while eating. The people living in a manor are either the management of the base or their close relatives and friends. For instance, Song Xiaobin and Tong Gang are evolvers, so they naturally qualify to live in the manor. Wan Xiaoyan is not only Song Xiaobin's classmate, but also his girlfriend, while Du Honghai is both their classmate and friend, so they also live in the manor. At the long table, there were 25 adults and 3 children. Chen Jie's 6-year-old daughter Chen Baoer, Li Xiong's 7-year-old daughter Li Xiaona, and Yin Luo's 1-year-old daughter Yin Xiaobai, who was too young to eat by herself and was in her mother's arms. The dishes were served, and everyone sat down. The adults who could drink had alcohol, while those who couldn't had drinks, and the 2 children had juice. Han Xiaofan noticed that everyone was waiting for him to speak before starting to eat, so he didn't decline, as he was the leader of the base. Today we have many newcomers joining the base. Our base will become stronger and stronger. In the future, perhaps our base will become the hope of humanity. Of course, we're still far from this hope, but I hope everyone can work towards this goal. He continued, also, 3 evolvers have joined the base. There's Song Xiaobin, whose ability is to control earth elements. "Hello everyone, I am Song Xiaobin, and I hope to receive your guidance." Hearing leader Han Xiaofan introduce him, Song Xiaobin stood up to introduce himself, and the others smiled and nodded, appreciating the polite young man. Next, Han Xiaofan introduced Tong Gang and the others, allowing everyone present to get to know them. The others were smart enough to realize that leader Han Xiaofan would definitely value the 3 evolvers, which is why they were allowed to live in the manor. All right, I've finished speaking. Everyone raise your glasses and wish for good health and for the base to get better and better. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone go ahead and eat. We're all family here, so no need for formality. Soon, the atmosphere in the cafeteria became lively, especially as the men who enjoyed drinking clinked glasses, and the women also had plenty to talk about, chatting and laughing while enjoying the delicious food. If survivors still struggling in hunger and cold were to see this scene, they would undoubtedly feel envious and jealous to the point of despair. Chapter 87. Arrangements. Song Xiaobin and the others had never realized that being full could be such a blissful thing. Although they tried to control their speed, They still appear to be wolfing down their food compared to others. Luckily, no one laughed at them, which made them feel a lot more relaxed. The couple Yin Luo and his wife were the same, but their self-control was better, and they didn't eat too quickly. For them, feeding their daughter was the most important thing. They hadn't expected that there was actually infant formula in the Hope base. Butler, who had sent them 2 cans, telling them it was a gift from the leader. Although they would need to spend credit points to buy more from the base supermarket after finishing these 2 cans. Yin Luo was confident he could provide the best formula for his daughter. As an evolver, his monthly salary was definitely not low. And if he joined the guard team for outings, there would be additional subsidies. After dinner, the group didn't disperse but stayed for a meeting that Han Xiaofan wanted to hold with the base S officials. The 3 evolvers, Song Xiaobin, Tong Gang, and Yin Luo, also participated in this meeting. There was a spacious conference room on the 3rd floor, and Han Xiaofan and his group found seats there. Hu Xiaoli arranged for maids to serve tea to everyone, and those who like coffee could have coffee as well. All right, this meeting is mainly to assign positions to Song Xiaobin and the other 2, and to discuss how to build a resource exchange center, ensuring its location is safe for survivors coming to exchange resources. Additionally, we need to recruit about 500 more people. The base's maximum capacity is 2,000. Let us hear everyone's opinions. After listening to Leader Han Xiaofan's words, everyone present looked at Chen Jie. If the Hope base were considered company, Han Xiaofan would be the chairman, while Chen Jie would be the general manager, so it would be natural for her to be the first to speak. Chen Jie could naturally see everyone's gaze on her. She confidently spoke up. Leaders and everyone, I believe the Resource Exchange Center should be built in the sewers or underground transit tunnels, not on the surface. No one knows if the extreme cold temperatures will continue to drop, and according to Dr. Ye's estimates, it may take hundreds of years for Blue Star to end this extreme night situation. If the exchange center is built on the surface, there may not be many survivors who can brave the fierce winds, snowstorms, and extreme cold to exchange resources, which would be completely meaningless. As for why not open a window at Hope Base, like a bank service window for those survivors exchanging resources? Everyone present, except for Song Xiaobin and the other 2 who are not yet familiar with the uniqueness of Hope Base, knows that Hope Base is essentially indestructible. Indeed, regardless of the tools used, the entire underground city base has indestructible properties. They also know that the underground city base has unobservable characteristics from the outside. They can be sure that the underground city base is right beneath the Jingle Villa district. But even if they dig 1,000 meters from the sewer on the street outside the Jingle Villa district towards the villa area, they can dig a hole smoothly, but cannot reach the underground city base, as if the underground city base exists in another spatial dimension. As others nodded in contemplation, Chun Jie continued, coincidentally, our base has Song Xiaobin and the other 2 here. Song Xiaobin and Yin Luo have the ability to control earth elements, which will be greatly beneficial for constructing the Resource Exchange Center. At the very least, they can serve as the main force for the construction project. Moreover, the base can also mobilize quite a few people to help. I estimate that we should be able to complete the construction of the Exchange Center in just 5 days. Yes, that is a good suggestion, Chun. Does anyone have a different opinion? Han Xiaofan observed that everyone appeared to agree and had no different suggestions. He continued, so how do we recruit 500 more survivors? In fact, as long as survivors believe that the rumors about Hope Base being a paradise are true, there would be no shortage of survivors wanting to join. Unfortunately, in this apocalyptic world, what survivors lack is precisely trust. If Song Xiaobin and the others were not confident in their own abilities, they would not risk being attacked by mutated monsters or being deceived to join Hope Base. After all, they were living much better in the sewers than other survivors. Survivors throughout the entire Dragon region had heard of Hope Base, but almost no one believed it could be so good. After all, many private bases deceive survivors with good conditions to lure them in. And once they join a private base, their lives and deaths are no longer in their own hands. Many live lives not much different from ancient slaves. This has made other survivors even more vigilant. Leader, I think we can cooperate with the official base. Don't they need our vegetables? The official base, due to its large population, not only lacks food and warm clothing, but also attracts attack from mutated beast hordes because thousands of people are gathered together. I believe they wouldn't mind reducing some of their population. 500 people would be just right for them, neither too many nor too few. This suggestion came from Tianjun, who was originally a soldier and grew up in an orphanage, being nurtured by the state. Therefore, he hoped to contribute to the country. But of course, he is now a member of Hope Base, and his first consideration is always the future of Hope Base. Upon hearing Tianjun's idea, others also began to speak up. This method is good. It's much faster than passively absorbing those survivors. I just wonder if the official will agree. It should be possible. After all, we have a cooperative relationship with the official base, so this shouldn't be difficult. Exactly, this method is good. We can increase by 500 people in one go. All right, everyone, let us quiet down. Tomorrow we are going to have another resource transaction with the official base, right? We can test the waters with them tomorrow. The next issue is assigning positions to Song Xiaobin and the other two. Since all three are evolved beings, I suggest forming the 4th and 5th Guard squads and a reconnaissance team. Song Xiaobin can be the captain of the 4th Guard squad. Yin Luo can lead the 5th Guard squad, and Tong Gang, who controls wind elements, can be the captain of the reconnaissance team. Does anyone have any objections? Song Xiaobin and the other two naturally had no objections to holding leadership positions. They were just surprised by leader Han Xiaofan's decisiveness. They had just joined Hope Base and had not achieved any merits yet they could hold official positions. They all stood up to express their gratitude and assured that they would not disappoint the leader's expectations and would do their jobs well. All right, let us disperse. The meeting lasted less than half an hour before it was adjourned. Since Song Xiaobin and the others had just joined Hope Base and had not yet explored properly, they agreed to go to the first floor to take a look, especially to visit the supermarket to buy some things. Chapter 88. Supermarket. There was no distinction between day and night on Blue Star anymore. Surviving humans could only determine the time using tools like watches. Hope Base had a smart control center that managed everything in the base, and the AI could simulate day and night by controlling all the lights in the base. When Song Xiaobin and the others finished dinner and came out of the manor, many lights in the base had been turned off, and the remaining lights were dim. Only the lights on the walls of the passageways were bright, resembling street lamps. This change made Song Xiaobin and the others sigh, as it was their first time witnessing such a situation. They hadn't expected to live a normal life reminiscent of the pre-apocalypse inside the base, which brought them great joy. The supermarket was on the first floor. Song Xiaobin, the four of them, and Yin Luo's family took the elevator to the first floor. Just like the third floor, only the lights on the walls of the passageways were lit, while the lights on the dome were all turned off. In addition to watching movies, many people were relaxing or engaging in sports activities in the park, recreational center, and sports center on the first floor. Of course, the only supermarket in the base was also a must-visit place for many residents. Having just joined the base, there were many places Song Xiaobin and the others had not yet seen, and this visit allowed them to explore thoroughly. The first floor of the base was roughly the size of a small community, and with only about 1,500 people in the entire base, this thought indeed seemed accurate. Seeing so many people in the apocalypse made Song Xiaobin and the others feel quite good. After all, they were all Chinese and naturally hoped that more Chinese could survive in this apocalyptic world. Otherwise, in 100 years, it might lead to the extinction of the Chinese race. Especially when they saw some children chasing and playing, the adults had joyful smiles on their faces. As long as humanity has children, the future of humanity will not be cut off. The park was not large, only a few hundred square meters, with many elderly people and children relaxing on the grass. Song Xiaobin and the others quickly walked around and then proceeded to check out the recreational center, where some elderly people were playing chess or poker, and some children were playing games. A group of people went to the sports center to take a look. Most of the people engaging in sports activities inside were young adults. They all understood that exercising was still very important in this apocalyptic world, especially with the information released by the base. Consuming some crystal cores daily and then performing extreme physical exercises could strengthen their bodies. Even if they didn't have to venture out onto the surface, being physically stronger would bring many benefits, such as being less prone to illness. It was rumored that a stronger body would also lead to a relatively longer lifespan, though there was no evidence to prove this. Brother Bin, has our lifespan really been extended? Asked Tong Gang. No one dislikes living longer, and he naturally hoped that the lifespan of evolvers could increase. Song Xiaobin was not just talking nonsense. This was a request from Yi Lanxin to Han Xiaofan. After all, apart from Han Xiaofan, who was suspected to be an evolver, only Song Xiaobin and 2 others were evolvers in the entire base. Yi Lanxin would not use Han Xiaofan as an experiment, especially since Han Xiaofan knew he was not an evolver. He had merely merged with a mysterious crystal. That's right. If Dr. Yi can really develop the genetic serum, the future development of our base will be limitless. Yin Luo hoped that Yi Lanxin could indeed develop the genetic serum. Otherwise, the gap between evolvers and ordinary people would grow larger over time, and a deep chasm would form between the two in the future. Even with a strong leader to suppress it, the conflict between the two would become greater, and it would be irreconcilable. Even now, hearing that the lifespan of evolvers might be extended, Du Honghai and Wan Xiaoyan, as ordinary people, showed envy on their faces. Let us go to the supermarket and see if there is anything good to buy. Let us go. I didn't expect we could still shop at a supermarket in the apocalypse. I want to buy more snacks. Honey, we need to buy a few cans of milk powder for our daughter. Okay, don't worry. According to Butler Hu, the supplies in the supermarket are definitely not lacking. The supermarket in the base has an area of 1,000 square meters, making it the largest building on the first floor. The supermarket has 3 floors, totaling over 3,000 square meters. The first floor is the food area, the second floor is the general merchandise area, and the third floor is a mixed area of general merchandise and food. There are naturally no specialty counters or fresh food areas. Almost all residents of the base work for the base, with no businesses or adventure teams formed to venture out for supplies. This is mainly because the base has a small population, and Han Xiaofan does not want residents to suffer significant losses while searching for supplies. After all, the base is a guard team that goes out to hunt mutated monsters and gather supplies. Only when the base expands in the future and the population increases will Han Xiaofan consider lifting these restrictions. As for how he knew that the underground base could expand, he learned from Xiao Ji in his mind that as long as the population reaches 2,000 and those 2,000 people can live happily in the base, with most of them developing a sense of belonging to the base, the underground base would expand in scope and levels. At that time, they could recruit more survivors, and the underground base would continue to grow. How large it could expand would depend on the number of survivors recruited. When Han Xiaofan heard this information from Xiao Ji, he suspected that what was in his mind was somewhat like an item from a fantasy novel. However, he had no evidence to prove that the crystal was such an item. Nevertheless, he was well aware that there would come a day when he would know the truth. After Song Xiaobin and the others entered the supermarket, the layout and setup inside were not much different from a normal supermarket before the apocalypse. The front of the first floor had a hall, a reception desk, several cash registers, and a main passage leading into the supermarket. There were still many customers coming in and out, some checking out at the cash registers, which was not much different from shopping in a normal supermarket before the apocalypse. It was just that before, they used mobile payments, while now they used wristbands to pay with credit points. Let us go to the third floor to buy milk powder and meet back on the first floor later, okay? Okay, see you later. Song Xiaobin and his 3 companions parted ways with Yin Luo's family of 3 at the elevator on the first floor. They all pushed shopping carts to buy their favorite items, especially Wan Xiaoyan, who could no longer contain her shopping impulse and rushed directly to the snack area with the 3 men. Chapter 89. Hesitation. Lu Xianhong, the campus beauty before the apocalypse, is now the most beautiful woman in the base, as voted by some young men in the base. It can be said that there are no fewer than 800 young men who have a crush on Lu Xianhong in the base. But they all have a sense of self-awareness and know that such a beauty is not someone they can pursue. Originally, Han Xiaofan wanted to arrange Lu Xianhong as Chunjia's assistant, but Lu Xianhong refused. She knew her own worth and didn't want to suddenly become a high-ranking official in the base. Instead, she wanted to train and rely on her abilities to rise to a high position in the future. In the end, Han Xiaofan arranged for her to be the manager of the base supermarket, which was somewhat related to her part-time job before the apocalypse. In fact, Lu Xianhong knew very well that Han Xiaofan had feelings for her. Although she was grateful for Han Xiaofan's life-saving grace and had some affection for him, It was not yet to the extent of love. She felt that it was best to let things develop naturally. Sitting in the supermarket office, she was the only manager present. The other supervisors were busy outside. She was in a daze, thinking about what Chunjie had said to her a few days ago, feeling a bit hesitant and unsure whether to agree to her words. A few days ago at noon, Chunjie had specifically come to the supermarket office to chat with Lu Xianhong, and the conversation was about some special circumstances concerning Han Xiaofan. Since the apocalypse began, Han Xiaofan's heart had become increasingly indifferent over time. This indifference was not only reflected in his attitude toward people, but also in his personality, which had become increasingly stern, almost devoid of humanity, as if he was transforming from human to God, with a condescending gaze toward others. Yi Lanxin, a top scientist in Huagua, although she had not yet determined why Han Xiaofan had undergone such changes, knew that if no measures were taken soon, and if Han Xiaofan's humanity completely disappeared, it would definitely lead to significant problems that could endanger the lives of everyone in the base. This was no joke. Upon hearing that Han Xiaofan had undergone such changes, Lu Xianhong combined it with her memories of Han Xiaofan's true self and personality before the apocalypse, when he was just an ordinary supermarket manager, a very normal person. The contrast with the Han Xiaofan she saw after the apocalypse was indeed significant. Even if survivors had experienced many brutal events during the apocalypse, a person's personality could not change so completely. Lu Xianhong knew that Chunjie was not lying. What she said was likely true. However, Lu Xianhong did not understand why Chunjie had told her these things. She didn't beat around the bush, but directly asked for the reason. After hearing Lu Xianhong's inquiry, Chunjie showed an embarrassed expression on her face and hesitated for a while before saying, "Dr. Yi told us that one way to alleviate, or rather delay, the changes happening to Xiaofan is to increase his humanity. I'll let you in on a secret. Xiaofan only appears more excited and animated when he is with us, especially at night, during those activities, showing normal emotional fluctuations of a man. Dr. Yi advised us to engage in more exercises and to let Xiaofan have more women. Lastly, we hope to have Xiaofan become a father as soon as possible. For the people of Huagua, passing on the family line is a deeply ingrained tradition. As long as there are children involved, Xiaofan will definitely not completely turn into a god. He will always remain human. I know you and Xiaofan were colleagues recently, and he probably had a crush on you. I hope that if you want to find a man to marry, you would consider Xiaofan. Otherwise, we worry that if you marry another man, it might lead to some undesirable outcomes. Please think about it seriously." Recalling Chunjie's expression when she said those words, Lu Xianhong understood that she was not exaggerating. The base currently encourages couples to apply for marriage and register as spouses, and they will also allocate rooms for newlyweds. There are quite a few newlywed couples, and the base promotes men and women to find their other halves again, not only to reduce the sadness of those who lost their partners during the apocalypse, but also, more importantly, to increase the population. After all, without newborns, humanity has no future. Lu Xianhong was also hesitating whether to simply become Han Xiaofan's woman, as, no matter how she looked at it, her future man could only be him, and it couldn't be another man. Forget it. Han Xiaofan won't turn into a god anytime soon. If it weren't for Dr. Yi Lanxin's speculation about becoming a god, Lu Xianhong would never have believed such fantastical scenarios. However, since it was Dr. Yi who said it, the assumption is quite reliable. Although she didn't know Dr. Ye's true identity, the higher-ups in the base could guess that someone protected by elite special forces like Ouyang couldn't just be a simple researcher. After daydreaming in the office for a while, Lu Xianhong finally left the office to inspect the market outside. After all, the supermarket business is best at night. While there might not be any disputes like those before the apocalypse, she still needed to be responsible. I want this, that, and also that. Wan Xiaoyan's face was filled with smiles because Tong Gang and Du Honghai were quite perceptive. They had separated to shop. After all, the two of them were just big lights when they stayed with Song Xiaobin. Being able to shop in the supermarket with her crush was something that could only exist in her fantasies before the apocalypse. And she never expected it to come true now, making Wan Xiaoyan very happy. Okay, no rush. Brother Yin and the others won't finish picking their items that quickly. Looking at Wan Xiaoyan's happy smile, Song Xiaobin couldn't help but show a hint of indulgence. They had already confirmed their relationship and planned to register as a couple in a few days. Both had lost their families and needed the comfort of kinship. In the apocalypse, anything could happen. As one of the base's evolvers, Song Xiaofan would spend most of his time outside in the future, and encountering unexpected situations was highly likely. He didn't want to leave any regrets. As for whether people would think he was selfish in a world facing an apocalypse, who would care about that? Both were 18, considered adults now. The base's regulations allowed 18-year-olds to marry and become a couple, and they fully met the criteria. Bin, look, that's Manager Lu, so beautiful. Wan Xiaoyan exclaimed as she saw a stunning beauty with flowing long hair walking down the aisle. Even someone as beautiful as Wan Xiaoyan found Lu Xianhong stunning. So one could imagine just how breathtaking Lu Xianhong's appearance was. All customers in the supermarket were stunned upon seeing Lu Xianhong for the first time, regardless of age or gender. However, Lu Xianhong's name was well known in the base, as most men in the base regarded her as the #1 beauty. Everyone knew that this #1 beauty would likely become the woman of the leader, Han Xiaofan, and no one dared to have thoughts about her, nor would any fool pursue her. Song Xiaofan naturally noticed Lu Xianhong. In fact, during lunch, he felt that whether it was Lu Xianhong or Yi Lanxin and the other women, they were all very beautiful. He felt as if all the beauties in Deep City had joined the Hope Base, and he didn't dare to look at them casually during lunch for fear of being misunderstood by the leader. Xiaoyan, you're not any worse than her. Bin, you're really sweet-talking. Wan Xiaoyan knew very well that her crush was lying, but women are like that. No matter which woman is praised by her beloved, she would feel very happy, and she was no exception. Chapter 90. Transaction. The next day, after Han Xiaofan finished breakfast, he brought Lu Ming and several elders to the farm's vegetable field. The field was filled with various vegetables that looked quite appetizing. Such vegetables were more expensive than ordinary mutated beast meat. As humans couldn't eat meat every day, they also needed to absorb certain vitamins. And vegetables were rich in various vitamins. The base's agriculture primarily consisted of farms and breeding farms, managed by Lu Ming's father, Luan, and Elder Wei. They were not just managers but also engaged in manual labor, as for many older Chinese, farming is ingrained in their genes. These vegetables are great. They can mature in just a few days. If only they could grow this fast before the apocalypse, Luan said while directing farm workers to harvest vegetables. And Lu Ming, beside him, tried to signal his father to be quiet. The cadres in the base had long discussed the rapid growth of plants on the land. They believed that while the apocalypse virus or spiritual energy played a role, the main reason was the underground city base. This is good. The rice we planted can be harvested soon, and by then, our base will be completely self-sufficient. You don't have to worry about food shortages in the base. Han Xiaofan understood that Luan was not testing him. He knew what kind of person Luan was. However, he still said a few words to reassure others that the base would not lack food in the future, which was also to stabilize people's minds. Upon hearing the leader's words, Elder Wei interjected, "Yes, the leader is right. Food is fundamental in the apocalypse." Elder Wei was very grateful to leader Han Xiaofan, as without him, the couple wouldn't have survived. They would have died long ago in the family building of the first hospital in Long District, let alone living so well now. He knew that many private bases did not accept the elderly and children. The elderly and children were the first group to be eliminated in this apocalypse. Only official bases and the Hope base accepted so many elderly and children. Everyone move quickly. The people from the official base should be waiting for us there. Okay. Han Xiaofan and the others didn't just stand there. They all went down to the field to harvest vegetables quickly. In less than half an hour, 2,000 gene of vegetables were harvested, packed in foam boxes, and sealed with plastic wrap. One member of the escort team carried a box, all following behind Han Xiaofan. With him leading the way, there was no need to worry about any dangers, whether from mutated monsters or other survivors. He could easily handle them all. After leaving the underground base and coming to the surface, the environment remained as harsh as ever. Polar night, extreme cold, and howling blizzards, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. With Han Xiaofan turning on the flashlight to lead the way, the members of the escort team could see the path ahead. In the Jingle Villa area, there were still hidden sentinels from the escort team on guard. They did not come out to greet their leader, but silently observed from the shadows. The Sentinels all knew that this was their leader Han Xiaofan, leading the escort team to trade supplies with the officials, the most crucial of which was ammunition. Since the firearms at the Hope Base were all traded from the officials, and the Hope Base did not have a bullet production line, relying solely on trade with the officials. After half an hour, they arrived at the trading market set up by the officials. Several logistical officials were already waiting for Han Xiaofan and his team, as the vegetable trade every 2 days was essential for the officials. Although several thousand pounds of vegetables were just a drop in the bucket for the official base with a population of 5,000, it was still much better than having none at all. At the very least, it allowed the ordinary citizens to taste vegetables and provided everyone at the base with some vitamins. However, this situation made some people within the official base unhappy. They did not want to share these vegetables with the ordinary citizens and preferred to enjoy them alone. This group was led by the chief security officer, Xiaofan, who advocated for expelling the useless individuals from the base, especially the old, weak, sick, and disabled, arguing that they should not consume the limited resources of the base. However, Zhao Nongxin's proposals were jointly rejected by the base's administrative officer, Chao Weimin, and military officer Jiang Yunbang, which only deepened Zhao Nongxin's dissatisfaction. He had already decided to seize power in the base, and his ambitions could no longer be suppressed. With the rejection from Chao Weimin and Jiang Yunbang, many who wished to enjoy privileges chose to side with Zhao Nongxin. The atmosphere in the official base changed significantly, and even ordinary people could sense the undercurrents. Besides the logistical personnel from the official base, Han Xiaofan also saw Zhao Jianjun's special forces team. There were 6 members in their team, and they did not say anything to Han Xiaofan. It was only after Han Xiaofan completed the supply trade with the official logistics personnel that Zhao Jianjun spoke up. "Leader Han, may I take a moment of your time? I have something important to discuss with you." Hearing Zhao Jianjun's words, Han Xiaofan speculated about what he wanted to talk about. Could it be about Dr. Yulanxin? Although he was pondering this in his mind, his expression remained as indifferent as ever. "Sure, shall we go to your place?" Having prepared for a possible refusal from Han Xiaofan, Zhao Jianjun was pleasantly surprised by his quick agreement. He quickly responded, "Yes, let's talk at our place." Although the logistical personnel from the official base did not know why Zhao Jianjun's special forces team was looking for Han Xiaofan, they had no authority over Zhao Jianjun and his group. Even the base's commanders could not intervene, as Zhao Jianjun's team did not belong to the jurisdiction of the Long District base, but were part of the forces from the Deep City Central Base. Moreover, their confidentiality level was high. The Long District could only assist in Zhao Jianjun's missions or actions. The place where Zhao Jianjun's special forces team stayed was right at the market trading center. Originally meant to be an office for subway personnel, it had been remodeled into a dorm-like room with several iron bunk beds and a warming fireplace. The fireplace was burning charcoal, ensuring that the room would not be too cold. "Lu Meng, you all wait outside. You two go outside." Han Xiaofan and Zhao Jianjun left their subordinates outside the room. Zhao Jianjun did not brew tea, as tea leaves were currently a luxury item. Anything that was not food was not the primary target for official resource collection. Only food was of utmost importance. After taking a sip of the boiling water poured by Zhao Jianjun, Han Xiaofan did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Captain Zhao, what do you want to discuss with me?" Chapter 91. Secrecy. Hearing Han Xiaofan's question, Zhao Jianjun momentarily did not know where to start, as he had come to find Han Xiaofan on orders from his superiors. The main reason was that although Zhao Jianjun did not want to admit it, he was somewhat afraid of Han Xiaofan. This was because he and his team members had witnessed how easily Han Xiaofan slaughtered those mutated monsters, which they avoided at all costs. To Han Xiaofan, it was as simple as killing a chicken. Moreover, Zhao Jianjun's team had been investigating the Hope Base in recent days. The more they investigated, the more they understood the mysteries surrounding Han Xiaofan, reporting Han Xiaofan's various situations to their superiors. They were told to get close to Han Xiaofan and could share some information that only the officials had. In fact, if the officials still had control over the region like they did before the apocalypse, they would definitely find a way to uncover the secrets surrounding Han Xiaofan. After all, an underground base that did not exist in this space was worthy of the officials' attention, not to mention that Han Xiaofan had become so powerful in just a few weeks. Unfortunately, the largest official base in Deep City, the Fuxing base, could not allocate most of its forces to the Long District. The Long District's strength could not threaten the Hope base, so cultivating a good relationship with Han Xiaofan was the only option for the officials. Another reason was that Yi Lanxin was very likely in the Hope base. It is worth noting that Yi Lanxin was a national treasure-level scientist in Huagua, and her importance was self-evident. For her safety, the Deep City officials did not dare to take overly aggressive measures against Han Xiaofan. After all, although the capital base of Huagua had very weak control over local official bases, it did not mean that the capital could not deal with the local bases. It was just that the cost would be too high. The capital controlled all of Huagua's major weapons. Even if satellite guidance could not be used now and the harsh environment outside was unsuitable for aircraft takeoff, there are still many other ways to launch major weapons to attack a certain place. Yes, Leader Han, I am here on orders from my superiors to discuss some important matters with you, and I hope you can listen carefully. Hearing Zhao Jianjun's serious words, Han Xiaofan's cold expression became slightly more serious, and he adopted an attentive posture. Seeing Han Xiaofan become serious, Zhao Jianjun felt a bit more at ease. As for why Han Xiaofan was so indifferent, he understood that it was just Han Xiaofan's character and not a sign of disdain towards him. He continued, Leader Han should know that the virus is an ancient virus, but I don't know if you are aware that a brand new gas has emerged on Blue Star, which is very similar to the spiritual energy found in fantasy novels. Han Xiaofan was not surprised that the officials could discover spiritual energy so quickly. Rather, it would be strange if the Huagua officials could not find out about it. After all, even though Huagua had lost a large portion of its population, resources, and territory, the power that the officials could wield was not comparable to that of private bases or factions. He nodded to indicate that he was aware of this spiritual energy. Seeing Han Xiaofan nod, Zhao Jianjun was not surprised. With a national treasure-level scientist, Yi Lanxin, around, it would be odd if the Hope base did not discover it. Of course, he was unaware that Han Xiaofan might be the first human to discover this spiritual energy on the entire Blue Star. Next, Zhao Jianjun shared many secret messages that only major powers on Blue Star generally know. Of course, if time passes, the remaining humans on Blue Star will eventually learn about them, but that will take a long time. For now, Zhao Jianjun relaying official news allows Han Xiaofan to be informed of many secrets that are difficult for individuals to know. From their names, one can discern their characteristics. The long-haired monster, with a slender figure and incredible speed, possesses agility traits, long limbs, and sharp claws that can easily cut through human flesh. Ordinary people encountering such monsters face almost certain death unless they can hide and escape in narrow spaces inside buildings. In open environments, survival is nearly impossible. The second type is the alien monster, which is similar in size to the long-haired monster but prefers to run on all fours. It has balanced speed and strength, terrifying jumping ability, capable of easily jumping to heights of 10 stories. Its mouth and teeth resemble those of a crocodile, with an astonishing bite force. Its tongue can launch attacks up to 2 meters long. Its most notable feature is a spiny tail, sharp as a spear, making it highly dangerous. Ordinary people also face certain death when encountering this type of mutated monster, which enjoys ambushing its prey. Even evolved individuals or military teams can easily be wiped out by such creatures. The third type is the giant monster, towering at heights of up to 5 meters. Possessing immense strength but slow speed and limited agility, it can easily lift and throw objects weighing over 10 tons. When encountering such a monster, one should flee desperately and not attempt to fight it. Currently, only heavy weapons can kill it. The last type is the ape monster. Resembling a chimpanzee but with a thick coat of fur, they can reproduce and are the most numerous. Their physical strength and speed surpass those of ordinary people but are weaker than evolved beings. However, the intelligence of the ape monster is comparable to that of a human child, and they exhibit social behavior, with each group led by a powerful leader, typically an evolved ape monster. Other mutated animals exhibit significant atavism, with some evolving to resemble mythical creatures. The most terrifying mutated beings are found in the ocean. The plants that survive on Blue Star possess unique evolutionary abilities, with some growing to hundreds of meters tall. The most formidable tree on Blue Star, located in the Amazon rainforest, reaches 3,000 meters in height and is referred to by humans as the World Tree. Most small and medium-sized countries on Blue Star have effectively ceased to exist, with only the 5 permanent members of the Security Council maintaining relatively intact administrative and military systems. Other major powers, even if they have managed to preserve some semblance of governance, are essentially in a state of feudalism. China is relatively better off. Private bases and factions have not yet expanded to the point of challenging the official powers. However, this situation is bound to change significantly over time due to the existence of human evolutionists. Currently, evolutionists are not exceedingly powerful, and their perception is not vastly different from that of ordinary people. However, anyone with common sense knows that the future will be dominated by evolutionists, and a conflict between ordinary rulers and evolutionists is inevitable. The officials are naturally aware of this situation, but are powerless to change it. They cannot force all evolutionists to join official organizations. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Hearing Zhao Jianjun's revelations, Han Xiaofan showed no unusual expression. The world is in ruins, and whatever happens is quite normal. The crucial question is whether humanity can endure on Blue Star and avoid extinction. The unity among humans is also vital. If humans do not learn to unite, their fate is destined for extinction. Chapter 92. Request. After listening to Zhao Jianjun's secret messages, Han Xiaofan wore a thoughtful expression. He considered that the other party must have a request in sharing this information. Besides the mysterious crystal he had integrated, he was left with only the underground base. Did the officials want to seize his underground base? The underground base was bound to him, so Han Xiaofan was not worried about it being taken away. No one could take it from him. Han Xiaofan straightforwardly asked Zhao Jianjun, "You've shared so much important information with me. You must have something you need me to do, right?" Zhao Jianjun appreciated Han Xiaofan's forthrightness. As a soldier, he liked direct individuals. Thus, he did not beat around the bush and replied directly, "Well, I wouldn't say it's a request. The higher-ups hope you can rescue more survivors when possible." "Yes, the higher-ups believe so. Here, I must apologize to you." Zhao Jianjun's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he explained his team's recent explorations regarding the Hope Base and mentioned that he had reported all findings up the chain, after which he received instructions from above. "I see." Han Xiaofan nodded. He wasn't surprised. The abnormal situation of the underground base would be easy for others to detect, and he couldn't keep it a secret forever. "You must have more than this request. Is there anything else I can do?" "If I can, I will." Zhao Jianjun looked into Han Xiaofan's eyes and asked, "Leader Han, Dr. Yi should be at the Hope Base, right?" Although phrased as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. After a moment of silence, Han Xiaofan thought that admitting it was no issue, the officials must be too preoccupied to deploy too many resources against him. He believed that with his current strength, he could stand firm against the officials. Unlike at the beginning of the apocalypse, when others might have only slightly improved in strength over the course of days, while he had made significant progress. That's right. Not only is Dr. Yi Lanxin at my base, but Captain Ouyang Mei is there as well. They are both doing well, so you don't need to worry about them. Dr. Yi can continue her research work. Finally hearing the exact information about his mission target, Zhao Jianjun felt relieved. They had suspected that Yi Lanxin and Ouyang Mei were likely rescued by Han Xiaofan and were at the Hope Base, and it turned out to be true. A smile appeared on Zhao Jianjun's face as he said, "That's great. Thank you, Leader Han, for saving them. Since they are well at your base, please take good care of them, especially Dr. Yi. I can only say this. She is a national treasure-level scientist cultivated secretly by our country, and I hope you treat her well. I also hope you can utilize her abilities to research this apocalypse situation. If there are any results, the higher-ups hope you can inform us, considering we are fellow citizens of China, so that the officials can notify the survivors nationwide. Is that okay?" "Of course. That's no problem. Dr. Yi is currently researching genetic agents, and if she succeeds, I can provide a copy of the data to you. However, this data would not come for free." Han Xiaofan also intended to use the genetic agent information to exchange for important supplies from the officials. "Thank you. Rest assured, the higher-ups want to ask for your data for free. They will definitely exchange supplies with you." When Zhao Jianjun heard that Dr. Yi was researching genetic agents, his eyes lit up. This result was precisely what the officials hoped to see, as their urgency in sending him to find Dr. Yi was to have Yi Lanxin research genetic agents. After all, Yi Lanxin is a national treasure-level expert in this field. And now that she can conduct research at the Hope Base, achieving the same goal is all that matters. The two people chatted about various topics, and in the end, Zhao Jianjun told Han Xiaofan that marine mutated creatures evolve much faster than terrestrial ones. He wondered if it was because the diversity of marine life was greater than that on land. He also mentioned that if humans gathered too much, they would easily attract waves of mutated monsters from the ocean. Currently, there were over 1 million people in the Fuzone base, and the leaders were worried about a potential attack from mutated creatures in the ocean, especially since Fuzone was very close to the sea. Han Xiaofan took Zhao Jianjun's words to heart, but he thought that Longzone was still a bit distant from the ocean, about 50 kilometers away. So there wasn't much to worry about. However, the neighboring Pengzone was a different story. Pengzone also had an official base with over 10,000 survivors, along with various private bases. If marine mutated creatures really did attack humans, those people might flee towards Longzone, as it was the closest area, and the underground metro connected the two zones, leaving the survivors with no reason not to escape to Longzone. In fact, Zhao Jianjun wanted to directly invite Han Xiaofan to visit Fuzone. He had seen Han Xiaofan slaughter those mutated monsters and believed that with Han Xiaofan's strength, he could easily eliminate the threats from the mutated monsters around Fuzone, preventing the base from being overwhelmed. However, Zhao Jianjun knew that Han Xiaofan would likely refuse such an invitation, as he was not an official and had no obligation to follow official orders. If he brought it up, their relationship might become awkward, which would not be good for either side. When the guards outside saw their leader come out, they immediately greeted him respectfully. "Leader, hello." Inside and around the villa area, snow needed to be cleared daily. Otherwise, the thick snow could bury the entire villa area, making it difficult for people to enter and exit the base. However, Han Xiaofan was aware that if the blizzard continued, they could not send ordinary people out to clear the snow, as it would be easy for them to freeze to death. He wasn't worried about this situation, as the Hope Base had 2 evolvers who could control earth elements. Once they became stronger, those 2 could easily clear the snow around the villa area. Chapter 93. Surprise attack on a small hillside in Fuzone. There was a fairly large villa, 3 stories high and very luxurious. However, in this apocalyptic world, the villa was as silent as a tomb, without any lights. But this was just the surface. Beneath the villa was a hidden underground world, where a base about the same size as the villa, with 3 stories, was built. The first floor of the underground base was where Lu Sanchi's family lived. It had 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, a small cinema, a recreational room, and a bar. It was not only comfortable for Lu Sanchi's family, but also provided them with mental pleasure. The second floor was a warehouse, storing enough food for the Lu family for 10 years, including various canned goods and compressed biscuits suitable for the apocalypse. The third floor housed the central energy supply system of the underground base, featuring the latest diesel-gasoline hybrid power generation system, with a large amount of diesel and gasoline stored, along with a geothermal system. Finally, there was a piece of cultivated land about 100 square meters in size, where they could grow some vegetables. Although they had stored many vitamin supplements, having fresh vegetables would definitely be better, and they could also trade surplus goods with other survivors or the official base. As long as there were no issues, Lu Sanchi's family of 5 could safely survive in this underground base for about 10 years. They were fortunate that none of them had been infected by the virus, and Lu Sanchi was an evolver with the ability to control water elements. Because he was an evolver, Lu Sanchi needed to consume a certain number of crystal cores daily, as he understood that strength was fundamental in the apocalypse. If he did not strive to become stronger and chose to remain idle in the underground base, he believed that his family could face a grim fate when encountering stronger opponents. For the safety of his family and to gather useful and timely information, Lu Sanchi left the underground base every day to hunt weaker, mutated monsters on the surface, while also bringing supplies to the official base's trading center to exchange for goods and gather intelligence. Today, like usual, after eating, Lu Sanchi put on his cold weather gear, took his weapons, a machete and a crossbow, and packed his bag. After preparing, He bid farewell to his family, opened a 1-meter-thick steel door, stepped outside, and closed the door behind him. The outside was a sloping passageway equipped with surveillance cameras that Lu Sanshur had installed. He followed the passage to its end, where there was a wall with an iron ladder. He climbed the ladder quickly and reached the top, where there was a hatch similar to that of a nuclear submarine. After twisting open the hatch, he crawled out. The outside was a sealed space, and he closed the hatch securely, locking it again. This hatch required a special key to open, and even if someone outside had the key, they still couldn't unlock it once it was locked from the inside. Due to being an evolver, Lu Sanshur did not wear the infrared night vision goggles hanging around his neck. He only used them for appearances, putting them on when encountering survivors to keep them guessing about his true identity as an evolver. In the apocalypse, humans not only needed to guard against mutated monsters, but also had to be wary of their own kind. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Lu Sanshur had lost count of how many survivors had approached him with malicious intent, wanting to kill him and rob him of his supplies. The first time he shed blood, he felt nauseous and uneasy, but after witnessing more, he could now kill his enemies without a change in expression or heartbeat. Outside, in a room on the first floor of Lu Sanshur's villa, he emerged from a large wardrobe that was also specially designed to be locked from the inside. He listened quietly to the sounds outside, but only heard the howling wind and snow, with no other sound from mutated monsters or humans. He breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Lu Sanshur wasn't particularly worried about anyone or any monsters entering his villa. He had already modified the villa significantly, and he could monitor the villa situation from the underground base. His caution was merely a precaution. Sure enough, after coming out of the room, Lu Sanshur took some time to explore the villa and found that the first and second floors were completely covered in snow, with only the third floor exposed. Fortunately, the villa's glass was specially made and had not been crushed by the thick layers of snow. Otherwise, he suspected that the entrances he had left on the first floor would have been buried under the snow. However, Lu Sanshur wasn't too concerned about this, as he had left an escape route when building the underground base. This escape route led directly to the cliffs on the back mountain, which were dozens of meters above ground. Even if Blue Star faced 100 years of blizzards, he believed that the escape route on the cliff would not be buried. Lu Sanshur arrived at the third floor, secured the snow sled, and then climbed out of the room's window into the outside. The blizzard hit him hard, and after closing the window again, he began to glide away from the villa. The dark environment outside seemed like it could spring a mutated monster at any moment. Lu Sanshur was skiing slowly. He put on his night vision goggles to see farther and to detect danger in time. He knew that the mutated monsters now were better adapted to the extreme cold than they had been before. Their active hours had also increased, and one day, those mutated monsters would completely adapt to the extreme cold climate of Blue Star. At that point, surviving humans would face even greater difficulties. Cough. Falling in the snow, Lu Sanshur couldn't help but cough a few times. His body had sustained internal injuries, and he was unsure if his organs were damaged. If they were, it'd be troublesome. He looked up and saw the black shadow that had attacked him in the distance, a mutated monster that looked very much like an alien. His heart sank because he knew that the mutated monster in front of him was one officially classified as an alien monster and was very powerful. Chapter 94. Kill with a protruding skull, drooling mouth, and blood-red eyes revealing a bloodthirsty emotion. Its limbs were on the ground, and its claws were as sharp as blades. The most eye-catching feature was its long, barbed tail that swung back and forth. This was a monster evolved for slaughter. Now, Lu Sanshur was being targeted by such a monster. The route he had chosen was supposed to be relatively safe. At most, he would encounter a typical ape-like monster. He had never seen any other mutated monsters, but he never expected that the first one he would meet would be this one. Ranked among the top 3 for its killing attributes among many mutated monsters. Damn it, he couldn't give up. Lu Sanshur encouraged himself, knowing that if he gave up, his chances of survival would diminish significantly. Although injured, Lu Sanshur was not without the ability to fight back. He just didn't know if there were hidden alien monsters lurking nearby. After all, the official reports indicated that these alien monsters possessed considerable intelligence. The alien monster quickly couldn't hold back and charged at him, its limbs running across the snow at high speed, giving the impression of flying over grass. Lu Sancher felt that his speed was far inferior to that of the monster. No wonder the officials advised that the best way to deal with such alien monsters was to escape into a building where there was a chance to kill the opponent in a confined space. However, this also risked encountering other mutated monsters hiding inside the house. Lu Sancher chose to fight. He had carefully aimed the crossbow at the alien monster, and fortunately, it was coming in a straight line. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt accurately hit the alien monster's mouth, piercing through its throat. This might have been the first time the alien monster encountered such a weapon and was hit in a vital spot. Roar! A painful sound erupted as the alien monster stopped in its tracks, its forelimbs pressing against its mouth, apparently trying to pull out the bolt. But how could Lu Sancher allow it that opportunity? He threw the crossbow directly onto the snow, took a step forward, crossed a few meters, and came to the side of the alien monster, using his machete to strike forcefully at its neck, the blade sinking deep within. Lu Sancher targeted the neck, a decision based on the official report of the monster's weaknesses. The neck was indeed the weak point of the alien monster, but after striking once, he immediately jumped back 2 meters. Sure enough, just as Lu Sancher jumped away, the alien monster's barbed tail lunged at the spot where he had just been standing. Upon seeing the tail strike the snow, he swiftly used the machete to chop at the tail near its base. The specially made steel machete was incredibly sharp and easily severed the tail. Roar! An even more painful sound rang out. Lu Sancher did not hesitate, continuously striking at the alien monster's neck with a machete until he swiftly decapitated it. He quickly dug out the crystal core from the alien monster's body, not lingering at the scene for even a moment, and left quickly. He knew that if he didn't leave soon, he might not be able to escape, especially since the alien monster's roar had traveled far, and the scent of its blood would easily attract other mutated monsters. Just a few minutes after Lu Sancher left, dozens of fast-moving figures arrived at the corpse of the alien monster. They were all alien monsters, but they quickly began to fight amongst themselves over the dead alien monster's body. This showed that the alien monsters were not very united and would indeed kill each other. However, Lu Sancher had already left and found a building to hide in, taking refuge in a room to tend to his wounds. This was a 10-story building, buried 2 floors deep. In reality, Lu Sancher was on the 3rd floor. The room he found had no mutated monsters hiding inside. Of course, he couldn't be sure that other rooms were free of monsters, but after locking the door behind him, he began to treat his wounds. Lu Sancher first placed his backpack and equipment down, then took off his cold weather coat and lifted his thermal undershirt. He immediately saw a sizable bruise on the right side of his abdomen. Pressing on it lightly, he felt pain, but not severe pain, indicating that he probably hadn't injured his internal organs. Otherwise, he might have started coughing up blood by now. Lu Sancher took out the crystal core he had just dug from the alien monster's body. Compared to ordinary mutated monsters, this crystal core was slightly larger, about the size of a walnut. He bit it open and swallowed it. The crystal core felt like glass when squeezed, but it would soften upon entering the mouth, similar to gummy candy, so there was no worry about choking. However, shortly after swallowing it, Lu Sancher felt a slight warmth spreading through his body, and soon he experienced a floating sensation. This feeling lasted about 2 minutes before it dissipated. The stronger the monster, the longer the effect of its crystal core lasted. Regular crystal cores would only last for about a minute, while this alien monster's core lasted about twice as long. In fact, Lu Sancher knew that this feeling was the essence of the crystal core strengthening the body, akin to consuming a miraculous pill. Some heavy smokers, unable to find cigarettes, would even use crystal cores as substitutes to relieve their cravings. Lu Sancher didn't smoke, so he naturally didn't understand the discomfort felt by those old smokers when craving a cigarette. He only thought that swallowing a crystal core was somewhat similar to the intimacy between men and women. After the warm sensation faded, Lu Sancher's stomach began to growl with hunger, which was a normal reaction. Once a crystal core was swallowed, a person would start to feel hungry. He took out some mutated beast jerky from his backpack to eat. This jerky was made from mutated rat meat and could quickly replenish the energy needed by the body. After eating about a pound of mutated beast jerky, Lu Sancher finally felt full. He lifted his undershirt again to check the bruise on his abdomen, which had faded significantly. Pressing on it, he felt it was less painful. Indeed, consuming crystal cores could heal injuries, although it wasn't as exaggerated as the healing spells in fantasy novels. It was a significant improvement compared to modern medical technology. It was practically a dimensional strike. He even suspected that among the evolved beings, there were some who had awakened healing abilities. However, he had never encountered such evolved beings. Evolved beings were treasures in various factions, let alone those capable of healing injuries. They might be considered national treasures among national treasures. Having already wasted considerable time, Liu Sanshur put on his cold weather coat, strapped on his backpack, and gathered all his equipment before cautiously leaving the room. Once outside, he heard only the howling wind and no other sounds. He did not go into other rooms to gather supplies, fearing that the rooms might hide mutated monsters. After all, he didn't lack food or other supplies and didn't want to take unnecessary risks. It was better to be cautious. After exiting the building, Liu Sanshur donned his skis, aimed for the direction of the official base, and set off skiing. Chapter 95. Ping and Tower. The largest official base in the Shenzhen area is the F District base, with a population of over 1 million. The amount of resources consumed by so many people daily is astronomical. This is still with the official consciously reducing the daily food supply for survivors. Each person, whether adult or child, has a fixed amount of food that cannot be exceeded. Otherwise, if food were supplied freely, the official base would not last a month. There are a total of 5 entrances and exits for the official base, all converted from former subway stations. Due to the blizzard lasting for over 10 days, the officials simply build a passage from the original entrance to the nearest high-rise building. This way, even if the blizzard continues for a long time and buries 10 floors, the entrances inside the high-rise will not be buried under snow. Liu Sanshur was heading to the official entrance closest to his villa, which was less than 3 kilometers away. It took him an hour to arrive, partly due to an attack that wasted some time, and mostly because he had to sneak his way to the official entrance. He had to be very careful on the way, not only to avoid encountering mutated monsters, but also to be particularly wary of malicious survivors. For Liu Sanshur, he preferred to encounter mutated monsters rather than survivors, as he wouldn't know if the survivors were good people. If he had to interact with them, he would always have to be on guard, which made him feel exhausted. Anyway, it was safer to deal with other survivors after entering the official base. After all, on official territory, not many survivors dared to cause trouble. Those who did would not have a good ending. In the apocalyptic world, the officials also handle matters with special care, imposing harsh punishments on anyone who dared to violate the rules set by the authorities. Ping and Tower. A skyscraper with 100 floors stood tall against the raging blizzard, like a sword plunged into the ground. The closer one got to this building, the more survivors there were. However, Liu Sanshur did not greet the other survivors. Everyone was silent, as the apocalyptic world resembled a jungle, adhering to the ancient law of the survival of the fittest. Generally, when encountering survivors in the wild, it was best to avoid them. However, those near Ping and Tower were all survivors wanting to enter the official base to exchange supplies. Their purposes were similar, so it was natural that they wouldn't cause trouble or do anything that might provoke the officials. Upon arriving at Ping and Tower, Liu Sanshur unloaded his sled and secured it with a rope. He walked alongside the building's wall, just like the other survivors, to better avoid the snowstorm. After Liu Sanshur entered Ping and Tower through a window, he found a dozen soldiers guarding the interior. They checked each incoming survivor, allowing cold weapons into the official base, but not hot ones. Survivors could store hot weapons in lockers here, which were monitored by soldiers, as no one would dare to steal from them. Those who would do so were either foolish or seeking death. Liu Sanshur didn't need to store his crossbow and machete, as this wasn't his first time here. He naturally accepted the soldiers' insistence, registered his information, and received a badge, which served as a temporary ID for those who were not permanent residents of the official base. He accepted the soldiers' reminders without issue. He came to the base to exchange items and gather the latest news. Last time, he had agreed with another survivor to exchange medicine for their crystal core. With the amount of medicine he had stored, his family could survive for 100 years without running out. So he would take out some medicine to exchange for other supplies. In the apocalyptic world, medicine was also a precious resource, as it was difficult to find doctors when one fell ill, even within the official base, where medicine was scarce. The entrance and exit of the official base were on the 20th floor of Ping and Tower, not in the lobby on the first floor. This was also to prevent the blizzard from continuing indefinitely and to avoid the entrance being buried. The passage had to extend to higher floors. In a few days, the entrance might be on the 40th floor instead of the 20th. However, Lu Sanshur believed that even if the blizzard continued, it could not bury all the buildings on Blue Star, as the snow would gradually turn into ice layers the deeper it got. Walking up the fire escape, the stairs were lit, allowing clear visibility. The passage was not only occupied by Lu Sanshur, but also by a dozen other survivors, all appearing quiet. Most were alone, while a few were in teams. Here, there was no need for vigilance against strangers. They were just accustomed to interacting less with unfamiliar people, thus appearing quieter. Upon reaching the 20th floor, Lu Sanshur and the others exited through the fire door, traversed a long hallway, and arrived at the base entrance. There were another dozen soldiers guarding the entrance, and they had to hand over their identity badges for inspection before being allowed to enter. There was no grand gate at the entrance. When Lu Sanshur saw construction workers building a wall, he guessed that this entrance would be moved further up. The entrance was located in the central position of the main staircase of Ping and Tower, and they walked down to the lowest level, which had originally been a lobby, but had now transformed into a passage 5 meters wide and 4 meters high. This passage led directly to the subway station entrance. Measuring over 50 meters long, Lu Sanshur and the other survivors quickly reached the end, which was the official underground base's true entrance. Here, a thick steel door was installed. Lu Sanshur had heard that this door could withstand a nuclear explosion, indicating that the officials had raised the protection level of the base to the highest. Indeed, the official base in the F district had the largest population in Shenzhen, with over 1 million residents. If the entire F district base were breached by mutated monsters, it would mean the loss of the central hub for all official bases throughout Shenzhen. At the door, the number of soldiers increased to over 100, and every survivor descending the stairs was scrutinized from all angles by these soldiers. However, everyone had gotten used to it, so they paid no attention to the soldiers' gazes. Reaching the bottom led them to the first floor of the subway station. Before entering the lobby, they were also surrounded by a thick wall. Lu Sanshur knew this was to prevent sound from the underground base from reaching the outside. Even in the harsh environment of a blizzard, ordinary mutated monsters could not hear the humans inside the underground base talking. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Necessary precautions had to be taken. Passing through the wall, they entered the original subway station lobby, where a bustling scene akin to a town market greeted them. The most abundant were various stalls, which made up the trading market on the first floor of the official base. There were dozens of such trading markets throughout the F District underground base, and this one was the smallest. Chapter 96. Exchange. The stalls displayed a variety of items, including daily necessities, high-end cosmetics, luxury handbags, jewelry, and more. But there was one thing missing: food. Indeed, there were over 1,000 vendors on the first floor, yet not a single one was trading food for other supplies. This highlighted just how precious food was in this apocalypse. Luxury goods that once required tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to purchase before the apocalypse now lay on the stalls like garbage, with very few people needing these items. In the apocalypse, these non-edible and inconvenient luxury goods were the least valuable and least desired items. Even a package of instant noodles was worth more than millions worth of luxury goods. There are likely company executives, billionaires, or famous celebrities among the street vendors here before the apocalypse, but when the end comes, they don't receive any special treatment. What the officials need are various skilled talents. Electricians and farmers are much more valuable than these people. At the very least, the official underground base is in dire need of these two types of talents. Of course, the highest level scientific talents are still the most needed by the officials. But many of these talents were picked up by central authorities in the capital a day before the apocalypse broke out. The latest bag from the Donkey brand can be exchanged for just 1 crystal core or a pack of instant noodles. The newest Naishanger cosmetics are available for 1 crystal core per set. First come, first served. Boss, do you need service? 1 crystal core for 1 night. 2 crystal cores for anything you want. Don't miss out, everyone. Take a look at the homemade ultraviolet flashlights. which can effectively repel mutated monsters in the wild and ensure your safety. They only cost 10 crystal cores, despite the somewhat noisy voices along the way. Lu Sanshi didn't pay them much attention. He didn't look down on the women who stepped forward to offer services. Most of these women had lost their husbands and had children to support. Although the officials distribute a little free food to children every day, that amount can't guarantee the children are full. It can only ensure they don't starve to death. This is unavoidable. Only the official base will take in children and the elderly. As a result, there are over 300,000 elderly and children in the entire F District base. Most of these 300,000 can't work, which puts a heavy burden on the official base. However, it is impossible for the officials to abandon these elderly and children. Although some have suggested abandoning the weak and sick, if the official base were to do that, the entire base could collapse, and this is no joke. The temperature inside the underground base is much higher than above ground. While it's about -70 degrees outside, it is only -20 degrees inside, which is bearable for most ordinary people. Lu Sanshi didn't stay long on the first floor. He moved to the second floor, which is much larger than the first. In fact, the waiting areas of these underground subway stations are just a small part of the underground base. Most of the space is connected by official passages and specially excavated areas that link most of the underground parking lots in the F District, allowing for the accommodation of over 1 million survivors. It would be impossible to house over 1 million people relying solely on a few subway stations. Not to mention, the officials have also set up several factories, breeding farms, and agricultural farms. The officials cannot rely entirely on the military or adventure groups to collect supplies from the surface. Going to the surface means facing extreme cold and the endless wave of mutated monsters. In just a few weeks, the military has lost almost half of its personnel, suffering significant losses. The officials can no longer afford to sustain such large losses. The official base has recruited a group of civilians as a supplement to the military. But these individuals lack adequate training and are like ducks being forced to fly, far inferior to real soldiers. Fortunately, the officials have recruited dozens of evolved individuals and formed them into an evolved team, which is considered one of the biggest trump cards in the hands of the officials. After arriving on the second floor, Lu Sanshi vaguely heard some gunshots. He knew this was the official military clearing out the mutated beasts underground, such as mutated rats and cockroaches. These mutated beasts are easily attracted by the presence of over 1 million people gathered in the underground base. Indeed, when the number of human survivors increases and gathers together, they can easily be attacked by mutated monsters. Lu Sanshi has heard that this is because those mutated monsters have evolved strong sensing abilities, and when the number of humans increases, their life magnetic field also significantly increases, especially the life magnetic field of over 1 million people, which is like a particularly conspicuous light bulb in the dark, attracting the mutated beasts. Every day, the military must clear out these mutated beasts attracted by the underground base, and sometimes there are even small-scale beast tides. This is also the most important reason why Lu Sanshi prefers to stay in his own underground base. In his view, the official underground base not only lacks the comfort of his private base, but also faces far greater threats than his private base. Lu Sanshi directly went to the 4th floor, where he had agreed to meet someone at a specific location. After winding through a short passage, he entered a space with only a few vendors. Inside, several women were trying to attract business. Upon seeing him enter, their faces showed excitement, but they were disappointed that Lu Sanshi ignored them and walked to the end of a corner, which led to a residential area in the underground base. After walking a few dozen meters, he reached another fork in the road, turned into the right passage, and after less than 10 meters, he encountered another fork where there were hardly any people. When he reached the end of the passage, he saw someone dressed in thick black clothing, wearing something resembling a motorcycle helmet. Lu Sanshi knew this was a homemade infrared night vision device, which not only could be used for observing mutated monsters on the surface, but also provided wind and cold protection. "You're here." The person wearing the motorcycle helmet opened the visor, revealing a pair of somewhat weathered and shrewd eyes. It was a relatively young woman, but Lu Sanshi didn't know what she looked like. He had only agreed on the trading time and goods with her, as he felt she was also an evolved individual and a trustworthy person. Trust is a rare quality in this apocalyptic world. I brought my items. You should have enough crystal cores, right? Liu Sanshur had plenty of food and medicine, but was most in need of crystal cores. Why didn't he go hunting mutated monsters for crystal cores? It was because he was afraid of dying. Although he was an evolved individual, his abilities mainly provided him with cold resistance and night vision. Regarding combat, he was just someone who liked fitness before the apocalypse, not a soldier or a martial arts expert. A small mistake could lead to being killed by a mutated monster. If he died, he couldn't even imagine what would happen to his family in the future. By the way, can you check? Where are the medicines I requested? The woman took out a bag from her backpack, which was bulging and clearly full of items. Liu Sanshur took the bag, opened it, and counted carefully. The quantity was correct. He then took out a bag from his own backpack and handed it over. After the woman examined it carefully, she placed the bag in her backpack and said to Liu Sanshur, "Let us trade again in 3 days. I need some vitamins. You should have some, right?" "Yes." "Is it the usual arrangement?" That's right, the usual arrangement." The two didn't linger in the spot for long and quickly dispersed. Liu Sanshur didn't leave the official underground base immediately. He still needed to find someone to inquire if there were any new announcements or rumors from the officials, as all of this was necessary for him. Dong Yinfei grew up in an orphanage and was admitted to Capital University. She was not only intelligent and talented, but also very beautiful. If it were in a normal society, she believed she could earn a lot of money with her abilities and make the orphanage she grew up in even better. However, all these beautiful expectations vanished with the arrival of the apocalypse. Nevertheless, Dong Yinfei was still grateful that when the apocalypse broke out, she happened to be in an orphanage and had also become an evolved individual, awakening the ability to control metal. This allowed her to lead 13 orphans and a volunteer caregiver girl to survive. Dong Yinfei did not stay at the official base. She came to the official base specifically to exchange medicines with Liu Sanshur. As for food and similar supplies, the orphanage had no shortage. Not to mention, she had been hunting mutated rats and other mutated beasts for the past few days, stockpiling a lot of mutated beast meat. The current food inventory was enough to supply 15 people for a month. While Dong Yinfei was lost in thought and walking, a few people in a certain part of the corridor noticed her, their eyes lighting up. They exchanged glances, and soon a young man approached her from the opposite direction. Although Dong Yinfei was preoccupied with her thoughts, her perception ability was much stronger than that of ordinary people because she was an evolved being. This was a result of the enhancements to the human body that evolved beings undergo. She easily sidestepped the man who deliberately bumped into her. A hint of familiarity flashed in her mind as she glanced at him. He should be the man who had appeared in front of her during her previous transactions with Liu Sanshur at the official base. Indeed, her private dealings with Liu Sanshur had caught the attention of some people. The official base housed over 1 million people, and there were all kinds of individuals. Some worked hard for the official base to exchange for food, while others formed adventurer teams to gather supplies or hunt mutated monsters. However, some people formed small teams with the idea of gaining without working, bullying the weak and robbing them of their supplies. Such individuals were certainly not worth pitying, but unfortunately, there were too few law enforcement officers to maintain order in the base. Even if the authorities were aware of these dark sides, they did not have the energy to deal with them. As long as these small teams did not cause fatalities or go too far, the official base would not pay much attention to them. The man who almost fell became furious and shouted at Dong Yinfei, "Damn it, are you looking for death? Do you know this area is under our protection? You trade supplies with others without giving us a cut." As the man's voice echoed, several men rushed over. Although Dong Yinfei was not afraid of these ordinary people, as none of them were evolved beings, she did not want to engage in conflict at the official base. As an evolved being, she needed to keep a low profile. While it was not mandatory for all evolved beings to join the official organization as teams, Dong Yinfei never overestimated human nature, especially in this special apocalyptic era. She would never leave her fate in the hands of others. She carried the lives of 14 people on her shoulders. Quickening her pace, Dong Yinfei outpaced the encircling group and fled before they could surround her. They did not give up on her, but they also dared not shout loudly. With this tacit understanding, they followed her out of the official base. Dong Yinfei did not exit from the entrance of the Peace Building, but took another exit located at the China World Trade Center. Survivors could leave the base by simply returning their identification to the soldiers guarding the entrance, who would not inspect the survivors leaving the base. Inspections were only conducted upon entry since some survivors might engage in trading supplies inside the base. And, as long as the supplies were permitted for trade, they would not be checked upon leaving. Otherwise, few survivors would come to the official base, primarily worried about the safety of their supplies, as there have been instances where supplies traded by survivors were intercepted by guards. Dong Yinfei paid no attention to the men following her. She certainly would not cause trouble near the official base's entrance, as there were plenty of guards stationed nearby. If she dared to act here, she could be shot by a sniper from some building, which was no joke. There have been cases of people robbing survivors exiting the official base near the entrance, and the outcome for such individuals was always fatal. There were 6 men following Dong Yinfei, all dressed in thick winter coats, snow boots, and carrying cold weapons. They were not hiding their intentions at all. They were simply following her and planned to kill her and rob her of all her valuable supplies as soon as they were away from the China World Trade Center. This was not their first time doing such a thing. They were quite experienced. As for whether Dong Yinfei could be an evolved being, they speculated that it was impossible. Otherwise, she would not have retreated during their earlier probing in the base. After all, evolved beings had privileges in the official base, and everyone understood this tacitly. Ordinary people dared not provoke evolved beings, as the official authorities would definitely side with the evolved beings, unless the actions of an evolved being were extremely reprehensible. Only then would the authorities take action against them. Hell, looking for death, huh? Speeding away from the vicinity of the China World Trade Center was also what Dong Yinfei wanted to do. She aimed to eliminate the men behind her before they got too far. Otherwise, if she killed them too far away, the blood left behind might attract mutated monsters, which would create trouble for her. Chapter 98, The Orphanage. Haha, weren't you running quite happily just now? Why aren't you running anymore? Break her limbs. Then we'll have some fun. That's right, we can't tell her figure or looks, but as long as she is a woman, that's enough. Exactly. Playing with those women in the base isn't thrilling enough, haha. After leaving the China World Trade Center by several hundred meters and no longer seeing it behind, the men quickened their pace, surrounding Dong Yinfei. Of course, this was because Dong Yinfei had intentionally slowed down to let them catch up. Otherwise, with her evolved strength, how could a few ordinary people keep up with her? Just as they were enjoying their conversation, their voices abruptly stopped, and fear filled their eyes. They suddenly felt a sharp pain in their necks and found it hard to breathe. One of them touched his neck and found a small knife embedded in it. Unbeknownst to them, all their necks had been stabbed with a small knife. Each person had one, no more, no less. Soon, they felt all their strength drain away, and darkness enveloped them as they lost consciousness. Dong Yinfei, wearing a helmet, had an expression that outsiders could not see. However, there were no outsiders here, only the howling wind and blizzard. She knew her face was expressionless. She had become accustomed to killing. From the first time she killed someone, feeling nauseated, to now being able to kill 6 men without changing her expression, only a little over 10 days had passed. Yet, those brief 10 days felt like a lifetime to her. Collecting all the knives from the corpses, Dong Yinfei resumed her journey. As for where to throw the bodies, there were mutated monsters that would clean them up thoroughly. The orphanage was 3 kilometers away from the China World Trade Center. Fortunately, the surrounding area was often patrolled by the military to clear out mutated monsters, so there were relatively few mutated monsters wandering here. As long as she was careful and focused, even ordinary people did not need to worry too much. However, what ordinary people feared most, besides mutated monsters, was the extreme cold. The super low temperature of -70 degrees could easily freeze a person to death. However, ordinary people are not without ways to improve their cold resistance. They can consume a crystal core every day, which enhances their physical fitness and increases their ability to withstand the cold. Unfortunately, ordinary people rarely obtain crystal cores, as they do not dare to take the risk of hunting mutated monsters. Even in the underground world, they face a great chance of losing their lives when encountering the weakest mutated rats. Crystal cores have completely become the hard currency of the apocalypse, replacing money. and can also be used to enhance physical fitness. It can be said that crystal cores are the most important resource in the minds of survivors. As long as they have crystal cores, they can exchange for all kinds of supplies. The orphanage is not very large, and before the apocalypse, it only had a few dozen children. There are 3 buildings, the tallest of which has 6 stories, while the other 2 buildings only have 3 stories. However, now the 2 3-story buildings are almost completely covered in snow, with only the tallest building still having 3 stories visible. Dong Yinfei took off her sled and entered through the window. Upon entering, she did not walk through the middle of the room, but instead walked along the wall, as she had set traps in the middle of the room to prevent survivors or mutated monsters from coming in and harming the children. As for whether she might accidentally harm ordinary survivors, she did not worry at all compared to the potential harm to the children. If they died, it would just be bad luck for them. After leaving the room, Dong Yinfei closed the door again. Although the corridor was pitch dark for ordinary people, it was similar to a cloudy day for an evolved person like her, and she could see clearly. The helmet she wore was modified into an infrared night vision device, which she wore to see farther. Otherwise, she could go without it. Of course, the helmet also served another purpose, to conceal her stunning beauty. As beautiful women in the apocalypse rarely had a good ending. Descending from a 6th floor to the 1st floor, she arrived at what used to be the kitchen, dining room, and storage room of the orphanage. The storage room originally had a basement, but the basement was not only small, but also lacked conditions for habitation. After the apocalypse broke out, Dong Yinfei spent considerable effort transforming the basement into 3 rooms, a storage room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, essentially creating a suite with an area of about 200 square meters. Opening the large door of the storage room, Dong Yinfei found that the alarm system she set up had not been triggered, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Every time she went out, her biggest concern was the children and her sister Tian Fangfang. Tian Fangfang was not her biological sister. She was just a child who grew up with her in the orphanage, and their relationship was the closest, akin to sisters even though they were not by blood. The original entrance to the basement was a wooden door, which Dong Yinfei had replaced with a thick iron door, modified using her metal control abilities. She unlocked the iron door with a key and walked inside, closing the door behind her. Inside was a 3-meter-long passage. At the end of the passage was a metal plate, which Dong Yinfei lifted to reveal a sewer-like well, something she had created herself. After crawling in, she closed the well cover behind her and climbed down to the bottom, where there was another 3-meter-long passage. At the end of this passage was a ladder against the wall, and she climbed up the ladder. When she reached the top, a pretty girl with a bright smile was waiting for her and pulled her up. The girl was Tian Fangfang, who brushed the snow off Dong Yinfei's clothes and asked with concern, "Sister, did you encounter any danger this time?" Dong Yinfei removed her helmet, letting her long hair cascade down, revealing her beautiful oval face with a cool and elegant demeanor, giving her a fairy-like appearance. However, Tian Fangfang was already accustomed to her sister's stunning beauty and didn't feel particularly affected by it. Dong Yinfei enjoyed Tian Fangfang's concern, smiling as she replied, "It's nothing to worry about. I just ran into a few reckless thugs on the way." Tian Fangfang did not ask about the outcome of those thugs. In her heart, 1,000 thugs were not as important as a single hair of her sister's. Moreover, there were 13 children, who were her closest family and the people she cared about most in this apocalyptic world. For anyone else, even if hundreds of thousands died, she wouldn't care. That's just the kind of person she was. "Let's go. The children need to sleep early, or they'll sleep in again tomorrow." "Hee, it's fine. After all, I'm the one teaching, so we can push back the time a bit." The 2 sisters passed through a 4-meter-long passage, and at the end of the passage was another iron door. Opening the iron door revealed the true underground base of their orphanage. Chapter 99. RV. The 2 girls opened the big door and walked in, closing the door behind them. Inside was a spacious living room connected to the kitchen, which also served as their dining area. Next to the kitchen was a storage room filled with large quantities of food and other supplies, and, conveniently, there was a bathroom nearby. The 3 rooms included one shared by the 13 children and the 2 girls, which did not have beds, but rather a makeshift sleeping area on the floor. To keep warm, Dong Yinfei and Tian Fongfong build a fireplace, with the smoke pipe directed underground rather than outward. After all, if it led outside, the thick smoke could easily attract the attention of those with bad intentions or mutated monsters, putting their underground base in danger. The other two rooms were a research lab for the two girls and a small greenhouse. Yes, although the underground base was small, they still built a research lab and a greenhouse. The research lab was for studying the reasons behind the apocalypse, or researching the virus and the effects of spiritual energy in the air. The greenhouse was for experimenting with whether they could grow mushrooms and seaweed, which are both capable of thriving in such an environment. It can be said that these two plants are currently the best crops to grow in all bases on Blue Star. If Dong Yinfei is the top student of Beijing University among the best, then Tian Fongfong is an extremely rare genius in human history. In the normal society before the apocalypse, to avoid attracting attention from those with ulterior motives or the government, she acted like an ordinary top student attending Shenzhen University. However, only Dong Yinfei knew just how terrifying her sister's intelligence was. Her photographic memory was just a trivial manifestation of her intellect. After the apocalypse broke out, Tian Fongfong also became an evolved person, but her ability was not related to controlling metal or earth elements. Her evolution was in the realm of her brain. Yes, her brain evolved, making her intelligence even more formidable. It was thanks to Tian Fongfong's planning that they could build such a hidden and safe base. Dong Yinfei opened the door to one of the rooms. Upon hearing the door open, the children inside rushed over upon seeing Dong Yinfei's figure, bundled up in thick clothes. Chattering excitedly, "Sister, did you encounter any danger? Sister, I missed you. Sister, I want you to take me to bed." The 13 children ranged from 10 years old to the youngest at 4. However, due to being orphans, they were inherently more sensible, and now that the world had entered the apocalypse, they became even more mature. Even though they had to stay in the underground base without seeing the sun every day, not a single child complained. They even worried about their sister Dong Yinfei, who went out on adventures every day. "All right, I'm fine. I'll take you all to bed." Just seeing the children made Dong Yinfei smile particularly beautiful. They were the greatest motivation for her to go out every day and face those mutated monsters. Yes, everyone should go to bed. Tian Fongfong urged the children to sleep as well. After all, it was much warmer to snuggle under the covers. Even though the fireplace in the room had wood burning, the temperature inside was still below 30 degrees Celsius, which was quite low for the children. Hearing what their two older sisters said, the children obediently burrowed into their blankets. They didn't take off their clothes, and there was really no need to. Although sleeping in thick clothes was a bit uncomfortable, warmth was preferable to discomfort. Dong Yinfei and the other girl watched the children sleep, and only after they were all asleep did they leave the room, as they had things to do and would be staying up late. The two of them walked to the end of the corridor, where there was an iron door. After opening the door and entering, they closed it behind them. They then proceeded through a passage that was about 30 meters long, reaching the end where there was another ladder against the wall. The two women climbed to the top, where there was a round hatch that could be opened from the inside. They crawled out through the opening into a very small room filled with several shelves holding various car parts and repair tools. Just by looking at the items in the room, anyone could guess where they were. Indeed, it was an auto repair shop not far from the orphanage, and secretly, it was also a well-known modification shop in the city. The two women opened the storage room door and stepped outside into a corridor that was dark and quiet. As evolved beings, they could see clearly. They walked through the corridor to the outside repair workshop, which was quite spacious, with several cars parked inside. The most eye-catching being a Scania motorhome. This motorhome was 7 meters long too, 55 meters wide, and 8 meters high, comparable in size to a regular bus. The most striking feature of the motorhome was its wheels, which were like those of a roller, long and as wide as the vehicle itself. Indeed, this motorhome had been modified. Before the apocalypse, such a vehicle would never have been allowed on the road, but there were no lawmen to check now. Although the underground base of the orphanage was very safe, with an abundance of food and water, Tian Fongfong and her companions still prepared an escape route. And this motorhome was the result of their modifications over the past few days. The original tires were not suitable for driving on snow-covered roads, and many components of the motorhome had been modified, Thanks to Tian Fangfang's exceptional intelligence and knowledge, along with Dong Yinfei's ability to control metal, they were able to transform this motorhome. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for just one person to succeed. Their skills complemented each other perfectly. They opened the car door and climbed in. Tian Fangfang turned on the lights inside the motorhome, revealing a luxurious interior that exuded a sense of splendor. The motorhome was 2 stories high, and they were on the first floor, which was the living room. The living room featured a circular sofa and a foldable table. Opposite, which was an open kitchen with all the necessary appliances, including an induction cooker, microwave, and refrigerator. The first floor also had a driver's cabin with 3 seats. And behind the seats was a small bed for 1 person to rest. There were 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a storage room on the first floor, with the staircase to the second floor located in the living room. They ascended to the second floor, which contained only 4 rooms and no other facilities. Each bedroom could accommodate 4 people, making a total of 7 bedrooms that could house 21 adults, and if children were involved, it could easily accommodate 50. This motorhome had likely been purchased by some wealthy individual before the apocalypse, costing at least 10 million, but now it belonged to Tian Fangfang and her companion, who had spent over 10 days modifying it to ensure it could drive in extreme cold and on thick snow. Dong Yinfei's ability to control metal was unique. She could alter the atomic and molecular structure of metals, transforming ordinary metal into special types. This was why Tian Fangfang was confident they could modify the motorhome to function like the snow vehicles seen in the Wandering Earth. After working for an hour, they finally finished their tasks for the day, and in just 2 days, the motorhome would be fully transformed. Chapter 100. Bad news, sister. Are you worried about something? Dong Yinfei was not surprised that Tian Fangfang knew she had something on her mind. She only thought of the rumors she had heard from the official base, which made her uneasy. She shared the rumors with Tian Fangfang. What could possibly cause an evolved being like Dong Yinfei to feel uneasy? It turned out that many survivors in the official base were privately spreading the word that the frequency of mutant beast attacks on the base was increasing. Hearing this, Tian Fangfang replied with some confusion. Isn't this something we already knew? The motorhome was modified precisely because we heard about the mutant beast attacks. What is there to worry about? That's not the main reason. Dong Yinfei shook her head and denied it. She continued, what I want to say is another rumor. It said that the mutated marine creatures in the ocean are terrifying, and because the official base has too many people, it has attracted the attention of these marine mutants. Someone observed the coast and found that the nearshore waters were almost frozen over. They discovered many marine mutated creatures swimming toward the land, as if drawn by something from the land. Tian Fangfang furrowed her brow. If it were just mutated rats or worms from the underground world, she believed that the official base's powerful modern firepower would handle it without issue. However, humanity's understanding of the ocean is limited. Even the most knowledgeable marine biologists in the world cannot determine how many species there are in the ocean. Considering the dual impact of the virus and spiritual energy, just thinking about the Cambrian explosion 600 million years ago, which originated from the ocean, shows how terrifying mutated marine creatures could be, far beyond what land-based mutants could compare to. It's very likely to be true. Tian Fangfang nodded thoughtfully. If this rumor were true, they needed to prepare early. Speaking of the apocalypse and the mysterious dual impact of spiritual energy, it affected all life on Blue Star. But humans were the most impacted. Originally the rulers of Blue Star, humanity had almost fallen to the bottom since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Are you worried that those marine, mutated monsters will attack humans from the underground world? Upon hearing Tian Fangfang's question, Dong Yinfei directly admitted exactly. We need to understand that there are many creatures in the ocean that can burrow, not to mention what terrifying abilities they might evolve due to the dual effects of the virus and spiritual energy. No one knows. The mutated creatures on land have already made it difficult for humans to cope, and I believe many countries have not yet paid attention to marine mutated creatures. Agreeing with Dong Yinfei's analysis, Tian Fangfang said solemnly, it seems we need to hurry up and finish the modification of the motorhome. The modification is going well, but we are running low on diesel. I wonder if we can exchange for more diesel at the official base. Dong Yinfei was responsible for the missions to exchange supplies and hunt mutated monsters. Tian Fangfang's physical fitness was only slightly better than that of an ordinary person. Even though she consumed crystal cores daily, her evolution speed was much slower than Dong Yanfei's. She was sure why, but it might be due to the special nature of brain domain evolved beings. Dong Yanfei shook her head and said, "It's impossible. Every day, there's only a small amount of diesel and gasoline available for exchange at the official exchange center, and the prices are very high. Right now, almost no country in the entire Blue Star world can extract energy, and national energy reserves are generally held by the state. There's no need to mention Huagua. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the officials specifically visited all the gas stations, and most of the energy was collected by the state. Private forces or individuals rarely have these reserves of diesel and gasoline, and even if they do, it's very little and not possible to trade. Does the person you often trade with have any? I don't know. I haven't asked him. I'll ask him when I go to the official base the day after tomorrow. He should have established the base on his own with his family. If he doesn't have it, then I'll think of other ways to try. Well, anyway, you need to be extra careful before you do anything. It would be great if I could get a nuclear battery." Speaking of which, Tian Fangfang looked a bit frustrated. She regretted not reading more books about nuclear energy before the apocalypse. Even though Dong Yanfei has collected many physics books and her intelligence has improved a lot, it's still not an easy task to produce a nuclear battery in a short time. After all, while nuclear batteries have been applied in the aerospace field by several major countries, it may still be a long way from being applied in civilian use. Naturally, Tian Fangfang couldn't obtain any information about nuclear batteries unless there were experts in this field to teach her. But those experts might have been rescued by the officials long ago. Is there any other type of expert needed? Okay. Rumors about oceanic mutated creatures could naturally reach Lu Sanshur, and he began to feel uneasy. If the aggression and bloodthirstiness of oceanic mutated creatures are similar to that of terrestrial creatures, then it is indeed possible for a major incident to occur where oceanic mutated creatures attack the official base. Especially since the official base is too close to the ocean and has a population of millions, which could attract mutated creatures. This is not a joke. Just look at how many underground mutated beasts attack the official base every day to understand that this situation is really possible. If an attack by oceanic mutated creatures on the official base really happens, Lu Sanshur does not believe that his private base can avoid such an attack, as his base is too close to the official base. He worries that if a massive wave of oceanic mutated creatures burrows from underground to attack, the entire Fushu area might not be able to avoid such an attack. As Wang may help take off Lu Sanchi's equipment, she asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" Hearing his wife's question, Lu Sanshur realized that she must have seen the worry on his face. He quickly smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. Just thought of a problem. Not a big deal. You don't need to worry." Lu Sanshur did not share his wife's concern about the future, but he had already decided in his heart to go out tomorrow to look for a car suitable for modification into a snow vehicle. However, even if he found one, he would still need to find someone to help with the modification, and that meant he would have to go to the official base to look for help. He hoped to recruit some experts proficient in car modifications with payment through crystal cores. Chapter 101. Trading Center. The special nature of the Hope Base exists in this world, yet is not in this world. According to Dr. Yi Lanxin's speculation, their Hope Base should be hidden in the layers of space. As a result, there is actually nothing beneath the Jingle Villa area, so the trading center that the Hope Base wants to build can naturally be constructed underground in the villa area. They only need to set up an entrance for the trading center near the entrance and exit of the underground city base, which would not only facilitate the movement of the trading center staff, but also make their exit much safer. As the entrances of the underground city base are guarded by the base's security personnel, the Hope Base spent a significant amount of manpower and resources, taking 5 days to build an underground trading center with an area of 500 square meters and a 2-story structure. Fortunately, there were 2 evolved individuals who could control Earth abilities, otherwise relying solely on a few hundred workers and a small amount of machinery. It might have taken 2 months to complete. To ensure the smooth construction of this trading center and to prevent mutated monsters from being attracted by the hundreds of people constructing it, Han Xiaofan did not go too far to hunt mutated monsters during these 5 days. Instead, he cleared away some wandering mutated monsters around the villa area and cleaned up some mutated rats and cockroaches in the underground world. Initially, Han Xiaofan and the senior officials of the base thought that the official base in the Dragon District would have some thoughts about their construction of a trading center. However, they did not expect that the official base seemed to be unaware that they had built a trading center, and it appeared that they did not feel that their trading center was competing with the official trading market. Although they were a bit confused about why the officials had no response, this was a good thing for the Hope base. After all, if there were a conflict with the official base, Han Xiaofan believed that he alone could sweep away the entire military force of the official base in the Dragon District. But it would be best if they could avoid confrontation. Han Xiaofan's personality had become increasingly indifferent, but that did not mean he had lost his rationality or basic judgment. He simply became less concerned about many things from the past. However, deep down, he still firmly remembered that he was human, a Huagua person, not an alien, and he should not regard himself as a deity or lose human emotions. After the trading center was completed, it opened to the public the next day. The trading center was mainly staffed by 20 workers and 30 security team members. Additionally, to ensure safety, the trading center was equipped with a monitoring system. But Han Xiaofan did not let the avatar of Xiao Ji control this system. He no longer fully trusted the Xiao Ji in his mind. In fact, he had never completely trusted it, and he wanted to keep a hand against Xiao Ji. Han Xiaofan led the senior officials of the base to tour the newly completed trading center and found it quite satisfactory. It resembled the structure of major banks before the apocalypse. The first floor had a service hall similar to a bank, complete with a calling machine, waiting area, consultation desk, and service counters separated by bulletproof glass. Behind that was the storage room of the trading center. The second floor contained the offices of the trading center staff, a break room, a dining hall, and dormitories for the staff. Indeed, the trading center could also accommodate people, as there were large amounts of supplies in the storage room that required staff to be on duty 24 hours a day. Otherwise, the 3 iron gates outside would not be enough to stop some ill-intentioned individuals. Overall, the tour was quite good, although it could not compare to the decoration level before the apocalypse. The interior decoration could only be described as acceptable. However, this did not matter much. The world was in an apocalypse, and who still cared about superficial things? In the meeting room on the second floor, Han Xiaofan and the senior officials of the base sat down. Besides them, there was also Li Yuan, the former supervisor of the base's front desk, and a team leader from the first security team named Kai Xiaotian, an orphan, a soldier by background, skilled in shooting, and a sharpshooter in the army. Han Xiaofan sat at the head of the table, while others sat on either side of the long table. He looked at his subordinates on both sides, skipped the pleasantries, and went straight to the point. The trading center will open tomorrow. The first and second security teams need to be ready to assist. Captain Tian, Captain Liu, and Supervisor Chun, have you arranged for personnel to assist? Yes, they replied. Han Xiaofan felt relatively at ease with his woman and 2 subordinates. He then looked at Li Yuan and Kai Xiaotian, saying, the future trading center will be managed by you two. I hope you manage it well. The establishment of this trading center is not just for exchanging supplies and crystal cores from survivors, but more importantly, to collect information on personnel, especially those with special talents and skills. These survivors are the talents that the base needs the most. Recruiting them into the base is your most important task. Do you understand? Of course, Li Yuan and Kai Xiaotian understood the leader Han Xiaofan's emphasis on talent. They also knew that the base had never stopped recruiting survivors. But not everyone could be accepted. Collecting information on these survivors made the trading center very important. In fact, without Han Xiaofan emphasizing it, Li Yuan and Kai Xiaotian would have cherished and valued this opportunity immensely. They understood that if they managed the trading center well, their futures would become very bright. It wouldn't be surprising if they eventually held high positions in the base. They were aware of the mystery surrounding the underground base and its leader. Following the leader to face this cruel apocalyptic world, they believed they might gain significant benefits in the future. The other senior members of the base were also deep in thought, pondering why leader Han Xiaofan continued to recruit survivors. They felt that the leader seemed unconcerned about the number of people the base could accommodate. Did the underground base have other secrets they were unaware of? Although everyone had their own speculations, they were all intelligent individuals, naturally understanding that since leader Han Xiaofan did not tell them, they could not ask too much. Some things should not be casually inquired about. If the leader wanted to inform them, they would know in due time. Han Xiaofan was unaware of the complex emotions of his subordinates. He was thinking about going to the beach to check the situation. The information he received from Zhao Jianjun needed to be personally verified. If the mutated creatures in the ocean were indeed, as he said, then he would need to pay extra attention to the situation at the beach. Chapter 102. Ordinary People. Ling Han, an ordinary person with an ordinary appearance. Graduated from a very common finance major. After graduation, he became a white-collar worker. If there was anything extraordinary about him, it was that he had very good luck, marrying a beautiful local woman from Shenzhen after dating for 2 years and having a lovely daughter. It could be said that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ling Han would have another son with his wife, raise both children to adulthood, watch them start their own families, and eventually help his son take care of grandchildren, before passing away and being cremated in a funeral home. This was the life they envisioned, and it was the life of most ordinary people. However, no one had ever expected the apocalypse to come so abruptly. Ling Han's family was relatively fortunate. His wife, daughter, and in-laws were safe. It was just that when the apocalypse broke out, he tried to contact his parents back home, but failed. He then realized that something must have happened to them. Without time to grieve, Ling Han led his family out of their home. This was mainly because they had not stocked up on much food. If they didn't go to the official base early, it was likely that his entire family would starve to death. Unfortunately, Ling Han's family encountered a wave of mutated beings on the way. They had to rush into a cold storage of a food company to hide. Fortunately, they found refuge in the cold storage. Otherwise, they would have been eaten by the mutated creatures. The cold storage of this food company was divided into 2 rooms. The larger room outside stored a large amount of instant food, while the inner room contained a lot of canned goods. It was thanks to the food in the cold storage that Ling Han's family was able to live much better than many other survivors during the apocalypse. The thick iron door at the entrance and the door to the inner room ensured that they were relatively safe inside. However, Ling Han and his family knew they couldn't hide there forever. Before the extreme cold weather arrived, Ling Han crawled out through the ventilation duct instead of using the main door, as there were quite a few mutated creatures blocking the entrance. He collected warm clothing and materials bit by bit from the outside, relying on the food in the cold storage. Ling Han's family managed to survive the most chaotic early days of the apocalypse. To ensure they didn't lose contact with the outside world, Ling Han often took risks to venture out into the underground world, especially to the official base's trading market to exchange supplies or gather the latest information. Ling Han had certainly heard the rumors about the base, but like the vast majority of people, he thought that the hope for a paradise-like base was a lie. Such a good private base probably did not exist. After all, they were aware of the conditions at the official base. Many survivors preferred to form small teams for survival rather than enter the official base. Not only because the official base attracted mutated beasts due to the large number of people, but also because the living and dining conditions there were not very good. Many private teams felt they lived more comfortably outside, so they chose not to join the official base. For families like Ling Han's, they were fortunate to occupy a cold storage. The food inside could last them for 3 years, or even 5 if they were careful. However, the adults in Ling Han's family believed they couldn't stay in the cold storage for years. His daughter was only 5 years old. She needed companions and an education for her growth. If the official base had opened a school, Ling Han and the others would have joined the official base, even donating some of the cold storage's food. However, the official base did not establish schools for children, likely because they were overwhelmed with the continuous attacks from mutated beasts and lacked the energy to organize teachers for educating children. One day, just like any other, Ling Han cautiously avoided the mutated monsters he encountered along the way. The sewers and underground subway passages were much safer than the surface since they were regularly cleaned. The food company's cafeteria, where Ling Han's family was hiding, had a sewage pipe that led directly to the sewer. Ling Han would leave the cold storage through the ventilation duct to reach the cafeteria and then crawl into the sewer. With a thermal night vision device on his head, Ling Han could see. Although he was not used to it at first, he eventually adapted. On the way, he dealt with a few mutated cockroaches, each about the size of a cat before the apocalypse. However, Ling Han found it relatively easy to eliminate them and extracted the crystal cores from their bodies, which were about the size of soybeans, similar to those of mutated rats. For ordinary people, mutated rats and cockroaches were the primary sources of crystal cores, and they could use these cores to strengthen themselves or exchange for supplies. It could be said that it was precisely because of these relatively weak mutated beasts that ordinary people were able to survive. Ling Han consumed quite a few of these crystal cores, but to his disappointment, he did not become much stronger. His aptitude was likely quite ordinary. Some ordinary people with better aptitude could enhance their physical qualities significantly more than average people by consuming the same quantity of crystal cores. Indeed, aptitude was something that had been announced by the official sources. The degree of enhancement each ordinary person received from consuming crystal cores was different, with those having better aptitude experiencing greater effects, and they could also consume a bit more than average people each day. As for the evolvers, they belong to a different level. Even the best qualifications of ordinary people are far inferior to those of evolvers. Moreover, some evolvers have awakened special abilities, such as controlling fire, earth, and metal. These evolvers are officially referred to as awakened ones, while those who have not evolved special abilities are called enhancers. On the way to the official trading market, I encountered some survivors, but everyone was silently avoiding each other. In the apocalyptic world, the most lacking thing among survivors is trust. No one knows if the other person would stab them in the back over a piece of bread or a crystal core. Besides their own family, it is nearly impossible to trust strangers. Ling Han has encountered people who smile to his face but stab him in the back, and he has been hurt because of it. However, after killing the opponent, he fully adapted to the survival rules of the apocalypse. If a person does not offend me, I will not offend them. If someone wants to harm me, then I will fight back with all my might. Upon arriving at the official trading market, the number of vendors had not decreased much. It was still the same as before. Ling Han exchanged some crystal cores for items that would be useful for himself and his family, and finally used a larger crystal core to exchange for a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. Medicines are the most sought-after items in the entire trading market, with only a few boxes released by the official exchange center each day, making the supply far less than the demand. Have you heard? What happened? There are rumors that the Hope Base has also built a trading center, and it seems that many items can be exchanged there. Moreover, the Hope Base will recruit qualified survivors to join them. Oh, is the Hope Base really as good as the rumors say? Really, I have a classmate who joined. I heard that the conditions there are 100 times better than at the official base, and living there is not much different from before the apocalypse, even better. That sounds like a scam. No, my classmate Wu Ti lied to me. I'm going to check it out. Okay, I want to go too. It will be safer if we go together. Let's go. When Ling Han heard the conversation between the two, he felt a stir in his heart. If the Hope Base is really as good as they say, then it would be the best choice for his family to join the Hope Base. Should he go take a look? After thinking for a while, Ling Han decided to grit his teeth and check it out. If the Hope Base is indeed that good, he must lead his family to join. Chapter 103. Opening the promotional campaign for the opening of the Hope Base Trading Center could not be done like it was before the apocalypse. However, for the Hope Base, it was relatively simple to announce the opening of the trading center. They just needed to arrange for some people to promote it in the official trading market. Soon, all the survivors in the Long District would know about the opening of the Hope Base Trading Center. Indeed, on the opening day of the Hope Base Trading Center, many survivors came. For the survivors, many were curious about whether the Hope Base was really as good as rumored, and the establishment of the trading center was the best channel for them to learn about it. Xiaofan, to ensure the safety of the trading center's opening, not only dispatched a large number of guards to secure the area around the center, but also personally cleared all mutated monsters within a 5-kilometer radius to ensure that no harm would come to the survivors visiting the trading center on opening day. It can be said that Xiaofan did his utmost to raise the profile of the trading center. On the opening day, initially, there were no survivors arriving, but after an hour, they began to come in succession to the Hope Base Trading Center. Ling Han did not expect the journey to be so smooth. He had thought he would encounter many dangers on the way, but it felt like there were no mutated beasts around the area near the Hope Base Trading Center compared to other regions. When Ling Han saw the Hope Base Trading Center, he could only sigh in his heart that even if the Hope Base was not as powerful as rumored, Their strength must be much greater than that of ordinary private groups. After all, being able to construct a two-story trading center underground and reportedly completing it in just a few days was something even the strongest construction companies before the apocalypse could not achieve. This implies that the Hope Base must have awakened ones with the ability to control Earth. Ling Han had never heard of any awakened ones with Earth-controlling abilities in the Long District official base, and it was highly likely that there were none. He did not expect the Hope Base to have such awakened ones, indicating that the Hope Base was indeed very powerful. The lobby manager was a beautiful woman. Seeing Ling Han lost in thought, she immediately smiled and asked him, "Sir, are you looking to exchange supplies or join the Hope Base? If you wish to exchange supplies, please take a number from the ticket machine. If you want to join our Hope Base, please come here to register your information, or the information of your family members who wish to join." Hearing this, the smile on the lobby manager's face became even brighter. As long as a survivor successfully joined the base, it would count as part of her achievements, so she was naturally happy. She guided Ling Han on how to register his information with a smile and informed him that if he wanted his family to safely leave their hiding place and reach the Hope Base, he could apply for the escort service from the base's guard team. However, this service requires payment, which can be deferred, essentially acting as a loan for the service. With such a good escort service, Ling Han certainly would not refuse. Otherwise, relying solely on his personal strength, he could not guarantee the safety of his family. After receiving the proof of identity from the Hope Base, a wristband that was much more advanced than the most advanced wristbands before the apocalypse, he put it on. As for worrying about whether this wristband had a positioning function, he was not too concerned. Just from the establishment and construction of the trading center, it was clear that the Hope Base was not a cruel and short-sighted power. Such forces generally care about their reputation. After resolving the matter of joining the Hope Base, Ling Han went to the ticket machine and took a number. He found a seat in the waiting area and sat down, intending to exchange for some medicine. He received a booklet from the lobby manager, which introduced the Hope Base and the trading center, allowing him to understand the general situation of the Hope Base. He discovered that the trading center offered many medicines at reasonable prices, much cheaper than at the official trading market. Although there was a limit on the quantity each person could exchange per day, Ling Han observed carefully. There were about 150 people in the entire hall, most of whom had the Hope Base wristbands. This indicated that these people were joining the Hope Base, suggesting that everyone recognized it relatively well, which made him feel more at ease. When it was finally Ling Han's turn, an hour had passed. He spent all the crystal cores he had in exchange for a bottle of omeprazole, which was suitable for his father-in-law, who had stomach issues. After leaving the trading center, Ling Han made a large detour through the sewer. After confirming that there were no pursuers behind him, he headed toward the hiding place of his family. In fact, Ling Han did not need to worry about being followed. The guard teams of the Hope Base were spread out within a 2-kilometer radius centered around the trading center, and any bad guys who attempted to rob survivors coming out of the trading center were cleared out by the Hope Base's guards. This also made those with ill intentions realize that the Hope Base was not to be trifled with. Indeed, if the Hope Base did not possess absolute strength, it would be impossible to establish a trading center. Even the official base did not have any extreme reactions, seemingly indifferent to the Hope Base competing with them for business. Anyone who isn't a fool knows that this phenomenon is abnormal. It seems that the official base is also wary of the Hope Base. However, many people recall that the Hanwei base was said to have been wiped out by one person, that fierce individual being the leader of the Hope Base, named Han Xiaofan. Some even claim that he is the first evolver of Huagua. Of course, very few people believe the rumors about this first evolver, but even so, Han Xiaofan's strength is undeniably real.